Chapter 141. 2 souls in one body. He has magic stones. Apart from other things, a single high-level magic stone can be easily exchanged for more than 10,000 ordinary magic stones. But as a last resort, Richard didn't want to use high-level magic stones. After all, there are very few of these things on the market, and almost every time they appear, they are purchased at a premium. Therefore, this high-level magic stone is easy to acquire, but it is difficult to acquire it again. Moreover, Richard currently only has one high-level magic stone left, which is the key to being transferred to the Blind Fishman tribe, and it cannot be exchanged easily. As for the other unnecessary items in his bag, if you put them together, they only amount to about 10,000 magic stones. It seems that he is unable to get all three items. Richard thought for a while, and decided to see how many magic stones the Wind Spirit Pendant could sell for first. So, Richard pretended to be reluctant to leave, and painfully took out a prismatic transparent crystal pendant from his arms. Manager Boris, I wonder if your auction house is interested in purchasing this Wind Spirit Pendant? Richard said, as he turned around and solemnly handed the Wind Spirit Pendant to Boris beside him. When Boris saw Richard's expression, he was stunned for a moment. And then, he couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed that this pendant must be a more precious witchcraft prop than the fury of the storm just now. He immediately took it with both hands respectfully and examined it carefully. The next second, Boris looked surprised. This was actually an extremely rare top-level defensive witchcraft item. From a practical point of view, it can be said to be no less than mimetic bracer. He didn't know why the other party wanted to sell it. However, from the perspective of the auction house, of course, such a good thing cannot be missed. Boris pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Dignified guest, can I test the effect of this Wind Spirit Pendant now?" "Of course." Richard nodded. "Thank you." Boris immediately recited a few short syllables silently according to the description on the magic circle. Instantly, a light cyan wind elemental shield enveloped his whole body, and the wind energy in his legs was particularly strong. This was caused by the superposition of the swift wind and the wind elemental shield. In an instant, Boris was in the VIP room and running as fast as flying. A few seconds later, Boris returned to his seat with a rosy face and said, "Dear guest, my bank is willing to pay 5,000 magic stones to purchase this Wind Spirit Pendant. How about it?" Richard was secretly happy. This was nearly 500 magic stones higher than he expected. However, he still showed an extremely distressed and reluctant expression. He frowned and said, "Director Boris, this price seems a bit low." "Right? What if? If that's the case, I won't sell it." Don't. VIP. Look at 5,500 magic stones. This is my lowest price," Boris said quickly. Richard was silent for a while. The girl next to her clenched her fists, nervously looking at Richard's meditative face, and shouting in her heart, "Promise. Promise." After a long time, Richard nodded. Both Boris and the girl breathed a sigh of relief and smiled broadly. In fact, Richard was already very happy in his heart. This was much higher than he had expected, which was certainly a good thing. Looking at it this way, after selling these two pieces of equipment, I can get a total of 9,000 magic stones. With the more than 4,000 magic stones on hand, 13,500 is basically enough. Director Boris, I want these three items you just showed me. What? All the distinguished guests are here? Boris was stunned for a while, and the girl next to him opened her mouth in surprise. The two looked at each other, and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It seemed that both of them were shocked by Richard's arrogance. 13,500 magic stones is a huge amount of money no matter where you put it. For the girl and Boris, this is a double blessing. Boris quickly calculated in his mind, and after a moment, he said to Richard, "Dear guest, your two items cost a total of 9,000 magic stones, and you need to pay the difference of 4,500 magic stones. How do you think it would be more convenient for you to pay the rest?" From the perspective of the auction house, Boris, as the director, hopes that Richard can come up with one or two more good things to pay for the final payment. In this case, you can make more money by selling it through the auction house. Richard thought for a moment, and found that apart from the high-level magic stones and intermediate magic stones, there were only about 4,000 ordinary magic stones left in him. He immediately left more than 1,000 pieces in reserve, took out 3,000 magic stones, and gave them to Boris. Seeing Richard actually take out the magic stone to pay the remaining part, this made Boris a little disappointed. In the end, There was still 1,500 magic stones left. Richard thought about it briefly, and took out a bunch of hemostatic potions, healing potions, and primary mental power recovery potions from Mukin at Guru's Academy to use them. This immediately made Boris and the girl happy again. For them, the profits from in-kind deductions are definitely more substantial. 10 minutes later, the money and goods were cleared. With the courtesy of Boris and the girl, Richard walked out of Pete's auction house with satisfaction. This trip to the auction house can be said to be a journey of exchanging shotguns for cannons. All of Richard's shady items were replaced with 3 top-level witchcraft props, which increased his combat power by at least 20%. However, his pockets were suddenly very dry, and the remaining 1,000 magic stones were still used to buy mounts. It felt like he was back before liberation. At this time, Richard felt a little nostalgic for the people who gave him the trophies. I hope that next time, the enemy's storm will come more violently. Richard took 2 steps and realized something was wrong. Several wizard apprentices around him looked at him a bit wrong. It seemed filled with awe, envy, and a little bit of greed. In an instant, Richard suddenly realized, my own knight's long sword, Ice Guardian, was okay. After all, it had a scabbard. The hilt was slightly covered with my rope, so I couldn't tell that it was a top-level witchcraft item. However, Griffin Wings is a long bow with a length of 1 meter and 6 meters, and its appearance is extremely eye-catching. It is very eye-catching when slung on the back. If you encounter a wizard apprentice with keen perception, you can feel the powerful wind element power on the bow once you get within a few meters of Richard. You can immediately guess that this bow is no ordinary witchcraft prop. Richard thought for a while, then found a leather armor shop and bought a pair of dark and bright leather armor. But he still wore a hood to maintain a certain sense of mystery. He also had a sword on his waist and a big bow on his back. The first impression given is that of a ranger. The bow of Griffin Wings was also covered by Richard with the skin of some strange creature, which greatly weakened the fluctuations of the witchcraft circle on the bow. The same is true on the hilt of the Ice Guardian sword. Without pulling out the sword, it is completely impossible to tell that this is a knight's long sword at the level of top witchcraft props. In this way, the whole person walking on the road will look ordinary and no longer so high profile. Following the instructions on the signboard, Richard came to a mount shop in Andal Market. But unfortunately, the mount shop here did not sell any special mounts like the one in Black Forest Market. The mounts sold here are either ordinary horses or wildebeests. According to the store clerk, the wildebeest is the product of a cross between an ordinary horse and a zebra with horns on its head. Richard smiled slightly when he heard it. The zebra with a pair of horns on its head was a horned zebra, a low-level extraordinary creature, almost on the same level as low-level monsters. The endurance and physical fitness of the wildebeest far exceed that of ordinary horses, but they are not as good as such strange creatures as the horned zebra. So, Richard spent 25 magic stones to buy a strong wildebeest. At least, it was much stronger than the wild horse bought in a small village for 4 gold dinars. After walking around again and sweeping up some rare herbal raw materials, Richard was ready to leave Andal Market and head to Silverpine town. From here, if you drive the wildebeest at full speed, you can reach Silverpine town in about half a day. Thinking of seeing his family soon, Richard couldn't help but feel a little excited. Excited and a little bit nervous. However, just as he was riding a wildebeest towards the exit of the market, he caught sight of a peculiar shop out of the corner of his eye. I saw that the shop occupied a large area. On the sign at the door, there was a group of people painted on it, both men and women. The men were strong and the women were beautiful. But they all had one thing in common. They were all wearing shackles. Richard couldn't help but be very curious. It seemed like this was a shop selling slaves? Pulling the reins of the wildebeest, Richard hesitated for a moment and decided to go take a look. So far, I have been to many shops, but this is the first time I have seen the slave house. I don't know if there are any formal knight-level slaves. If there are, I can buy a few to expand the family's strength. However, what is strange is that many wizard apprentices have entered the shop, but none of them have come out. Richard thought for a moment and had some guesses in his mind. However, Richard went in for a short while and returned disappointed. This slave house mainly sells female slaves, and the female slaves inside are of high quality. Many of them are young and beautiful. You can even find many female slaves who were once noble ladies, and they are very popular among wizard apprentices. After all, most wizard apprentices have limited talents, and many choose to enjoy themselves while they can. Some cannot withstand stress and need to vent some of the dark desires in their hearts. Therefore, just as Richard guessed, this slave house had a hidden back door. After the wizard apprentice selected the female slave he needed, he put on his hood and quietly walked away from the back door. After all, many wizard apprentices are from noble backgrounds and are more concerned about influence. Sanctimonious? Richard thought about it and couldn't help but sneer. It seems that it is the same in every era. As for the male slaves, Richard took a look and found that most of them were quasi-knights. The few who had reached the knight level were either older than his father or were barbarians from the north. They were 2 meters tall and had thick hair, which was too high for the family. Too dazzling. After hesitating for a while, Richard finally shook his head and walked out of the slave house. But as soon as he walked out of the slave house, Richard noticed that the sleeping soul-eating demon spider in his arms suddenly moved, and a wave of mental power that was no less than that of an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice instantly emanated from his arms. This immediately made many wizard apprentices, who were entering and leaving the slave house, look sideways, and looked at Richard dressed as a ranger in surprise. Richard was also shocked, and immediately hurried to the only hotel in Andal Market and got a room. After entering the room, Richard looked confused for a while. He took out the crystal-colored soul-eating spider from his arms and stared at it blankly. Because just now, a little girl's voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Mother! I can finally speak now. Mother? Are you calling me? Are you the soul-eating spider? Richard muttered to himself. Yes. But the soul-eating spider is too ugly. Can Mother help me choose a name? The little girl's excited voice came from my mind. Richard was silent for a while, but after thinking about it, he decided to correct something first. Don't call me Mother. Call me Father. This makes the soul-eating demon spider a little confused, because in its bloodline genetic information, there is no role of father, and those who raise it are collectively called mothers. What is a father? Richard's head hurt a little. He had a daughter before he even got married. Similar to Mother. I'll explain the details later. Richard then asked. How come you can suddenly speak? I don't know either. After this evolution, I can speak. By the way, Father. The little girl said stutteringly. It's Father. Richard guided. Father. By the way, Dad. You haven't given me a name yet. The little girl said coquettishly. Your appearance now is like a piece of crystal. So let's call you Crystal. What do you think? Richard said after thinking for a while. Father. I have a sister here who also wants to come out and talk to you. Crystal continued. What? Richard suddenly felt a little creepy. When did the soul-eating demonic spider have another sister in his body? Could it be schizophrenia? Or is it the sequelae of swallowing too many souls? When did you get a sister? Richard asked in surprise. After I evolved, my sister woke up. It seemed like she knew my father. Crystal didn't quite understand why. Richard's mind raced. Could it be? Okay. Crystal. Then let her out. Richard said after calming down. Dad, if she comes out, I have to go back. I'll give her half an hour. Crystal said reluctantly. Good. The fist-sized soul-eating spider on the table began to tremble. Li Cha. Do you still remember me? A familiar voice, but one that he hadn't heard for a long time, sounded in Richard's mind. Richard was very familiar with this voice. Isn't this Stefano the same as Stephanie? Sure enough. Good people will not live long, but bad people will live for thousands of years. Not even dead. Stefana? Richard confirmed. It's me. I didn't expect to see you again in such a situation. Richard was silent for a while, and he didn't know what to say. Don't worry. Now that the soul-eating demonic spider and I are one and the same, the blood oath contract you signed with it is also valid for me. After hearing this, Richard was stunned and said, in other words, you are also my contracted creature now? After a moment of silence, a faint female voice came. Yes. Are you satisfied now? Everything I have done has become your dress. Well, I'm just lucky. Richard touched his nose and said, Richard, can you do me a favor? Stefana said hesitantly. Richard instantly became alert. What a favor. I can't help you. Crystal and I are now one body with 2 souls. Every time she comes out, I can only sleep. Can you find a suitable body for me? Stephanie explained timidly. Richard, I have signed a blood oath contract with you, and I am yours. It will be a good thing for you if I become stronger. Moreover, you no longer have to worry about what schemes I will play with you. Richard's face turned dark, and he thought to himself, what do you mean by my people? However, after Richard sensed it, He could indeed sense an invisible connection between himself and Stefana. He seemed to be able to control or order the other party to do anything. After a pause, Richard asked, "What kind of body? There should be requirements, right? Can you help me find a female body that's preferably good-looking and younger? If possible. It would be best if she has Spiderwoman bloodline." When Stephanie saw that Richard showed signs of agreeing, her voice became much more cheerful. Richard almost fell to the ground when he heard this, and said in a deep voice, "Spiderwoman bloodline? Where do you want me to find it?" Stephanie saw that Richard seemed a little angry, and quickly said, "Spider-Girl bloodline. Generally, one of our family members awakens every 5 to 10 years. It's just that the concentration of the bloodline may not be as high as mine. I know that there is a 10-year-old girl in our family branch. She should be my cousin. She has Spider-Girl bloodline." Richard was speechless for a while. It is true that it is difficult to change one's nature. Stop. Let's discuss this matter later. By the way, apart from a female body, what other conditions should be required? Right? Could it be that you, like Crystal, can directly use special abilities similar to occupying the body? Well, the biggest difficulty in the follow-up is that we still need to find someone to perform the spirit reincarnation ritual. Or Richard, you can learn to perform the spirit reincarnation ritual. This witchcraft is not easy to find. But I heard that Guru's Academy someone over there should know this witchcraft. It can't be such a coincidence, Richard thought to himself. After he killed Mukin in the spirit reincarnation ritual, he happened to discover that Mukin actually knew this rare witchcraft. So Richard learned it without much effort. After a long time, Richard said quietly, "Let's discuss it later." Rosby County, Silverpine Town. At this moment, I saw that more than half of the houses in East Song Town were destroyed, with broken walls and ruins. And some houses were emitting bursts of black smoke. It looked like a small war was going on. Only Clavel Castle stands tall, and does not seem to have been exposed to war. In addition to one heavily armed guard on the castle wall, there were 3 men in full knight armor, who were watching the giant monster that looked like a crab and a bit like a spider wreaking havoc in Silverpine Town. The middle-aged knight with a frown in the middle is Richard's father, Baron Clavel, and to his left is Richard's brother Levi. "Father, are we just going to watch this monster wreak havoc in Silverpine Town?" Levi couldn't help but feel his heart bleed as he looked at the houses, which were easily destroyed by this huge monster like building blocks. You must know that this is the century-old fiefdom of the Clavel family. The family has been operating and building it for several generations before building Silverpine Town into a prosperous state. But now, it was destroyed by this huge monster. His Excellency Duan, who has the strength of a second-level wizard apprentice, is no match for this monster, let alone us. Moreover, the carapace on the surface of this monster is extremely hard. We tried the human sea tactic, but except for choosing death and injury mean nothing, Sheriff Rollins Knight explained. After a pause, Knight Rollins added, however, "Lord Duan has already sent a letter to the Ignis School for help, but I don't know when the reinforcements will arrive." "Levi, don't be too impatient," the Baron said in a low voice. Baron Clavel's face looked much older. A few months ago, when the Ignis School informed the Baron that his second son Richard died in a battle with the underground race, the old Baron said nothing on the spot. But for 3 consecutive days, the old Baron did not sleep, but stood blankly in front of the study window. After Levi comforted his mother, when he went to visit the old Baron, he found that his father had aged a lot in an instant. Most of his originally black hair had turned gray in 3 days. It can be seen how much of a blow the death of his brother Richard had dealt him. Maybe there is a deep thorn in the old Baron's heart, because he believed that he had made a wrong choice, which not only cost his second son Richard his life, but also personally pushed the Clavel family into danger. Otherwise, if the family still has the promise of Wizard Celis, the monster in front of them will definitely be easily solved. "Lord Baron, I heard from Mr. Duan that this monster is just an ordinary 3rd-level wizard apprentice, and it may not be its opponent. Fortunately, you had the foresight to let me evacuate the people in the town to the castle first. At least there are basically no casualties among the residents," Rollins Knight reported. "By the way, yesterday I arranged for 3 more cavalry to go to Earl Harris in Rosby County to report the situation. I believe that after the Earl receives the news, he will send reinforcements in time." "Rollins, you are thinking too simply. Not to mention that the road from Silverpine Town to Rosby County has been blocked by a sudden appearance of monsters. Even if the cavalry can arrive smoothly, how can you guarantee that Earl Harris will send reinforcements in time?" The old baron looked forward and said quietly. Levi's expression immediately changed and he said, "Father, are you saying that such powerful monsters may appear in other parts of Rosby County?" Rollins' complexion immediately changed after hearing this. Yes, Earl Harris might be in a state of distress at the moment. There may be places where the situation is more critical than ours. The old baron nodded. Indeed, if it weren't for Mr. Dwayne and these large crossbows in the castle, I'm afraid this monster would have breached the castle gate a few days ago. Thinking about the situation at that time, Knight Rollins could not help but still show fear. By the way, how is Sir Duan's injury? The old baron asked. Duan had been injured in the battle with the monster a few days ago, and had not recovered from the shock wave generated when the monster's exaggeratedly large pincers hit the ground. The injury is not serious, but after one more day, there should be no problem in movement. But it will be difficult to fight. Levi shook his head and said. Chapter 142, Fierce Fight. Outside the Andal Market, Joachim Frisius was currently trotting on his horned zebra, using tracking techniques to determine Richard's location. He already felt that he was getting closer to Richard. The quick-stepping horned zebra is a low-level extraordinary creature with good endurance and explosive power. It is especially good at traveling long distances, and is relatively rare. It is precisely because of its existence that Joachim caught up with Richard. What he was holding on his right index finger and thumb was a strand of Richard's hair. This was half a year ago, after the news of Richard's disappearance came out. He entrusted people from the Ignis School to help him find a place in Richard's dormitory. Here, I collected information about Richard's hair. At that time, he had used the tracking technique several times, but it did not respond at that time. So he was sure that Richard was dead. Now it seems that the distance between the two people was too far at that time, which caused the tracking technique's reaction to be minimal, or it exceeded the tracking range of the tracking technique. But this time, the tracking technique reacted obviously. Along the way, whenever Joachim used the tracking technique, the hair in his hand would clearly show him the direction, just like a mobile phone navigation, guiding him all the way to this place. Joachim looked at the illusion array outside Andal Market not far away. As someone who has been outside for many years, he certainly knows that ahead is the Andal Market, which is run by the Pitt family. Joachim originally planned to go in directly to look for Richard, but after thinking about it, he still felt that there was too much movement. After all, in his mind, although Richard was only a second-level wizard apprentice, if he wanted to take down Richard, he would definitely have to use witchcraft. And combat witchcraft was strictly prohibited in the wizard market. In his memory, the Pitt family was a wizarding family with an official wizard. There was no need for him to challenge the dignity of an official wizard or to make enemies with a wizard family just for Richard. After thinking for a while, Joachim decided to wait for Richard to appear in a jungle more than 10 miles away from the market exit. Rosby City. Earl Harris's castle study. My Lord Earl, I have just received a letter from Knight Rollins, the sheriff of Silverpine Town. Silverpine Town has been attacked by a large monster. Currently, all the townspeople have retreated to Baron Clavel's castle and are in urgent need of rescue. A white-haired old man in a tuxedo reported respectfully. At the same time, he placed a blood-stained letter on the desk. The old man in the tuxedo did not open the letter. What he knew was from the cavalrymen from Silverpine Town who had survived a bloody battle. According to him, they were originally a group of 3. But in order to break through the monster blockade and come to Rosby City to report the news, the other 2 cavalrymen died unfortunately. But, on the Count's huge mahogany desk, there were already 7 or 8 similar letters stained with blood. On the open red circular lacquer seal of each letter, there is a large steel seal with the word urgent stamped on it. The tall Earl Harris was facing the window with his back to the door, seeming to be very calmly enjoying the scenery outside the window. But if someone could see the Earl's front, they would find that his brows were wrinkled into a shape. The old man in the tuxedo looked at the Earl, and knew that the Earl was actually very worried. The entire Rosby County was the Earl's fiefdom. Now that monsters were raging in his own fiefdom, it was definitely impossible not to feel distressed. But now, the Earl has received more than 9 letters for help from various towns. There are even several towns that may not even be able to send letters for help. At present, Rosby City has dispatched 7 or 8 rescue teams. Lord Stefano and other witchcraft apprentices from various colleges and recruited demon hunters have all been dispatched. Now Earl Harris has no troops left to dispatch. The old man in the tuxedo realized that the Count had no intention of speaking, so he bowed slightly and exited the study. Chirp! Chirp! 2 extremely loud bird calls sounded over Earl Harris's castle. I saw 2 huge griffins, one large and one small, circling over the castle. Less than 2 minutes later, the old man in the tuxedo returned to the study and said happily, "My lord, the wizard Daenerys sent by the royal family of the kingdom is here. Please come in." The count turned around instantly, and the sadness on his face disappeared. Of course, he has heard of wizard Daenerys. Her full name is Daenerys Bannings. She is the biological sister of His Majesty the King and the biological aunt of several princes. She has been on the continent of Vitrol for more than 20 years. Hydraxia Academy. Hydraxia Academy is a wizarding academy whose main research object is the water element. It is said that its strength is much stronger than the wizarding academies in Bae's continent. Wizard Daenerys returned to the kingdom of Harren only last year after becoming an official wizard. It is said that she usually stays at home and concentrates on her research, and almost never attends various banquets and dances in the capital. When Richard rode the wildebeest again and walked out of the market, after a while, they came to a woodland. The winding road in front of them crossed the entire woodland. But for some reason, Richard's eyelids jumped wildly, as if something bad was about to happen. Richard slowly reduced the speed of the wildebeest. Suddenly, he felt a strong force coming from his right side and secretly thought, "Not good." Richard only had time to activate the dark element shield that came with the black jade ring. And then he and his wildebeest were carried into the air by an extremely violent whirlwind. The wildebeest's 4 hooves stepped into empty air, with no foothold, and it immediately neighed in panic. But Richard, who was also in midair, knew that he had been attacked by the enemy, and the witchcraft that made him and the wildebeest fly into the air was just an appetizer for the enemy's attack. If it were Richard himself, when they were in midair and couldn't borrow any force, he would immediately follow up and use a powerful single-body witchcraft to simply hit the target. Richard controlled the mimetic bracer to turn into a tower shield, blocking it on one side of his body. At the same time, he immediately activated the skeleton armor. Sure enough, as soon as Richard finished reciting the spell, he spotted 2 black energy arrows from the corner of his eye, shooting straight at himself in midair from the dense forest on the side. However, at this time, Richard's skeleton armor had just been used. At this moment, in addition to the dark element shield film, he was also covered with a layer of white knight armor, and a huge tower shield appeared on his left forearm. Boom! The huge impact of 2 consecutive secondary shadow arrows blasted Richard, who had nowhere to rely on in midair, several dozen meters away. This time, it was a good thing, because Richard was blasted into the dense forest on the left side of the road. I heard a low curse coming from the dense forest on the right side of the road. Apparently the enemy who was ambushing him did not expect the power of 2 consecutive secondary shadow arrows to be so powerful. As a result, Richard was a blessing in disguise, and hid in the dense forest, due to the triple protection of the dark element shield, the skeleton armor, and the deformed shield of the mimic wristband. The enemy's 2 secondary shadow arrows just now did not cause any substantial damage to Richard. The impact of witchcraft left me disgraced and a little embarrassed. At this moment, Richard still had turf on his head, and branches and dirt were still hanging on many places on his body. After Richard landed, he quickly rolled over, further cushioning the impact of falling in midair, since the 2 secondary shadow arrows just broke through the dark element shield on his body. It only took 0.2 seconds for Richard to replenish himself with a dark element shield again. At this time, the wildebeest in midair also fell down and fell heavily to the ground. It kept struggling to turn over, but it seemed that its muscles and bones had been broken and it could not stand up. Suddenly, a tall and fat figure rushed out from the dense forest on the left side of the road, crushing trees as big as bowls directly. With every step he took, the ground vibrated slightly. Richard looked closely through the mottled branches and saw that the fat humanoid monster seemed to be based on a tall human body, with body parts of several different people pieced together. For example, in addition to 2 extremely strong arms holding an axe and a chain hammer, there are several much smaller arms growing on the back, shoulders and abdomen, which are obviously not naturally grown. One of the smallest arms seemed to belong to a child, while the other one, with obvious wrinkles on the skin, seemed to be the arm of an old man. But both were holding weapons such as daggers and iron hooks. Li Cha couldn't help but be shocked when he saw it. This horse was an abomination whose strength is comparable to that of a formal wizard. No, if the opponent had the power to summon hatred, he would have died in midair just now. The one that attacked him just now was only a secondary shadow arrow, which meant that the other party must not be a formal wizard. Richard took a closer look and found that indeed, Although this fat and burly figure was tall, it was still not as abominable as a normal figure. Generally speaking, a normal-sized abomination is at least 3 meters tall. But the abomination in front of him is only about 2.5 meters tall. The fighting power of hatred is directly proportional to its size. This made Richard feel reassured. But he did not dare to be careless immediately. He waved the bone summoning staff forward, and a huge inverse pentagram formation appeared on the ground in front of him. In an instant, 4 skeleton guardians holding shields appeared in the magic circle. Hey! This made the enemy hidden on the opposite side also let out an exclamation. 3 skeleton guardians immediately faced the small abomination, while the other skeleton guardian guarded Richard in front. But although the abomination is smaller than the normal abomination, compared to the skeleton guardian, it is still the difference between an adult and a 10-year-old child. When abomination waved the axe and hammer in his hand, it only took 3 or 4 blows to knock all 3 skeleton guardians away. The power of the attack was evident. This made Richard frown. He immediately cast a skeleton armor on the skeleton guardian beside him and ordered him to step forward to stop him. He immediately took off the griffin wings from his back and started shooting. Chirp! With a lightning-like arrow. The eagle-tailed arrow only saw an afterimage before it hit Abomination's chest. A transparent hole the size of a child's fist appeared on Abomination's right chest. Ouch! Hatred shouted in pain. What? At this time, Joaquin in the dense forest could no longer hide the shock in his heart, and immediately shouted out. The attack power of this arrow just now has exceeded that of most third-level wizard apprentices. He finally understood why Lucius's 3 second-level wizard apprentices failed to encircle and suppress each other. The real strength of Richard in front of him is probably not inferior to him. At this time, Joaquin no longer wanted to watch the show. He thought that after sending out Abomination, he would be able to handle Richard properly. Immediately, he chanted a spell to add a dark element shield to the Abomination. Only a dark film appeared on the surface of the Abomination's body. But after a delay, Richard's 3 skeleton guardians, who were knocked away, also surrounded Abomination again. Richard sneered and thought, I am more familiar with the defensive power of the dark element shield than you. He immediately pulled out 3 vulture tail arrows and placed them on the wings of the griffin. Using his secret skill, multiple shots. Chirp! 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 3 black lightning bolts, in the shape of a glyph, shot directly at Hate. The Abomination was too huge, and it was obviously impossible for it to dodge. So when it saw Richard's arrow coming again, it became fearful and immediately covered its head to protect its chest. Duo. I saw the dark element film, which resisted the first and second arrows. But when the third eagle's tail arrow also hit the film, it finally couldn't support it, and it immediately became like a bubble. Punctured. However, the 3 eagle tail arrows were exhausted and did not cause much damage to Abomination. But Richard quickly shot another arrow, which was the secret skill of bow and arrow, guiding the arrow. When the arrow came close to Abomination's eyes, it actually raised a line slightly, bypassed the blockage of Abomination's arm, and directly hit one of Abomination's eyes. Immediately, there was a scream of disgust. When Joaquin looked at it, his face turned livid. When he knew that he could no longer let Richard attack like this, he immediately took out a blood-colored ball from his arms and started chanting a spell. As a low spell sounded, the blood-red liquid in the blood-red ball split into 3 streams, like streams, shooting directly into the abominable body. Suddenly, the body of Abomination, who was originally 2.5 meters tall, turned red all over. His body expanded further, and his height directly increased to nearly 3 meters. The wounds on his body also began to heal quickly. Boom! Abomination stomped heavily on the ground, and a strong shock wave collapsed a large area of the ground. The 4 skeleton guardians surrounding it were all staggered by the shock wave. With 2 snaps of their hateful huge arms, they knocked away the 2 closest skeleton guardians and rushed towards Richard. Dong dong dong. Every time he took a big step, there was a huge vibration. Moreover, in the enlarged state, the movement speed and attack speed of Abomination increased dramatically. At this time, Richard's Griffin Wings S5 daily special effect arrows have been used up, so it would be unwise to continue fighting head-on. Immediately, Richard silently recited the mantra of Shadow Dance. Under the cover of the large trees in the jungle, there were mottled shadows everywhere in the jungle. Richard's figure suddenly seemed to be covered with a dark gauze, and he moved as fast as a ghost. In an instant, Richard disappeared from the sight of Hatred. Hatred suddenly widened his only small eye, looking for traces of Richard everywhere. Obviously, Richard believed that the other party's witchcraft that caused the hatred to swell and turn red must be some kind of stimulating potential. The witchcraft that caused the hatred to explode in a short period of time would not last long. Although Richard is protected by multiple shields and a knight's sword, Ice Guardian, he is not so arrogant that he has to fight with the enemy's summons. After all, so far, he has not even become the real master. See it. With the help of shadow dance steps, Richard had quietly walked around dozens of meters behind Joachim. I saw a man in black robes, hiding in the dense forest, controlling hatred to find him. After comparing his profile, Richard instantly knew who the guy who attacked him was. It's Joachim, the third-level wizard apprentice from the Ring of North. It was also the bounty he posted that caused Lucius and 3 other second-level wizard apprentices to attack him. However, judging from the aura he sensed, the other party was just a third-level wizard apprentice. But somehow, he was able to summon such a summoned object that was close to the combat power of a formal wizard. You know, Richard himself is the one who has reached the ultimate control level in summoning skeletons, plus the bone summoning staff. But even in this case, the 4 skeleton guardians can't resist the opponent's summons. The other party obviously has some secret technique or treasure. When he thought of this, Richard couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. Secondary spiritual level up. Richard used his trump card and at the same time threw 3 tubes of red fire dance stars. In an instant, Joachim was stunned when he was attacked by Richard. The next second, Richard silently recited the grasp of shadow, and a large hand of dark elements was very hidden, flying close to the ground in the mottled shadow of the trees, heading straight towards the opponent. But the moment can touch the opponent, Joachim also reacted from the secondary mental shock, and suddenly 4 figures appeared on the spot. 1 on the front, 1 on the left, and 1 on the left. Unfortunately, at this moment, Richard Fire Dance Star also arrived. Bah! Followed by the sound of shattering glass. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, only a shielded figure was left. Richard was overjoyed and immediately controlled the dark element to grab the opponent with his big hand. Joachim instantly felt like his ship had capsized in the gutter. The shadow trick he had just performed was actually broken in less than a second. If it hadn't been for the instant shield, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Just as he was about to run, a huge hand made of dark elements slapped him hard. Boom! Although the shield on his body could still barely hold up, the huge impact still made Joachim dizzy for a while. At this time, the 4 skeleton guards summoned by Richard were gradually surrounding Joachim. The opponent's hatred is still coming towards this side, but it will probably take a while to catch up. Richard immediately sent a message to the soul-eating spider in his arms. Crystal. Fear spell. Just as Joachim recovered from the violent explosion, he saw Richard's 4 skeleton guards surrounding him, and he thought to himself that this was not good, because his hatred was still dozens of meters away. If the opponent's 4 skeleton guardians really surrounded him, it would really be over. Anxious, Joachim got up and ran, trying to break out of the encirclement. But suddenly, his eyes went dark, and all kinds of frightening faces appeared one by one, such as the furious Mentor Guildarts, etc. But the next second, he realized that he might have been hit by the fear spell. As soon as Joachim woke up, he found that a skeleton guardian had stopped in front of him. However, Joachim was not panicked. Instead, he sneered and thought to himself that there was no way this thing could catch up with him, who was under the spell of swift wind. He immediately tried to bypass it and run to meet up with his hatred. However, the next second, the skeleton guardian was like the reincarnation of a monkey, blocking his escape route with great flexibility, and stabbed out with a fierce sword. It's Richard's secret technique, possessing skeletons. Joachim was shocked for a moment, but it was too late. He barely avoided the heart, but one of his arms was cut off on the spot, causing a rain of blood. Ah! Joachim screamed immediately and stumbled to the ground. The remaining skeleton guards immediately followed and chopped with their swords. A few seconds later, Joachim's body was turned into a rag bag, and the hatred that was more than 10 meters away could only let out a roar at this moment, unwilling to watch its original owner fall in a pool of blood. But it was about to be forcibly teleported back to the world of the dead. It was also a tracking mark, this time coming straight at Richard. But Richard, who already had experience, was no longer surprised. Immediately, he took out the substitute doll in his arms, and after chanting a spell, he transferred the tracking mark to the substitute doll. Richard controlled the shadow grip again, captured a peregrine falcon alive, tied the substitute doll to its legs, and released it. After the operation was completed, Richard felt a hostless mental force thicker than his thumb, which was fed back from crystal and merged into his own spiritual sea. Suddenly, the feeling of pleasure surpassed the last time he felt with Mukin. And in an instant Richard once again experienced the feeling of floating in ecstasy. When the crystal had devoured the soul, it crawled into Joaquim's body through his mouth. The memory images in Joaquim's mind were transmitted to Richard's mind like slides. However, this time the slides were different. Previously they were all silent slides. But this time, they were sound slides. After the crystal evolved to the growth stage, the transmitted pictures were accompanied by sounds, which made Richard immediately overjoyed. This means that Richard can almost understand his opponent's key memories thoroughly. For example, originally Richard could only see the conversation between Joachim and his mentor Gildas. But at this moment, he could already hear the conversation between the two. After a while, Richard's face showed ecstasy. It turned out that Joachim, as a more promising disciple under his mentor Gildarts, had been recommended to the Ring of Noth by Gildarts 2 years ago and signed an agreement, thus practicing the first level of the Ring of Noth's advanced meditation method, Abomination Meditation. Last time it was Mukin of Guru's Academy, and this time it was Joachim of North Ring. Unexpectedly, after 2 battles, the progress of the second plan prepared by Richard, the limit-breaking plan, was miraculously over half. Yes, it is already 2/3 of the way. This really made Richard not know what to say. In this case, as long as Richard agrees to sign a training agreement with the Ignis School, he can easily obtain an advanced meditation method from the school. When the first plan didn't even see a shadow, the second plan I prepared was almost successful. But after a while, Richard's complexion turned dark again. He found out that the reason why he was being hunted was because of the red-haired girl Jenna. It was Jenna's mentor, the wizard Gildas, who asked Joachim to find him and complete his revenge. This was far from his prediction that Jenna and Joachim were boyfriend and girlfriend. Chapter 143, Seeing the Witch Weapon for the first time. This made Richard uneasy when he collected Joachim's spoils. I have been thinking about how to deal with the official wizard who may come. But after Li Cha thought about it carefully, at least he no longer had any tracking marks on his body, so he would be safe for a while. However, he had to hurry up, and after settling the family affairs, he had to quickly return to the school to hide. If that didn't work, he would have to sign an agreement with the school. After all, after signing the agreement, I will be regarded as the future wizard seed of the Ignis School, and I will be one of my own. Not to mention that I am just legitimate defense. That is, taking the initiative. As long as it is reasonable, the Ignis School will definitely take the initiative. Keep him safe. Why not seek refuge with Mentor Celis? She was protected for a while, but not for a lifetime. She chose to sign an agreement with the school. The biggest purpose was to obtain the third advanced meditation method and thus break the limit. Once you become an official wizard, you will naturally no longer have to be afraid of the official wizard. In the battle just now, Richard was extremely impressed by the witchcraft that Joachim performed that produced several streams of blood-colored water. That witchcraft instantly caused Abomination to have an effect similar to that of a barbarian's rage, greatly increasing its combat power. Richard also saw the full picture of this witchcraft in Joachim's memory, Blood Amber Power. A 0-level witchcraft, using the power of blood in the blood amber to make the contracted creature enter a bloodthirsty and violent state, which lasts for 3 minutes. The spell consumes a blood amber, and the higher the quality of the blood amber, the better the effect. Richard knew about the blood amber, and it was introduced in Jenna's experimental manuscript. Richard also knew how to extract and make the blood amber. After firmly memorizing the spells and witchcraft model of this new witchcraft, Richard began to collect the spoils. As Richard expected, Joachim had a lot of good things on him. In the fierce fight just now, Joachim's methods were quite extraordinary, and Richard felt that his strength was not inferior to Mukin's. None of the experienced third-level wizard apprentices are easy. Richard found a blood-stained amulet on Joachim's neck. After wiping the blood-stained amulet, Richard observed carefully under the mottled light and shadow of the woods. I saw that on the amulet, which was neither gold nor wood. There were overlapping carvings and 4 figures in black robes with hoods covering their faces, whose faces could not be seen clearly. At the same time, the shapes of the 4 figures are exactly the same, and they seem to be mirror images of the same figure. After carefully reading the instructions hidden on the back of the amulet, Richard couldn't let it go. According to the explanation in the magic circle, this talisman is called Phantom Talisman. It is a top-level witchcraft prop. After use, it will transform into a figure in front, back, left, and right of the user. The duration of the phantom is half a minute. The user can use his consciousness alone. Control every phantom. It needs to be charged for 12 hours after use before it can be used again. What Richard values most is its second special effect, which is that he can control each phantom individually with his consciousness. If this special effect is used well, he can avoid some fatal dangers and critical moments. From this point of view, he was quite lucky just now, when Joaquin used the Phantom Talisman and before he had time to control the Phantom to run away. The 3 bottles of Fire Dance Star that he headed blew up the Phantom. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by the Phantom at that time, allowing Joaquin to escape and ascend to heaven. If he could reunite with the hatred, he could launch a counterattack. In that case, it would be hard to say who would win. In that case, it is estimated that we will have to go through a hard battle before we can win. It's just that the current Phantom Talisman has no energy. So it's a pity that Richard can't actually verify it. Putting away the Phantom Talisman, Richard continued to rummage through the loot. Soon, he found a large bag of magic stones on Joaquin's waist. When he opened it, he found a small amount of intermediate magic stones, and about 3,000 to 4,000 ordinary magic stones. After some conversion, the total magic stone value is probably no less than 4,000. TSK. The money came so quickly. Richard's money bag, which had been empty for a long time, was filled again. As Richard continued to rummage, he also found some other scattered potions, as well as some rare herbs from the Norman secret realm, etc. These were all sorted by Richard and put into a big package. In the end, all that was left was the extremely weird-looking staff that Joaquin held in his hand. The staff was about 1.4 meters long, and the curved body was said to be a staff. But in Richard's opinion, it was just a relatively thick rattan. The top end is thicker, resembling a massive rhizome, and like a large potato, while the other end is relatively thin, consistent with the body of the stick, but a little thinner. Richard picked up the strange vine staff and examined it carefully, because he felt the powerful energy emanating from the staff, which made him a little frightened. This was something he had never encountered before after coming into contact with so many top-level witchcraft props. This damn thing is actually a magical weapon. No wonder this kid Joaquin can summon abominations to help in the battle. After reading the description of the Vine Magic Circle, Richard widened his eyes and couldn't help but swear. The explanation of the Magic Circle states that this vine staff is called a mutated summoning staff, a low-level magical weapon broken. If the holder uses this staff to communicate with the undead world, the summoning success rate will be increased. At the same time, the summoned undead creatures will be forcibly converted into an abomination. Looking at the expressions in the explanation circle, Richard couldn't help but fall into thought. The key words are all undead creatures and one. Could it be said that if you hold this mutated summoning staff and perform 0-level witchcraft, summoning skeletons, what you summon will not be 4 skeleton summons, but will be forced to summon an abomination instead? If this is really the case, this would be amazing. After all, Richard had just seen that even the mini abomination summoned by Joachim, which was only 2.5 meters tall, had already crushed his 4 skeleton guardians in combat power. However, this is just my guess and needs to be verified. At the same time, how big can the abomination I summon be? Can it be more than 2 meters and 5? Richard was also quite curious about this. He rubbed his hands and couldn't help but feel a little itchy. He immediately wanted to try it. Immediately, Richard put down the bone summoning staff, held the mutated summoning staff in his hand, and began to recite the spell to summon the skeleton. With the use of the 0-level witchcraft of summoning skeletons, Richard's mental power suddenly felt a huge difference when communicating with the world of the dead. At this moment, when his more than 100 spiritual tentacles passed through the mutated summoning staff, they were actually twisted into a thick spiritual tentacle, which directly penetrated deeper into the world of the undead. This depth of distance far exceeds the scope of the skeleton warrior. Moreover, the coordinates are still specified, as if a coordinate positioning has been saved for Richard in the world of the undead. Once his mental tentacles penetrated into the world of the dead, they skipped the initial skeleton summoning area and were positioned and brought directly here. Here, everything is a hateful spiritual light ball. In other words, Richard's bone summoning was forcibly changed to hate summoning. This should be the reason why this staff is classified as a witchcraft weapon. Although, the abhorrent spiritual power light ball that Richard came into contact with was only the weakest one. But it is hate after all. After many attempts, Richard reluctantly signed a summoning agreement with a slightly larger spiritual light ball. Suddenly, Green light burst out from the reverse pentagram formation. And a man was extremely fat, and about 2 meters tall. The hatred was summoned by Richard. This made Richard feel happy. At 2.7 meters tall, it seemed that the abomination he summoned was stronger than Joachim's abomination. But the next second, Richard's smile faded, because he thought that he might not be able to use these 2 top-level witchcraft props. If he stayed now, and was approached by an official wizard from the Ring of North, he would be doomed. When he thought of this, Richard was a little uninterested. So he picked up Joachim's trotting horned zebra, and turned around and quickly returned to Andal Market. Since you can't keep it and use it, of course you would choose to sell it immediately, or replace it with equipment that suits you like you did last time. At the same time, Joachim's mentor Gildas, who was far away in the Ring of North, had a sudden impulse and immediately frowned. He clearly sensed that the tracking mark of another disciple Joachim was triggered. This means that the other party is dead. In the past 6 months, 2 of his disciples have died in succession, and he couldn't help but be a little confused. After all, Joachim was a 3rd-level wizard apprentice that he was more optimistic about. Besides, with the low-level wizard weapon he gave him, shouldn't even escaping be a problem? Could it be said that Joachim encountered an official wizard-level enemy? But he shook his head. He didn't believe that his disciple would offend an official wizard for no reason. Gildas sensed the location of the tracking mark, thought about it, and decided to go see for himself what was going on. Andal Market, Pete Auction House, in the room of manager Boris. Dong dong dong. A rapid knock on the door came. Come in, Manager Boris. The distinguished guest who just left is back again? The girl ran into the room and said hurriedly, You're back again? Is it possible that the other party regrets it? Boris's face suddenly darkened. You must know that through the previous transaction with Richard, he received a large bonus and a family gift. The praise of the real and powerful elders. If the other party comes here to repent, it will not only mean that the bonus is gone, but he will also be held accountable. No. Supervisor, you have misunderstood. From the look of the distinguished guest, it looks like he wants to continue selling things, because the package he brought this time is a bit big. The girl hurriedly gestured with her 2 little hands and said. When Boris heard this, his expression suddenly changed from cloudy to clear. This change of face was so fast that the girl on the side rolled her eyes twice with a look of cuteness on her face. Let's go! Take me quickly. Which VIP room is it? Oh, we're still in VIP room number 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Boris took the lead and walked out of his room to do his work at a very fast speed, while the girl followed him quickly with da-da-da. As soon as he entered the door, a chrysanthemum full of smiles appeared on Boris's face. He bowed slightly to Richard, who was sitting on the chair, and said respectfully, Welcome to the Pit Auction House again. Richard waved his hand, interrupted Boris's greetings, and said straight to the point, Director Boris, please sit down. We are already acquaintances. This time, I want to sell you something else. As Richard spoke, he took out the amulet engraved with overlapping figures from his bulging package and handed it to Boris, who was standing aside. It's the Phantom Talisman. Boris, who took the amulet respectfully with both hands, immediately examined it carefully. However, although Richard had already wiped off the blood on the amulet, the smell of blood on the amulet made Boris, who had a keen sense of smell it. Immediately, Boris was shocked, but he remained calm, pretending to be nonchalant, and looked at the explanation circle carefully. After a long time, Boris was filled with turmoil. Another top-notch witchcraft prop. And it's also a freshly baked one. You know, more than 90% of those who can use top-level witchcraft props are 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Obviously, the young man opposite, who had just reached the 3rd level of wizard apprentice, seemed to have killed another 3rd-level wizard apprentice in less than 2 hours, thus obtaining this top-level witchcraft item. Of course, it could also be that it was obtained before, but was never traded last time. But no matter what, it can illustrate the power of the young man in front of him. Unexpectedly, this young man, who looked harmless at first glance, could be so powerful. Moreover, for being so strong at such a young age, he must have a strong background. Thinking of this, Boris was silent for a moment and said, Distinguished guest, in addition to selling the Phantom Amulet, do you want to buy anything again this time? Richard thought for a while and smiled. Do you have any other good things here? For example, mimetic wristbands? This made Boris couldn't help but smile bitterly, and said, the distinguished guest was joking. The auction house may not receive one item of this quality, mimetic wristband, in a month. Originally, it was our pit auction house. As a monthly, how could it be so easy to find the grand finale of the auction? Although Richard had expected this outcome, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he heard Boris's clear statement. And that was the reason why he didn't take out the low-level witchcraft, mutated summoning staff immediately. He was worried that the pit auction house might not have anything he liked. After all, the last time he came, the other party had already taken out the finale of the auction. In addition, as a third-level wizard apprentice, he trades top-level witchcraft props, which is barely consistent with his status, but it is also reasonable. However, if he took out a low-level magical weapon to sell, even if it was a broken one, it might attract some greedy eyes, some existence that he could not resist temporarily. Seeing Richard's expression darken, Boris seemed to have guessed something. He immediately turned to the girl and whispered to the girl, "Go and get the auction list from the auction house in 3 days, and let the distinguished guests choose." The girl seemed a little hesitant. "It's okay. Just say I want to see it," Boris emphasized. The girl nodded, turned and left the room. Boris turned his head at this time, smiled and explained to Richard, according to the regulations of the auction house, the list of items in the auction is confidential before the auction. You, distinguished guest, should understand this, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. When Richard heard this, he immediately understood that this was not the kind of auction house he had in his previous life. He wished he could advertise the items he wanted to auction, so as to attract more wealthy customers. In the auction house of another world, many things come from erroneous sources. If they are publicized, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary complications and eventually evolve into the current form, only the guests who attended the auction on that day knew what was being auctioned this time. However, the other party will now hand over the confidential auction list to himself to choose in advance. This is a deliberate attempt to make friends with him. Richard raised his eyebrows, feeling that this Boris knew how to do business. After a while, the girl brought a black iron box. Boris read a short syllable and opened the black iron box with a delicate little key. He took out a beautifully crafted parchment and turned to hand it to Richard. Richard looked happy, and after taking it, he looked at it carefully. However, after looking for a while, the joy on Richard's face gradually faded. Obviously, there was nothing on the list that caught his eye. Although most of the items being auctioned were of good quality, most of them were high-end witchcraft props. To be honest, Richard was already a little disappointed with them. Although the last 2 items are also top-notch witchcraft props. They are all staffs, and since I already have the bone summoning staff, I naturally don't need them. Richard frowned. What he was thinking about was how to get rid of the low-level witchcraft weapon, mutation summoning staff. Could it be that he had to take a low-level witchcraft weapon in exchange for these 2 top-level witchcraft items? It seems that in the Andal market, the only shop that can afford to buy this low-level witchcraft is his Pete auction house. Looking at Richard's expression, Boris seemed to guess that Richard was not interested in the items in the auction list. Boris's expression became more serious, as if he had made a decision. He waved his hand and asked the girl to leave the room first. Boris said softly, "Dear guest, I may have something here that may interest you, but please keep it secret." "No problem." Richard glanced at Boris curiously and said, "Obviously I just looked at it, and there are no good things on the auction list. Why is there something now?" Boris took out a test tube filled with gray liquid from his arms, handed it to Richard, and said, "This is purifying water. It has only one function, which is to remove all the breath and attachments of the original owner of the item. The mark on this object makes it impossible for the original owner to trace it." Richard was stunned and immediately overjoyed. But he immediately realized that the other party must have guessed that the origin of these things of his was unknown. But after Richard thought for a moment, he felt that this was not important. The important thing is that the purifying water that the opponent took out, if it is really useful, means that you can eliminate the aura of the mutational summoning rod and other possible hidden marks, so that you can use it directly. Wand of mutated summoning. I have just tested the power of low-level witchcraft with my own hands. It can be said that with the hatred summoned by this staff, my strength can be increased by about 20% again. Combined with the new witchcraft, blood amber power, it can become your own new trump card. Moreover, what if the other party guesses that the origin of the thing is unknown? He has not exposed any low-level witchcraft, but only exposed a top-level witchcraft item, Phantom Talisman. The possibility of the other party turning against him and going to great lengths to deal with him is extremely low. After Richard calmed down his excitement, he asked, "How much is it?" "This is the purifying water that our auction house has improved after many years. It is an original creation of our pit auction house. It has better effects than ordinary purifying water. I am willing to give this bottle of purifying water as a gift to the distinguished guests. I hope to gain your friendship." Richard took the purifying water and looked through it carefully. At the same time, he found that he had underestimated Boris. Although the other party's strength was mediocre, and he was only a second-level wizard apprentice at this age, he was really good at doing business. So he couldn't refuse this gift. Richard thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Thank you, Director Boris. I have some potions and some rare herbs from the Norman secret realm. I'm sure your auction house will like them." Richard's reciprocation made Boris instantly overjoyed and said, "Of course." As a well-informed auction house, Boris has obviously heard about the discovery of underground secrets by the 3 major necromancers' academies. But you must know that the things produced in the Norman secret realm are rarely leaked out now, and they are basically monopolized by the 3 major undead wizard colleges. This immediately made him feel that the bottle of purifying water he had just paid for was very worthwhile. However, Boris had the wrong idea on this point. In fact, no matter what, Richard would carefully choose to sell these things from Joachim. It was just a matter of choosing which company to sell them to. After some transactions, Richard once again received an income of more than 5,000 magic stones. Adding the more than 4,000 magic stones from Joachim in his wallet, there were nearly 10,000 magic stones in total. However, after learning about the purifying water potion, Richard became more active and asked Director Boris, "Does your bank sell the formula for this purifying water?" Richard himself is half a master of pharmacy. If he can get the formula of purifying water, the benefits will be self-evident to him. He will no longer have to rush to take out the trophies in the future. Some of them can be used by himself. Things can be preserved. Boris shook his head directly and said, "Sorry. The formula of this purifying water is a top secret of the family, and I don't have access to it." Upon hearing this, Richard nodded to show his understanding. After all, if this potion formula was very common, there was no reason why he had not heard of it. However, if the distinguished guest needs it, I can still find a way to get a few more bottles here. Boris thought for a while and added, Chapter 144 Daenerys. Richard was overjoyed immediately, but said calmly, "Director Boris, the price is not a problem. I just hope the time can be as soon as possible." Boris nodded and said, "Dear guest, please wait a moment. I will do it right now." Half an hour later, Richard left Pitt's auction house with a face full of joy and a sense of happiness that he had regained. Originally, he thought he had to take action for the loot he had just obtained, but he did not expect that there was a potion like purifying water. Now, he touched his arms and found a total of 3 bottles of purifying water. Not only was the mutation summoning rod left behind, but the phantom pendant was also left behind. Without hesitation, Richard came to the hotel in the market again, under the surprised look of the boss. He opened a room again and began to use purifying water to eliminate the smell on the 2 pieces of equipment, following the process described by Boris. After some operations, Richard was excited with the eliminated mutation summoning rod and phantom pendant. It seems that my wand of summoning bones can withdraw from the stage of history. After leaving the hotel, Richard came to the mount shop again, sold the trotting zebra to the other party, and then bought a wildebeest from the other party. This mysterious operation immediately made the clerk in the mount shop a little confused. But for a mount shop, it is a great thing to acquire a trotting horned zebra. And of course, it must be paid at a high price. Originally, Richard wanted to buy a lot of alchemical raw materials, but the heavy luggage made him give up this idea. It's a pity that so far, Richard has never heard of such a thing as a space bag. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient. After checking again and confirming that it was correct, Richard turned over and mounted the wildebeest, and set off from Andal Market again, quickly heading to Silverpine Town. Silverpine Town. Clavel Castle. At this time in Silverpine Town, the entire castle's young and strong labor force was mobilized. Some were reinforcing the city walls, and some were adding wooden stakes to the gates. The guards in the original Clavel Castle were working with the little ones at this moment, together with the town security team. Prepare for combat. The entire castle was like a war machine, running at full speed. However, the enemy we faced this time seemed too powerful. Knight Rollins, who was constantly commanding on the city wall, could not hide the anxiety on his face. You must know that just one large monster had already caused huge losses to Silverpine Town. but looking at the various monsters emerging from the depths of the Silverpine forest in front of him. His heart felt like it was falling into the abyss. Although these are small monsters, if there is another large monster, the result will be, now, all I can do is pray for Goddess of Luck to bless me. I hope reinforcements can arrive as soon as possible. But none of the 3 cavalrymen he sent to report the news had returned, which gave him a bad feeling, because the families of the 3 cavalrymen were currently in the castle. He had already made an agreement with the 3 of them before they set off. Regardless of whether Earl Harris sent reinforcements, as long as one of the 3 of them is alive, he will definitely come back to report the news. Now a whole day has passed, but there is still no news. At this time, the old baron and his son were accompanying a young man in grey apprentice robes on the wall on the west side of the castle, observing the tide of monsters. "Sir Dwayne, how is your health?" the old baron asked. "It's okay. It's just a minor injury. I just took the healing potion, so it's not a big problem." This second-level wizard apprentice named Duan is the Ignis School apprentice who accepted Celeste's mission half a year ago. When he accepted the mission, he thought it was just an ordinary garrison mission. But he didn't expect that when the mission was about to expire, he encountered such a thing. Of course, it would be a lie to say that I am not depressed. After thinking for a while, Duan looked gloomy and said, "I'm afraid the castle may not be able to be defended. Lord Baron still needs to make plans in advance." "Is the situation really that bad?" The old baron couldn't help but frown. Duan nodded and said, "Yes, it's probably worse than the worst-case scenario I imagined. If I remember correctly, these monsters are only found in the Underdark, including the large monster at the beginning, which seems to be called the mutant crab monster. Its adult form is stronger than an average 3rd-level wizard apprentice. I don't know why the monsters in the Underdark came to the surface." After a pause, Duan added, "And the most important thing is, I feel that these monsters are just the vanguard. Normally, monsters attack humans out of their instinct to look for food. But looking at these monsters, they refuse to leave here. I feel that there should be someone is driving it. But I can't imagine how powerful the power behind it is to drive this kind of monster. It would require at least the power of a formal wizard." Hearing this, everyone was silent. If this was really the case, the entire castle would become H.L. The old baron thought for a while, and it was time to think of a way out. And facing a large monster like the mutant crab demon, except for the heavy arrows shot by the crossbow machine, which can pose some threats to it, ordinary attacks are basically ineffective. "Levi, if the situation is not right, you immediately take Mr. Duan and your mother to the cellar of the inner castle. There is a small iron door on the 3rd floor of the cellar. The key is there with your mother. You take the children from Silverpine Town with you. Go through the secret passage. Although the road to Rosby City has been blocked by monsters, you may not be able to escape, but there is at least a glimmer of hope." "Father, let me join you." Levi excitedly wanted to express his opinion. "Stop talking. Don't tell anyone else about this." The old baron looked serious. He had already lost one son, and he didn't want to lose a second one. The old baron softened his tone, and placed a pair of rough hands on the already burly shoulders of his eldest son. "My child, you have grown up, and you have to learn to protect your mother, because you are a man, right?" Looking at the old baron's firm gaze, Levi nodded silently. He knew that if the castle was breached, his father would definitely live and die with the castle, and he is the family's only hope. Levi clenched his fists, eager for strength in his heart. If his younger brother Richard was still alive and had become the new chief of the Ignis School, he should be able to cope with the predicament at hand. Just as Levi was immersed in his reverie, he suddenly saw a group of spider monsters the size of millstones, led by a mutant crab demon, rushing directly towards the main gate of the castle. An extremely sudden attack. Immediately, alarm bells rang up and down the castle. For the spider monsters, the defensive effect of the city wall is negligible to them. To them, the towering city wall is like walking on flat ground. Suddenly, the guards wearing chain mail on the city wall were engaged in a tough battle. These millstone-sized spider monsters move extremely fast and dodge quickly. They can easily dodge the guard slashes. However, with the spider monster's sharp blades, a random slash can cause serious injury to a guard. The situation is critical. The tall mutant crab demon was currently attacking the castle gate with its huge pair of claws. Boom! Boom! Every heavy blow was like a thunderclap, making the guards' hearts rise in their throats, worrying that the door would be broken open at some point. "Quick! Bring the heavy crossbows on both sides," Knight Rollin shouted. When facing a large monster like the mutant crab demon, ordinary attacks are basically ineffective. Except for the heavy arrow shot from the crossbow, which can pose some threat to it. The old Baron, Levi and Duan are now acting as firefighters. It is because of their presence that the entire battlefield situation can be maintained. Just when everyone thought they had temporarily repelled the monster's attacks, a guard from the back door shouted, "Another crab monster is coming! Another one!" Everyone looked at each other in shock. This news made everyone in the battle a little desperate. A large monster mutant crab demon has already made them unable to resist. If another one comes, the whole scene will inevitably collapse. Rosby City. Earl Harris's castle study. Just when Earl Harris was about to greet Daenerys, he saw two people walking in the corridor as soon as he left the study. One tall and one short. The two have a strong aura. A tall man, at least 2 meters tall, with a burly figure and an aura that kept strangers away from him. Earl Harris could tell at a glance that the strength of the opponent was far beyond that of an ordinary knight. And he was probably a great knight. But the man's brilliance was overshadowed by the petite girl next to him. The girl was petite, wearing a light blue robe and holding a crystal clear transparent staff in her hand. The transparent staff seemed to be made of a complete icicle, and the staff was surrounded by strong ice energy fluctuations. Even if you were more than 10 meters away, you could clearly feel the chill. I don't know how this girl managed to hold the ice in her hand all the time. The petite girl is Daenerys, and next to her is a Griffin Knight. There are only a dozen or so of the top knights in the entire kingdom of Harren, and each one is a great knight. Combat strength, plus well-trained skills in controlling griffins. And this name is Vincent, the Griffin Knight sent by the royal family to protect Daenerys. When the two got closer, Earl Harris saw the girl's face clearly. I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart, "Oh my God! What an angelic face this is." She has fair skin and a pair of aqua blue eyes that seem to be able to see through people's hearts. Her long golden wavy hair is tied into a thick braid and naturally hangs down her back. She always maintains a faint smile on her face and has a well-shaped figure, exuding a noble temperament all over. Like a goddess who is aloof, she falls into the mortal world, but she cannot feel any blasphemy. However, what confused Earl Harris was that based on her age, Daenerys should be over 30. But the little girl in front of her looked like she was only in her early 20s. But he couldn't think of anyone other than Daenerys to protect Vincent. This is the first time Lord Harris has met Daenerys, but not the first time he has met Vincent. Your Excellency Vincent. This should be His Highness Daenerys. Right? Earl Harris strode forward, hugged the burly Vincent warmly, and then looked solemnly at the girl next to him. Yes, Lord Harris. This is Her Highness Daenerys. Vincent introduced. Her Highness Daenerys. This is Lord Harris of Rosby County. Harris immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply to Daenerys. As a hereditary earl, he obviously did not need to be so respectful, but he knew very well that the safety of his Rosby County might depend on this. On a petite girl. Because, whether it was the opponent's strange staff or the powerful elemental energy fluctuations he faintly felt in the opponent's body, it represented absolutely powerful power. Hello, Earl Harris. Please introduce the situation first. Daenerys' cold voice sounded, and it seemed that the surrounding temperature had dropped a bit. This made Harris stunned. Normally, the social interactions between high-ranking nobles were relatively lengthy. When they first met, they would usually greet each other for a long time, and then serve some refreshments and continue chatting for a while. It would take at least half a day before getting down to business. But Her Majesty Daenerys is obviously not someone who follows the rules. Harris then thought that it was possible that the rumors he had heard about His Highness before were not false. There have been rumors in the royal capital that Her Highness Daenerys is completely uninterested in socializing and basically never attends banquets, dances, or other various activities. Originally, he thought that this was not a good thing for a 30-year-old royal family. How is this possible for women? But now it seems that this possibility is still quite high. Please follow me. Your Highness Daenerys. The overall situation in Rosby County is quite critical now. 10 of the 17 towns under its jurisdiction have sent letters asking for help, and 3 towns have not been contacted. 4 towns have not been contacted. The current situation of this town is relatively stable. Earl Harris's brain was spinning at full speed, and he immediately organized his words to explain the overall situation of Rosby County being attacked by monsters. Among them, 3 small towns have been severely attacked by monsters. Among them, Tulip Town has completely lost contact with the town. According to the scout report, a large group of spider monsters suddenly appeared there 2 days ago, cutting off the road. The second is Goldhire Town. The town is also completely out of contact. According to scouts, it was suddenly attacked by a treeman-like monster a day and a half ago. The current situation is unclear, as Earl Harris spoke clearly one by one. A group of 3 people also came to Earl Harris's study. On one wall of the study room hangs a relatively detailed map of Rosby County, on which you can clearly see the markings of mountains, rivers, forests, small towns and main roads. With the map beside her and Count Harris's explanation in a clearer manner, Daenerys nodded slightly as she listened, and soon had a basic understanding of the general situation in Rosby County. Griffin Knight Vincent quickly moved a chair over behind the girl. Daenerys sat down slowly, and the first sentence she said made Lord Harris break into a cold sweat. Then may I ask, Lord Harris, under the current situation, what arrangements have you made? This question seems to represent the dissatisfaction of the royal family. This, Your Highness Daenerys. I have spent a lot of money to hire wizard apprentices and demon hunters from major colleges, and went to various towns yesterday for support. The current situation is that except for these 3 towns that cannot be contacted, and I have dispatched rescue teams to the other 4 towns reported to be in need of support. A total of 7 towns. Earl Harris paused and then said, but until now, I have not received any information feedback. In addition, messengers from 3 more towns have brought letters asking for help, requiring emergency support. But I no longer have any wizard apprentices here, or a witcher. You should know that passing ordinary guards will only increase casualties. Earl Harris spread his hands and said helplessly. When Harris finished telling the story, he found that Daenerys was looking at the map hanging on the wall in a daze, seeming to be thinking about something. After a long time, Daenerys pointed to the 3 small towns on the map, turned to ask Harris. The first 3 towns to lose contact were Tulip Town, Goldsmith Town and Moonling Town. Right? Earl Harris was stunned and nodded. Yes. Your Excellency Daenerys. Your memory is very outstanding. In fact, when Daenerys heard Count Harris's story, she felt that the outbreak of the monster wave was too sudden and a little abnormal, because a simple monster wave would not block the road. But judging from the current situation, the cutoff of a road in a small town can be regarded as an accidental event. But when it is the same in 3 small towns, it is definitely not an accident. Daenerys already suspected that there should be an invisible hand behind the scenes, controlling these monsters to attack. But in a short period of time, she still couldn't tell who was behind this. Earl Harris. I feel that this is not a simple outbreak of monsters. There may be someone behind it. Vincent, and I will go to these 3 towns to investigate first. As you wish, Your Highness. Seeing Daenerys stand up, the tall Vincent saluted immediately. Your Highness Daenerys, you have traveled a long way from the royal capital. Even though you are riding a griffin, you must be very tired. Why don't you take a rest before going? Harris also expressed his admiration for the vigorous Daenerys. Face surprised. No need for now. Daenerys waved her hand and took Vincent out of the room. When Earl Harris accompanied the 2 people to the empty training ground again, 2 huge griffins, one big and one small, were already waiting in the open space. A group of guards were looking at these 2 majestic and extraordinary creatures in amazement. The griffin, as its name suggests, looks very much like a combination of an eagle and a lion. It is composed of the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a lion. The origin of this strange creature is too old to be verified. The larger griffin is more than 3 meters tall at the shoulders. The white eagle head and golden body complement each other. This color scheme gives people a natural sense of nobility and looks majestic. Daenerys waved her hand lightly, and the griffin lowered its noble head, allowing her to easily get on the back of the griffin. At the same time, Vincent also rode on the petite griffin. After patting the griffin gently, the wings of the 2 giant beasts flapped. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, making everyone around them unable to open their eyes. Just hearing a loud eagle cry, 2 griffins shot straight into the sky like arrows from the string. Earl Harris stared at Daenerys and Vincent, who were leaving quickly, and paused for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, when Daenerys and Vincent drove the griffin to the first stop, Tulip Town, the scene in front of them shocked them. I saw that the entire town had been completely destroyed. Looking down from the sky, you could easily distinguish the path of the monsters. Many monsters seemed to come from the Silverpine forest in the west and attack the town all the way east. Defend until the local baron's castle is captured. But the strange thing is that there seems to be no trace of monsters in the scene in front of them. And the 2 of them did not see any trace of the town residents. Quick! Go to the next town. Daenerys seemed to have thought of something, turned around and shouted to Vincent. Immediately, the two of them drove the griffin at lightning speed and rushed to the next stop, Goldsmith Town. When the two arrived at Goldsmith Town, they saw a scene that shocked them high in the sky. The various monsters that should have been in complete disorder were now in order, like an army. I saw many monsters lining up in a long queue, slowly disappearing at the edge of the Silverpine forest. And there was no one in Shining Gold Town, leaving only some ruins and scattered human remains. Most of the bodies seemed to have been taken away by monsters. This gave Daenerys a very bad feeling. Come on, let's go down and investigate. Since it was following in the air, it was too conspicuous, and there seemed to be a large number of carrion birds circling on the monster's side. So, the two found a remote place to jump off the griffin, and quietly followed the monster team until they came to the entrance of a deep ground crevice. There are tall broadleaf trees and low shrubs surrounding the cracks in the ground, which are very well concealed. Therefore, the two of them could not detect them at all from the high altitude when they first arrived. All I saw were monsters carrying large amounts of human corpses and disappearing here. Although she was dozens of meters away, Daenerys could sense a huge dark energy emanating from the cracks in the ground. This dark energy is more powerful than her official wizard. At present, it is impossible for her and the Griffin Knight beside her to kill the enemy surrounded by many monsters. Now that the investigation revealed that there was indeed a mastermind behind this wave of monsters in Rosby County, the two immediately decided to return. On the way back, Daenerys on the Griffin fell into deep thought. Judging from the types of monsters, it seemed that most of them were extremely rare monsters from the Underdark. This made Daenerys couldn't help but think of the more sensational incident this time, when the Ignis School and other three major schools of necromancers invaded the underground world. Could it be that this wave of monsters is a counterattack by the Night Elves against the humans on the surface? If this wave of monsters is really caused by this reason, then the three major undead wizard academies have an unshirkable responsibility. Chapter 145 in Danger. When Daenerys and Vincent rode griffins and quickly returned to Count Harris's castle in Rosby City, the first thing Daenerys did was to go to the Count's study and pick up a pen. Wrote several letters. Since the general communication mark of a wizard can only communicate within a certain range, this range generally does not exceed a large city. That is, within a radius of 100 miles. Therefore, not only did Daenerys want to contact Hydrasil Academy across the continent, but she was unable to contact the royal capital directly, or contact the nearest school of necromancers, the Ignis School. There are two necessary conditions for communication imprint contact. One is that the distance is within a certain range, and there must be no interference from powerful objects in the middle. The second is that both parties must leave each other's communication mark runes on each other. Otherwise, contact will not be possible. Therefore, under the current situation, Daenerys can only use this ancient method to convey information. When Daenerys finished writing both letters, she covered them with red mud and cast a trick. The butler, the Earl of Tuxedo, who had been waiting on the side, saw that Daenerys had already written the letters. He respectfully took the two letters and immediately arranged for two peregrine falcons to deliver the messages. The peregrine falcon is a small raptor that flies extremely fast. Although it is not a large raptor or an extraordinary species, it is superior to its extremely fast flight speed and flexible dodge in the air. Moreover, because it is a carnivorous bird, it is not easily captured by natural enemies, like other ordinary birds, and thus loses letters. However, because of their preference for eating fresh meat, the raising of peregrine falcons is quite expensive, and it is difficult for ordinary knight families to afford it. Only high-ranking nobles or large businessman families can raise them. When Daenerys saw the peregrine falcon rushing toward the sky like a gray line, she began to arrange the second thing. She asked Earl Harris to immediately recall the wizard apprentices and witchers sent out from various colleges, and called on all wizards and wizard apprentices in Rosby County to gather in the county. Judging from the signs she and Vincent detected, the wizard apprentices and demon hunters who supported Tulip Town should have been killed. Instead, their bodies became nourishment for the enemy and were brought back to the deep crevices. Although I don't know what the monsters are doing by bringing back human corpses, it's definitely not a good thing. The corpses of wizard apprentices are obviously more precious than those of ordinary people, and they are also more useful to the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, if the wizard apprentices and demon hunters are not recalled urgently, in Daenerys' view, this is an act of siding with the enemy. What's more, judging from Goldsmith Town, the wizard apprentices who supported them in the past have most likely been wiped out. Therefore, after Daenerys already knows that the opponent's strength has definitely reached the official wizard level. Then sending out wizard apprentices and demon hunters sporadically to support is a stupid fueling tactic. The enemy may be eager to do this on his own side. In Daenerys' view, only by concentrating all the elite forces of Rosby County, attacking the mysterious rift directly, and suddenly launching a fatal blow, can the current predicament be resolved. Simply waiting is not advisable. After attacking 7 or 8 small towns, the other party may have collected enough human corpses to perform some evil rituals. In that case, it would be meaningless for her to come to Rosby City for support. Therefore, she chose to take the initiative. Although there was definitely a risk. In Daenerys' view, the risk was still controllable. But if we call back all the supporting teams now, what will happen to the remaining towns? Earl Harris said after a long silence. This topic was a bit heavy. He had never expected that the petite girl in front of him would be so decisive in killing. Although she was a white wizard, her decisiveness was no less than that of a black wizard. Intellectually speaking, although Earl Harris does not want to admit it, he also knows that Daenerys' plan is the most suitable solution to solve the dilemma at present. However, from a personal emotional point of view, the entire Rosby County is his fiefdom. He does not want his fiefdom, and so many small towns, to suffer heavy casualties. He hopes to have the best of both worlds. Hearing the Earl's question, Daenerys looked at Harris with her clear eyes and said, "This is a difficult decision. But if we don't do this, I'm afraid we will lose more." After a period of silence, Earl Harris nodded. "Okay. Your Highness Daenerys, I will give the order to summon all wizard apprentices and demon hunters." When Richard drove the wildebeest and galloped all the way towards Silverpine town, his mood was also like that of himself on horseback, jumping up and down. Unexpectedly, 1 year later, he would be able to return to Silverpine town as a third-level wizard apprentice. This was much faster than he had expected before going there. Although before going there, Richard considered that he would improve very quickly because he had an inspiration panel. But at that time, he only thought that it would be good if he could barely advance to the second-level wizard apprentice in about a year. As a result, he did not expect that 1 year later, he would be a third-level wizard apprentice. Of course, because he did not want to attract too much attention, Richard did not undergo the promotion assessment for the third-level wizard apprentice in the Ignis school, nor did he put on the unique mark symbolizing the third-level wizard apprentice. Instead, he passed the special effects of Rodrigo's meditation method. Qianxi has been dynamically adjusting the intensity of his breath according to the actual situation. Therefore, Richard still looks like an ordinary wizard apprentice. I don't know what's going on with my father, mother, and eldest brother. And by the way, my little maid Serena. When he thought of Serena, Richard couldn't help but smile. He remembered how Serena was about to cry when they parted. However, when his little maid Serena sees him suddenly coming back, she will definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, the corners of Richard's mouth couldn't help but curl up even higher. At the speed of the wildebeest, he would arrive at Insong town in about half an hour. Richard, who was in a happy mood, looked at the scenery on both sides of the road and felt completely different. Not far ahead, on the right side of the road, there was a lake as clear as sapphire. The lake is not large, but there are various tall and short shrubs growing around it. A little further away from the lake, there are the famous silver pine trees in the silver pine forest. The silver pine trees are tall and straight, with leaves like needle tips and green all year round. This lake not far from Silverpine town was named Green Pine Lake by the residents of the town precisely because the green silver pine trees can be seen reflected on the clear lake surface all year round. Now, in Richard's eyes, this lake named Green Pine Lake is embedded in the edge of the lush silver pine forest. This beautiful picture is like an eternal sapphire engraved in his memory, evoking his longing for his hometown and family. However, what was strange was that there was not a single small animal, such as hares, deer and other gentle animals, that used to drink water at the edge of the Green Pine Lake. This made Richard frown. Could it be that some ferocious beast has appeared in Silver Pine Forest recently, causing even small animals to be hunted down? It shouldn't be. As he got closer and closer to Silver Pine town, Richard, who was thinking on the back of the wildebeest, keenly smelled a trace of blood. This immediately made him tremble. The smell of blood was vague, but his sensitive sense of smell was not mistaken. It should be because it was a little far away from him. But the direction from which the smell of blood was coming at this moment was Silverpine town, his hometown and the location of his family's fiefdom. Richard raised his head, stared ahead, and suddenly frowned, as if he had a premonition that something was not going to happen. Richard immediately clamped his legs on both sides of the wildebeest's abdomen and drove the wildebeest to run faster. But the closer they got to Insong Town, the more Richard's brows furrowed, and his expression became worse and worse, because the smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger. You know, Richard is experienced in many battles, so he quickly discerned that the smell of blood was so strong that it would not be so strong even if dozens of people died. Immediately, Richard whipped the whip hard and hit the wildebeest hard on the buttocks. Wheeze, wheeze, wheeze. The wildebeest felt the pain and let out a high-pitched neigh. Then it spread its hooves and increased its speed by 30%, starting to run at full speed. I hope nothing bad will happen. Otherwise, no matter who it is, they will face my anger. Richard held the reins tightly with both hands, and his heart was no longer calm. Silverpine Town. Clavel Castle. Seeing a huge mutant crab demon coming from the back door of the castle, the old baron knew that he was doing his best to deal with one now, and he still relied on the castle's geographical location and the giant crossbows he mobilized. At this moment, there are no extra giant crossbows or extra manpower to deal with the mutant evil spirit. If half of the front door's defense force is allocated to guard the back door, the result will most likely be that the front door cannot be defended, and the back door cannot be defended either. At the same time, the guarding force will suffer heavy losses. Therefore, the old baron with rich combat experience thought for a moment and made an immediate decision. Shouting, "Everyone, retreat to the inner castle." Then, dozens of guards shouted together, "Everyone retreat to the inner castle." Clavel Castle has gone through hundreds of years of construction, consuming a lot of manpower and material resources from the Clavel family. Although it does not have the wealth to build a moat and a suspension bridge like those hereditary earl castles, it is also a classic concentric castle. The biggest feature of the concentric castle is that it has two walls, an inner castle and an outer castle. The outer castle wall is only 3 meters high, but the inner castle wall is 6 meters high and is made of strips of stone. Therefore, although the area of the inner fort is much smaller, the strength of the inner fort is higher than that of the outer fort. At the same time, this is also the last line of defense for the Clavel family. If it can be defended, there is a deep well and cellar in the inner fort area. The cellar contains wheat, bacon, pickled fish, dried radish and other food that can be eaten by at least 1,000 people for half a year. The old baron is still confident that he can defend it. Reinforcements from the Heron Kingdom have arrived. After hearing the old baron's order, the Clavel family guards, Silverpine Town security team, and some strong young men from Silverpine Town who were originally defending on the city wall began to retreat to the inner castle, while the guards stationed at the outer castle gate began to retreat through the tunnels between the outer castle and the inner castle. The guards, led by Levi and the Rollins Knights, fought and retreated, passing through the temporary wooden bridge from the outer castle wall, killing small monsters, and retreating to the inner castle wall, under the cover of archers and large crossbows on the D-shaped towers at the four corners of the inner fort. The guards all retreated to the inner fort wall after losing only a small number of personnel. So, when the mutant crab demon's claws knocked hard on the door of the outer fortress, what appeared before its eyes was another solid castle. This immediately made it very angry, and it started roaring loudly. Now, it must break through another gate before it can capture this area. But during the battle just now, several pieces of its solid carapace had been cracked by heavy crossbows, which made it hesitate a little. However, thinking about the request of the master behind it, the mutant crab demon raised its pair of unparalleled powers again. The giant pincers began to attack the inner castle gate. Seeing this scene, the old baron on the strong wall of the inner castle shouted, "Throw the rolling stones. Prepare the fire oil." Suddenly, dozens of huge round stones were pushed out from the crenellations of the tall inner castle wall by the guards. With the blessing of gravity, they smashed hard against the besieging monsters. The smaller monsters were crowded at the foot of the city wall. Although they saw the huge rocks falling, they couldn't dodge at all and were immediately smashed into pieces. Although the mutant crab demon smashed several boulders with its giant claws, it was still repelled by other boulders. After all, it's sturdy I was not invincible, and it was still very difficult to resist the boulders weighing hundreds of pounds. The old baron thought for a moment, then quickly turned his head and shouted to Levi, who was shooting arrows, "Child, go with Lord Duan immediately to find your mother and children. Hurry to the 3rd floor of the inner castle cellar and rush to Rosby City through the secret passage. Father, please let me stay and fight with you." Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately rejected the old baron's request. having been educated as a knight by his family since he was young. He is not afraid of sacrifice. On the contrary, this behavior of escaping from battle is no different from betrayal in Levi's eyes. No, child, your battlefield is still behind, and the road to Rosby City is not smooth. You and Mr. Duan have to escort women and children to Rosby City. This will be an arduous task. Are you a coward? Don't you want to take this responsibility? The tone of the old baron's last words was extremely high. Facing his furious father, Levi stammered twice, but ultimately said nothing. Yes, fighting to the death in the face of a powerful enemy is a kind of bravery. But having the courage to take on arduous tasks is also another kind of bravery. Escorting women and children. These children are the hope for the future of Silverpine Town. With them, Silverpine Town will definitely be able to rebuild in the future. As long as the children can reach Rosby City safely. Even if the guards are killed in the battle, they will not be able to see their own home. If children can escape, they must be willing to do so. But to take these unarmed women and children with no fighting ability, break through the blockade of monsters along the way, and reach Rosby City safely. To be honest, Levi himself is not confident. But precisely because of this, it means that what my father said is right. This is a difficult task, and of great significance. If you don't dare, you are a coward. After thinking about it, Levi immediately straightened his face and said, Father, I will definitely live up to your trust. The old baron nodded happily, patted Levi's thick shoulder, and said, Hurry up and retreat immediately. We will help you attract the attention of the monster army, so that your retreat will be much easier. Go quickly. Shout come with Mr. Duan. Remember to thank Lord Duan for his efforts on behalf of our Clavel family. After taking a last look at the old baron, Levi rushed to the inner castle square without looking back and began to organize the children and some women to enter the cellar. Pour the kerosene. Throw the torch. Knight Rollin shouted. The huge rolling stone attack just now did great damage to the monsters. But the number of rolling stones was limited. After they were used up, the monsters quickly surrounded them again, especially the mutant crab demon, which was huge in size and had just suffered a lot, and was caused considerable damage by the rolling stones, which made it extremely angry. When it saw that the rolling stones on the human city wall were exhausted, it roared loudly and launched a fierce attack on the inner castle gate again. Swish, swish, swish. As the kerosene poured down, a large number of small monsters at the foot of the city wall were now covered in thick kerosene. But they don't know what these things are yet, and just think that humans' water-pouring attacks are meaningless. But the next second, they knew what was on them. Boom! As dozens of torches were thrown, the fire oil on the bodies of the monsters under the city wall was ignited. In an instant, the monsters wailed everywhere, including the mutant crab demon, which had always been unmatched. At this moment, it was also screaming as it was burned. I don't know how many small monsters died under the trampling of their companions. The area surrounding the mutant crab monster was like mud, filled with the corpses of monsters that had been trampled to death by it. Suddenly, everyone on the defensive wall breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this wave of monster attacks has been resisted. The old baron's mood has calmed down a little. It seems that the possibility of holding on to the inner fort and waiting for reinforcements from the kingdom has greatly increased. However, at this time, the expression of the archer at the highest point of the tower suddenly changed, and he shouted to the old baron, Lord Baron, look over there. I saw a large black cloud flying in the western sky. The dark cloud was moving very fast, and it was estimated that it would soon reach the sky above Clavel Castle. No! It's a flying monster! The old baron was horrified and couldn't help shouting. At the same time, he immediately turned to the inner castle square on the city wall and shouted, Hurry and avoid. There is a flying monster. Quick! Enter the tower. The old baron made a decision immediately, and dozens of guards shouted in unison, Enter the tower. He didn't expect that his side would be able to defend only 4 towers so quickly. The opponent actually had flying monsters to cooperate with the attack. If he continued to carry out defensive operations on the inner wall, the swooping attacks of the flying monsters would soon cause damage to his own guards. Massive casualties. But if we abandon the defense on the city wall now, we are actually drinking poison to quench our thirst. Because after the 2 mutant crab demons break through the gate of the inner castle, and all kinds of monsters pour in like a tide, there will be no food and fresh water, and the defense force divided into 4 towers will be eliminated one by one, leaving the rest for them. It is definitely a defeat. But what the old baron considered was that if he died later, he could continue to contain the monster army and reduce risks for the evacuated children and Levi. However, at this time in the center of the inner castle, although the children of Silverpine town had been taken to the castle cellar by Levi and Duan, there were still hundreds of women and elderly people who had not had time to hide. As a large black mass of flying monsters flew over Clavel Castle, they were commanded by several extremely unpleasant screams. Immediately, hundreds of blood vultures, led by more than a dozen human-faced demon birds, began to launch a swooping attack, massacring the defenseless humans in the inner castle square. From time to time, an old man would be pierced by the sharp claws of the blood vulture, and under the flapping of its wings with a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters, the old man would be picked up high, brought into the air, and then dropped violently, followed by desperate screams, calling as the death of a human being. In less than 5 minutes, less than 30% of the people in the inner castle square were able to escape, and most of them were massacred. The guards and young men who were defending the 4 towers tried several times to rush out to rescue, but after several attempts, they were unable to break through the blockade of the aerial monsters. Even if they managed to rush to the inner castle square, they were unable to carry out rescue. Therefore, they could only roar and use the bows and arrows in their hands to flank the crowds who were fleeing in the square. At this time, the inner castle gate was also breached. The 2 mutant crab demons, covered with injuries, led a large number of small monsters to break through the Clavel family, which had been the last line of defense for more than 100 years. At this time, Richard had already reached the last hillside. As long as he climbed over this hillside, he would be able to see Song town. But when Richard rode the wildebeest to the top of the slope, what he saw was thick smoke, the dilapidated Clavel castle under siege by monsters, and the ruined Silverpine town. The cries of human beings can almost no longer be heard. What this means, Richard knows best. Richard couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes went dark. Could it be said that all the family members have already? Suddenly, Richard's eyes were filled with tears. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill all the monsters in front of him. Richard immediately waved the mutant summoning staff, and the nearly 3-meter-tall abomination was summoned. Striding towards the group of monsters surrounding the Clavel family castle, Richard himself quickly took off the griffin wings on his back, activated the secret rapid-fire technique, and attacked the monster in front of him. Although the special effects of the griffin wings have been used up today, this top-level witchcraft prop is very powerful in itself. Coupled with Richard's archery skills that have reached the ultimate level, the arrows shot out are as fast as lightning, as if he is holding a Gatling machine gun. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of piercing the air could be heard endlessly, and the monsters around Richard also began to be killed in large areas. As Richard was heading towards his family castle, the army of monsters melted instantly to create a path, just like ice cubes soaked in hot water. It wasn't until Richard rushed to the foot of the family fort that he discovered that although the outer fort had been breached, he could still clearly see intermittent arrows shooting out of the 4 inner fort towers, fighting back against the monsters. This made him feel like crying for joy. There is still resistance in the family castle. He should still have time. Chapter 146 Furious Rescue. At this time, in the west tower where Richard's father, the old baron, was trapped, many hyena-like monsters the size of calves had already crowded the narrow staircase in the tower. If Richard were at the scene, he would immediately recognize these small monsters as buck-toothed hyenas. They look somewhat similar to hyenas among ordinary beasts, but their 2 iconic upper incisors are as prominent as the lower canine teeth, and are about 30 feet long, about 10 centimeters, extremely sharp. Therefore, the overall appearance of buck-toothed hyenas also looks uglier. At the same time, they have sharper claws and stronger limbs than ordinary hyenas, and their running speed and flexibility are also higher. What's even more troublesome is that they are also well organized behind them, just like an ordinary group of hyenas, with a hyena queen commanding them from behind. Small monsters, like buck-toothed hyenas, usually hunt in groups of dozens, and they also have a buck-toothed hyena queen to command them from behind. However, thanks to the narrow, circular staircase around the wall in the tower, the numerous buck-toothed hyenas could not pounce on it all at once, because the narrow circular ladder around the wall can only allow 2 adults to walk side by side. The 3 people must be staggered, for buck-toothed hyenas whose shoulder width is similar to that of an adult, or even wider. At most, only 2 or 3 can attack at the same time. If there are 3, one of them will jump up high and attack from above the other 2. If there are more, they will be blocked by the buck-toothed hyena in front and cannot attack diagonally across the circular ladder. Castle Guard. The second geographical advantage is that the buck-toothed hyena attacks from the lower stairs towards the higher stairs. Baron Clavel and his guards defend from the upper stairs, perfectly taking advantage of the terrain. Hit from above. The final reason is that the old Baron has been on the battlefield for a long time, and has the strength of an intermediate knight. After occupying the narrow circular staircase, it can be said that one man can't get through it. The old Baron held a sword and shield, and stood firmly in the center of the stairs. With the support of the guards on both sides, he managed to prevent the many buck-toothed hyenas from rushing past. This move greatly boosted the guards in the tower morale. But in the tower to the east, it was a different scene. Knight Rollins, the sheriff of Silverpine town, was only a junior knight in terms of strength, and had only been promoted for less than 2 years. Therefore, after being in a hurry and managing to withstand the attack of the buck-toothed hyena, he was accidentally killed. A ferocious buck-toothed hyena fell on the stairs. Although many guards managed to save their lives through the efforts of many guards, they suffered severe injuries due to broken muscles and fractures. Fortunately, the knight armor he wore had excellent wrapping properties. Although the buck-toothed hyenas bit him many times, he was still injured in a short period of time. But it didn't bite through the solid plate armor. However, the hyena queen in each group of buck-toothed hyenas has a very high intelligence, which is also the most troublesome thing. Upon seeing this, the other side immediately seized the opportunity and organized groups of ferocious buck-toothed hyenas to force them, which immediately put great psychological pressure on the remaining guards in the east tower. The buck-toothed hyena group often does not need to directly attack the prey, but only needs to press forward step by step. When the psychological pressure of the trapped prey is pushed to an extreme, either the prey will disorder itself, or it will be forced to take the initiative to the buck-toothed hyena group, perform a suicidal attack, or the prey will be cornered, as is the case now. Since Knight Rollins, the core knight-level combat force in the East Tower, was severely damaged, the tower guards, who lost their backbone, were defeated, and their numbers were reduced. They have now retreated to the highest floor of the tower, and above that is the roof of the tower. But as soon as you go out on the top of the tower, you are looking for death. The large number of blood vultures and human-faced demon birds in the sky are worried about finding targets to attack. Just now, a panicked tower guard opened the iron cover on the top floor and stuck his head out. He was instantly pierced and grabbed by the sharp claws of a blood vulture. The other guards hurriedly closed the cover. Now we are in a desperate situation with enemies from both sides. Looking at the dark and ferocious group of buck-toothed hyenas, just as Knight Rollins and the remaining 10 or so guards were desperate, it seemed that there was a commotion in the group of buck-toothed hyenas in front of them. And it seemed that the opponent's attack suddenly slowed down. Although they don't know the reason yet, it at least made them relieved. After all, it's good to live for one more second. The commotion did not just occur in the East Tower. The buck-toothed hyena groups in all 4 towers also experienced some disturbance. The instigator was none other than Richard outside, with hatred opening the way. The buck-toothed hyena group could not stop Richard's advance at all. With the huge hatred, every time the axe was struck, a shower of blood would be sprayed out. The buck-toothed hyena carcass that was cut into 2 pieces immediately fell into pieces. They were eaten by the remaining members of the same race. Occasionally, a buck-toothed hyena would escape the net and try to attack Richard from behind. But Richard would shoot them one by one, pinning them to the spot, and soon after being torn apart and eaten by their own kind. This allowed Richard to rush into the castle very smoothly. As soon as he passed through the damaged gate of the outer castle, Richard saw at a glance the huge mutant crab demon that was destroying the gate of the inner castle. The scene in front of him shocked Richard. Isn't this the mutant crab demon from the Grey Fern Wilderness? How did it come to the surface? Could it be? For the large group of buck-toothed hyenas he had just encountered, Richard thought that there was a particularly powerful buck-toothed hyena queen organizing and controlling them behind the scenes. But there was no way that the buck-toothed hyena queen could command such a large monster as the mutant crab demon. Richard had some vague guesses in his heart, and although he was still thinking, his hands did not slow down at all. I saw the mimetic wristband instantly transform into a hard metal round shield, attached to Richard's left arm, and his right hand pulled out the cold light, Ice Guardian, a dark element shield plus the double protection of skeleton armor. Facing this kind of opponent he was already familiar with, Richard planned to make a quick decision. The fat and burly abomination obviously immediately attracted the attention of the equally tall mutant crab demon. At Richard's command, Abomination roared and immediately abandoned the fish monsters and rushed straight towards the mutant crab monster. The mutant crab demon seemed to have a pride unique to monsters. facing the big fat man who was charging menacingly. He neighed and waved a pair of giant pincers to meet him. Boom! The two disgusting arms, as thick as an ordinary male's waist, tightly grasped the joints below the pair of giant claws. Suddenly, the mutant crab demon's claws were unable to exert the terrifying shearing force, and were lifted high. Although compared to the size of the mutant crab demon, Richard's current abomination is still not powerful enough. But at least the gap is not that big, and he does not suffer too much in terms of weight. He is a super heavyweight. Or give it a try. Richard jumped off the wildebeest in an instant and performed the rare zero-level witchcraft, shadow dance, that he had recently learned. When Richard jumped into the shadow area behind Abomination, his speed surged. He aimed a sword at the mutant crab demon that was wrestling with Abomination, from bottom to top, piercing the brain of the mutant crab demon. Just when the mutant crab demon saw a flash of frost-white cold light and was about to dodge, he realized that he and the fat man opposite him were wrestling with each other and could not move at all. This leaves the mutant crab demon with no choice but to take advantage of Richard's sword. The thick defensive carapace of the mutant crab demon was no more than a piece of thick paper to the sharp Ice Guardian, and it was directly stabbed to the end by Richard's extreme swordsmanship, before he even had time to scream. This sword killed the mutant crab demon on the spot. With the death of this mutant crab demon, there seemed to be a commotion among the group of buck-toothed hyenas besieging the tower, and the buck-toothed hyena queen, when she saw the scene of Richard killing the mutant crab demon in disgust, also became some hesitated and mobilized many buck-toothed hyenas for defense. Suddenly, the offensive of the buck-toothed hyena groups in the four towers began to slow down. At this time, the guards in the towers also realized that there must have been some kind of change in the castle that was not conducive to the monsters. Otherwise they were originally vicious. It is impossible for a group of extremely buck-toothed hyenas to be in this state. This scene instantly made the old baron's eyes light up. At that moment, he seized the opportunity and launched a wave of counterattack, forcing the group of buck-toothed hyenas besieging the western tower out of the tower. When the old baron kept slashing the knight's sword in his hand, and with the support of his guards, he walked out of the tower to check what was going on. He saw the man in black robe wielding the sword at first sight. The man in black robe is so skilled in swordsmanship that the buck-toothed hyena next to him is no match for him. Huh? This swordsmanship is so familiar. Just like the family's Cornell's swordsmanship. No. This is Cornell's swordsmanship. The old baron has also practiced Cornell's swordsmanship for decades, and he is very sure that the man in black robe in front of him is performing Cornell's swordsmanship. Just when the old baron was thinking hard about who among the people he knew could have such advanced swordsmanship in Cornell, he saw the side face of the man in black robe. For a moment, he couldn't believe his eyes. Yes, this familiar figure looked so much like the dead second son Richard. He rubbed his eyes again. When the old baron saw the face under the hood clearly, he couldn't help crying and shouted, "Richard!" Suddenly, Richard, who was still killing monsters, looked up at the door of the west tower and saw the tall, familiar figure. "Father!" Richard shouted in surprise. But as the mutant crab demon's body suddenly fell to the ground, the movement on Richard's side finally attracted the attention of many flying monsters in the sky, especially those human-faced demon birds, which stared at Richard and issued extremely loud noises. A high-pitched, eerie cry. Suddenly, like boiling water being poured into a pan, hundreds of blood vultures began to scream noisily in the sky and circled rapidly over Richard. The circling of hundreds of blood vultures caused a huge change in the airflow, which made Richard's black robe rattle. The huge group of blood vultures also began to gradually change their formations under the command of the human-faced demon bird. Adjusting to the arrow-shaped arrow array seemed to be swooping down from top to launch a fierce attack. "Richard, be careful!" When the old baron saw this scene, his heart suddenly thumped. He knew that these blood vultures were extremely fierce, but he could not get away to help Richard. While hesitating, a strange and piercing sound came from his ears. Not good. The sharp-eyed Richard immediately pulled out an eagle's tail arrow and shot it a few meters above the old baron. Suddenly, a human-faced demon bird was hit in the abdomen by a vulture tail arrow, screaming and falling from the old baron's eyes. "Father!" "Hide quickly. Don't worry about me," Richard shouted, after seeing the old baron begin to follow his instructions and retreat while fighting. Richard felt reassured. Richard's first thought was to temporarily avoid the sharp attack of the blood vultures. He would first avoid the swooping attack of the opponent's sharp arrow array, and then look for opportunities to kill them one by one. But just as he was about to move, Richard changed his mind. This killing speed was too slow. Besides, he was not alone now. He needed to show his momentum. He might as well just fight head-on to boost everyone's morale. After thinking about this, Richard immediately stopped moving, while quickly reciting the incantation of Shadow Grasp. He took out dozens of fire dance stars and silver moon dust from his arms, and made a bundle of cluster bombs. When hundreds of blood vultures in the sky adjusted their formation, they planned to launch a fierce and continuous dive attack under the leadership of an unusually huge blood vulture-headed bird. Richard yelled, "Go to HL." In an instant, he controlled the dark element's big hand and slammed the bundle of cluster bombs into the sky above his head, on the blood vulture-headed bird that was preparing to launch a cluster charge. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the air. A fireball with a diameter of tens of meters was generated out of thin air. The heat shockwave visible to the naked eye was instantly transmitted hundreds of meters away. All flying monsters hit by the shockwave fell down one after another like dumplings. Many guards in the 4 towers were also shaken by the loud noise. They stared blankly at this scene, feeling horrified in their hearts. You must know that it was these flying monsters that forced them to retreat from the inner castle wall to the tower for defense. And dozens of brothers died in cunning, in the hands of a harpy bird. But he didn't expect that the Baron's second son, young Master Richard, could almost wipe out all these ferocious flying monsters with just one move. Many of the guards were soldiers trained by the Clavel family since childhood. They had known Richard for a long time, and saw that the originally slender and frail young Master Richard had turned into a mysterious wizard who could easily defeat the monsters in front of him. The army was immediately amazed. The old Baron, who had been heart in his throat, felt extremely relieved at this moment. He didn't expect that the second son, whose death had been reported for a long time, not only came back from the dead, but also had such amazing strength. When the Clavel family was facing a desperate situation, he was like a god descending to earth and directly turned the situation around. In his opinion, the strength of his second son Richard seemed to be far greater than that of Duan, the second-level wizard apprentice of the Ignis school who came to guard the family. This made him a little unbelievable. After all, he was still somewhat impressed by Richard's wizarding qualifications. However, the old Baron shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem, because it was not important. What was important was that his second son Richard came back alive. Got it! Long before the violent explosion occurred in midair, Richard had already hid behind Abomination. But his ears were also shocked, and could not hear anything for a short period of time. After all, the power of the mixed cluster bombs of more than 20 fire dancing stars and silver moon dust is absolutely equal to, or even slightly exceeds, the attack power of a first-level wizard. Although the few human-faced monster birds that were originally responsible for commanding in midair did not suffer direct trauma because they were far enough away from the explosion point, they were almost shaken by the shock wave and the deafening roar, and were about to fall from the sky, falling down in midair. Not to mention the hundreds of blood vultures, especially the dozen or so blood vultures in the center of the explosion point. Their corpses were already gone. Almost all the blood vultures within 100 meters from the center point turned into roast turkeys. In an instant, it was like a rain of turkeys falling in the sky above Clavel Castle, and they fell to the ground of the castle with a dong-dong-dong. The unique smell of roasted turkey began to spread throughout Clavel Castle. The buck-toothed hyenas were so excited when they smelled this fragrance that they immediately spread out and began to devour the roasted vultures. Even the buck-toothed hyena queen couldn't resist this. This gave the guards in the 4 towers a chance to catch their breath. But Richard had not expected this unexpected effect. Richard instantly put away the Ice Guardian that was covered with frost flowers, and quickly took out the griffin wings, while aiming the arrow. This time, each of the arrows he pulled out were eagle-tailed arrows, and they were aimed at the dizzy human-faced demon bird in midair. Suddenly, there was a burst of swish, 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 under the guidance of the secret skill guiding arrows. It can be said that the arrows are all fired. Each eagle-tail arrow will hit the vital part of a human-faced demon bird, and take away a human-faced demon bird with one arrow. A few seconds later, Richard swept away the remaining flying monsters above the castle. At this moment, Richard remembered that there was something he had not done, and immediately released the soul-eating demon spider in his arms. The crystal-colored soul-eating demon spider quickly began to crawl towards the mutant crab demon and began to devour the mutant crab demon. So, taking advantage of this gap, Richard glanced at his inspiration panel and saw energy point information flooding the screen. Gained 78 energy points. Gained 74 energy points. Gained 79 energy points. Acquire 8333 energy points. Gain 128 energy points. Gain 123 energy points. Gain 566 energy points. Gain 126 energy points. Gain 578 energy points. Because Richard was too excited just now, he ignored the energy points. A few dozen points belonged to the buck-toothed hyena. The one with more than 100 points should belong to the blood vulture. And the one with more than 500 points should belong to the human-faced demon bird. The highest one. It's still more than 8,000 points for the mutant crab demon. Originally, the inspiration panel still needed Richard's confirmation when absorbing energy points. But after hanging around in the gray fern wilderness for a while, Richard discovered that he could silently recite in his mind to automatically absorb energy points. And the inspiration panel would absorb the relevant energy on its own. This really saved him a lot of time, especially when encountering such a large number of monsters. At this time, an ownerless spiritual force as thick as a thumb was transmitted from the soul-eating spider to Richard's spiritual sea, accompanied by a trace of pure soul energy, which immediately made him feel slightly tired. His mind was immediately filled with a hot spring, and he felt very energetic instantly. After the soul-eating demon spider finished devouring it, it began to control the huge mutant crab demon and attack the numerous buck-toothed hyenas around it, which made the group of buck-toothed hyenas even more frightened. How is this going? The original leading monster actually killed them in turn. At this time, the back door of the inner fort suddenly shattered. A crab demon, slightly smaller than the mutant crab demon just now, rushed in aggressively waving its large pincers. But when the pair of small eyes looked forward, they were stunned. It saw the big brother, who was bigger than itself, was slaughtering the buck-toothed hyenas around it, which made it a little confused, because this was not what the owner had instructed. Richard took a look and said, "Who? There is another one. Not bad. With more than 8,000 energy points. He has been searching in the gray fern wilderness for a long time, but he has not encountered a few mutant crab demons. Unexpectedly, at home today, he encountered two at once. With the cooperation of the abomination and the soul-eating demon spider, Richard used the same method to kill the mutant crab demon in an instant with a sneak attack. Suddenly, all the monsters seemed to be leaderless, and the remaining buck-toothed hyena groups began to retreat in large numbers. The crisis is over. The guards in the 4 towers also began to launch a counterattack, rushing out from the towers to eliminate the remaining monsters. Richard also climbed up the inner castle wall as soon as possible and headed towards the western tower where his father was. The joy of meeting relatives is beyond words. Looking at the old baron's gray hair, if it weren't for that familiar voice, Richard would have been a little afraid to recognize him for a moment. "Father! Your hair?" Richard lost his voice. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Looking at his excited father, Richard understood instantly. In an instant, he hugged his father tightly. At this moment, all the family guards in the 4 towers, the garrison forces of Isong town, and the young and strong men who stayed behind in the town, all cheered. Cheers to your survival. Cheers to avenge your family. Cheers for finally driving away the monster. Richard, who had calmed down a little, let go of his father and asked, "Where are mother and eldest brother?" The old baron finally reacted and said, "Not good. Richard, hurry up and catch up with your mother and elder brother. They are heading to Rosby City through the secret passage on the 3rd floor of the cellar, leaving Rollins Knight to clean up." The old baron quickly took Richard and ran into the cellar like flying. Along the way, the old baron was worried that the team escorting the children might have walked out of the secret passage of the castle and entered the main road to Rosby City. By then, Levi and the others would inevitably be attacked by monsters. When Richard heard this, he immediately began to speed up. In the dim secret passage, Richard, blessed by the shadow dance steps, shot forward like a sharp black arrow. After a while, Richard saw that there seemed to be a bright exit in front of the secret passage. Apparently, the eldest brother and mother had led the team out of the secret passage. This made Richard suddenly worried. Skipping chapter 174 does not affect viewing. Chapter 148 following all the way. That shackles that prevent him from being promoted again. Richard sighed inwardly, finally reaching the limit of his body. He had touched the chasm of becoming a formal wizard. Next, the question is how to overcome this chasm. He called up the inspiration panel and saw that. Sure enough, the information displayed on the panel once again showed that his mental power had reached its limit. Name, Richard Clavel. Attributes, Strength 7.9. Agility 8.2. Physique 8.1. Spirit 29.9. After taking a bath and teasing the maid Serena as usual, Richard said goodbye to his family, left Clavel Castle, and began to trace the traces of the monster's retreat yesterday. There are many signs that the traces of monsters originate from the depths of the Silverpine forest. However, before going deep into Silverpine forest to investigate, Richard went around in a circle and cleaned up all the remaining monsters within a 10-mile radius of Silverpine town. Firstly, to ensure safety, and at the same time, he could harvest a small pen of energy points. Afterwards, Richard followed the monster's footprints and began to gradually go deep into the Silverpine forest. In Richard's impression, the Silverpine forest, with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, was inexplicably silent at the moment, and there was a weird and evil atmosphere everywhere. As Richard moved, as he went deeper, the number and types of monsters he encountered began to increase. In the past, monsters that would never appear in the Silverpine forest, such as dark fawn spiders, crystal web spiders, etc., were now found by Richard from time to time. Richard frowned. It seemed that the manipulator behind the scenes was quite powerful, but he was not afraid of these monsters. It could even be said that he was a little happy, because as long as he investigates the source of the monsters, these monsters left behind will represent a large number of energy points to him. This makes the corners of Richard's mouth curl up and can't help but remind him of the beautiful Grey Fern Wilderness time. The night before, in the hall of Count Harris's castle in Rosby City, the ice wizard Daenerys, accompanied by the Count and the Grand Knight Vincent, was having a discussion with the wizard apprentices and demon hunters who had just returned. Although each rescue team was confused when they received the urgent order from the Earl to return to the county immediately, they still followed the order of the chief executive of Rosby County and returned. After returning with a lot of doubts, many apprentices were about to ask Earl Harris about the situation, but they saw Daenerys sitting in the front seat with a strong aura. Many apprentices were shocked on the spot. Obviously, they understood that this aura was a symbol that only official wizards possessed. Therefore, no matter how much dissatisfaction and doubts there are in the hearts of the wizard apprentices and demon hunters present, they can only swallow them back at this moment. After all, whether you are a demon hunter or a wizard apprentice, you all know what a formal wizard represents. Earl Harris coughed and introduced, "Dear wizard apprentices and demon hunters, let me solemnly introduce that the person next to you is Her Highness Daenerys from the royal family. And she is also the official of the Hydraxia Wizarding Academy of the Business Alliance. Wizard. And the person next to him is Lord Vincent, the Griffin Knight of the Kingdom of Heron." At this time, Daenerys' slightly cold voice sounded, and her first words were earth-shattering, ringing in everyone's ears like thunder. "I have already investigated yesterday, and the source of the monster is a tunnel deep in the Silverpine forest. There is a crack in the ground, and the mastermind is in this crack." Everyone below was extremely surprised and began to discuss in whispers. The main idea was that it turned out that this wave of monsters was not naturally formed, but that there was a mastermind behind it. Suddenly, the empty hall was as noisy as a vegetable market. Earl Harris's face straightened. He knocked on the table heavily and said, "Quiet." After the scene returned to calm again, Daenerys' cold voice sounded again. This time, "I am calling everyone here because I need your help. The people behind the scenes are very powerful. For wizard apprentices from different wizard academies, I will contact your academy directly, and the academy will reward the participating wizard apprentices in the form of mission rewards. For the demon hunters, I would like to entrust you with this mission in the name of the royal family of the Kingdom of Heron. The reward will be generous. Finally, with your help, I will personally lead the team into the rift and kill the mastermind behind it. Your Highness Daenerys." "You?" Earl Harris's expression suddenly changed. You must know that the content of the last sentence was not consistent with Daenerys' initial communication with him. As promised before, the team will be led by the Great Knight Vincent. With just a few words from Daenerys, the discussion among the people below suddenly became louder again. After all, official wizards have said that their opponents are very strong. Obviously, this so-called mastermind cannot be just a wizard apprentice. But if the opponent is a formal wizard, the wizard apprentices like them may have gone away, but will not be able to come back. Maybe this level of danger is not great for formal wizards. But for wizard apprentices like them, it is dangerous enough. For the sophisticated egoistic wizard apprentices, the request of the strange wizard in front of them is a bit unacceptable to them. One of the wizard apprentices tried to ask, "Dear wizard Daenerys, there are some things at the academy that need to be dealt with urgently. Can I go back first and then come back?" After Daenerys glanced at the wizard apprentice, she said coldly. Excuse me. Do you have anything important to do? Can you tell me? And I will tell it to your academy immediately. This immediately made the wizard apprentice feel like a balloon being poked by a needle. And he suddenly collapsed on the chair with dejection. When the other wizard apprentices saw this, they immediately closed their mouths and stopped saying anything. The demon hunter seemed to be on the opposite side. They elected a burly representative with 2 swords on his back to speak on their behalf. The demon hunter with 2 swords stood up and said cheerfully, Your Highness Daenerys, we demon hunters have no objections. As long as you pay the corresponding reward, we are willing to go. No matter how high the risk is, let alone attack. Killing monsters is our duty. As soon as he said this, the wizard apprentices on the side could not help but feel ashamed. And many people said angrily, What a group of reckless men who are not afraid of death. If you want to go, you guys can just go on your own. By the way, Your Highness Daenerys, when will we set off? The 2-sword witcher asked loudly, ignoring the whispers of the wizard apprentices. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Please get ready. The meeting is over. Daenerys stood up first and left the hall, followed closely by the High Knight Vincent and Earl Harris. As soon as they left, the remaining wizard apprentices and demon hunters also left. But many wizard apprentices remained. Set off early tomorrow morning? But we have just come back. Shouldn't we rest for at least a day to adjust our condition? A wizard apprentice muttered. Yes. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Another wizard apprentice echoed with resentment. Forget it. Just say a few words and hurry up and prepare some potions and alchemy bombs. Therefore, just when Richard set off from the family castle and began to track the traces of monsters, a team with Daenerys and Lord Knight Vincent as the core and many wizard apprentices and demon hunters as the main force started from Rosby, the county set off. In fact, Earl Harris himself also wanted to participate. He thought so. If something happened to Her Majesty Daenerys in his jurisdiction, he would be responsible for it. If he went together, if he encountered even if it is dangerous, he could also dissuade Her Highness Daenerys from returning. However, Daenerys asked Earl Harris to stay in Rosby City and be responsible for government affairs and logistics. After all, so many small towns in Rosby County were destroyed by the monster army, and the aftermath was actually very troublesome. When Earl Harris saw that Her Highness Daenerys did not agree to accompany her, he was still very worried. He immediately sent 10 more elite knights to accompany her. Although this was a meaningless move in the eyes of others, tigers don't need cats to guard them. But in the eyes of Earl Harris, this move was of great significance. At least it showed his attitude to the royal family. As for the wizard apprentices who came from different wizard academies, they felt a lot less unhappy and worried when they saw that the team was so large and that there were official wizards leading the team. After all, if you really can't win, you just need to run faster than the person next to you. And Wizard Daenerys also promised that if everything goes well, they will be awarded letters of commendation from the Kingdom of Harren and will be given a certain amount of compensation. The reward was obviously not gold dinars, but at least magic stones or other rare potions or even witchcraft props, etc. So when they thought of these rewards, they reluctantly shut their noisy mouths. The group entered the Silverpine forest in a mighty manner. It was impossible for such a large team to enter the forest without attracting the attention of the mastermind behind it. No, even before they reached the rift, they had already had several conflicts with the monsters. It also exposed many problems. Although the strength of these monsters is generally not strong, and the strongest ones are only monsters at the level of the mutant crab demon. But the large army is a mixed bag, and the strength is even weaker. The combat power of some first and second level wizard apprentices was really dismal. But the combat power of the demon hunters made Daenerys feel enlightened. Originally, Daenerys came with the idea that the fish would be dealt with by the fish, and the leader would be the leader. But when the third wave of monsters attacked, Daenerys couldn't hold back, because if she didn't take action, there would be casualties. So she directly used Ice Cone to kill a troll mantis instantly. But surprisingly, the morale of the people in the team was boosted after they saw the powerful strength of the official wizard. They performed better in dealing with the next few groups of monsters. But Daenerys was not allowed to take action again. It made her very happy. At this moment, many wizard apprentices in the team have already cleaned up their act, saying that those who complained before were short-sighted. Following the wizard Daenerys is not only safe, but also allows them to collect a lot of rare monster materials. But 2 third-level wizard apprentices remained silent because they had noticed that each batch of monsters that came was stronger than the last batch. It is conceivable that among the latest batch of monsters, The strength of some monsters is already equivalent to their level. So the strength of the mastermind behind the scenes must be even more terrifying. This bunch of first and second level wizard apprentices have never seen how terrifying a battle between official wizards can be. It can be said that as long as one is rubbed or touched by first level witchcraft, one's life will be lost. These people are still focusing on the raw materials of these monsters. They are really stupid. Although Richard and Daenerys' teams were heading straight towards the rift. But because Richard was alone, he made very little noise. And in order to avoid unnecessary mental energy consumption, he deliberately avoided fighting with some monsters. Because the main purpose of Richard's trip was investigation. Just when he was still wondering why he encountered fewer and fewer monsters after reaching the core area of the Silverpine forest, he immediately heard the faint sounds of fighting in the distance. Therefore, although Richard was not as strong as Daenerys, he discovered this large army from Rosby County before Daenerys discovered him. Richard was sneaking at high speed in the dense forest. When he saw the large army in front of him through the mottled branches, he was quite shocked. This mighty team of 40 to 50 people must be the official investigation team from the Kingdom of Heron. Especially the cold young woman leading the team, holding a strangely shaped icicle staff, immediately attracted Richard's attention. Because this is obviously a wizard. And it seems to be an extremely rare ice wizard. Although there was another knight next to her, who was nearly 2 meters tall, and wearing exquisite knight armor. Richard's first impression was that this knight was just the woman's guard. This can be verified from the respectful attitude of knights towards women. The sorcerer's strength was unfathomable. Richard just stared at it from a distance for a while. And it seemed that he had an instinctive reaction from the other party. And he looked towards him with a pair of beautiful eyes. This surprised Richard. And he immediately retracted his head and looked away. Richard immediately concluded that this woman must have the power of a formal wizard. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to have such keen insight and detect such a subtle gaze from her in an environment surrounded by many monsters. You know, you have reached the limit of the third level wizard apprentice level. However, when Richard thought about it, he was immediately overjoyed. With such a large force leading the way, it seemed that now he could just sit back and enjoy his achievements. You can continuously harvest energy points without having to kill monsters yourself. This is simply a piece of cake in the sky. Sure enough, I called up my inspiration panel and looked at my panel. And it popped up continuously. Gain 71 energy points. Gain 72 energy points. Gain 228 energy points. Gain 4489 energy points. Ho! Richard's eyes lit up. It was more than 4,000 points. It seemed that the large army in front had killed a large monster. TSK. Richard's current mood can be described in 3 words. Wonderful. This is like taking a free tour to Silverpine Forest. Not only is it free, but you will also be treated to delicious food and drinks along the way. And in the end, you will even be given a sum of money. Therefore, Richard maximized the breath-condensing special effects from Rodrigo's meditation method. At the same time, he also maintained the state of shadow dance from time to time, avoiding monsters and avoiding battles by moving at high speed, thus successfully hanging far behind the large army. Chapter 149 The Mastermind. After entering a huge crack in the forest ground, it can be said that they have arrived at the territory of monsters. Every few steps forward, the large army will encounter a large number of monsters harassing them. This makes everyone's spirits tense all the time, and soon they are in a state of fatigue. After advancing for a while, the ground in the passage inside the fissure became increasingly moist. The ground and rock walls were covered with various moss plants, among which some small monsters lurked, making their hidden attacks even more difficult to resist. Moreover, the passages in the rift were complicated. Monsters would attack from time to time, and the screams one after another in the team suddenly slowed down the entire team's progress. After a long time, the large group arrived at a 3-way intersection. Everyone was a little hesitant for a moment, not knowing which passage to choose to explore first. It is not advisable to divide the troops. As the highest commander of the entire team, Daenerys obviously will not make such a stupid mistake. And wizards have wizard solutions. She used her white fingers to take out a compass-shaped object from her arms. After a quick spell, it seemed that the compass guided Daenerys in the direction. Immediately, Daenerys pointed with her hand to the first fork on the right in front, and ordered the team to keep going deeper in this direction. Watching this scene from a distance, Richard thought thoughtfully. The compass seemed to be a witchcraft prop or even a witchcraft weapon that could detect the strength of the monster's aura. When the team got here, Daenerys, as the leader, came to the rescue far more times than when she was on the surface. Although the great knight Vincent opened the way in front, Many hidden small monsters such as red crite, moss snake, etc. were attacking the middle or even the end of the team. What's more, the density of monsters here is much higher than that on the surface, so the frequency of attacks on the team has also increased significantly. At present, many first-level wizard apprentices have been injured after traveling for another period of time. The previously relaxed expressions on many people's faces have begun to become serious. It seemed that they also thought of it at this time. The real boss has not been seen yet, and just a small fry has such strength. So how strong should the mastermind behind the scenes be? Richard had anticipated this situation. He had come here with the purpose of investigation. If he could solve the problem once and for all, it would be the best. If not, of course his own safety was the most important. If that doesn't work, persuading his father to lead the family to leave Silverpine town is also one of the last options. In short, as long as people are still around, there is a chance for a comeback. This time, it was an unexpected surprise to meet the Kingdom investigation team led by a strange and beautiful wizard. At this moment, following him all the way, he was overjoyed to see the energy points jumping up on the inspiration panel. To be honest, he still very much hopes that the team in front of him can advance smoothly until the mastermind behind the scenes is killed. In this way, he could not only obtain a large amount of energy points, but also solve the security issues that plagued the family. Kill two birds with one stone. However, although Richard had the blessing of zero-level witchcraft shadow dance, he could move extremely fast in the deep tunnel. However, because the ground in the underground passage was slippery, and the stone walls of the passage were bulging from time to time, the speed was limited by the terrain, and could not reach an extreme level. So it still encountered attacks from many small monsters. Just as Richard was quietly killing a dark fawn spider, the soul-eating demon spider crystal in his arm said something in his mind. "Dad, can I come out? I smell delicious food." This made Richard tremble. It seemed that this was the first time that Crystal asked to come out. After thinking about it, he immediately said, "Okay, come out, but be careful not to make too much noise." "Yeah," Crystal replied happily. At this time, the crystal-colored soul-eating spider the size of a fist crawled out of Richard's arms, moved around on the ground, and suddenly pounced at Richard's side and behind at high speed. Richard was immediately surprised when he saw a lurking dark-toothed spider discovered by Crystal and subdued it with a strong bite. Because the size difference between the two was huge. One was the size of a wash basin and the other was the size of a fist. But when Richard looked carefully, he saw that the dark fawn spider was trembling and seemed to dare not resist. This made Richard a little confused, and he muttered to the crystal in his mind, "Why is this dark fawn spider so afraid of you?" "I don't know, Dad. Isn't this food? I feel like they are naturally my food," Crystal said innocently. Food? Richard was stunned when he heard this. After a long while, Richard seemed to understand something. It was like a sheep seeing a wolf. The sheep would naturally tremble. This was a kind of suppression from the blood, and it seemed that this was the only explanation. However, this time, after Richard's spiritual sea absorbed the spiritual power fed back by the soul-eating demon spider, he felt like he couldn't eat enough after eating enough. This made Richard wonder if his body could only hold so much mental power before he could break through the shackles. However, Richard could feel that the trace of pure soul energy mixed in the feedback was still improving his qualifications. After letting Crystal hunt for some food to satisfy his craving, Richard put away the soul-eating spider again and followed the main force. When the team turned a corner of a passage, what appeared before everyone was an empty hall with high ceilings. The hall was filled with dozens of black spiders the size of millstones. In the center, there were 4 extra huge black striped spiders. The backs of the spiders outlined the beautiful face of a human woman, exuding a strange charm. In the center, next to the bone altar, there is another black spider as big as a bull. The original head and limbs at the front of the body have turned into an extremely terrifying human female face. But when everyone took a closer look, there was a woman with an unusually graceful and attractive appearance on the bone altar. She was performing some kind of mysterious ritual. The surrounding area was surrounded by witch formation smeared with various red bloods. It seemed that the amount of human blood was needed extremely huge. This witch formation looks extremely complicated. No wonder the other party has not come to intercept them just now. It turns out that the mastermind behind the scenes has been busy setting up the witch formation. But when Daenerys saw the altar for the first time, she was shocked and immediately exclaimed, "No!" Interrupt her quickly. The great knight Vincent pulled out the knight's sword with a swish and was about to charge. But he stopped the next second. as if she had noticed the arrival of the crowd. The graceful woman turned her head. At this time, everyone discovered that the woman looked extremely beautiful, and there were several black lines faintly visible in the center of her forehead, adding a sense of mystery and an exotic feel. The beautiful woman giggled and said, "It seems we have some guests. Hey, did you expect there is another distinguished guest?" The beautiful woman's smile seems to have a natural ability to charm all living beings, making many men present involuntarily want to protect her. At the same time, it also makes all male creatures present feel an instinctive temptation. It seems that they are all I want to do something indescribable with this Spider-Woman. In particular, many demon hunters and several first-level wizard apprentices have begun to stick their butts out. Richard is okay. After all, he is already at the ultimate level of a third-level wizard apprentice, and his ability to resist temptation is not weak mentally. But Richard was extremely afraid of this beautiful woman. You know, the other person's eyes and attention are all focused on Daenerys. If it were concentrated on a certain male, this charming ability would definitely increase exponentially. And I don't know how terrifying it would be. Daenerys, who is also a woman, was obviously not attracted by the other party. She looked at the other party seriously and said in a slightly surprised tone, "The Spider-Woman of the Underdark?" Richard instantly heard the word Spider-Woman and chewed it in his mind. He immediately recalled a series of information about Spider-Woman, and his expression suddenly changed. Richard immediately understood why so many monsters were controlled by the Black Hand. It turned out that the Black Hand behind the monsters was Spider-Woman. One of Spider-Woman's talents, in addition to controlling spider monsters, was the ability to control some monsters that were weaker than her. This knowledge was told to him by his chief servant Fingart when he was in the Blind Fishman tribe. "Oh, you are such a knowledgeable witch. You guessed my origin so quickly." Spider-Woman didn't seem to mind that Daenerys guessed her origin, and she still said with a smile. But after receiving the other party's affirmative answer, the expressions of the two third-level wizard apprentices in the team changed drastically after hearing this, while many first- and second-level wizard apprentices looked at each other, obviously not sure what this Spider-Woman represented. You must know that the strength of ordinary spider women among underground races is equivalent to that of first-level wizards among humans on the surface, and they are senior and powerful among first-level wizards. No wonder Daenerys looked at the other party with a solemn expression. After all, Daenerys had only been promoted to the first-level wizard for 2 years. In terms of accumulation of strength, she was definitely at a disadvantage. However, as the altar faintly emitted bloody light, the Spider-Woman's expression changed, as if she needed to make a quick decision. And suddenly she let out a harsh scream. "Since you are here, then stay." Suddenly, under the leadership of 4 huge demon spiders, hundreds of spider monsters of all kinds rushed over. What Richard could distinguish were crystal spiders, dark fawn spiders, and a series of spider monsters. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Daenerys took one look and knew that her team had been overwhelmed by the opponent's momentum. If she wanted to win, she needed to turn the tide. When she inserted the icicle staff into the ground, Daenerys began to chant the spell clearly. Obviously, the power of the witchcraft that even a formal wizard needs to chant must be amazing. Sure enough, an extremely strong ice energy began to gather around the icicle staff in front of her. The strength of this energy immediately attracted the attention of Richard, who was watching the battle from a distance. The intensity of this ice energy is at least 10 times that of his ice guardian. At this moment, the High Knight Vincent immediately held a sword and shield to guard directly in front of Daenerys to prevent sneak attacks by the Spider-Woman and monsters. Suddenly, Daenerys finished reciting the spell and waved her white arm forward. Suddenly, a powerful blizzard appeared out of thin air above the entire cave hall. The biting cold wind of the blizzard was mixed with hailstones the size of eggs. This was a range of ice magic, as bigger and bigger hail fell rapidly, except for a few powerful spider monsters, because their carapace was hard enough. Some small spider monsters that rushed over were immediately knocked to the ground and screamed. This made the entire human race. The morale of the team was greatly shaken. But this obviously also angered Spider-Woman. "Wizard. Good. You angered me." After saying that, Spider-Woman's arms suddenly changed from the shape of human female arms to a pair of extremely sharp steel blades. The steel blades flashed with a cold light and seamlessly connected with Spider-Woman's armpits. Looking like nature, Richard was stunned by the transformation. But Spider-Woman's ultimate move went far beyond that. She shouted in the hut language of the ancient wizard, "Dark mist." Suddenly, a large amount of black fog was produced out of thin air at the scene, and visibility suddenly decreased. The spider girl with both arms disappeared in an instant. With Richard's sharp eyesight, he could barely detect the opponent. He was moving at super fast speed, killing the human team, almost one by one. Whether he was a demon hunter or a wizard apprentice, there was no one round enemy. Suddenly, the human team was filled with howls and screams. There is quite a feeling that if you kill my younger brother, I will also kill your younger brother. Spiderwoman immediately retaliated. At this time, it was also the first time for Richard to see the full strength of the official wizard level. Whether it was an ice wizard or a two-armed spider girl, it opened his eyes and made him feel that his trip was well worth it. Although he has reached the limit of a third-level wizard, the attack power of both this super powerful ice wizard and the two-armed spider woman far exceeds his. Fortunately, he is now hiding in the passage, quietly watching the battle through the cracks in the rocks. If he and the two-armed spider woman were to fight head-on, he would be beaten and the rat would run away. It would be great if this ice wizard sent by the Heron Kingdom could defeat the two-armed spider woman. However, if even the official wizards are invincible, Richard will definitely not jump out and fight to the death against an enemy who is far more powerful than himself. That would be asking for death. He would immediately choose to return and persuade his father to lead the entire family to evacuate Silverpine Town and even Rossby County immediately. Everyone except Vincent and the third-level wizard apprentice. Get out! Daenerys shouted loudly at this time. At this moment, these first and second-level wizard apprentices and ordinary demon hunters are only left as wooden stakes under the Spider-Woman's armed sword. And for the Heron Kingdom, if so many apprentices from different wizarding academies were lost in their own territory at one time, even the Heron royal family would have a hard time explaining it. Vincent's expression was expressionless, and the speed of his great knight could barely keep up with Spider-Woman's movement speed. At this moment, the two third-level wizard apprentices have already begun to curse Daenerys in their hearts. The other wizard apprentices have withdrawn, and they will become a living target of Spider-Woman. It seems that it is impossible not to fight hard. As soon as they heard Daenerys' words, the wizard apprentices, who had long wanted to escape, suddenly dispersed. There were several demon hunters, but they refused to leave, wanting to help Daenerys fight together. But they didn't last long, and they fell to Spider-Woman's extremely sharp arm knife one by one. At this time, there were only two third-level wizard apprentices surviving on the field, Grand Knight Vincent and Daenerys. Of course, Richard was not included. He was still in a distant passage, concentrating and holding his breath, quietly watching the battle. He used his special breath-holding effect to the extreme without being discovered by both parties. Chapter 150 Daenerys vs. Spider-Woman. Suddenly, the Spider-Woman shouted something in the Hutt language. After listening to it, Richard seemed to mean the dark chain. Good guy. This is about to release another big move. For thick black chains composed of dark elements suddenly shot out from the graceful spider girl, shooting at the four people present at extremely high speeds. Except that Daenerys immediately cast a freezer spell, freezing herself in a huge ice block to resist the binding and pulling of the chains. The Great Knight Vincent also reacted very quickly. He jumped up high and swung his sword with both hands to create an afterimage, which hit the incoming black chain heavily. With a dong sound, the big sword made a dull sound, as if it had cut into 10 layers of soaked buffalo hide. However, the black chain composed of dark elements was extremely tough, and was not cut off by the Great Knight Vincent's full-strength jump slash. Richard, who was watching the battle quietly at the side, suddenly had his pupils shrink, thinking to himself, this dark chain must be a first-level witchcraft. It couldn't be cut by the Great Knight's full-strength sword. It was too difficult. Hey! You're pretty strong. Spider-Girl praised Vincent with a smile when she saw that Vincent was able to stop the chains of darkness by relying on his own physical strength. However, the remaining two third-level wizard apprentices used the wrong way to deal with the situation. They both stood still and cast defensive zero-level magic on themselves. Immediately, although the two of them were not injured, they were quickly entangled by the dark chains cast by the Spider-Woman with both arms, and were tied tightly. And then, they were dragged directly over. Although the black chain that attacked Vincent was repelled by the big sword, Spider-Woman also saw that Vincent seemed a bit difficult to deal with, and immediately deployed 3 dark chains to besiege the Great Knight Vincent. This scene where the 3 of them were in danger naturally made Daenerys unable to stay in the freezer with peace of mind. She immediately released the freezer spell, raised her icicle staff high, and started singing. When the two-armed Spider-Woman saw Daenerys' movements, she smiled seductively, and immediately commanded the man-faced demon spider and several other large monsters with strength at the peak level of the 3rd level wizard apprentice to attack her. Richard understood what Spider-Woman was thinking as soon as he saw it. She probably thought she could clear the area quickly, and then attack the opponent. Group ice arrow. A scolding voice sounded. Suddenly, dozens of ice arrows more than 1 meter long, crystal clear, and sharp as needles appeared out of thin air right in front of Daenerys, and shot continuously like machine guns at the many monsters that were blocking her from saving people. Puff! Puff! Continuous penetrating sounds were heard. The armor-breaking effect of ice arrows is extremely high. These spider monsters, with thick chitinous carapace, were actually penetrated by the seemingly small ice arrows through their hard SHLs and penetrated deeply into their internal organs. This made these elite monsters fall to the ground one after another like straw cut by a sickle. This made Richard marvel in admiration. He was worthy of being an official wizard. These monsters, the peak level of 3rd level wizard apprentices, were slaughtered like this. Duo. Vincent's big sword was swung like the wind, constantly colliding with the dark chains. Now Vincent could only try to parry, and he might be hit by the dark chains at any time. Sure enough, Vincent was tripped by the raised ground, and his whole body stagnated. In an instant, 3 dark chains seized the opportunity, tied him tightly, and dragged him to Spider-Woman, looking at the 3 people who were bound by thick dark element chains and unable to move. At this moment, a charming smile appeared on the face of the Spider-Girl with 2 arms, and a faint pink mist emitted from her body. The Spider-Girl stroked the face of the strongest knight, Vincent, with her white and tender fingers and exclaimed, "Wow! What a nice body. I think it will bring me a lot of pleasure." This immediately made Vincent's indifferent face suddenly become unnatural, but it seemed that the mist had an aphrodisiac effect. Sharp-eyed Richard saw the great knight Vincent and 2 other 3rd level wizard apprentices from a distance. At this moment, their faces were flushed, their eyes were red, and they looked at the beauty like hungry wolves. The gorgeous Spider-Girl seemed to want to swallow the other person directly, as if she were seeing the most beautiful woman in the world. In an instant, the whites of the 3 people's eyes suddenly became extremely dark. Among them, the great knight Vincent knelt down on one knee and respectfully said to the Spider-Woman with both arms, "Fight for you, my lady." The other 2 3rd level wizard apprentices also bowed to the double-armed Spider-Woman and said, "Fight for you, my lady." He. The Spider-Woman suddenly giggled, as if she didn't care at all about the heavy casualties of her elite soldiers. However, Spider-Girl did not send these 3 newly acquired male pets to attack the ice witchcraft. Instead, she threw the dark chains aside and summoned the man-faced demon spider to spin silk at the 3 of them. The 3 of them stood there numbly, letting the white spider silk wrap themselves up without any resistance. This immediately made Richard extremely stunned. The ability of Spider-Woman was really too tricky. It seemed that this pink mist was the key. If he was shrouded in it, his mind would be controlled quickly. Moreover, from another perspective, the statement that Spider-Woman likes to capture powerful male creatures seems to be true. After these 3 people are wrapped in spider silk, when the Spider-Girl wants to enjoy it, they will enter the cocoon, have sex with her and hack her. Of course, this is what Richard heard from the fishman's servant Fingard, and he thought it was an exaggerated hearsay. But I didn't expect it to be true. Now I don't know how this beautiful ice wizard will deal with this situation. However, seeing Daenerys clenching her hands and shaking all over, she was obviously extremely angry. Richard thought that the Spider-Woman's ability was too vicious, and was almost a slap in the face of the ice wizard. Giant ice pick. Daenerys yelled angrily, and waved the icicle staff hard. A huge cone-shaped ice block, 5 or 6 meters long, appeared out of thin air in front of her. The end of the ice block facing the enemy was extremely sharp, and gradually became thicker towards the back. At the very end, it was so thick that several people could not hug it together. According to Richard's estimation, the diameter of the rear end of this ice pick is at least 3 meters. Calculating this ice pick probably weighs several tons. Whoosh! Such a huge ice cone shot towards Spider-Girl at extremely high speed, like an arrow from the string. Daenerys' originally fair face also turned bright red at this moment. Obviously, this move put a heavy load on her mental strength. Swish! 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 Spider-Girl's expression changed, and she used multiple chains to protect her body. Boom! The giant ice cone exploded, and Spider-Woman's dark chains were broken. Giant ice cone. Daenerys once again cast this costly ice magic. Seeing this scene, Richard couldn't help but be stunned and thought to himself, "It really can't anger a woman. This kind of terrifying first-level witchcraft can be used continuously. This is too perverted. As a result, the situation on the scene changed to a situation where Daenerys attacked with all her strength, and the Spider-Woman defended with her arms. However, according to Richard, although the Ice Wizard seems to be taking the initiative in attacking and suppressing the Spider-Girl, in fact, this kind of continuous witchcraft attack consumes a lot of mental energy. If the Spider-Girl cannot be taken down in a short time. Next, it is actually the Ice Wizard who is in danger. Sure enough, after Daenerys cast the giant ice cone spell 3 times in a row, her face turned red. She held her icicle staff and gasped. During this period, she also poured herself a bottle of potion that could quickly restore her mental strength. But at this moment, the effect of the potion was exhausted. However, Spider-Girl didn't feel well either. Her pretty face turned pale at this moment, and it seemed that she was having a hard time resisting. After removing the dark chains that protected her body, Spider-Girl said, "Wizard, you are very powerful. Before you die, you are qualified to know my name." Shadra Gapar. Daenerys was also unconvinced and said, "Before you die, you are also qualified to know my name." Daenerys Bannings. When Richard heard this, his expression changed slightly. He remembered the names of both of them. However, the surname of this Ice Wizard is Bannings. Isn't this the same surname as William? Could it be said that this is William's sister or something? Suddenly, the two-armed Spider-Woman screamed. It turned out that she was attacked by a thin and sharp ice spike, which pierced her abdomen. Daenerys was seen raising her right hand, and the crystal-colored transparent ring on her index finger was faintly emitting energy fluctuations. Apparently, when Spider-Woman underestimated her enemy just now, Daenerys succeeded in a sneak attack. Richard was watching the battle with great interest from the side. When he saw the scene, his face immediately lit up with joy. It seems that the Ice Wizard named Daenerys is even better. It's no wonder that Ice Wizards are extremely rare. They are considered mutant wizards in the water system, and they are really strong. Moreover, he also hopes that Daenerys can win. Only after the crisis is resolved can Silverpine town regain peace. But at this time, the Spider-Woman with 2 arms roared loudly, "Damn sneak attack! Daenerys, you angered me." I saw the Spider-Girl with both arms chanting a spell loudly, and the huge human-faced demon spider quickly came to her side. The Spider-Girl jumped lightly and climbed onto the back of the human-faced demon spider. What is this for? Becoming a Spider Knight? While Richard was making random guesses, a scene that shocked him happened. I saw the Spider-Girl slowly sinking into the body of the spider from the back of the spider. The Spider-Girl and the spider actually merged together. Seeing this scene, Richard was stunned. It seemed that it was difficult to draw a conclusion based on the current battle situation. After the fusion, Spider-Woman's blade arms increased from 2 to 4, and her movement speed increased again. It was so fast that her figure could not be seen clearly. Only a black shadow flashed by, and she had already rushed out more than 10 meters away, swift as the wind. Moreover, the holes in his body that were originally caused by the ice edges have healed rapidly at this moment. Richard couldn't help but sigh to himself. TSK. This resilience is really abnormal. Blade Storm. The Spider-Woman's 4 blade arms waved out a dense web of knives, formed by cutting the air at high speed, and rushed towards Daenerys. Daenerys, on the other hand, took out a scroll calmly and tore it apart. A strong cold air rushed towards Spider-Woman like a tsunami. This was given to her by her mentor for self-defense. It was a scroll of glacier magic that was almost as powerful as a first-level wizard. It was extremely precious. You know, ordinary second-level wizards may not be able to produce such a powerful witchcraft scroll. She believed that this was enough to kill Spider-Woman in one strike, because it was too precious. Her mentor specifically told her not to use it unless absolutely necessary. But now, her mental power is almost exhausted. If she doesn't use it, she will definitely lose. Ice protection, Daenerys chanted softly. To be on the safe side, she used her remaining mental power to supplement herself with a defensive witchcraft. The next second, something happened that Daenerys did not expect. The Blade Storm was a rapidly cutting airflow attack that actually penetrated the extremely strong cold air of the glacier technique and hit her whole body. Boom, boom, boom. Ice chips are flying, raising white frost all over the sky. Suddenly, Richard could no longer clearly see the battle situation in the field. Just when he was curious, he saw a figure protected by white ice being blasted away in his direction. It turned out that although Daenerys' ice protection withstood the damage of the Blade Storm, it was also blown away by the huge power contained in it. However, the Spider-Woman, who used the blade storm in the field, was frozen in its lifelike among the huge glaciers. Richard was immediately shocked. Oops. It's such a close distance. Now I can't hide it anymore. Sure enough, the next second, Daenerys had noticed the presence of other people beside her, and was immediately shocked. But judging from the smell, it seemed to be the smell of a necromancer. I thought it was a wizard apprentice who had not escaped before. But Daenerys immediately thought that among the many wizard apprentices just now, there seemed to be no one from the school of the undead. Daenerys immediately turned around and saw an unfamiliar face. Tell me, apprentice of the necromancer school, what is your purpose of coming here? Daenerys said coldly. Lady Daenerys, I came here following the trail of monsters to protect the safety of my family, and to find out the source of the monsters. Richard, who was well prepared, spoke eloquently. My family is in Silverpine town next to it. Just the day before yesterday, my family castle and Silverpine town were attacked by an army of monsters and suffered huge losses. Facing Daenerys' inquiry, Richard did not feel the need to hide anything, because that was the fact. Seeing Richard's frank and sincere expression, Daenerys' expression softened a lot. This wizard apprentice is for his family, which reminds Daenerys of herself, and for the inheritance and rule of the Bannings family. Anywhere, those who are willing to sacrifice for their family will always be respected. Richard thought for a while and added, if I hadn't gone back in time, our entire family might have been destroyed by the monster army the day before yesterday. Daenerys nodded. She had seen the entire map of Rosby County, and knew that one of the towns near Silverpine Forest was indeed called Silverpine Town. And the sheriff of Silverpine Town had also sent a message to Earl Harris asking for help. From this perspective, Daenerys couldn't help but feel a little bit indebted because her transfer of wizard apprentices and demon hunters almost caused the other family to be wiped out. However, Daenerys still showed a mocking expression. Very well, young wizard apprentice. I believe what you said. But there is another question. What have you been hiding here just now? You want to see me, and this spider girl will fight you to the death. And then you can reap the benefits? This made Richard suddenly speechless, and his brain started to work rapidly. Chapter 151. This is an accident. Just when Richard was at a loss what to do, he heard the sound of cracking ice crack. Both of them were shocked at the same time. Hiss! Could it be that Spider-Woman is not dead yet? In an instant, the two of them turned their heads in unison, and looked at the huge glacier in the hall that froze the Spider-Woman Shadra. At this moment, several cracks appeared in the center of the glacier, and then quickly extended to the surrounding areas of the glacier. The cracking sound of ice cracking just now came from this. No! We will investigate this matter later. Get out of here now. Daenerys glared at Richard fiercely, then turned and rushed towards the glacier. Richard touched his nose. To be honest, he had been trying to find a suitable reason to offend the other party, and he had basically formed an idea in his mind. But when he heard Daenerys ask him to go first, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Yes, because she had been lurking nearby just now. The breath-concentrating effect of Rodrigo's meditation method was brought to its extreme, making Daenerys mistakenly think that he was just a first-level wizard apprentice. In the battle of formal wizards, the first and second-level wizard apprentices are like ants, and there is no point in staying except to die. The third-level wizard apprentices are like wasps, and they can still sting. Therefore, Daenerys let herself go first. Unexpectedly, this cold and charming ice witch with a frosty face, who kept away strangers, turned out to be the kind of person with a cold face and a warm heart. This made Richard hesitate for a moment. He was wondering whether he should stay and help the sorceress named Daenerys. Although Shadra, the spider girl, might have one or two more tricks left. One thing Richard was sure of was that the opponent had been severely damaged by the attack of the glacier spell that Daenerys had just cast. While Richard was hesitating, the spider girl Shadra had already staggered out of the broken glacier. Shadra, the spider girl who was originally rosy and charming, now looked extremely pale and was unsteady when walking. This immediately confirmed Richard's inner guess and made him feel reassured. Shadra shouted angrily, Daenerys, you asked for this? Ah! Shadra was a little lucky. If she hadn't had a talent to defend against witchcraft just now, she would have returned to the embrace of Goddess Rose. She was so angry that she immediately took out something like an egg-shell from her arms and crushed it in an instant. Almost at the same time, the altar in the center of the hall began to emit a dazzling red light, forming a huge, strange and complex pattern that enveloped the entire hall. Richard was immediately shocked, because at this moment, several passages were blocked by this red light. and it was obvious that he could not leave. Now it's better. You don't have to think about whether to join the war or not. In this situation, you must join the war. However, Richard then thought about it, and realized that this was not an opportunity to beat up the drowned dog. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Spider-Woman to be severely injured. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would not have the chance next time. But within the scope of this strange witch formation, in addition to limiting this function, it seems that there are other functions. The whole space gave people a vague sense of depression. But this depression seemed to be acceptable to Richard. However, he glanced at Daenerys and saw her frowning slightly, which seemed to be very affected. So, Richard walked up to Daenerys with a wry smile, shrugged and said, "It seems I can't leave." Daenerys glanced at him and said in an indifferent tone, "You should find a place to hide yourself. This battle is not something you can participate in." Richard touched his nose and said, "I think I can help a little," as if she felt that no matter what Richard said was not very important. Daenerys stared at the Spider-Woman opposite her and stopped talking to Richard. At this moment, Daenerys calmed down and said, "Shadra, you have been seriously injured. Now activate the suppression witch formation and call your bluff." "Bluffing? No. Of course not. You will be the only one to die." Shadra smiled triumphantly at this moment. Suppress the witch formation? It seems that he has heard of this witch formation. The effect is to suppress the strength of everyone in the witch formation to a certain extent. Richard thought about it thoughtfully. Could it be that the faint feeling of depression that I just noticed just now means that I have been suppressed? That's not right. My strength doesn't seem to be affected? Richard tried to mobilize his mental power again, but was not suppressed. Could it be that Shadra set the upper limit of this wizard formation at the limit of a third-level wizard apprentice? This immediately made Richard's eyes light up. He somewhat understood Shadra's thoughts. The other party wanted to defeat Daenerys with a super strong body after the merger. After all, in terms of physical strength, the combined Shadra is far superior to Daenerys. And it is difficult for witchcraft below the level of a formal wizard to pose much of a threat to Shadra's body. Richard was originally worried about Shadra's backup. But since the other party set the upper limit of the battle at the upper limit of a third-level wizard apprentice, he thought he had not been afraid of anyone yet. While Richard was thinking, he saw Shadra, who had moved to the 3 large white cocoons on the side of the altar. Richard remembered clearly these 3 large white cocoons. 1 large, 2 small, and wrapped around the High Knight Vincent and 2 third-level wizard apprentices. I saw something like a straw suddenly protruding from Shadra's spider belly and piercing directly into one of the large white cocoons. In a matter of seconds, the straw produced an extremely strong suction force. Suddenly, there was a sound of drinking water. And then, visible to the naked eye, one stream of liquid could be seen being transferred into Shadra's body. Within a few seconds, Shadra's pale face turned rosy. Daenerys' face suddenly changed, and she immediately shouted, "Interrupt her recovery." However, she suddenly remembered that the person next to her was just a first-level wizard apprentice, so there was no need to count on it. So, Daenerys immediately began to chant a spell. But the next second, her body staggered, and then she remembered that she was in a suppression circle and could not perform first-level witchcraft. He directly cast zero-level witchcraft. But the zero-level witchcraft of single-target ice arrow was easily split open by Shadra's blade arm. Shadra laughed triumphantly. "And there was a wave of waves. When I finish recovering, it will be your death. Meet your fear, Daenerys." It seemed that Shadra also saw Richard and joked, "Not bad. He is still a male left for you. But he is a bit weak. According to you surface humans, he is an entry-level wizard apprentice." "Ha ha. Richard is a fool. And he also knows that he must interrupt the other party's evil witchcraft or ability now. Shadra apparently has the special ability to recover from his own injuries by sucking people trapped in white cocoons. Since he was determined to stay and fight, Richard couldn't be so arrogant that he could let Shadra recover and have a fair fight. He immediately stopped hiding his clumsiness and waved the mutation summoning staff in his hand, directly summoning Abomination. When a gigantic creature with a huge body and a round waist and a height of 2.7 meters appeared from it, Shadra exclaimed, "Abomination. How can it be Abomination?" An expression of disbelief. And Daenerys must be no less surprised than Shadra. Suddenly, 2 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Richard, as if they wanted to dissect Richard and find out what was going on. These 2 piercing glances made Richard shrink back and said to Daenerys, "Well, I said I could be of some help." Not daring to look at Daenerys' murderous eyes, Richard immediately ordered Abomination to attack Spider-Woman. The huge abomination took big strides, waving the giant iron axe and chain hammer in its hands, and rushed towards the opponent with a bang bang bang. Richard, on the other hand, kept using witchcraft all the time, using bone armor and dark element shield on abomination. When these two defensive witchcraft were used together, abomination also grinned and moved faster. Abominable, wrapped in thick white bones, looked extremely majestic at the moment. To be honest, if it were Richard who was opposite Shadra, the Spider-Woman, he would still have a huge headache when facing this abomination that was already thick-skinned, but had 2 layers of protection. Sure enough, before Shadra had time to suck the second white cocoon, she got involved with abomination, due to the influence of the suppression circle. Abomination, which has reached the limit of the 3rd level wizard apprentice, is no longer weaker than Shadra in terms of strength, and is even better in strength, but a little behind in speed. To describe the current situation in one sentence, hatred wears the thickest shield and receives the most painful beatings. I saw Shadra's 4 blade arms waving like the wind, flying the bone fragments of the abomination in all directions. But after a chop as fierce as a tiger, Richard's abomination did not suffer much damage and was slightly scratched. Just a little skin. Tell me, what's the reason for your strength? Daenerys said after seeing that the battle situation was stable. Of course Richard would not be so foolish as to answer this question directly. Instead, he handed Daenerys 3 golden horned frog eggs, with a painful look on his face. What's this? This is a special potion that can restore mental strength. Daenerys' expression softened slightly. She shook her head and said, I have already taken the mental recovery potion, and it is useless to take it again. This is a golden horned frog egg. It can quickly restore your mental power, and it does not conflict with your taking the mental power recovery potion, Richard explained. He saw Daenerys looking at him suspiciously. Richard immediately understood what he was talking about, so he took a pill at random, threw it into his mouth, and then opened his mouth. Don't worry. I took it myself. It's not an unsafe medicine. When Daenerys saw it, she no longer hesitated, and dubiously threw the 2 golden horned frog eggs into her mouth. A few seconds later, Daenerys' beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately said unceremoniously, Is there any more? It is indeed effective. I need 3 more pills. With a look of pain on his face, Richard took out 5 or 6 more pills from his arms, as if he was afraid that Daenerys would continue to ask for them, and said, I've given them all to you. That's all. Daenerys' face turned red, but she immediately took it, swallowed 3 pills, and carefully collected the other 3 pills. At this time, Richard continued to cast 2 more spells, slowness and weakness, but it seemed that because Shadra's body was too resistant to the shadow system, the effect was minimal. All I can say is that something is better than nothing. After a while, Daenerys, who had recovered a lot of her mental strength, began to use ice witchcraft. Although the 1st level witchcraft could not be cast, the 0 level witchcraft was used like a rapid-fire cannon. Shadra was beaten immediately, and was so filled with hatred that she couldn't even lift her head for a moment. Richard smiled slightly. This was the correct rhythm of the battle. In this battle, both he and Abomination should only play some supporting roles. The main force in the battle is of course Daenerys on the side. Damn it! There were more and more wounds on his body. He had already recovered 20 to 30% of his injuries, but now they collapsed again, making Shadra look at Richard with a look of resentment. Suddenly, Shadra cast some kind of explosive secret technique, which greatly increased her movement speed. She immediately bypassed the Abomination and rushed straight to where Daenerys and Richard were. When Richard saw it, he realized that the trapped beast was about to fight to the death. After a burst of laughter, he immediately performed the shadow dance. His movement speed increased sharply, and he hit aside. Daenerys on the side also cast an acceleration witchcraft and left quickly to avoid a physical fight with Shadra in spider form. Can you escape? Shadra screamed as he approached the 2 of them. The tail of its bulging spider body suddenly shot out thousands of tiny crystal clear spider threads, covering their heads. Not good. Richard accelerated again, but his heels were entangled by several spider silks. Just when Richard wanted to use his strength to break free, the tiny spider silk was extremely tough, and suddenly there was a strong force, and both Richard and Daenerys were pulled towards Shadra. Richard immediately cast skeleton armor and dark element shield on himself, and quickly pulled out the Ice Guardian. Ding 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 ding. It was just as Richard expected. As soon as he was pulled over, he was taken care of by Shadra's 4 blade arms. Fortunately, he was well prepared. The extreme level of Cornell's swordsmanship made a great contribution. And he caught all the Spider-Woman's chops. Unscathed. This was beyond Shadra's expectations. It also made Daenerys' beautiful eyes shine again. Suddenly, pale pink mist spurted out, and an extremely sweet fragrance filled the air. Strong male. Come on. Let's be happy together. Shadra suddenly became extremely charming. Hold your breath. Daenerys' cold voice came. Richard, who already knew this move, had obviously held his breath, and tried not to look at the charming Shadra. But there were cobwebs all around, so it was impossible for him not to breathe forever. Daenerys obviously expected this. Her expression changed, and she shouted, "Seize the opportunity!" A tremendous amount of cold air gushed out from Daenerys' icicle staff. And the next second, the icicle staff shattered into crystal-like fragments. This is a self-destruction of the witchcraft, triggering the majestic energy in the witchcraft. Immediately, this made Shadra look horrified. But the next second, Shadra could no longer speak, and his whole body was frozen in a huge block of ice. However, Daenerys, who had learned her lesson, snatched the Ice Guardian from Richard and stabbed it directly into Shadra's heart through the ice. Looking at Daenerys gasping for air, Richard felt something was wrong. Even if Spider-Girl doesn't have energy points, the man-faced demon spider before the fusion must have energy points. But obviously, I didn't see the prompt on the panel that there were energy points harvested. Richard immediately thought of Crystal. Crystal, can you absorb the soul of this Spider-Woman? Chapter 152. No, she's not dead yet. But, Dad, she can't move now, and is seriously injured. I should be able to eat her. Crystal thought for a while and said. Richard was immediately delighted. While Daenerys was looking puzzled, Richard walked towards the huge block of ice that was freezing Shadra. When he reached it, he placed the fist-sized crystal on it. Suddenly, even Daenerys could clearly distinguish the horror of the Spider-Woman frozen in the ice. Although her face was frozen and unable to show her expression, the horror revealed in her eyes was more real. At this moment, Daenerys also instantly understood that the sword she had just stabbed directly hit the opponent's heart. But it did not really kill Shadra. Crystal lay on the ice and cast a series of mental spells on Shadra's head, which immediately made the seriously injured Shadra's eyes dull, seemingly knowing that the opponent was under his control. Crystal expressed a burst of joy and easily dug through the ice with his sharp feet, drilling all the way to the center of the ice, and then laid his entire body on Shadra's pale face. This scene reminded Richard of the facehugger he saw in the movie Alien in his previous life. As the beep sounded, Richard knew that the Spider-Girl Shadra was dead now. Gain 38836 energy points. Hiss. More than 30,000 energy points. TSK. She really deserves to be the Spider-Girl. Richard could only say that the other party contributed energy points that matched her strength. Richard called up the inspiration panel and took a look, and he was overjoyed, adding the energy points contributed by Shadra. At this time, the energy points he had were as high as 158934. Set a new historical high. In this case, even if he reserves 100,000 points for breaking the limit of meditation, he can still use nearly 60,000 energy points to innovate witchcraft. However, one thing that puzzled Richard was that the human-faced demon spider alone should not be able to provide him with such a high energy point reward. However, it has been verified before that Shadow Stalker does not provide any energy point rewards. But if this energy point reward does not come from the man-faced demon spider, then who does it come from? Could it be the Spider-Woman herself? Richard couldn't figure out the reason for a moment. The next second, a stream of spiritual power at least 2 fingers thick came back from the crystal. At this moment, Richard's spiritual sea, which had been slightly dry since he had just performed many witchcrafts, suddenly began to fill up. The most important thing was that ray of extremely pure soul energy, which made Richard feel as if his limbs were soaking in a hot spring. However, after absorbing soul energy this time, why do I feel a little dizzy? Could it be that I absorbed too much? Richard was quite surprised at his physical condition. Moreover, Daenerys next to me seems to be getting more and more beautiful. Daenerys' originally cold face was now filled with blush. Daenerys seemed to sense something was wrong, but she didn't think for a moment what the problem was. It turned out that what the two of them didn't know was that the pink mist released by the Spider-Woman Shadra not only had a strong effect on males, but also had the same effect on females. It's just that neither Richard nor Daenerys knows. Moreover, the pink mist can not only enter the body through breathing, but also slowly penetrate into the other party's body through the skin. But the onset time is just a little later. if Daenerys hadn't acted decisively and self-destructed her magical weapon, the icicle staff, to freeze Shadra with its extremely strong cold air. And if Richard hadn't happened to have a mutated soul-eating spider, a natural enemy similar to the Spider-Woman's, it is estimated that Shadra would have had a high probability of turning the tables again this time. Richard felt as if he had had an extremely wonderful dream. In the dream, there was an extremely gentle and beautiful woman. She was shy at first, but soon after, the woman was melted by his passion, and the ice was broken. The woman's face couldn't be clearly seen. It seemed that she was Senior Mei Luo at one moment, Serena, the maid, at another moment, and then again at the next moment. In his 2 lifetimes together, Richard had never experienced such a wonderful feeling until he fell into a deep sleep. When Richard woke up again, he felt that the quilt he was lying on was so soft, and it seemed that the best velvet quilt was not enough. Although he woke up, he didn't want to open his eyes because lying down was so comfortable, which made Richard think that he could sleep for another 10,000 years. A few minutes later, Richard opened his reluctant eyes, and what came into view was Daenerys's beautiful face, with a pair of long eyelashes that seemed to have a few tears hanging on them. Richard was stunned and shocked. In an instant, all the sleepiness in his heart disappeared. He did not dare to move for fear of waking the other party. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "Hold the grass. How could it be her?" However, Richard took a closer look at Daenerys, who was sleeping soundly. At this moment, she was no longer cold, noble and elegant, but instead had a kind of fragile beauty. The two intertwined together were really beautiful. After being in a trance for a while, Richard also fell into deep thought. He was just a wizard apprentice. So what would he do to a formal wizard, if the other party really wants to pursue it afterwards? It seems that I can't beat him. However, it shouldn't be that he wants to kill himself, right? After all, he helped her kill Spider-Woman together, so he was also a teammate after all. But judging from this woman's previous attitude, it seems hard to say. Suddenly, Richard's thoughts were in a mess. Hey! Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. It's not like I'm at a disadvantage anyway. Richard had an idea of breaking the pot. After making up his mind, Richard chose to continue pretending to sleep. But he obviously overestimated his own willpower. Of course, it might also be the residual effect of the pink mist. Holding such a beautiful woman in his arms, Richard reacted immediately. The hesitant Richard suddenly remembered the illusion of animals are worse than beasts in his previous life. But after this time, both of them woke up, and the situation suddenly became a bit awkward. Richard felt that as a man, he should take the initiative. He changed his mind, coughed twice and said, "I am a virgin." Daenerys was originally in a daze, and her whole body was in a state of mixed emotions. But at this moment, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. This smile immediately stunned Richard. Daenerys felt a little embarrassed by Richard's gaze and asked, "How do you prove it?" Richard was stunned for a moment, and touched his head awkwardly. How can this man prove it? However, Richard looked down unexpectedly. And hey, it turned out that this was his first time too. Didn't you say that the royal family should be relatively chaotic? Just when Richard was lost in thought, Daenerys felt embarrassed and scolded, "Get up." Richard was a little embarrassed and stood up immediately. But Daenerys became weak again, which made the little devil in Richard stand up again. So, Richard deliberately stood up and fell down. Ouch. Spider-Woman's pink mist just now was too strong. I couldn't control it. Richard decided to blame the cause on external objects instead of himself. Chapter 153 Leaving. At this time, the two of them were dressed. I saw Daenerys wearing a light blue frost robe, noble and elegant. But her thick braids, which were originally tied tightly, now came loose and fell to her shoulders, showing a natural golden wave. Temperament, she looks more mature and charming. The change in temperament before and after made Richard feel like a high-altitude goddess who had just fallen into the mortal world. Daenerys glanced at Richard with her aqua blue eyes and frowned slightly. "Why are you staring at me?" Richard scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. But he still said calmly, "No. How could it be?" Although he said this, in Richard's heart, a little devil with a pitchfork in hand and horns on his head seemed to jump out and say, "You only have so much courage. This woman has done what you did. What's wrong with just looking at her? Go up to her and give her a couple of big kisses. Then tell her loudly that I not only want to watch but also want to kiss her." Richard quickly shook his head and poured out the fantastic thoughts in his head. He did not forget that the other party was an official wizard. Then he pretended to look around. But he immediately saw the big white cocoon. Richard asked, "Is that tall subordinate before you still in the white cocoon?" Daenerys woke up immediately. She had been in a daze before, but she had forgotten about it. Just as she was about to go over to rescue him, she suddenly staggered. Richard saw this, and couldn't help but chuckle. Immediately, Daenerys glared at her. But her blushing face had long lost its usual intimidation. "You'd better rest for a while first," Richard said with a smile. "Let my hatred come." For a moment, Richard felt as if he was masculine. After saying that, Richard waved the mutation summoning array in his hand. And the next second, a huge inverse pentagram array appeared on the ground. And the tall abomination was summoned by Richard again. Seeing the tall and fat abomination again, Daenerys seemed to remember something, and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to have the strength of a quasi-wizard. I have been wanting to ask you just now. It seems that you were hiding aside before. Sure enough, there is something else. Purpose. Why didn't you come to help before?" A quasi-wizard is a person whose strength has reached the limit of a third-level wizard apprentice and is waiting for advancement through advanced meditation methods or limit-breaking water. But the essence of a quasi-wizard is a third-level wizard apprentice, not a formal wizard. When Richard heard this, he probably understood why Daenerys was struggling with this issue. Probably in her opinion, if she had taken action earlier, with the combined efforts of both parties, Shadra the Spider-Woman might have been defeated long ago, and her team's losses would not have been so great. Under the gaze of Daenerys' clear light blue eyes, Richard touched his nose. This was a sign of guilt. One of them must be wrong. When this woman gets angry, she will probably get nothing good from her. After considering his words, Richard spoke eloquently. Quasi-wizard is just a nice term. In fact, I am self-aware. I am just a third-level wizard apprentice. And you and Shadra are too strong. So I am participating and it won't make much difference. Just look at the two third-level wizard apprentices, and you will know that this is the result of blind interference. Richard pointed in the direction of by cocoon. If Shadra hadn't been smart enough to cast a suppressing witch formation, suppressing both herself and you below the level of a formal wizard. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do anything at all. And, in the end, I relied on your ice witchcraft to defeat her. I was just helping her. Richard shrugged and minimized his role as much as possible in his explanation, blaming Shadra's failure to respond and Daenerys' own strength as the reason for the victory. After a few words, Daenerys' expression softened a lot, and she fell into deep thought. When Richard saw it, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Fortunately, I basically passed the test. As expected, women everywhere need to be coaxed. It's a pity that I have a huge weakness in this aspect. If I had known that I was a Neptune in my previous life, I would be able to deal with this kind of situation easily." At this time, Hatred was heading in the direction of the two white cocoons. Dong dong dong, and walked over with long strides. A few seconds later, Hatred's thick arm swung a huge iron axe at the small white cocoon, and struck it down quickly. The iron axe blade seemed to just cut through the surface of the white cocoon without damaging the inside. This scale is actually very well grasped, giving people the feeling of lifting a weight with ease. But to their surprise, a stream of blood spurted out instantly, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. There was nothing but blood and water. Not even a skeleton. Hiss. It's actually melted. Richard couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. At the same time, he was a little scared of the highly corrosive nature of the Spider-Woman's venom. Richard immediately recalled Shadra's action when sucking the first white cocoon. Could it be said that during a gap in the previous battle, the Spider-Woman poured the venom into her body? Because he was sure that when the three of them were trapped in the Spider-Woman's big white cocoon, he could still feel the vital signs of the three of them being relatively strong. But later, after Spider-Woman was severely injured by Daenerys' Glacier Scroll, the purpose of the three of them obviously changed. From disposable spouses to disposable blood banks. Richard immediately walked towards the last white cocoon. Sure enough, at this moment, he could no longer feel even a trace of energy fluctuations in the white cocoon. Then, he shook his head at Daenerys. Daenerys had an expressionless face, not knowing what she was thinking. So, Richard still commanded the abomination to break the white cocoon. And sure enough, there was another large pool of blood. It seemed that Daenerys was a little depressed. Richard thought for a moment and comforted her. "Don't be sad. Let's go and take a look at the spoils." As a high-ranking member of the underground race, Shadra must have a lot of good things. We can each take half of them. Daenerys raised her head, gave Richard a white look with her beautiful eyes, and said in a cold voice, "What are you dreaming about?" I'll choose one thing for you at most. Sure enough, the method of diverting attention is very effective. Richard suddenly smiled bitterly and said, one piece is a bit too little. How about two? Daenerys stopped paying attention to Richard and took the lead in walking towards the altar. As soon as Richard saw it, he immediately followed. On the back of the altar, there is a large bag made of black spider silk. It turns out that Spiderwoman often transforms during battles, so she wears relatively cool clothes and carries almost nothing with her. Most of them are kept in packages. As a two-armed Spiderwoman, her strength is equivalent to that of an official wizard on the human surface. There are really a lot of good things in the package, some of which even Richard can't name. However, Daenerys on the side was very knowledgeable and pointed out the names and functions of some rare items to Richard one by one. Hey, what's sealed inside is actually the blood of the traitor. I thought this thing would be extinct long ago. Daenerys' eyes lit up, and she pointed at a red drop-shaped pendant. Blood of the faithless? What is this? Richard asked curiously. The main function is to eliminate the soul contract. This amount is probably enough to eliminate a soul contract. Daenerys thought for a while and said. When Richard heard that this item could actually be used to cancel the soul contract, his eyes suddenly lit up. And he thought to himself that if he had this item, his subsequent plans would seem to be able to be adjusted. Okay. As a thank you for your help this time, you can choose one of these trophies first. It seems that he is a little unjust. After all, without the help of Richard and his soul-eating demon spider, there is no doubt whether he can defeat the Spider-Woman. But who would have thought that in the end, he would be killed by a little brat? Daenerys blushed again and explained. The Spider-Woman incident has caused great losses to the kingdom. Not only do many wizard apprentices who died need to be compensated, but the destroyed towns also need a large amount of funds to rebuild. Therefore, you can only choose one item. Richard remained calm. Although it was just one piece, most of the things, although precious, were indeed of no use to Richard. Moreover, Daenerys gave her the right of first choice, which is considered good. Richard did not hesitate to choose the blood of the betrayer, which can be used to cancel the contract, and asked at the same time how to use the blood of the betrayer. There are several other things that need to be used together as precious knowledge. The elimination ritual can be considered as compensation for the fact that you can only choose one item. Although I don't know why you chose this item. After saying that, Daenerys gently tapped Richard's forehead with her white fingers, and a simple stream of information was sent to Richard's mind. Thank you. Richard was stunned for a moment. On the one hand, he was trying to understand the new, erasing ritual that appeared in his mind. On the other hand, he was also surprised by Daenerys' generosity. You must know that the acquisition of this kind of precious knowledge is usually a hard one. Even if it is a formal transaction between wizards, something of equivalent value must be paid. Several high-level magic stones that were originally placed on the altar had more than half of their energy consumed at this time, but they could still be used. Daenerys stretched out her white fingers and collected these high-level magic stones that had been mostly consumed in one's own pocket. Here, those dozen intermediate magic stones are for you. Richard was immediately overjoyed, but frowned again because he thought of another thing. He said with a bitter face, Can I not have the intermediate magic stone? Why? You still want high-level magic stones? Daenerys snorted coldly. No. No. Can you give me the spider girl's body? Richard hesitated and said. Daenerys immediately turned her head and stared at him fiercely. After a long time, she said, So you have this hobby. But no, don't have sweet dreams. This made Richard confused. He didn't understand where he said something wrong. The next second, a flash of inspiration flashed in Richard's mind, and he realized what Daenerys was thinking. And he burst out laughing. Why? Am I wrong? Of course not. So, Richard briefly told Daenerys about the two souls of Stefana and the soul-eating spider, which were one and needed a body to be resurrected. This made Daenerys blush immediately and lower her head like a child who had done something wrong. Just as Richard was about to tease Daenerys a few more times, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the other end of the collapsed passage. Because the huge energy that just suppressed the magic circle caused the collapse of the passages around the hall. The sound just now should be the sound of someone digging at the other end of the passage. I saw Daenerys' face straightened and she said, It should be the previous batch of wizard apprentices and demon hunters that I asked them to leave first. I think I should leave. What happened between us should be treated as such. It's a misunderstanding, Daenerys said, and walked towards the blocked passage. However, as soon as he took a step, he stopped, turned around and asked Richard, You haven't told me yet. What is your name? Richard. Richard Clavel. Richard said with a happy face. Then, can I go find you in the future? Daenerys seemed to feel Richard's fiery gaze staring at her, which made her hesitate for a moment. She nodded slowly and said, if you can become an official wizard, you can come to the capital to find me. If I'm not there, then it's time to return to Hydraxia Academy. After saying that, Daenerys no longer hesitated and turned to leave. After a moment of silence, Richard said calmly, I will definitely come to find you. Wait for me. Daenerys paused, but said nothing, and continued walking straight towards the passage. This made Richard feel a little disappointed. I saw Daenerys casting a loudspeaker spell and saying, people on the other side of the passage should stay out of the way. I'm going to use witchcraft to blast away the rocks. After hearing Daenerys' cold voice, the people on the other side of the passage immediately realized that it was Daenerys who was speaking. A flurry of activity was heard on the other side of the passage. After more than 10 seconds, it calmed down. A low voice said respectfully, Your Excellency Daenerys, we have all retreated to a distance of 30 meters. Not enough. At least 50 meters. As you command? My lord. After a moment, Daenerys began to whisper a spell in her mouth. And a sharp, giant ice pick 4 to 5 meters long appeared out of thin air directly in front of her. With a wave of his white finger, the giant ice pick rushed towards the boulder blocking the channel. Boom! The ice pick collided violently with the boulder. When the dust and ice chips dispersed, in Richard's surprised eyes, a circular hole appeared in the center of the passage. One blow directly penetrated a boulder nearly 1 meter thick. The power of first-level witchcraft is really terrifying. But there was more than just a boulder in the blockage. After Daenerys cast the giant ice cone technique 3 times in a row, she suddenly heard a burst of cheers from the other side of the passage. Obviously, the passage had been opened at this time. Daenerys cast an ice protection on herself, and her petite and elegant figure disappeared into the dim passage. After a while, some noises that Richard felt were noisy came from the other end of the passage. Lady Daenerys, are you okay? Lord Daenerys, where is Lord Vincent? A flurry of inquiries came from the other side of the passage. The Spiderwoman has been killed. Vincent and the others are all killed. Let's return to the county now. After Daenerys said something coldly, she seemed unwilling to say more, and set off back to the county. The others immediately muttered and returned together. Richard looked at the disappearing figure, feeling an indescribable sense of loss in his heart. He sighed. Ah! At least I know her name. Daenerys Bennings. And she also knows my name. After a long while, Richard touched his chin and said, however, if I just want to become a formal wizard, it should take about half a year. Chapter 154 Spirit Reincarnation Ceremony. Seeing that the cave hall was empty except for himself, Richard recovered his mind and walked to the body of the spider girl Shadra. At this moment, the spider girl's body was still exuding a terrifying aura, because she was still in the state of merging with the human-faced demon spider. Her overall body shape was also extremely large. Especially the lower half of the body is completely the belly of a human-faced demon spider, while the upper half of the body is that of an extremely graceful human woman. The fusion between the two is so natural, and the whole gives people a strange sense of beauty. If the goddess Rose believed in the Underdark really exists, then people have to marvel at the magnificent power of the goddess Rose. The limbs of the lower body are dark and slender, emitting a faint fluorescence. One can tell at a glance that they are extremely hard. And the 2 pairs of blade arms on the upper body are even sharper, and they are still flashing with cold light. However, Crystal was still lying on Spider-Girl's face at this moment, soundly asleep. Crystal? Crystal? Richard called Crystal softly in his mind. What's wrong? Dad? A childish voice sounded, and Richard could even picture a little girl half asleep and half awake. Richard couldn't help but smile and said, Why did you fall asleep? I just finished the big meal, and I feel very sleepy. Besides, Dad, you are also busy being shy with others. So I went to bed first. Richard was immediately embarrassed. This little brat actually understands this? Well, keep this a secret. Well, it's just a little secret between Dad and you. Uh-huh. Can you please let Stephanie out now? Daddy wants to ask her something? Okay. Is 5 minutes enough? Enough. After a period of rustling noise. Master. It's me. Stephanie's familiar voice came, with a hint of joy and excitement. Before, you told me that you wanted to find a body of the Spider-Woman's bloodline, but it was too difficult. However, this time, by coincidence, I found a body of the Spider-Woman for you. It's just... Ah! Thank you so much, Master. But what? It could be heard that Stefana was almost crying with joy. You're welcome. It's just that the other person happened to be in a state of merging with a man-faced demon spider when he died. I don't know if you can break this state by moving his soul. So, before Richard could finish his words, he was interrupted by the excited Stephanie. Master, it's okay. It's okay. Even if it can't be lifted, I don't mind. It's just a little ugly. As long as the strength is strong enough. It doesn't matter. Stefana seemed a little incoherent. Maybe because she was worried that she would miss this opportunity. But Richard didn't expect that Stefana would agree without hesitation. After a while, Stefana seemed to be able to control her emotions a little, and said, I have seen the fusion of Spider-Women in ancient books at home. The fusion of Spider-Women is one of the strongest forms of Spider-Women. Master, I want to find such a Spider-Woman who has just died in the outside world. The corpse in the combined state is incredibly difficult. Master, you are so awesome. Master, how did you obtain such a corpse? Can you tell me? Listening to Stefana's compliment, Richard felt a little proud and said, Stop flattering me. If there is no problem with you, I will start preparing for the spiritual body transformation ceremony now. Okay. Thank you, Master. Thank you for your hard work. Master. Stefana couldn't hold back her excitement and thanked her again and again. Richard called up the inspiration panel and saw in the Witchcraft column, Spirit Reincarnation Ritual, entry 1%. The spiritual body reincarnation ritual is still at the beginning level. This is also normal. Even in Guru's Academy, the spirit reincarnation ceremony is a relatively partial witchcraft. There are not many apprentices who learn it. And it is even rarer to have wizard apprentices who can reach proficiency level or above. Richard has never upgraded it since he obtained it, because there is really no place where this ritual can be used. Obviously, Spider-Woman's body is rare to see. If Richard wants to ensure the success of Stefana's reincarnation ceremony, he must first improve his control level of the spiritual body reincarnation ceremony. If a large amount of energy points were not recorded this time, Richard might still be hesitant to raise the level of control over the ceremony. Now, this problem no longer exists. Richard plans to directly raise the spiritual body reincarnation ceremony to the limit. It was discovered that the host is practicing the zero-level witchcraft spirit body reincarnation ritual. Do you consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing the zero-level witchcraft spirit body reincarnation ritual? Without hesitation, Richard dragged the slider to 10,000 and selected yes. After a while, Richard's soul came to the dream space. This time he came to the empty hall underground. There was a vague figure in the center of the room. The figure was bending over and drawing something seriously on the ground. The next second, he was possessed by this figure. As soon as he was possessed, he realized that he was drawing a witchcraft formation for the spirit reincarnation ceremony. I saw that the shape of this witch array was different from the reverse pentagram summoning witch array, hexagram teleportation array, etc. that Richard had commonly used before. The shaman formation for the spirit reincarnation ceremony is a circle with a diameter of about 3 meters on the outside and 2 standard squares inside. The 4 vertices of one of the squares are at 6, 9, 12, and 12 o'clock on the ring, 3 o'clock direction. The other square is rotated 45 degrees clockwise based on the original square. Only after this witch formation is accurately drawn can the next step be taken. Although this was the first time for Richard to describe this witchcraft formation, he had the basis of summoning witchcraft formations before. So Richard learned very quickly, especially with the blessing of massive inspiration. Richard's improvement speed is like a rocket. Richard drew the reverse witch formation over and over again, each time drawing smoother and smoother than the last time. From stumbling before to now it is done in one go. I don't know how long it took, but Richard was able to complete the step of drawing the witch formation easily. After finishing the drawing of the witchcraft formation, the next step is to outline all 8 runes for the spirit reincarnation ceremony in the mind and build them into a witchcraft model. As the sketch began, Richard soon understood the meaning of these 8 runes. These 8 runes correspond 1-to-1 with the 2 squares on the witch formation, totaling 8 points. Richard began to outline these 8 runes in his mind. Since Richard had so many experiences in drawing runes, after several attempts, he had already grasped the trick of the first rune, with the blessing of massive inspiration. Soon, after less than 3 attempts, the first rune in the spirit reincarnation ceremony was successfully outlined. After the first rune was quickly sketched, Richard began to sketch the second rune in his mind. Then, there are the third and fourth runes. After hundreds of attempts, finally, the eighth rune was successfully outlined by Richard. So a complete spiritual body reincarnation ritual witchcraft model was constructed from these 8 runes. The second step is completed. And then comes the third step, which is also the most critical step. The third step requires placing the corpse required for reincarnation between the 2 squares, and at the same time, inserting the spirit body into the corpse through witchcraft. The higher the degree of control over the spiritual body reincarnation ritual, the greater the degree of compatibility between the spiritual body and the new body after the ritual is successful. But if the compatibility between the spirit and the new body is already very low, then no matter how high your control is, it would be great if you can ensure that the ritual does not fail. It seemed that he was aware that Richard was about to take the third step. At this time, an illusory corpse of the Spider-Woman in the combined state naturally appeared in the space, as well as the motionless Stefana in the spiritual state beside it. So, Richard started the third step of the process. Richard moved the combined Spider-Woman to the center of the magic circle. At the same time, 8 intermediate magic stones appeared out of thin air at the intersection of the outer circle of the magic circle and the 2 square vertices to serve as the energy supply for the entire magic circle. Of course, since Richard is now in a dream, this process only requires a change of thought on Richard's part, and the 8 intermediate level magic stones can be automatically generated and placed. After a while, along with Richard's chanting of spells, the carefully drawn witch formation on the floor of the hall began to shine with light green light. The mental force began to be injected into the witch formation at a special frequency through the witchcraft model of the spirit reincarnation ritual in the mind. Suddenly, a green light became bright in the center of the witch formation. Richard focused his mental power on Stefana's spirit body. In an instant, her spirit body was absorbed into the air by the energy of the witch formation, and quickly began to be stuffed into the Spider-Woman's body. But not long after, with a burst of screams from the spirit body, it disappeared. The spirit reincarnation ritual failed. Normally speaking, if this ritual fails in reality, it will cause a certain backlash to the caster. The specific severity is related to the caster's own strength. The stronger the strength, the lighter the injury. But in the dream space, Richard didn't have to worry about getting hurt at all. After a while of thought, Richard started trying again. The second time, failed. The third time, failed. After dozens of times, Richard frowned. He had already slightly guessed the reason for the failure. Stefana's Spider-Woman bloodline was a bonus for this spiritual body reincarnation ceremony. According to Richard's measurement, it was considered to be plus 10 points. But the crux of the problem is that the corpse Stefana wants to reincarnate this time is a corpse in a combined state. This problem is troublesome. The compatibility between the human and the man-faced spider is obviously very, very low. So low that points will be deducted. Richard's score is minus 80 points. Therefore, with this combination, the score is directly minus 70 points. And the success rate is less than 30%. The success rate of 30% was obviously far from enough. Before Richard could continue to think about it, his entire soul quickly returned to his body from the dream. Richard called up the inspiration panel and saw that in the witchcraft column it showed the spirit reincarnation ritual master 89%. Although there were no special effects, Richard felt that he had a deep understanding of the ritual of soul reincarnation. It seemed that no matter how low the degree of compatibility was, he had a 20% to 30% chance of successfully performing the ritual. In this case, Richard thought for a moment and decided to continue with the ritual to enhance his soul's reincarnation. It was discovered that the host is practicing the 0-level witchcraft spirit body reincarnation ritual. Do you consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing the 0-level witchcraft spirit body reincarnation ritual? Without hesitation, Richard dragged the slider to 10,000 and selected yes. The world was spinning for a while, and Richard's soul came to the dream space, looking at the illusory body of the Spider-Woman in the combined state in the space, and the motionless Stephanie in the spirit state beside it. Richard continued to practice the steps. 3. After hundreds or thousands of experiments, Richard felt that he had broken through some kind of boundary. It seemed that no matter how bad the fit between the two was, Richard could forcibly reincarnate the spirit body into a certain corpse. However, even if it succeeds, whether the spirit body itself can control the body normally is another matter. Moreover, if the fit is too poor, there will be a strong rejection reaction. This cannot be solved no matter how high the level of Richard's reincarnation ritual control is. After a while, the whole soul of Richard returned from the dream to his body. When I brought up the inspiration panel, I saw that the witchcraft column showed spirit reincarnation ritual extreme. After thinking about it, Richard said to Stefana, "Then let's start now." "Okay. Thank you, Master." Since Richard had already drawn thousands of witchcraft formations for spirit reincarnation rituals in the dream, under Stefana's surprised gaze, Richard almost completed the witchcraft formation in one go, which only took a few minutes. Stephanie originally thought that Richard was just trying to fool her, but after carefully looking at the magic array drawn by Richard several times with her meager knowledge of magic arrays, she could not find any flaws. Only then did she realize that her understanding of Richard was too superficial. When Richard finished drawing, he dragged the Spider-Woman's body and moved it to the center of the two squares of the witch formation, ready to start reincarnation. After all, he was already familiar with the entire reincarnation process. However, what is different from the dream is that in the real witch formation, Richard also needs 8 intermediate magic stones, which are placed at the intersections of the outer ring of the witch formation and the vertices of the two squares to serve as the energy of the entire witch formation supply. In the dream, this process only requires a change of Richard's mind, and the 8 intermediate magic stones can be automatically generated and placed. But in reality, it obviously does not work. After placing the intermediate magic stone, not long after, along with Richard's low chanting of spells, the carefully drawn magic formation on the ground began to flash a light green light. Richard's mental power began to be injected into the witch formation at a special frequency through the witchcraft model of the spirit reincarnation ritual in his mind. Suddenly, a green light became bright in the center of the witch formation. Suddenly, Richard turned his head to look at the location of Stephanie's spirit. Stephanie only felt that Richard's eyes looking directly at her were like black holes. She immediately felt an invisible huge force that quickly lifted up her entire spirit and flew into the air. The next second, he was directly stuffed into the body of the Spider-Woman in the combined form. At this time, the green light was once again so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. After a few seconds, the entire magic formation seemed to have run out of energy and suddenly became dim. It's like entering the sage time. Chapter 155 Spider-Woman Stepina. Tens of seconds later, under Richard's curious gaze, the huge spider girl in the center of the witch formation moved slightly. The next second, the spider girl's upper body took on the shape of a human, and her graceful figure slightly fluttered her eyelashes. She opened her eyes and looked around confusedly. At first, his eyes were a little dull. After looking around, he seemed to find Richard standing aside, and his eyes focused on Richard and stopped moving. It seemed that due to some buffering. At this moment, Spider-Girl's eyes seemed to be much clearer. She opened her mouth and said with a slight stutter, "Master, did I succeed?" Richard smiled and nodded. After getting a positive answer from Stefana, her face looked ecstatic. But just as she was about to stand up, the huge Spider-Woman's lower body was like a drunk person. Several legs stabbed randomly, and the ground was penetrated by the sharp ends of the legs. Several deep holes were inserted, but she could not maintain her balance. The huge Spider-Woman, after shaking his body several times, he suddenly sat on the ground again. After trying several times, he failed to stand up, which made Stephanie very anxious. "Master, this, Stefana, don't worry, because your spirit body and the combined form of the Spider-Woman's body are not very compatible. So if you want to adapt to the new body, you need to spend a long time to get familiar with it." After listening to Richard's calm tone, Stefana's mood eased a lot. She immediately stopped trying, and instead controlled the Spider-Woman in the combined form to do some simple movements. From time to time, she would have a blank expression on her face, which seemed to be "I thought of it" or "discovered something." After a long time, Stefana asked with some joy, "Master, I just tried it. I feel that I should be able to release the combined form on my own. Is it true that if the body is in pure Spider-Woman form, it will fit with my spiritual body? Will it be very high? Can the combined form be released?" Richard was overjoyed. It would be best if it could be lifted, because he was also considering a problem just now. If Stefana was in the form of a huge Spider-Woman fusion, it would be inconvenient for him to bring her around. Although from the perspective of combat effectiveness, the Spider-Woman in the combined form is obviously much stronger than the Spider-Woman in the human form alone. The problem is that it will be very inconvenient for Richard to have him around. Moreover, judging from Richard's rich combat experience, sometimes it is easier to win with a sudden backhand than with a head-on confrontation. Just imagine, if Spider-Woman is in combined form, The enemy will definitely know that she is very powerful, and will be fully prepared to deal with her. But if Spider-Woman is in human form and launches a surprise attack, it is very likely to become another killer weapon for Richard. Of course, if you can release the combined form with the Spider-Woman's high bloodline concentration, the compatibility with this Spider-Woman's body should be very high, and the fusion should be very fast. Richard nodded, unusually sure said. However, after listening to what Richard said, Stefana still hesitated for a while. After a few seconds, she said, Master, if I cancel the union now, I may never be able to join again, because I can feel the condition of this body. At present, the human-faced demon spider is completely dead. If I cancel the combination, my spirit body can only occupy the Spider-Woman's body, and I will definitely take the human-faced demon spider's body. Give up. So, if I cancel the fusion, I may never be able to find the man-faced spider for fusion in the future. As soon as Richard heard this, he immediately understood what Stefana meant. After the fusion was released, the combined form of the Spider-Girl would be divided into two bodies, one being the Spider-Girl and the other being the human-faced demon spider. As for Stefana's spirit body, it was obvious that it could only be fused into one body. Of course, she had no choice but to fuse into Spider-Woman's body. Richard raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something, and asked, From what you said, not all human-faced demon spiders can merge with you. Yes, Master. This human-faced demon spider was born at the same time as the Spider-Girl. According to the underground race, this human-faced demon spider is the companion beast of the original Spider-Girl. It has a natural perfect fit. That's why we can fight together, Stefana said, seemingly receiving some of the memories of the original Spider-Woman. I see, Richard murmured. This is a problem. If Stefana chooses to cancel it now, she will lose her ability to combine forever. It was slightly different from what Richard had originally imagined. He originally thought that it would be lifted now, and that Stefana would be able to tame a human-faced demon spider later. Unexpectedly, there was actually such a thing as a companion beast. However, judging from the current situation, if he doesn't release it, he won't be able to lead this behemoth for a long time. Moreover, Stephanie's compatibility with the combined form of Spider-Woman is too low. It will take a lot of time to coordinate and form combat effectiveness. These are all difficulties that Richard has overcome. Although releasing the combined form would result in a loss of a large amount of combat effectiveness, it would at least be convenient for Richard to take Stefana with him. Moreover, Richard has never forgotten that the contract between him and Stefana is only a blood oath, not a soul contract. Therefore, if he does not take Stefana with him for a long time and allows her to get familiar with her body in Silverpine Forest, it is very likely that she will cause the other party to escape from his control at a certain point in time. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Richard's mind. After thinking about it, he felt that it should be feasible, and immediately said, Since you can cancel the combination, then choose to cancel the combination first. After all, your form is too big and conspicuous. Follow me. It's not the right place to be around. As you command, Master. Stefana naturally obeyed Richard's words, but she still reluctantly looked at her powerful combined form body again. After a while, Stefana muttered a spell in a low voice, and saw that the biological tissue at the joint between her and the man-faced spider's abdomen began to slowly fall off automatically. More than 10 seconds later, when she slowly walked out of the huge spider's belly, her beautiful body burst into bloom. This immediately stunned Richard, and he immediately turned his head, embarrassed to look directly at her. However, when Stefana saw this, she smiled seductively and didn't take it seriously at all. She even ran to Richard, bowed and performed a lady's bow. This bow was almost a 90-degree bow. Revealing a pair of eye-catching the round sphere said, Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. Stefana will always obey the Master's call, compared with the calm tone of her talk. At this time, Stefana's heart could be described as ecstatic. She is so satisfied with her current body, because she was tested as a child and had Spider-Woman blood. Her family tried every means to increase her blood concentration. The idea instilled in her from an early age was that she must constantly increase her blood concentration. Only when the concentration of her bloodline is high enough, she can finally transform into the Spider-Woman bloodline when she is promoted to a formal wizard, thereby gaining the Spider-Woman's natural abilities and becoming the top powerhouse in the entire Baez continent. Since Stephanie has been indoctrinated and brainwashed like this since she was a child, it can be said that evolving into the Spider-Woman bloodline is her lifelong dream, and the goal her family has been pursuing for hundreds of years. But now it was easily achieved. So she was ecstatic at the moment. And at the same time, a little unbelievable. Stefana felt her new body and thought to herself that it was indeed as her master said. She had the blood of the Spider-Woman. So she fit very well with this Spider-Woman's body. It was completely different from the Spider-Woman's body in the combined form just now. It was very difficult for her to stand up. This body now feels as if it is my original body when I control it. And I can hardly feel the difference. This feeling is really great. At this moment, Richard looked at the charming face in front of him. And looked at the graceful Spider-Girl, who was originally a powerful enemy. But now she was crawling under her, calling herself the master, which made Richard feel in a trance. Stefana opened her red lips and said, "Master, can you accompany me back to the royal capital? I want to go back to my family. I believe that my family will be ecstatic if they see my current state. And I remember there are several treasures in the family that can quickly improve my strength. In that way, I can serve the master better." Richard suddenly thought he must go to Wangdu, because he would definitely find that person. But not now. It's rare for me to come back. So I will definitely stay in Isong town for a while to spend more time with my parents. The second thing is that he doesn't plan to go to the royal capital before being promoted to an official wizard. Moreover, it is still too dangerous for a third-level wizard apprentice to go to the Knight family where Stefana is. Richard did not forget that in order to recover the eggs of the soul-eating demon spider, the Knight family sent Seymour, the school's second-level wizard apprentice, to trouble him. Even though Stefana has gained such a huge benefit this time, it can be said that it has also brought great benefits to the Knight family. But the nobles still have to guard against the dark thoughts. And people are not willing to swallow the elephant. After he is promoted to an official wizard, he will basically have the strength to overpower the Knight family. And he will no longer have to worry about potential dangers and possible changes. Richard made up his mind and shook his head. "Don't worry, Stephanie. You should adapt to your new body first. I will definitely go to the capital within half a year." "Thank you, Master." Although Stefana felt that it was a pity that she could not return to her family immediately to tell her family the good news. But since the Master agreed, it was just a matter of time. Because Richard, as the Master, has never failed to promise her anything so far. Which makes Richard, the Master, very trustworthy in Stefana's heart. As if aware that her master had been looking at her face blankly just now. No. It should be said to be the face of the Spider-Woman. Stefana couldn't help but be a little curious about what she looked like at this moment. After getting up, Stefana immediately ran to the center of the original hall and shone in front of the huge ice block. Seeing the strange, but beautiful and charming face on the ice, Stephanie felt very happy. This joy could be said to be no less than the joy of successful reincarnation. Because women all love beauty. And Stefana is certainly no exception. Stefana looked down her slender neck. And what came into view was a devil-like figure, which was so bumpy that it could barely fit under the tight black leather armor and almost popped out. This kind of dressing style makes Stefana, who has always been bold, feel shy. Chapter 156 Perfect Transformation. This outfit is too revealing. No wonder Master Richard looked at me intently just now. Stefana couldn't help but snicker. And then she became even more happy. Boo! I saw the spider girl with a curvy figure and cool clothes, walked up to Richard, and kissed Richard hard on the face while Richard was not paying attention. Richard was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Stefana would give him a sudden and sexy attack. Although Richard actually enjoyed it in his heart. He pretended to be angry and said, "As an heir of a noble family? Remember to maintain the noble demeanor." Giggle. "Master, I'm just too happy. So I can't help myself. Don't blame me." Stefana knew at a glance that Richard was not angry. And she suddenly smiled like a flower. At this moment, Richard seemed to react suddenly and complained. "You interrupted me, and I almost forgot something important. This man-faced demon spider is your companion beast. In order to preserve its corpse, I plan to try to transform it into a walking corpse first." When Richard was killing the trio of red-haired girls in Jenna, he had found an ancient parchment scroll on the short girl's body. Later, he learned the transformation ritual of the walking dead while in the Grey Fern Wilderness. He called up the inspiration panel and saw that in the witchcraft column, the zombie transformation ritual, 43% entry level, had a higher progress than the previous spirit reincarnation ritual. This was because Richard had not deliberately spent energy points to improve it. Therefore, it is still at the entry-level control level. However, since he has decided to transform the man-faced demon spider, and he has plenty of energy points on hand. Richard plans to first improve the level of control over the zombie transformation ritual. It was found that the host is practicing the zero-level witchcraft zombie transformation ritual. Do you consume energy to get the inspiration to practice the zero-level witchcraft zombie transformation ritual? Without hesitation, Richard dragged the slider to 10,000 and selected yes. In an instant, Richard's soul was pulled into the dream space. This time he still came to an empty underground hall. There was a vague figure in the center of the room, carefully drawing the witchcraft required for the transformation ritual of the walking dead on the ground. Array. The next second, he was possessed by this figure. I saw that the shape of this witch formation was different from the reverse pentagram, hexagram, and even the newly learned spiritual body reincarnation ritual patterns that Richard had used before. The outer outline of the witch formation for the zombie transformation ritual is a circle with a diameter of about 3 meters. There are 2 equilateral triangles in the circle, and the 6 vertices of the 2 equilateral triangles are all on the ring, equidistantly spaced. Since Richard had already learned the witchcraft formation many times, with the support of massive inspiration, Richard's learning speed was like a rocket boost. I do not know how long it has been. After a moment of dizziness, Richard returned to his true form and called up the inspiration panel to take a look. Walking corpse transformation ritual. Grandmaster 23%. Before reaching the limit, continue to invest energy points. After repeating this twice, Richard called up the panel again and saw it clearly displayed. Walking corpse transformation ritual. Limit. Special effects. Perfect transformation. Perfect transformation. The transformed corpse will maintain the lowest level of body activity. After carefully reading the explanation of this special effect, Richard was immediately overjoyed. You should know that the movement speed and attack speed of ordinary walking zombies are relatively slow. This is because the body activity in many parts of the body has been reduced to zero. Partially necrotic muscle tissue will affect the movement of the entire limb, making the entire body appear particularly stiff and uncoordinated. But if all the body parts of a zombie can maintain minimal activity, it is obvious that the walking speed and attack speed of this zombie will not be much different from those in life. The only thing that may not be as good as in life is the explosive power in a short period of time. And this has always been the weakness of the walking zombies. Even the advanced walking zombies have this problem. Therefore, being able to have this perfect transformation special effect is obviously much better than what Richard had expected before. Immediately, Richard began to draw the witchcraft formation extremely smoothly on the ground in the center of the hall. Within a few moments, Richard had finished carving out the witchcraft array required for the zombie transformation ritual, and at the same time placed 6 pieces of blood amber on the 6 nodes of the witchcraft array. The auxiliary material required for the transformation ritual of the walking dead is not the intermediate magic stone, but blood amber, a kind of blood essence taken from the body of living things. During the ceremony, not only can the damage of the corpse be repaired, but the activity of the corpse can also be improved. Stephanie took the initiative and dragged the huge corpse of the human-faced demon spider to the center of the magic circle. As Richard's low spell sounded, the fine lines on the zombie transformation witch formation began to emit a faint red light, and then passed through the complicated formation path, converging on the body of the giant human-faced demon spider. Suddenly, the body of the man-faced demon spider also began to emit a faint red light. As the ceremony progressed, the red light became more and more dazzling, and the huge wound on the body of the human-faced demon spider began to grow suddenly and healed at a high speed. And all kinds of small wounds were completely smoothed out in the blink of an eye. After more than 10 seconds, all the wounds on the body of the human-faced demon spider were healed. At the same time, the man-faced demon spider at this time gave others a strange feeling. That is, the man-faced demon spider in front of them seemed to be sleeping soundly, and it did not look like it had died after a battle at all. Stefana on the side was overflowing with surprise when she saw this scene. How come the completion rate of this zombie transformation ritual is so high? Stefana thought to herself. Although she did not know how to perform this ritual, she had also seen relevant descriptions of the zombie transformation ritual in books. The description in the book and what she was reading now were almost like 2 descriptions. You know, in general walking corpse transformation rituals, if the corpse is damaged, it would be great if it can be simply repaired during the ceremony, but it will not be completely healed. What's more, the man-faced demon spider in front of her seemed to feel like a living creature. Even the tiny fluff on the surface of its body had recovered, which was simply unbelievable to Stefana. As the red light shrank into the body of the man-faced demon spider, Richard's voice came. All right, Stefana. Try it out, and sign a contract to summon the zombies. As you command, Master. Stephanie couldn't wait to sign a zombie summoning contract with the human-faced demon spider. After a while, she successfully signed the zombie summoning contract, and then began to control her summons and perform various actions. In Stefana's astonished gaze, the zombie-like human-faced devil spider in front of her eyes seemed not to be stiff at all when crawling, but was still so flexible, which simply subverted her cognition. Master, is your level of control over the zombie transformation ritual particularly high? This is simply unbelievable. Stefana blinked with a pair of beautiful eyes that were about to drip, and looked at Richard with admiration. Not bad. Richard smiled mysteriously, and did not directly answer Stephanie's question, although Stefana would not betray. She was too shrewd. So Richard felt that sometimes it would be better to keep a little mystery about her. If he only sensed by aura, even Richard would not be able to sense the depth of Stephanie's strength, because based on mental perception alone, Stephanie was only at the level of a first-level wizard apprentice. But obviously, Stefana, who has the body of a Spider-Woman, cannot only have this little strength. So Richard is also curious now. How strong is Stefana's current combat effectiveness? Stefana, how much fighting power can you bring out of Spider-Woman's body now? Stefana was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she was either busy paying attention to Spider-Woman's beauty or busy controlling the summoned objects. But she had been ignoring the issue of her own combat power. Therefore, Stefana quickly tried out the various abilities and witchcraft of her new body. After a while, Stefana frowned and said with great disappointment, Master, there is only one innate ability I can use at the moment, Blade Arm. Oh, by the way, there is another innate witchcraft, Shadow Swiftness. It seems that these two abilities are the only ones currently available. After listening, Richard looked thoughtful and thought about it for a while. This is probably because your mental strength is only at the level of a first-level wizard apprentice. Although your physical body has reached the strength of a formal wizard, it is obvious that you cannot fully utilize the capabilities of this body. I predict that if you want to fully utilize all the abilities of this body, your mental strength must reach at least the limit of a third-level wizard apprentice. Of course, it would be best if your mental power can reach the strength of a formal wizard. In fact, Richard had already expected this. Even if Stefana's soul was reincarnated into Spider-Woman's body, he would not be able to possess all of Spider-Woman's abilities. Let me ask, if Stefana could unleash all the potential in Spider-Woman's body, Richard would definitely not choose to perform the soul reincarnation ritual on Stefana at this point in time. After all, the only bond between the two was a blood oath. If the contract partner is stronger than Richard, Richard still has to worry about whether Stefana will bite her back. However, although Stefana's soul is not the original soul of Spider-Woman's body, but Richard also didn't expect that after reincarnation, Stefana could only use two abilities of Spider-Woman's body. This is much lower than Richard expected. In particular, the dark chain of witchcraft, which Richard valued most, did not know that Stefana would only be able to cast it at a young age. It's a pity. It turns out that Spider-Woman's dark chain is a very powerful witchcraft, but it will probably take a long time for you to use it, Richard said with a hint of regret. Stefana's eyes lit up, and she said, the witchcraft of dark chain you mentioned seems to be in my mind's memory. One day in the future, I will definitely be able to use it. Richard thought for a while, and decided to test Stefana's combat effectiveness so that he could be well informed about future battles. After quickly equipping himself with a dark element shield and skeleton armor, Richard turned around and said, Stefana, try to attack me with all your strength. Okay, Master. Then you have to be careful. Stephanie was also very excited. After all, she also wanted to know how effective the new body was in combat. The next second, his originally white and delicate hands suddenly turned into black blade arms, with a cold light flashing. Then Stephanie opened her mouth again and quickly recited a few syllables. Suddenly, her whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, and her speed increased rapidly. Richard transformed the mimicry wristband into a round shield, and drew out the Ice Guardian with his right hand, which immediately intersected with Stephanie's blade arm. Ding! What surprised Richard was that even with the sharpness of the Ice Guardian, the blade surface of Stefana's blade arm was not damaged at all. The first move was evenly matched, which made Stefana very happy, and she continued to attack Richard. Ding ding dang dang. After a sword fight, Stefana's familiarity with her new body is getting better and better, and her slashing speed is getting faster and faster. At this moment, Richard had used almost all of his strength except for witchcraft, But Stephanie was still able to fight him effectively. This made Richard's expression change. He was surprised and happy. He has the physical fitness of a high-level knight, coupled with the extreme level of Cornell swordsmanship, and is also equipped with 2 top-level witchcraft props. Even in this state, Stefania was still able to fight with him effectively, which showed that her actual combat ability was no less than that of an ordinary 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Suddenly, Richard used his shield to block Stefania away, retreated and quickly cast a slow spell on her. When the black mist merged into her body, Stefania was stunned for a moment. But the next second, Stefania smiled coquettishly, and her movement speed was almost unaffected. Richard observed carefully and found that it was not completely unaffected, but that his movement speed was only reduced by about 10%. Master, your 0-level witchcraft has little effect on me, Stefania said delicately. This was an unexpected surprise for Stephanie, as it turned out that her body was so resistant to dark elements. Richard also had a stern look on his face. It seemed that Stefania's actual combat power was almost as good as his. You know, judging by her breath alone, Stefania is only a 1st-level wizard apprentice. But who would have thought that she would be more difficult to deal with than a top 3rd-level wizard apprentice? After fighting for a while, Richard became more and more certain of his judgment. Stefania's actual combat ability has almost reached the limit of a 3rd-level wizard, which is not much different from him. This surprised Richard, but at the same time, he secretly became more vigilant. He couldn't let her improve her strength anymore, and he had to keep her with him all the time. After all, Richard didn't want the backlash of the Blood Oath contract to happen. When the two came out of the underground crack and returned to the Silverpine forest, Stefania was still in a state of surprise. From time to time, she would suddenly accelerate, and then wave her extremely sharp blade arms towards the scattered monsters in the forest, continuing to test the combat effectiveness of her new body. As for the 1 or 2 scattered dark fawn spiders, or crystal-webbed spiders, when they saw Spiderwoman rushing over to kill them, they immediately shivered and did not dare to move at all. After Stefania killed several monsters, like chopping melons and vegetables, Richard saw the joy on her face almost overflowing. He couldn't help but shook his head and was speechless. However, this is easy to understand. After all, when she was a 1st-level wizard apprentice, she was imprisoned in the crystal body of the soul-eating demon spider, and it is only now that she finally came out. Moreover, as soon as he came out, he was using a spiritual body at the level of a 1st-level wizard apprentice to control the body of a formal wizard. This kind of surprise, curiosity, and joy were intertwined, and it was really hard to extricate himself. It was evening when Richard brought Stefania back to Silverpine town. The vast swaths of sunset glow were as if red dye had been knocked over, rendering the blue sky a large area of deep red and light red. Extremely gorgeous. At this time, sporadic people could be seen walking around the damaged houses in the town, looking through the remains of their houses, picking up some daily necessities, etc. But these should all be spontaneous actions, and reconstruction has not yet officially started. Otherwise the number of people would not be so small. Richard looked at this scene and nodded slightly, because before Richard left, he specifically emphasized this point with his father. Even before he comes back, the entire family must focus on defense and be on alert at all times. Temporarily resettle the town residents in the inner fort, and do not allow them to return to Silverpine town to rebuild their homes, to avoid serious secondary casualties if the monster comes back again. It seems that my father and Rollins Knight have implemented their suggestions very well. Stefania looked at the ordinary and slightly dilapidated town in front of her, turned her head curiously and asked, "Master, were you born here?" "Well, I guess it does." Richard thought for a moment, and he didn't know whether to answer the question of whether he should count it or not. Considering that he had come from time travel, Stefania was a little confused. What does it mean? Shouldn't there be only 2 clear answers? Yes or no? What a strange answer. But after glancing at Richard's expression, it was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Stefania, who was good at observing words and emotions, naturally stopped asking further questions. Soon, the two met a group of patrols from the Richard family. Of course the patrolman knew his second young master, so he immediately sent a patrolman back to the castle to report the news. The other 2 people immediately dismounted and invited Richard and Stephanie to get on the horse. During the process, the 2 of them frequently glanced at the graceful and beautiful Stefania. Stephanie had a dignified and noble posture and said nothing. Richard waved his hand and said, "No need to bother. We will be at the castle soon. You can carry out your tasks as usual." When Richard and Stephanie arrived at the family castle, the Baron's father and mother had already received the message from the patrol, and they were waiting at the gate of the inner castle with Knight Rollins and other senior officials. Father, mother, brother, I have made you worry. When Richard saw his family, he was instinctively moved. Brother Levi gave Richard a warm hug and patted his shoulder heavily, but his eyes kept glancing at Stephanie beside Richard. Quite curious. Just come back, the Baron's father said with a slightly trembling tone when he saw his second son returning. Father, you can rest assured. The source of the monster has been eliminated. Okay. Okay. The Baron was immediately relieved and said okay several times in a row. It's great that these damn monsters have finally been eliminated. Knight Rollins finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the sheriff of Silverpine Town, he had been under great pressure recently. When he heard that the source of the monster had been eliminated, he felt greatly relieved. Who is this? Mother looked at Stefana, who was wearing tight leather armor and looking slightly cool, and asked Richard suspiciously. Chapter 157, A Rare Leisurely Day. This is my new maid. I will tell you the details later. Mother. Richard looked at his mother, who had a puzzled look on her face, and said with a smile, Dear Baron and Baroness Clavel, I am your master's new maid. My name is Stephanie Knight. Stefana had long seen that her family held a very important position in Richard's heart, so she made a lady's bow to the old Baron and his wife, and said it very politely. In fact, as the daughter of a hereditary marquis, to be honest, if the other party were not the parents of her master Richard, it would be normal for a baron to salute her when he saw her. The moment Stefana bent down, several family guards, who were standing guard not far away couldn't help watching. Their Adam's apple twitched. They swallowed and began to whisper. Master Richard is really discerning. I don't know where he found such a beautiful woman to be a maid. I originally thought Master Richard's maid Serena was pretty enough, but I didn't expect to find someone even more beautiful now. Yeah. I'm so envious. If I don't do it, I have to vent my anger to Frida at night. But when the old Baron heard the word night, he frowned, as if puzzled. After a moment, he asked, The Knight family of the kingdom and you? German Knight is the maid's father. Stephanie smiled slightly. She didn't expect that Richard's father had good taste. The old Baron opened his mouth wide and was surprised. He immediately pulled Richard aside and asked, What's going on? Why did you take the daughter of a hereditary marquis as a maid? Richard suddenly smiled bitterly. He should have reminded Stefana not to reveal her real name. This is good. I'm afraid I will have to spend a lot of time explaining this matter to my family. Father, this is difficult to explain in words. I will explain it to you in detail after dinner. Surrounded by everyone, Richard and Stefana came to the inner castle restaurant. Since the hidden danger of the monsters had been solved, the entire sumptuous dinner was spent in a happy and warm atmosphere. As dinner was about to end, Duan, a second-level wizard apprentice of the Ignis school, stood up. He said to Richard and everyone, Since Sir Richard has returned successfully, and the source of the monster has been eliminated, I will return to the school early tomorrow morning. I wish the Clavel family better and better. Since Duan was supposed to return to the school 2 days ago, but was delayed until now due to Richard's request. Everyone had already expected his departure. Thank you, Mr. Duane, for protecting the Clavel family over the past 6 months. Let's raise a glass. The old Baron raised his glass. Everyone raised their glasses to pay tribute to Duan. After the dinner, Richard made a private appointment with Duan. Sir Duan, would you like to come with us for a walk? Duan looked at Richard, who was a few years younger than him, and exuded the aura of a first-level wizard apprentice. At this moment, his heart was not as calm as he appeared. Even though he has not been in the school for half a year, there must be many talented wizard apprentices in the school. But the one in front of him should still be the best among them. Even the most eye-catching one. It's just that the other party has always kept a low profile, using some kind of witchcraft to cover up his aura, and has never revealed his true strength. Sir Richard, I am back at the academy this time. How can I be of service? Richard looked at Duan in front of him. According to the feedback from the Baron's father and brotherly way, this second-level wizard apprentice was very reliable in both behavior and temperament. Richard felt that he should give the other party some gifts, which could be regarded as a deliberate friendship. After all, the other party was entrusted by Tutor Celis with a mission, and during the past 6 months, he had worked hard to protect his family. And a few days ago, before he arrived at the family, he did not hesitate to help the family resist the attacks of monsters that far exceeded his own strength. Richard showed a gentle smile and said, Sir Duan, Here are some potions I made, which may be of some help to you. Duan, who originally wanted to refuse, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Richard taking out a series of dozens of primary mental recovery potions, hemostatic potions, and other commonly used potions neatly arranged. It's not that I'm surprised why Richard made these potions, but he was surprised by the number of potions, which really surprised him. It was not 3 or 5 potions, but 30 or 50 potions. No matter where this is placed, it is a huge fortune worth more than 500 magic stones. This made Duan hesitate for a moment. Richard saw the desire and hesitation in Duan's eyes, the intertwined contradictory emotions, smiled softly, and said, I hope Sir Duan can accept it. This is not just me, but also represents my father and Clark. Please be kind to the Weir family. Listening to Richard's sincere tone, Duan thought for a moment and said after a moment, then I will accept it shamelessly and thank the Clavel family for the gift. After saying goodbye to Duan, Richard came to the study of the Baron's father. Father, mother and elder brother were already waiting in the study. Father, I have made you worry. Richard briefly told his family about his encounter with the Kingdom investigation team in the rift of Silverpine Forest, and skipped over some of the secrets between Daenerys and him. It's just that the Kingdom's investigation team was led by a powerful ice wizard who killed a Spiderwoman from the underground race where the monsters originated. Richard, what about the legitimate daughter of Marquis Knight? What? Father, you said that the maid next to Richard is the legitimate daughter of Marquis Knight. A hereditary Marquis family in the Kingdom? Brotherly Wei couldn't help blurting out, with uncontrollable surprise in his eyes. The mother also opened her mouth wide at this moment, looking at Richard in surprise. Richard touched his nose, and was also thinking about how to tell this matter to his family. Well, this incident was an accident. Half a year ago, after Richard told this story, his family members realized that Richard's journey as a wizard was not smooth sailing. In fact, the danger was much greater than if Richard stayed in the family and became a knight. When Richard told about the various intrigues and secret methods he encountered one by one, the Baroness couldn't help but feel frightened and looked at Richard with worry from time to time. When Richard finished speaking, there was a long silence in the study. Alas, Richard, your journey as a wizard is not easy. As a family, there are really few places that can help you. However, we will do our best to help you. The old Baron sighed. He patted Richard on the shoulder and spoke first. After thinking about it, the old Baron turned around, took out a heavy black bag from a hidden cabinet behind the desk, and handed it to Richard. Here is 1,000 gold dinars. I hope it can be of help to you. Richard trembled all over. 1,000 gold dinars was no longer in his eyes. When converted, it was not even worth 100 magic stones. But this has been the Clavel family's income for several years. It represents the feelings of father and family. Father. Of course, Richard would not accept the money. Instead, he gave his father hundreds of magic stones, and asked him to keep them carefully in the family secret room. If the family encounters some difficulties, and cannot contact me for a while, I can use this magic stone to hire a wizard apprentice like Duan to solve the problem. It was a long time before Richard returned to his room on the second floor of the inner castle. As soon as I sat down, I heard a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw the little maid Selena, with a pretty face full of tears. Master, I heard the guard saying that you have taken in a new maid, who is much more beautiful than me. Master, do you want me any more? I saw Serena's big tears falling from her eyes. He looked heartbroken. Richard couldn't help but feel angry and funny, thinking why these family guards were so talkative. Weren't they just spreading rumors? But for the little maid Serena, she is just an ordinary person. To be honest, Richard doesn't want to have too many bonds with Serena, because he himself, with the help of the inspiration panel, will be promoted to an official wizard in the near future. A first-level wizard has a lifespan of 200 to 300 years, which is much longer than the lifespan of an ordinary person's 10 years. He didn't want to bear too many separations of life and death. But lifespan is not the most important thing. The most critical issue is that he will always work hard towards the path of a wizard, and will continue to explore dangerous secrets, ruins and even places that no one has ever been to, in pursuit of the peak of the wizard. Those places were so dangerous that it was impossible for him to take an ordinary person with him. Therefore, it would be too cruel for her to let such a cute little girl wait for him alone in her castle for several years, or even see him only once in more than 10 years. Just for the sake of her overnight pleasure. This is just a rumor. Richard shook his head and said. However, as soon as Richard finished speaking, A delicate voice came from the door. Master. No wonder you have to stay in the family for a while. The original reason is here. As soon as she finished speaking, Serena immediately ejected from Richard's arms like a panicked rabbit. After wiping her tears, she dared to turn around and look behind her. I saw the woman behind me calling my young master as her master. She was extremely beautiful. More importantly, she had a curvy figure and was obviously much bigger than herself. So, when Serena lowered her head and looked at hers, and then compared hers with others, she immediately felt like the gap between an ugly duckling and a white swan. The person who came was Stefana, staring at the two of them with a smirk on her face. Wow! Serena couldn't help sobbing and ran away. But she bumped into Stefana's majestic pair and was instantly bounced away. This made Serena blush with embarrassment, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. Looking at the little maid who fled, Richard smiled bitterly and said, Stefana, what are you doing? Master, if you like it, eat it early. Why leave it there? If you don't eat it, it won't be fresh anymore. Stefana said with a wicked smile. Don't talk nonsense. Richard discovered that since Stefana was reincarnated, she seemed to be affected by the Spider-Woman's physical instinct and became more and more open-minded. He also became more and more fond of teasing and even teasing his master, which made him feel both sad and happy. Midnight. There was a rustling sound of undressing in front of Richard's bed. A moment later, a hot body crawled into Richard's bed. Selena, have you really thought about it clearly? Maybe the next time you see me will be in a few years. This long wait will definitely not be pleasant. Of course, Richard knew who the visitor was. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Stefana made the little maid Serena make up her mind. Master, I have thought clearly. I am willing. Looking into the girl's clear eyes, Richard couldn't help but sigh. A sleepless night. Early the next morning, a refreshed Richard asked Serena to have a good rest and arranged for other maids to take care of her. He took Stefana and wandered around the family castle. When he happened to pass by the training ground, he saw his father, brother and Rollins Knight competing in the family training ground. Richard nodded secretly. Unexpectedly, his father and brother had been insisting on the night training in the morning. When his sharp-eyed brotherly Wei saw Richard, his face lit up and he waved. Richard, do you want to come and compete? You have been busy practicing witchcraft, and you definitely have no time to practice swordsmanship. Come, let me test your swordsmanship level. Seeing his brotherly Wei with a smirk on his face, Richard didn't know what his brother was thinking. Richard smiled slightly and said, Okay, brother, but the result may not be what you expected. Say in advance that you are not allowed to use any witchcraft. If you use witchcraft, I can't beat you. Brotherly Wei seemed to think of Richard's super strength after using witchcraft, so he emphasized this sentence. Of course, no problem. Richard agreed immediately. Stefana on the side couldn't help laughing happily when she heard the conversation between the two. I didn't expect that Richard would have such an interesting brother, and his master was quite bad. So he actually agreed to it. Judging from the appearance of the master's brother, he might not even have the strength of an intermediate knight. So sparring with the master would be just asking for abuse. The old Baron and Knight Rollins were also on the side, watching with interest the two brothers who were planning to compete. The guards nearby, seeing their eldest young master and second young master competing, gathered around curiously and whispered from time to time. Hey, you said that the eldest young master and the second young master are competing. Who will win? It must be Master Richard. Didn't you see the previous battle? Master Richard's strength is like a god descending from heaven. He killed so many powerful monsters by himself. That's true. But this time Master Levi said that Master Richard cannot use witchcraft. He can only use swordsmanship. That's true. But I still believe that Master Richard can win. I think that if we were to compete in swordsmanship, the Knight Master Levi must be better at it. I have never heard of wizards being good at swordsmanship. So in this competition, I think Master Levi has a better chance of winning. How about we make a bet? Okay. Whoever loses will be treated to a drink at the pub. How about that? The tavern can open so soon? Wasn't it badly damaged? Old Hunter said that we should be able to open in the next 2 days. So you just want to take a gamble or not? Right. Bet. Richard said low to his father and Knight Rollins, then waved his hand and refused the guards on the side to help A. Chapter 158 A Letter. Richard picked up an unopened practice sword from the weapon rack nearby, then walked straight to the center of the venue, facing his brother Levi, and struck a starting stance in Cornell's swordsmanship. Brother Wei's face was straightened, and he said seriously, Richard, you have to be careful. Richard nodded and said, "Brother, don't worry. You just attack with all your strength. Don't hold back." I saw my brother Li Wei swinging the two-handed sword in his hand as fast as the wind and with the momentum of a rainbow, and suddenly slashed towards Richard. This momentum is completely different from what Richard saw a year ago, because his brother Li Wei had been promoted to an official knight half a year ago, and his strength has been greatly improved. But compared to Richard, ran. Song. A harsh sound of gold and iron clashing came. I saw Richard raising his sword with one hand to block his brother Li Wei's two-handed sword. Sparks suddenly flew out. It was obvious that his brother Li Wei's blow was extremely powerful, but Richard was still able to firmly resist it with one hand and easily deflect it away. With a quick swing of the sword, the tip of the practice sword was pointed directly at his brother Levi's throat. The old Baron and Rollins Knight, who were originally looking forward to a fight between dragons and tigers, couldn't help looking at each other for a while. They knew that Richard had embarked on the path of a wizard. But shouldn't wizards be good at witchcraft? How could he be so good at swordsmanship? And from the perspective of strength, Richard's strength far exceeded the physical fitness of Levi, a junior knight. This was so unbelievable to them. The numerous guards around were also stunned. They who were still whispering immediately fell silent. Brother Li Wei was also stunned. He never expected that he would lose in one move. "I have already become an official knight. So," he immediately said, "I was not careful enough just now." "Richard, try again." This time, Levi was more serious. Knock, knock, knock. But after a quick exchange of blows, the results were the same. Richard still used a simple sword, knocking away his brother's two-handed sword, and then pointed the tip of the sword at his brother's throat. Although the guard's swordsmanship was shallow, a fool could now see that Master Richard's swordsmanship far surpassed that of his brother Li Wei. Moreover, judging from this situation, it is estimated that the old Baron is no match for young Master Richard, because when Master Li Wei competed with the old Baron, although he was defeated, he still fought vigorously, unlike when he competed with Master Richard, who lost in 1 second. "Good boy. I thought that after you became a wizard's apprentice, your swordsmanship would be lost. I thought that if you could maintain your original level, you would be good, but I didn't expect that you would become so powerful." After 2 quick fights, Levi knew immediately that even in the field of swordsmanship that the knight was best at, he was no longer a match for his younger brother. He had thought that his swordsmanship skills would gradually surpass his brother, who practiced witchcraft. But unexpectedly, the gap between them became even wider. "Brother, you have made great progress. It's just that I'm progressing faster." Richard smiled slightly and patted his brother on the shoulder. While the two brothers were talking, Stefana slowly came over and said with a smile, "Master, do you want me to compete with you?" As soon as Stefana said this, the eyes of everyone around her lit up. "Could it be that you are just naughty?" Richard was speechless for a while. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Stefana's strength is about the same as hers, so a test would be a good boost for her. Secondly, she could also verify one thing. However, in order to avoid being too shocking, Richard decided to practice alone with Stefana in the Silverpine forest. "Well, okay, but we have to change the place. Let's go to Silverpine forest," Richard said. Stephanie's eyes lit up, and she immediately understood something. "Ah, why not here?" Brother Levi asked doubtfully. "I'm afraid of damaging the training ground. When we compete, we will use witchcraft, which is relatively powerful." Richard made up an excuse and said. In fact, Richard mainly didn't want Stefana to be exposed in her blade arm form after she transformed. After all, this picture is still a bit too scary in the eyes of ordinary people. "Can I go and watch?" Brother Levi asked curiously. Richard looked at his father, and after seeing his father nod, he nodded and said, "Brother, come along." In the disappointed eyes of all the guards, Richard took Stefana towards the Silverpine forest. To his surprise, in addition to his brother Levi, his father also followed closely with the Rollins Knight. If his father wants to see it, Richard will naturally not object. "Master, then I'm going to start attacking," Stefana said eagerly. After a day of exploring, she became more and more familiar with this body. Stefana felt as if her soul was slowly merging with this body, and after a while, they would be indistinguishable from each other. His own strength has also become stronger with the integration process. One of the ways to speed up this process is to fight. She felt that whenever she entered a fighting state, her soul and body would merge faster. For example, if the fusion speed is 1 during daily operations, then during combat, The fusion speed can reach 3. Or even 4, or even higher. Come on. Richard nodded slightly. For Stefana, it is obvious that she cannot be as relaxed as she was with her brother just now. After all, the opponent's strength has reached the level of a top 3rd level wizard apprentice. If you take into account the Spider-Woman's body's super strong resistance to dark elements, she will be even more difficult to deal with than a 3rd level wizard apprentice. Without summoning hatred, Richard basically had to go all out to ensure victory. I saw a pair of Stefana's white arms, which instantly turned into dark blade arms. The blade exuded a cold light, and it was obvious at a glance that it was extremely sharp. Hiss. Just with this transformation, the 3 people who were watching the fight on the sidelines took a deep breath. Brotherly Wei's eyes almost popped out. When he was in the study last night, ever since he learned that Stefana was the legitimate daughter of Marquis Knight, he still had some thoughts in his heart to pursue her. I just don't know what the relationship between Stefana and her brother is, so I can only hide it secretly in my heart. I thought I could slowly understand it over the past few days, but now that I saw this scene in front of me, all the charming thoughts I had before suddenly disappeared. Richard also immediately applied skeleton armor and dark element shield to himself, controlled the mimic wristband to transform into an armed shield, and pulled out the Ice Guardian, looking ready for battle. Sure enough, wizards are all monsters, not normal people. His brother Levi murmured when he saw his younger brother, who was dressed in white bone armor, with sharp bone spurs emerging from many important positions in the bone armor. I saw Stefana kicking her right foot. The ground suddenly shook, and a deep depression was created in an instant. And Stefana's whole body, like an arrow from the string, shot straight at Richard. Ding 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 ding. There was a series of sounds of swords clashing. Both Richard and Stefana were extremely fast, and their attack speed was even faster. In the eyes of the 3 people watching, if the figures could be seen clearly, then the shadows of the rapidly waving blade arms and swords could not be seen at all. The trajectory is unclear. This shocked the 3 onlookers. This speed can only be reached by a great knight. The old Baron, who has always been calm, has the deepest experience. He has extremely rich combat experience, and he also has the strength of an intermediate knight. He knows that the attack speed of the 2 people in front of him must surpass that of the senior knights, and even the ordinary knights cannot compare. Song. Richard used his armed shield to block Stefana several meters away. The warm-up is over. I'm going to exert my strength. Stefana, get ready, Richard said calmly. Stefana's face no longer smiled at this time, but began to become extremely serious. At the same time, she immediately used the talent of witchcraft shadow swiftness on herself. Richard performed the shadow dance. In an instant, the speed of the 2 people nearly doubled. In the Silverpine forest with mottled tree shadows, they were like butterflies flying through flowers. Once the 2 people met, a dazzling spark would inevitably erupt. Ding! Clang! Crack! Stefana was sent flying several meters and broke a pine tree as big as the mouth of a bowl. Only then did Brotherly Wei realize how perverted his brother was. He was an official knight, but he couldn't even see his brother's figure clearly. Stephanie, try to summon your human-faced demon spider. Richard stopped attacking and reminded. As you command. Master. Stefana stood up, took out a crystal ball from her arms, and chanted a spell softly. After a few seconds, the crystal ball projected an inverse pentagram array with a diameter of several meters. After a burst of dazzling green light, a human-faced demon spider as big as a bull appeared in front of everyone. The 3 people suddenly felt nervous. The 3 people who had just experienced the wave of monsters still retained their instinctive vigilance against monsters. With the cooperation of the man-faced demon spider, Stefana was on par with Richard in a short period of time. More than 10 seconds later, Shadow's grasp. The big hand of dark elements appeared out of thin air and overturned the man-faced demon spider. Richard immediately seized the opportunity and struck Stefana to the ground with another sword blow. Just when Stefana was about to give in, she heard Richard say, Stefana, try the combination technique. Stefana was stunned for a moment. Then she felt happy again and asked, Master, now that the man-faced demon spider is a walking corpse, can we still be able to fuse with each other? You'll know if you try it. In fact, Richard was already sure that he had 100% guaranteed the physical activity of the human-faced demon spider during its transformation. Logically speaking, there should be no problem in merging with Stefana again. The only question is whether Stefana's soul can withstand this transformation, which can be regarded as a gift of witchcraft. When the huge man-faced demon spider crawled to Stefana's side, Stefana jumped on the man-faced demon spider's back, and began to recite a spell. In the surprised eyes of the three people watching the battle, Stefana, a pretty girl, actually merged with an extremely ugly monster, turning into a monster with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a spider. This immediately made his brother Levi's strong impression of Stefana last less than a day and was scattered all over the place like broken glass. Master, it can really be done. It really can be done, Stefana said excitedly, waving two pairs of blade arms from time to time. One pair of blade arms evolved from a pair of chelicerae of the man-faced demon spider after being combined. When the number of blade arms increased by a pair, Stephanie's close combat capability more than doubled. Now being beaten all over the floor, Stefana has turned into Richard. The entire battle scene was suddenly reversed. At present, without summoning abominations, Richard can only rely on the terrain of the Silverpine forest with dense vegetation, constantly fighting, and barely maintaining an undefeated situation. But if you relax even a little, you will definitely lose. However, only about a minute later, the situation changed dramatically. I saw that Stefana in the combined form suddenly staggered and stopped. It seemed that she was forced to come into contact with the combined state, and she vomited heavily on the side. The man-faced demon spider also disappeared instantly, and was sent back to the world of the dead. Richard immediately removed his skeleton armor, put away his weapons, walked to Stephanie, and handed her a bottle of primary mental power recovery potion. "Are you okay, Stephanie? Drink it, and you should feel a lot better," Richard comforted. "Master, what's going on?" Stefana said while vomiting. "It should be that your mental strength is insufficient, which means that being in a combined state for a long time will put too much strain on your body and soul," Richard explained. Gudong. After drinking the primary mental power recovery potion, Stefana's overall condition improved a lot. Richard reviewed the battle just now and said, "Your combined strength has surpassed that of a third-level wizard apprentice. If a formal wizard were to fight you with just his physical strength, he would not necessarily be your opponent. But obviously, a formal wizard will not fight you hand-to-hand. So your combined strength is above that of an apprentice and below that of a wizard." At this time, the three people who were watching also came over. Brother Levi's eyes when he looked at Stefana had completely changed. There was no longer any look of admiration, but a feeling of avoiding her like a snake. The old baron patted Richard on the shoulder and said, "The battle between you two opened our eyes." Then he turned to Levi and Knight Rollins and said, "Now you know why wizards are the most powerful force in this world." Richard spent his days like this for several days, spending time with his family, taking walks with his maid Serena by the Green Pine Lake, and occasionally sparring with Stephanie. He enjoyed a rare relaxing time. However, his peaceful life was broken by a letter. A letter encrypted with witchcraft was handed over to Richard by the Baron's father. "It should be Sir Dwayne. A bone bird just flew into my study with a letter in its mouth," the old Baron said. Richard took it, and saw that the complicated patterns represented Dew and unique mark. Dew knew that he was spending time with his family. Obviously, if it was not something particularly important, the other party would not disturb him. So the content of this letter, he didn't expect that his previous gift would be rewarded so soon. Chapter 159, Secret Realm Changes. The letter reads as follows. "Your Excellency Richard, drastic changes have taken place in the Norman Secret Realm. The Night Elves sent out the elite Spider Knights. The strength of the members of the Spider Knights has reached the level of the top third-level wizard apprentices. After merging with the Spiders, they have reached the limit of the third-level wizard apprentices. In addition, they seem to have some kind of secret method that can bring them together in the secret realm. Therefore, the second and third-level wizard apprentices of the three major colleges in the Norman Secret Realm are currently suffering heavy casualties. It is said that the passages leading to the secret realm exit from our secret realm are currently blocked by the Spider Knights. The three major academies are gathering the top third-level wizard apprentices to prepare to enter the Norman Secret Realm to fight the Dark Knight side and rescue the apprentices who are performing tasks in the secret realm. I learned that Maro Norris, another disciple of Master Celis, is also currently trapped in the secret realm of Norman. I heard Brett say that she is your good friend. Due to my limited strength, I can only inform you of the information I have learned in a timely manner. I hope you will know it." After reading this, Richard felt a chill in his heart. How did Mei Luo Senpai enter the secret territory of Norman? I remember that when we parted ways with the school, the senior sister told him that he was escorting some supplies to the stronghold in the dark territory. Could it be that for some reason the senior sister entered the secret territory? This is going to be bad. As for the Spider Knight mentioned by Duin, Richard was not afraid, because of the famous name of the Spider Knights. Richard heard his servant Fingart speak in detail as early as in the Grey Fern Wilderness. The Demon Spider Knights are actually the guards of the Night Elves' mistress. All of their official members have the strength of a third-level wizard apprentice. The most important thing is that every member has a companion demon spider. In other words, every member of the Spider Knights will have the combined skills that Stephina now masters. After merging with the human-faced demon spider, the Spider Knight has almost reached the limit of the third-level wizard apprentice. He is also well-equipped and good at team combat. If Richard included himself, Abomination, and Stephina, if he encountered a team of Spider Knights of less than 3 people, he would be sure to destroy them directly. If he encounters about 5 Spider Knights, he can barely remain undefeated. However, if he encounters a team of more than 10 Spider Knights, Richard will have no choice but to run away. Richard's frown startled the old Baron, who immediately asked with concern, "Did something happen? It's indeed a bit tricky. Father, I may have to leave the family immediately to deal with it." In order to avoid worrying his father, Richard did not tell the details. The old Baron nodded and said, "Remember to say goodbye to your mother and brother before you leave." "Okay, father," Richard nodded. Immediately, Richard began to pack his bags and informed Stephina. Half an hour later, Richard said goodbye to his family and Serena, loaded up his luggage and rode on the wildebeest, and headed towards the mud swamp with Stephina. On the way, Richard and Stephanie talked about what happened. Stephanie was no stranger to Meluo. She had met her before, and knew that they had a close relationship. However, after listening to Richard's story, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Richard and said, "Master, should we go back to the school to inquire about the situation first, and then go to the stronghold? Or should we go directly to the stronghold?" After thinking it over carefully, Richard decided not to return to the Ignis school, but to go directly to the bases of the 3 major academies in the Underdark. Go directly to the stronghold. As for the situation in the secret territory, the wizard apprentices over there should know best. The main thing is to save people like putting out fires. Naturally, the sooner the better. As you command, Master. So, the 2 of them galloped away in the direction of the stronghold. However, Richard himself may not have thought that his route choice allowed him to perfectly avoid a risk. As early as 3 days ago, Gildas, Joachim's mentor, who was far away in the Ring of North, after a hard journey, found the body of his disciple Joachim on a cliff thousands of miles away. Trace imprints. When he saw the scene in front of him, he almost vomited blood. He saw a peregrine falcon with a stand-in doll tied to its leg and incubating eggs. Facing the sudden appearance of a human, the peregrine falcon immediately spread its wings and looked at the other person warily. Gildas didn't know at this moment that he was being tricked. In fact, he had sensed something was wrong halfway through the journey. The tracking mark was moving too fast, almost tirelessly, but he didn't think that much at the time. He simply thought it was because of the opponent's strength. So, he hurried and chased after her with great effort. Result? Gildarts, who was furious, killed the peregrine falcon instantly with a powerful death ray. After calming down his anger for a while, Gildarts picked up the stand-in and looked at it carefully. After a moment, Gildas murmured, "It seems to be the production method of Guru's Academy? This is troublesome. However, whoever tricked me must pay the price." Before leaving, Gildas thought of the broken low-level, witch-weapon mutated summoning staff he gave to Joachim. Since he had used it before, it had his own breath on it. So he immediately used the witchcraft breath tracking technique to locate it. However, the location could not be located after 2 consecutive attempts. Fortunately, Richard was cautious and used the cleansing water to completely wipe out all the aura on the mutant summoning staff. Otherwise, at this moment, Gildarts felt numb all over. After thinking about it, Gildarts, who was at a loss, decided to return to the Ring of North first. After returning to the Ring of North, Gildas found his friend, an official wizard who was proficient in prophecy. Finally, when the wizard handed him Richard's portrait, Gildas looked in disbelief. Of course, he still remembered the face he saw in his disciple Jitta's mind half a year ago. But he didn't expect that Joachim would also die at the hands of this wizard apprentice, who should only be a first-level wizard. This can't help but surprise him. And at the same time, he is also extremely puzzled. So, after he got to know Richard's relevant information, he asked several of his disciples to notify and investigate Richard's whereabouts. He planned to personally capture Richard alive after finding out his whereabouts. He wanted to see what secrets Richard had that could actually allow a first-level wizard apprentice to be able to kill a senior third-level wizard apprentice, like Joachim, within a year. As for the wartime terms of the 3 major colleges, such as mutual assistance, etc., in Gilda's eyes, they were nothing, as long as the personal interests are large enough. It's just that you have to keep a low profile in your actions, and don't let others know about it. 2 days ago, within the secret realm of Norman, there is a daily supply point not far from the exit of the secret realm. This daily material supply point is set up in the secret realm to facilitate the daily supply of materials for second and third level wizard apprentices who are collecting resources in the secret realm or performing other tasks. There are 2 daily supply points in the entire Norman secret realm. One is deeper into the secret realm to facilitate the apprentices who perform tasks deep in the secret realm. The other place is this one, which is not far from the exit of the secret realm and is suitable for replenishment for second-level wizards and weaker third-level apprentices. Under normal circumstances, the material escort mission that Meluo accepted only required her to escort the materials to the 3 major academy strongholds outside the Norman secret realm. But that day, due to the shortage of manpower at the stronghold, they received a temporary order to deliver the materials directly to the supply point in the secret territory. Considering that this was the request of the person in charge of the stronghold, an official wizard, there was no need for him to offend him easily. Secondly, although this daily material supply point was in the secret realm, it was not far from the exit and had never been attacked by the Night Elves. Therefore, the third-level wizard apprentice led by Mei Luo's team carefully considered it and believed that there should be no problem with the safety of this daily supply point. So he agreed. But after arriving at the resource point in the secret realm and completing the mission, the third-level wizard apprentice who led the team on the return trip happened to meet several friends who had come to the secret realm to complete the mission. So, 6 or 7 people chose to light a bonfire beside the trail, rest for a while, and chat for a while. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! Meluo, who had been smiling just now, was listening to everyone chatting. At this moment, a large pool of white mixture of brains and blood was splashed on her beautiful face. This made her stunned on the spot, and she didn't react for a while. When Meluo turned her head slightly to look, what caught her eye was the female apprentice, who had just been sitting next to her and chatting with someone. At this moment, her head was directly penetrated by a sharp black arrow. Because the arrow was too powerful and heavy, half of the female apprentice's skull was directly shot up, and her brains splattered everywhere. Suddenly, the leader of their mission team, the third-level wizard apprentice, immediately shouted, "Enemy attack!" At the same time, he instantly cast a wind swiftness, intending to avoid the enemy's first wave of attacks. But almost at the same time, he was covered by 2 white spider webs with a diameter of several meters, one in front and one behind. Just as he instantly put up a dark element shield to barely block the spider web, and the 2 sharp arrows shot at him. A night elf wearing exquisite knight armor rushed towards him, but he was also restrained in place by the white spider web. And the next second, a sharp blade shining with a cold light emerged from his chest. The captain was stabbed through the heart by the night elf's sword. As soon as they saw the strongest captain being killed, Mei Luo and the others panicked, and were completely unable to organize an effective resistance. I saw that there were not many night elves on the opposite side. Only 5 of them. But the aura of each of them was extremely profound. In Mei Luo's perception, they seemed to be no less than their captain. As soon as the 2 sides engaged in a battle, it could be said that they collapsed at the first touch. After another third-level wizard apprentice was killed, Mei Luo and others either took accelerating magic potions or cast swift witchcraft, and immediately ran away in different directions with their lives. The remaining people chose the direction of escape, either towards the daily supply point just now, or towards the exit of the Norman secret realm. For a moment, Mei Luo seemed to have a flash of inspiration in her mind. She thought that since she was attacked by the night elves so close to the exit of the secret realm, it made no sense that the other party would not arrange a backup plan to allow her to easily leave the secret realm. Therefore, Mei Luo gritted her teeth and decided to go in the opposite direction. She ran in a different direction from the others, and ran towards the depths of the Norman secret realm alone. This actually made the chasing night elf stun for a moment. Since Mei Luo's speed was not slow after drinking the Wind Elegance potion, he might not be able to catch up in a short time. And he also had a more important mission. So, to Mei Luo, who was running towards the depths of the secret realm, she said angrily, "I'll let you live a little longer." but not for more than a few days. So, he temporarily gave up chasing and turned towards the exit. And a male wizard apprentice, who was on the same team as Meluo, luckily ran back to the daily supply point just now. The scene before him shocked him. Half an hour ago, there were dozens of meters of resource points where apprentices from various academies gathered. But now it was a river of blood, and the ground was littered with broken arms and bodies. Humans accounted for the majority, and night elves were a very small minority. Obviously, this place suffered a major attack from the night elves. Moreover, judging from the corpses left by the night elves, the costumes of the night elves were exactly the same. The armor was not the usual leather armor, but a knight's armor with exquisite patterns. There was also an eye-catching huge demon spider corpse at the scene. It seemed that the wizard apprentice suddenly realized something and muttered, "It's actually the demon spider knights. It's a large number of demon spider knights." Ah! The second-level wizard apprentice, who had just figured out the other party's origins, let out a heart-wrenching scream, then slowly lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see a black arrow piercing his heart. In the end, he fell to the ground unwillingly. But he was obviously not the only wizard apprentice who had guessed the other party's origins. Therefore, although in the entire resource supply point, only a few wizard apprentices escaped from the secret realm, the entire stronghold outside the secret realm instantly boiled. Since the Norman secret realm restricts the entry of formal wizards, the highest combat power that can enter is only the third-level wizard apprentice. Therefore, the official wizard of the stronghold immediately began to organize the remaining 23rd-level wizard apprentices in the stronghold to enter the Norman secret realm. However, since entering the Norman secret realm will be automatically dispersed and teleported by the power of the secret realm, it is still difficult to resist the spider knights in small groups. Only by luck and organizing a few people can they resist one or two. However, teams of wizard apprentices with more than 5 people from the 3 major academies will be heavily pursued by the spider knights, and they will still suffer heavy casualties. So, after receiving the information feedback yesterday, this information was reported immediately, which was also the source of Duan's information. At this time, Meluo was alone and exhausted, hiding in the central area of the Norman secret realm where monsters were rampant, encountering night elves and powerful monsters from time to time. The few potions and alchemy bombs she had prepared were almost exhausted. She didn't know how long she could hold on, but when she thought of the figure in her mind, she felt that she should do everything she could to persevere. She believed that if the other party knew the news that she was trapped, he would definitely come to rescue her. But she is very conflicted inside. She wants him to come, but she doesn't want him to risk it, because the enemy this time is too strong. Chapter 160 Tension. Since there was only one wildebeest, Richard and Stepaina also purchased 3 more wildebeests at the wizard's market along the way, 2 for each person, and galloped all the way. Finally, after driving almost non-stop for a day and a half, the 2 finally arrived at the stronghold of the 3 major colleges near the Norman secret realm. As soon as he entered the stronghold, Richard found that there were a large number of wizard apprentices from the 3 major academies in the stronghold. Although there was a constant flow of people, everyone looked solemn. Immediately, Richard and Stepaina decided to go separately to inquire about the news, and then meet again. Richard planned to directly find a few wizard apprentices from the Ignis school and inquire about the situation. Just as he stepped forward, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. When he got closer, it turned out to be Ram. Obviously Ram was here, and Courtney must be nearby too. "Richard, you are okay." Ram's surprise was beyond words. Richard smiled slightly and said, "Ram, why are you here? Aren't the missions in the Norman secret realm only available to wizard apprentices above level 2? Richard asked curiously. Courtney and I have no intention of entering the secret territory. We are just setting up a stall in the stronghold. By the way, Richard, are you here for the rescue mission?" "That's right. Ophelia and Andrea are both close friends. But it's actually very dangerous inside." Ram looked worried. "What? Ophelia and Andrea are both in there?" Richard was shocked. He didn't expect that his few friends would be trapped in the Norman secret realm at this time. The 2 of them exchanged pleasantries and chatted. And soon, Richard understood the situation in general. After Richard and Stepaina met again and exchanged information, Richard finally understood the situation clearly. In fact, since the Night Elf sneak attack in the secret territory of Norman 3 days ago, apart from the few wizard apprentices who ran out sporadically, they conveyed some useful information. So far, no new news has been released. No news is obviously the worst news. This means that the exit from the Norman secret realm should have been cut off by the Dark Knight party. After all, in just a few days, it is impossible for the other party to kill all the wizard apprentices in the secret territory of Norman. Although, after the incident happened, the official wizards here at the stronghold recruited 20 more third-level wizard apprentices into the Norman secret realm for support in the name of emergency wartime tasks. But after this group of people were sent in, no new news has come out yet. Now, in the eyes of all the wizard apprentices in the stronghold, the Norman secret realm at this time is like a giant crocodile with its bloody mouth open, always ready to swallow their flesh and blood. However, what Richard didn't notice was that while he was discussing with Stepina, several eyes were already staring at him. If he had noticed the symbol on the chest of the other party's apprentice robe, he would have known that the people staring at him included both people from the Gullus Academy and wizard apprentices from the Ring of North. At present, Richard only knew that the Night Elves who launched the sneak attack were the elite demon Spider Knights. To be more precise, they were organized into teams of 3 to 5 people. They seemed to have some special way to locate themselves in the secret realm, and even to communicate and gather a certain number of people. This also means that the situation in the Norman secret realm is very bad, because the wizard apprentices from the 3 major academies are basically scattered, while the other side is organized in groups. Therefore, I heard that the upper-level wizards have begun to think of ways to study the positioning problem in the secret realm. But this may still take a few days. The current situation is that the top third-level wizard apprentices drawn from the 3 major colleges have basically arrived. But the official wizards have not been able to reach an agreement. With her personal charm, Stefana seemed to have hooked up with a powerful third-level wizard apprentice in the stronghold in a short time. It was said that he was the service staff at the wizards' meeting. According to him, some official wizards have proposed to send top third-level wizard apprentices in. The risk is too great, and one person may face the siege of many people. In this case, even a top-level 3 wizard apprentice would be in an extremely disadvantageous situation. This is equivalent to teleporting the elite third-level wizard apprentices in 1 by 1. And one person faces the enemy's team, except for a very few who happen to be teleported within a relatively close range and can quickly unite to contend. It is estimated that most of the remaining top third-level wizard apprentices will not escape misfortune. Then the whole plan becomes a tactic of adding fuel to the fire. But other official wizards said that if they wait until the academy develops a method of communicating in the secret realm before sending top third-level wizard apprentices in, it will probably be too late. At that time, going in will not be to provide assistance, but to collect the corpses. The great wizard who is now in charge of hosting is also hesitant, because among the wizard apprentices trapped in the Norman secret realm, there are many promising second and third level wizard apprentices from the 3 major academies. In addition, there are many outstanding direct and collateral descendants of the wizard family. If all the losses were inside, it would be an unbearable pain for the 3 major colleges. Therefore, although there are nearly 100 top third level wizard apprentices here at the stronghold, they have been unable to set off. When Richard heard this, although he could understand that the decision makers at the top had been hesitant because of the unclear situation in the secret territory, he was still annoyed that the decision makers were standing still. At least a small number of elites should be organized to go in first to give hope to the apprentices trapped in the secret realm. However, he is just an apprentice now and cannot influence high-level decisions, but he can choose to rescue himself. After a while, after a short supply of supplies, Richard and Stepina arrived near the teleportation array in the central square of the stronghold. I saw a hexagram wizard formation on a platform half a meter high, flashing flickering light. The secret realm, which should have been bustling with people, was now deserted. The 2 wizard apprentices in charge were chatting boredly. "Excuse me, if we want to enter the Norman secret realm, we have to go through this teleportation array, right?" Richard glanced at the marks on the chests of the 2 people, which were the Ring of Norse and the third-level wizard apprentice of Guru's Academy. The 2 wizard apprentices were immediately surprised that at this point, there were still people who dared to venture into the Norman secret realm, and they immediately looked up at Richard and the 2. In an instant, the graceful and beautiful Stefana attracted the attention of both people. A third-level wizard apprentice sat upright for a moment and coughed, "Ahem. Don't you 2 know what happened in the Norman secret realm?" "No. You know you still want to go?" Richard nodded and said, "Have the 3 major colleges closed the teleportation array now?" "Well, that's not the case. Do you really want to go in? Tell me your name, the college you belong to, and your strength level." The third-level wizard apprentice was speechless for a moment, then shook his head and said he couldn't persuade someone who wanted to die. "Name, Richard. College, Ignis School." In terms of strength, Richard glanced at the mark of the second-level wizard apprentice of the Ignis School on his chest and said, The second-level wizard apprentice. At this time, the third-level wizard apprentice of Guru's Academy, who was responsible for recording, was suddenly stunned. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and said, You are a second-level wizard apprentice. Are you seeking death by entering the secret realm now? Immediately he waved his hand impatiently and said, Leave quickly. Richard touched his nose and said, Is there a rule now? Are second-level wizard apprentices not allowed to enter the Norman secret realm? This question actually choked the other party. The other party was immediately stunned and thought to himself, There really is no such rule. However, that is because there is no need for the 3 major academies to prohibit it, as the wizard apprentices will spontaneously seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Now, which wizard apprentice in the stronghold dares to enter the Norman secret realm? It's rare to see such a fool as before, with such no self-awareness. What a pity for this beautiful follower. Immediately, the third-level wizard apprentice, who was choked by Richard and had nothing to say, felt angry and thought to himself, Since you want to die? Then I can't control it. That schoolgirl also needs to register. Well, she is my follower, Richard said in order to avoid trouble. The third-level wizard apprentice was stunned and immediately shook his head. It was a pity that such a beautiful woman would die in the secret realm. According to regulations, followers do not need to register teleporting into the Norman secret realm. The transmission fee is 20 magic stones per person, for a total of 40 magic stones for the 2 of them, he said businesslike. After paying the teleportation fee, Richard and Stephanie stood on the teleportation array. With a flash of dazzling blue light, they instantly disappeared on the teleportation array. Immediately, the eyes that were staring at Richard were stunned. They didn't expect that the target would actually teleport into the Norman secret realm. At first, they thought their goal was just to come to the teleportation array and ask about the relevant situation. Unexpectedly, they were actually teleported directly into the secret realm. Doesn't the target know what is going on in the Norman secret realm now? As a result, the shocked informants reported the news layer by layer. Not long after, Wizard Gildas also learned that Richard had arrived at the stronghold, and actually chose to enter the Norman secret realm at this time. When Gildas heard the news, he couldn't help but be stunned. Half an hour later, in the stronghold conference hall, the Grand Wizard Graf of the Ignis School sat at the top of the center, and on both sides of the long table, there were official wizards from the 3 major academies. At a quick glance, there were at least 20 official wizards sitting there. At this moment, since the wizards belong to the 3 major colleges of necromancers and are not affiliated with each other, they are expressing their own opinions and making a fuss. This made Graf frown and his expression became even more gloomy. He happens to be the rotating guardian wizard of the 3 major academies in the Norman secret realm this month. As a guardian wizard, he is not actually responsible for the chores in the stronghold. These chores are all taken care of by subordinate wizards. He only needs to guard the stronghold when the enemy launches an attack on the stronghold. If the enemy is weak, just counterattack directly. If the enemy is strong, stick to the large defensive witch formation and wait for reinforcements. The position is high and powerful, but it can be considered a relatively idle position. But he didn't expect that his luck would be so bad. When his 1-month term was about to end, the Norman secret realm suddenly changed dramatically. The Spider Knights raided the Norman secret realm in an organized and premeditated manner, killing a large number of wizard apprentices. Now, he felt like he was being roasted on a fire, because the total number of wizard apprentices from the 3 major colleges trapped in the secret territory of Norman was at least 1,000. Moreover, almost all of them are elite apprentices from the 3 major academies. Not only do these wizard apprentices have great potential, but the interpersonal relationships behind them are complicated, including a promising 3rd-level wizard apprentice under his name, who is also trapped in the Norman secret realm at this time. Therefore, if someone mishandles the matter, he himself will be impeached by the joint meeting. Graf knocked on the long table twice and said, Okay, everyone, be quiet. We will start in order and express our opinions one by one. Linda, I'll start with you. After hearing the words of the great wizard Graf, the entire conference room suddenly fell into silence. In the wizarding world, strength is respected. The wizards present must give due respect to the 2nd-level wizard, even if the other party does not belong to this academy. As you command, Grand Wizard Graf. A plump wizard stood up and bowed slightly. I think we must send this group of top 3rd-level wizard apprentices to the Norman secret realm as soon as possible. We can't delay it any longer. Otherwise, it will be too late. The wizard apprentices in the secret realm will not be able to hold on for too long. If it's too late, there will probably be a lot of casualties. As for Wizard Linda, one of her direct descendants is also trapped in the Norman secret realm at this time. As a junior, he still has excellent wizard qualifications, but because of his young age, he currently only has the strength of a second-level wizard apprentice. This junior went to the Norman secret realm just to practice and gain some experience. Who would have thought that such a sudden change would occur? At this time, in the secret realm, if a junior like him encounters the Spider Knight, it will be very difficult for him to protect himself. So for her, she definitely hopes that this group of top third-level wizard apprentices can form a rescue team and join the Norman secret realm as soon as possible. Wizard Linda, I disagree with your opinion. Another thin wizard immediately stood up and retorted. The top third-level wizard apprentices are very valuable talents in our major academies. We spend a lot of time and energy to train them. The situation in the Norman secret realm is unknown now, but it is obvious that the Night Elves have been prepared for a long time and have sent a large number of members of the Spider Knights to raid the secret realm. If we rush into this force, we may cause heavy losses to our top third-level wizard apprentices. This skinny wizard, his two favorite disciples are both the top third-level wizard apprentices in the North Ring, and at this time, they were also transferred into this rescue team. As a mentor, he certainly didn't want the two disciples he had high hopes for to be rashly transported into the Norman secret realm. And then, there's no after that. Chapter 161 End in person. Then you can't just wait here and do nothing, right? Another bald wizard said loudly. Obviously, the bald wizard supported the suggestion of the wizard Linda. Just listen to the bald wizard continue to speak loudly. If the positioning method in the Norman secret area cannot be solved in a short time, what about the more than 1,000 wizard apprentices in our 3 major colleges in the secret area? Are we just going to watch them being surrounded and suppressed by the Spider Knights, and all of them die inside? These sonorous and powerful words immediately resonated with most of the wizards present. Many people nodded in praise. After all, they more or less have disciples who were trapped in the secret realm of Norman due to this unexpected incident. Some wizards received messages from their friend wizards asking for help, saying that a disciple they valued was trapped in the secret territory of Norman, and they hoped to find a way to rescue him as soon as possible. Seeing many wizards nodding in agreement, the bald wizard's momentum became even stronger. Just when he was about to continue saying something, another tall wizard stood up and said only one sentence. If we send these 100 top third-level wizard apprentices into the Norman secret realm to fight against the demon Spider Knights, who will bear the responsibility if there are heavy losses? Suddenly, all the wizards present were silent. Many wizards turned their heads and looked at the great wizard Graf, who was sitting at the first seat in the meeting. Such an important decision can only be made by a second-level wizard, and no one else present can make it. Going around and around again. This gave Grand Wizard Graf a little headache. The current situation in the secret territory of Norman is unknown. If we rashly mobilize the 100 top level 3 wizard apprentices into the secret territory for rescue, this decision was also very stressful for him. The top third level wizard apprentices are not cheap. There are as many as you want. Almost all of them are the backbone elites of major colleges and the seeds of future wizards. So although this is already the third meeting of the stronghold, it seems that there is still no consensus. There was silence in the conference hall. In the hall that was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Suddenly, an official wizard from Guru's Academy broke the silence and said, I do have a rare witchcraft item here called Deflection Magnet. Its original main function is that it is rich in magnetism and can deflect the attacks of metal weapons against the holder. This immediately made everyone stunned. Does this have anything to do with what is currently being discussed? When a wizard was about to interrupt, he saw the other person take out 2 pebble-shaped light blue ores from his arms and continued. But I just remembered that there is another strange thing about offset magnets, which is that these 2 offset magnets come from the same mother ore. So, they will sense each other. When 2 people hold one piece, they can determine the direction of the other as long as they are not too far apart. Hearing this, the wizards present were all human beings, and they instantly understood what the other party meant. Wouldn't that solve the problem of positioning in the secret territory of Norman? There are just too few of them. So, respected Grand Wizard Graf, can you see if you can select 2 third-level wizard apprentices with strong combat capabilities and tacit understanding, and let each of them hold one? Then after entering the Norman secret realm, the 2 of them can pass to the blocks, offset magnets, guide each other so that they can converge as quickly as possible. After reuniting, with the cooperation of the 2, the chance of survival is greatly improved. The speech of this wizard from Guru's Academy made many wizards present shine. That's right. I never thought before that they really don't have any witchcraft props or witchcraft tools specifically used for positioning or sensing. But some witchcraft props or witchcraft tools have attached functions that play a role in positioning. This immediately opened up a new idea for the wizards present. They began to rack their brains to think which of the witchcraft props and magic tools they had special features or abilities similar to the displacement magnet. Upon hearing these words of the Guru's Academy wizard, Master Graf immediately raised his brows, and his expression softened a lot. Yes, this kind of witchcraft props or weapons. With so many wizards present, we should be able to get a few more. Perhaps the 3 major academies are not yet able to locate and connect hundreds of spider knights, like the night elves. But they can at least try to locate or communicate with several people using some kind of witchcraft prop or witchcraft weapon. Then, he would select the strongest apprentice, who had reached the extreme level from the current 100 top 3rd level wizard apprentices, and enter the Norman secret realm with this kind of witchcraft prop or magic weapon. When these people's chances of survival are greatly increased, the trapped apprentices can know that the major colleges have not given up on rescue, which will definitely boost their morale. In this way, a considerable number of wizard apprentices in the secret territory can be organized to confront the Spider Knights head-on. In this case, not only can the rescue be successful, but it may also be possible to make a comeback and deal a heavy blow to the Spider Knights. Thinking of this, a smile finally appeared on the face of the great wizard Graf, which had been serious these days. At this time, a wizard from the Ignis school also spoke. Grand Wizard Graf, I have a low-level witchcraft, Miss Manto orb in my hand. There are 5 orbs in total. The raw material for its production comes from a 5 clam beads inside a giant sea clam. The original function of Miss Manto orb is to enhance the witchcraft effect of dark and water elements. But because it is produced from the same sea clam, the 5 orbs can sense each other. The closer the distance, the brighter the light. If 5 extreme level wizard apprentices each hold one, they can sense each other's location within 100 miles. I think that as long as there are more than 3 people gathered together after they enter the secret realm, they must be a strong team. Many wizards couldn't help but nodded. The area of 100 miles was already very wide. In this case, the probability that the apprentices holding the orbs could gather together was very high. When Grand Wizard Graf heard that this time 5 people were able to locate at the same time, the upward curve of the corners of his mouth became even more obvious. So, after many wizards at the scene thought hard and talked in a hurry, the more than 20 wizards present actually came up with 4 or 5 witchcraft props and low-level wizards that could be used to locate each other in a certain area. Device. Basically, a few can be used to form a team of 2 people, and a large number can be used to form a team of 5 people. This made everyone present look much better, and the originally serious atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became lighthearted. A smile finally broke out on Grand Wizard Graf's face at this moment. As long as he has plans and actions, the pressure on his shoulders will be much lighter. Moreover, maybe there will be an extra surprise this time. At this time, Gildas, who had been thinking for a long time, suddenly spoke. Since there is such a good way, Grand Wizard Graf, I plan to use my clone to directly enter the Norman secret realm. This immediately stunned the wizards present. Dark wizards are all exquisitely egoistic. But just now, they actually heard a dark wizard say that he was willing to risk his clone being killed and venture into the Norman secret realm to save the wizard's apprentice. Could it be that his direct descendants are in there? But a direct descendant is not worth the risk for a wizard himself. Next to Gildas, another male wizard from the Ring of North immediately turned his head, looked at him in surprise and said, Gildarts, are you crazy? I am also familiar with your avatar meditation method. It allows you to breed an avatar with strength close to your original body when you are a first-level wizard. But once this clone is damaged, your own mental power will be severely damaged and your strength will be greatly reduced. Even if there are precious medicines to treat mental damage, it will take more than 10 years to recover. It seems that this wizard has a good relationship with Gildarts and knows his situation very well. Although Graf's expression remained unchanged, he was overjoyed in his heart that an official wizard was willing to send his clone into the Norman secret realm to carry out the rescue plan. This will greatly improve the success rate of this plan. What you want? However, he seemed to have thought of something in an instant. He straightened his face and said in a low voice, Wizard Gildas, your dedication is admirable. However, if your clone's strength is only at the apprentice limit, then it won't make much sense to enter. After all, an apprentice at the limit level is not much weaker than a clone controlled by a formal wizard in any aspect. But if your clone strength reaches the level of a wizard, it will obviously be impossible to enter the secret realm. How do you solve this problem? As soon as Graf finished speaking, many wizards in the conference room began to whisper. Yes, the great wizard Graf hit the nail on the head. If your avatar's strength is only at the limit of an apprentice, it won't be of much use after entering. Even if you control it with a wizard's level of strength, it will only be 1 against 3 at best. But if your clone strength reaches the official wizard level, you will obviously not be able to enter due to the restrictions of the rules of the secret realm. Obviously, Gildarts also heard the doubts and whispers of many colleagues. But he cleared his throat and said calmly, Grand Wizard Graf and colleagues present, this matter involves some of my personal secrets, so please keep it confidential. Graf nodded and waved his hand, and all the third-level wizard apprentices serving on the scene immediately left the room. At the same time, a thin soundproof shield rises. Gildarts, do you need a smaller range? Graf asked gently. Gildas looked around at the formal wizards and found that almost all of them craned their necks, waiting for him to tell his story expectantly. At this time, if he told the great wizard Graf that only he could know it, it would be too offensive. After all, this secret is not a special secret. Maybe many wizards have similar experiences. Since he was planning to say it, he would no longer hide it. So, he slowly said, my colleagues here are all trustworthy people. This secret involves me, so I hope that my colleagues here can help me keep it secret after listening to it. As we all know, the limits on strength in most secret realms are mainly based on the fluctuation intensity of mental power to determine whether the limit is exceeded. The Norman secret realm is obviously no exception. And the secret technique of the clone meditation method I practice is that I can withdraw part of the soul in the clone body and return it to the main body. I calculated that if about 60% of the clone soul is withdrawn, the intensity of the clone's mental power fluctuation should just reach the upper limit of the Norman secret realm. Although this will greatly reduce the combat effectiveness of my clone. With the witchcraft props and witchcraft weapons contributed by my colleagues, I think I should be able to gather a few people in the secret realm quickly. By then, as long as I gather 2 or 3 extreme-level wizard apprentices, I will be able to deal with it calmly even if I encounter a team of about 10 people from the Spider Knights. After hearing what Gilda said, everyone present, including the great wizard Graf, looked at Gildas with eyes full of praise and admiration. This kind of selfless spirit is exactly what the Dark Wizard lacks. But obviously, if they could listen to Gildarts, they would not think so. Gildarts decided to take action himself this time, mainly because he discovered that Richard, whom he had not taken seriously before, seemed to have some big secret. He had a vague hunch that if he could learn the other party's secret, it would be of great help to him. To take a step back, this secret doesn't have much effect on him. But if you can know how the other party quickly promoted from the first-level wizard apprentice to the third-level wizard apprentice Joachim in 1 year, it will be a great improvement for your family. Secondly, a direct heir whom he values will also serve as a rescue force at the extreme level of the apprentice and enter the Norman secret realm, with him accompanying him. The safety of this direct heir can also be guaranteed. Finally, he was still a little upset about the last time Richard played a trick on him. After running thousands of miles away, I was actually following a bird or a doll. It was so lonely. After thinking about it for a while, Graf found that the entire plan was very feasible. He was very confident in rescuing the wizard apprentices in the entire secret realm. Moreover, it was also possible to severely damage the Spider Knights in the secret realm of Normandy. So, he immediately made a decision. Very good. Since Wizard Gildas has personally attacked, I think the danger in the Norman secret realm should be relieved immediately. Gildas, in the secret territory of Norman, your clone will have the highest command authority. And as long as you can successfully complete the rescue mission, in terms of rewards, the joint meeting will never be stingy. Then it's decided. From the 100 top third-level wizard apprentices, 23 wizard apprentices who have reached the ultimate level will be selected. After a pause, he added, Gildarts, you will use the Mismantle Orb and give priority to 4 apprentices at the extreme level. If there are insufficient personnel, tell me again. At the same time, the secret vault of the stronghold will be open to these 23 wizard apprentices at the extreme level. They will be given the right to purchase combat potions, alchemical bombs, and witchcraft props at a 30% discount. They can buy whatever they want. Finally, all wizards who have improved the above-mentioned wizard props or witchcraft can come to me to exchange them for points after the meeting. The meeting is over. Norman secret. In a jungle where ferns grow thickly, I saw a blonde girl running wildly in the jungle. The girl was well-proportioned and wearing a gray apprentice robe. She was very beautiful, but she looked a bit embarrassed. It seems to be being pursued by the enemy. Sure enough, in the same woods, a few seconds later, a tall and thin man was chasing after him. He was wearing a knight's armor with exquisite patterns, and his appearance was extremely handsome. His pair of pointed ears and slightly dark skin showed that he was a man. Night elf. If Richard were present, he could easily identify that the blonde girl was Mei Luo. Mei Luo, who was in a panic, found that she was about to reach a waterfall ahead. The water vapor in the sky showed that the waterfall was probably a very large one. Sure enough, when she got closer, she found that the waterfall right next to her was actually 100 meters high. But she has no way to escape now. It seems that there is only one way to jump down. Just when she was at a loss, she was about to close her eyes and decide to jump down. Suddenly, a light green vine as thick as a thumb quietly wrapped around her slender waist. And with a scream from Mei Luo, she was dragged to the side of the lush vegetation, disappeared in an instant. The next second, Mei Luo, who was among the vegetation, was covered by a white and tender palm. When the night elf man who was tracking here heard Mei Luo's scream, his original cat and mouse expression immediately stopped, and he speeded up to the waterfall with a serious face. After searching around to no avail, he thought of the scream and muttered, "Hey, this human female apprentice is very courageous. She dares to jump from such a height." The night elf man turned around and left angrily. Chapter 162 The Sharp Blade from Behind. At this time, the white and tender palms covering Mei Luo's mouth gradually loosened. This made Mei Luo's originally extremely nervous mood gradually relax. Because judging from the other party's current actions, the other party should not have any malicious intentions. And it seemed that he had saved her just now. Mei Luo turned her head slightly, and saw that the other person was indeed a human girl. She should be about the same age as her. She had long green hair, which was particularly eye-catching. The most important thing is that the other party is also wearing the apprentice robe of the Ignis school. The pattern of 2 bone sticks on the chest makes her feel particularly friendly in this predicament. It seemed that Mei Luo had met the girl who saved her. This green-haired girl seems to be a wizard apprentice from the same batch as Richard. By the way, she remembered, the opponent seemed to be the 3rd place in the freshman qualifying competition, named AO. Just when Mei Luo opened her red lips and wanted to express her gratitude, the other party's expression changed, and she cautiously made a silent gesture. Mei Luo looked confused. But then her expression changed drastically. She saw the male night elf knight, who was supposed to have walked away. At this time, he actually turned back to the nearby area and lowered his head to search for Mei Luo's footprints. This immediately surprised Mei Luo. However, Mei Luo looked around her, and it seemed that she and the girl diagonally opposite were protected by a small shielding witch formation. In addition, the vines here are extremely lush, and can be said to be almost airtight. Mei Luo quickly recalled the process of her rescue. At that time, he was wrapped around his waist by a thick vine, and he lifted it up into the air and carried it straight to this place. So he did not leave any footprints pointing here. Only then did Mei Luo feel relieved. He glanced at the green-haired girl. It seems that the schoolgirl next to me is bold and careful. When rescuing yourself, you have already considered all aspects. Sure enough, when the night elf man checked again, and found that Mei Luo's footprints had indeed disappeared on the cliff beside the waterfall, he finally gave up and turned around and left. To be cautious, neither of them moved or said a word. After a while, there was no sign of the other party turning back again. The green-haired girl said softly at this time, "Okay. Now you can rest assured that the other party is really gone this time." As soon as she finished speaking, Mei Luo finally relaxed. Like a snake that had been twitched from her spine, she almost collapsed to the ground, with a look of exhaustion on her face. After running for his life for a long time, he finally managed to save his life. "Thank you, Lady Luck, for your blessing. Senior sister, thank you for saving me. I think I should have met you in the freshman qualifying competition. By the way, you should know Richard, right?" Mei Luo said first. "Hey, do you know Richard too?" The green-haired girl looked at Mei Luo curiously with her bright eyes. "Well, he and I are both under the tutelage of Instructor Slice. My name is Mello Norris." "Oh, H. Low. My name is Ophelia Acorn." Ophelia smiled. Richard was one of her few friends. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence this time. The person she saved happened to be Richard Sr. This made Ophelia, who had always been relatively indifferent to social interactions, feel that she was particularly connected to the beauty in front of her, and she became much more enthusiastic than before. Suddenly, the two girls started chatting with each other. With Richard as a common topic, they became very familiar with each other in a short while. Ophelia, do you know what happened in the Norman secret realm? How can we get out? I'm not sure. When I returned to the daily supply point in the core area of the secret realm, I found a large number of night elf spider knights attacking the supply point. Ophelia recalled. As soon as I saw that the situation was not good, I quickly evacuated to the area. I often collect herbs in this area, so I am quite familiar with it. This is one of my resting spots. There is a waterfall next to it, so if things get really bad, I can jump down and escape. Ophelia pointed to the side, and saw that the vines that were originally impenetrable suddenly loosened up. It seemed that the vine understood its owner's thoughts, and exposed a window-sized gap, allowing Meiluo to clearly see the waterfall with a drop of more than 100 meters. Meiluo nodded. Sure enough, in her impression, Ophelia was proficient in plant-based witchcraft. This made her like a fish in water in the dense forest. No wonder she could easily avoid the pursuit of the night elves. As for how to get out, I don't know. Ophelia thought for a while, but shook her head, looking confused. This made Meiluo's happiness at being rescued suddenly diluted a lot. It seems that both myself and Ophelia are trapped here. When Richard opened his eyes again, he found that he was already in a dense forest. The sounds of many unknown animals and plants could be heard in his ears, and the air that poured into his nose was warm and slightly fragrant. Looking around, Richard found that he was surrounded by tall trees, shrubs, and many vines. In terms of species, these plants are mainly ferns in various forms. This made Li Cha feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In the gray fern wilderness, there are basically ferns. However, there are fewer tall tree plants in the gray fern wilderness than here. This is his first time in the secret realm. Therefore, Richard moved briefly, and found that there was no discomfort at all. On the contrary, because of the lush plants, the oxygen and negative ion content in the air are relatively high, giving him a very comfortable feeling. There is moderate light all around, not from the sun, but like a polar day phenomenon. Like the outside, there are day and night inside the secret, and the sky during the day is brighter than at night. It's just that the day and night in the secret realm are not so distinct. There is no scorching sun in the daytime, and no bright moonlight at night. Therefore, in the secret realm, it is difficult to determine the southeast, northwest, and northwest, the method commonly used in the wild, which is to determine the direction based on the sparseness of tree rings, is useless in the secret realm, because the principle of judging the direction of annual rings is based on the sunny side of the plant. The growth will be more vigorous, so the annual rings in this direction will be relatively sparse. On the contrary, the annual rings will be denser. However, the sparseness of the growth rings here can determine one thing, which is the direction of the core location of the secret realm. The principle of energy circulation in the secret realm is that the closer to the core area, the stronger the light or energy radiation, and the denser the sun-loving trees. The sparseness of the annual rings of these trees indicates the location of the core area. Richard used the mimic wristband to transform into a knight's sword, cut off a tree casually, observe the growth rings, and determine the location of the core area. But he did not head towards the core area. The first thing he did when he came to the Norman secret land was to meet up with Stepaina. Therefore, the direction he is traveling now is exactly towards the direction he sent Stepaina. With the survival experience in the gray fern wilderness, Richard sped all the way, relying on the apprentice's ultimate mental strength and the breath-concealing effect of Rodrigo's meditation method. Richard can always detect and avoid some powerful monsters in advance. Of course, for monsters that are not that strong and can be dealt with by Richard with one sword, he will certainly not let go of the energy points that come to his doorstep. About an hour later, Richard suddenly stopped and his ears moved slightly, as if there was movement coming from the right front. Immediately, he found a thick tree to hide. Sure enough, a few seconds later, clear sounds of fighting were heard. A figure appeared right in front of Richard's field of vision, and quickly fled from right to left. With his keen vision, Richard just took a glance, and saw that the other party was wearing a gray wizard robe. Although he couldn't see the pattern on the opponent's chest clearly, he must be an apprentice of the 3 major undead wizard academies. Then the enemy who is chasing must be. Boom! A dark fireball the size of a wash basin suddenly hit the trunk of a tall tree several meters behind the man, causing a violent explosion. After the scorching flames burned quickly, The tree trunks were quickly corroded by dark gray energy. Under the influence of the double damage, a terrifyingly huge hole was corroded into the trunk of the big tree, enough to fit a 7 or 8-year-old child. Richard's heart trembled, because although the dark fireball was also a 0-level witchcraft, it required the caster to have affinity with both dark and fire elements, and was quite difficult to perform. Obviously, the party chasing the gray robe apprentice must be a master among the night elves. After a moment's thought, Richard began to prepare for battle, intending to rescue the apprentice in front of him first and inquire about the situation. However, when he saw clearly the enemy behind him, he immediately retracted his eager figure. What caught Richard's eyes was a gigantic spider monster, the size of a calf. The dark fireball just now was actually its masterpiece, and behind it were at least 5 night elves wearing sophisticated knight armor. His Spider Knights? Richard did not expect to encounter one of the elites of the night elves. The Spider Knights? So quickly. Obviously, nothing can be done, and judging from this scene, the wizard apprentices of the 3 major colleges in the secret realm are facing a more difficult situation than imagined. This made his heart tremble, and he couldn't help but become more worried about Mei Luo's condition. Sister Mei Luo, I hope you can hold on. Richard frowned, and immediately backed away slowly, making a slight detour to avoid the other party. He continued to speed up in Stefana's direction. Soon, Richard realized that Stephanie should be just ahead. Therefore, Richard maximized the breath-containing effect of meditation, relying on the cover of vegetation to slowly move forward. I saw Stefana and 3 night elf male knights talking and laughing as they moved towards my left side. And judging from the formation, Stefana was walking in the middle of the 3 people. Of the other 3, one was leading the way in front, and the other 2 were protecting Stefana on both sides. But they were all about half a body behind. This shows that Stefana has a higher status among the 4. After thinking for a moment, Richard figured out why, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Apparently, this 3-person team of Spider Knights mistook Stefana in front of them for the dead high-ranking Spider-Woman Shadra. Sure enough, as they approached, Richard immediately verified his guess after hearing their conversation clearly. Your Highness Shadra, how did you enter the Norman secret realm? A night elf male knight asked respectfully. He was also very confused, and he clearly remembered that in the action plan, only one Highness, Her Highness Dolores, entered the secret realm of Normandy. How come His Highness Shadra, who had disappeared for a while, suddenly entered the secret realm? Could it be said that this is the order of the mistress? He was just an ordinary member of the Spider Knights, and he had limited knowledge of the action plan. So he asked immediately. Stefana smiled coquettishly and said, I was injured by an official wizard of humans on the surface before, and my strength was greatly damaged. After recovering for a long time, the mistress ordered me to come here this time because I have a special mission. Why? Do you want to find out the mistress's secret orders? I don't dare. I saw beads of sweat appearing on the forehead of the male night elf knight. Richard's eyes lit up. It was obvious that Stephanie had begun to fool the other party. As far as he knew, the night elves were a matriarchal society, and the social status of an ordinary spider woman was much higher than that of an ordinary night elf man. Not to mention Shadra, a high-level spider woman who was originally a first-level wizard, and judging from His Highness's title, the 3 night elves have already recognized Stefana's noble status. At this moment, Stefana was looking around. Although the 3 night elves found it strange, they also thought that Her Highness Shadra was more cautious. But Richard knew that Stefana was looking for her own place. He can sense Stefana's position. And obviously, Stefana on the other side of the blood oath contract can also sense him. Your Highness Dolores, I will be very happy to see you. The night elf male knight complimented. Hey, Dolores is here too? Stefana seemed to have a vague impression of the 3 words. But due to the extremely fragmented and missing memory she inherited, she could not recall the specific face or information of the other party. She only knows that the other party is very familiar to her, and her strength should no longer be as good as hers. At this moment, an eagle-tail arrow shot out from the dense forest like lightning and hit the night elf knight, who was clearing the way in front. The arrow's speed is too fast. When the arrow was almost hitting the target, the sound of whoosh was heard in the air. Be careful. A night elf in the rear couldn't help but his eyes were split when he saw the fatal arrow shot at his companion. Ding! To Richard's surprise, unexpectedly, in his eyes, the night elf knight who was destined to die actually escaped from his heart at the critical moment. He was only severely injured in the abdomen, but it was not fatal yet. This made Richard feel shocked, and he realized that his opponent this time was different from before. They are absolutely elite. Compared with him, they may only be a hair's breadth away. Enemy attack. Protect His Highness. The Dark Knight man in the center shouted instantly. Another Dark Knight man raised his shield to guard in front of Stefana and blew a whistle. In an instant, his companion Demon Spider was behind and rushed towards the bushes on the left where Richard was hiding. Suddenly, in the surprised gaze of the three night elves, an enormous abomination suddenly jumped out from the depths of the forest, accompanied by the sound of grass breaking. Dong dong dong. Holding an oversized iron axe and a hammer ball, he took wild strides and attacked the night elves. The Demon Spider, on the other hand, faced the abomination head-on with just one move and was knocked several meters away, showing the absolute difference in strength. Just when the three Spider Knights were facing a formidable enemy and focused all their attention on the extremely ferocious abomination in front of them, they saw Stefana behind them, her lips slightly raised, revealing a strange smile. Her originally white and tender hands had quietly turned into a pair of black blade arms shining with cold light. Chapter 163 The Secret of the Spider Knights. As the sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh rang out, the two Spider Knights who were guarding Stefana lowered their heads and looked in disbelief at the black blade tip that stabbed them through their chests. When one of them was on the verge of death, he reluctantly turned his head and looked at Stefana behind him in confusion. Your Highness, why do you do this? The Night Elf man who was attacked by Richard at the front looked terrified and said, Your Highness Shadra, you actually betrayed Goddess Rose. You? Stefana's beautiful face was still covered with several drops of splattered blood at this moment, after her flexible tongue licked a drop of blood clean from the corner of her mouth. The smile on her face became even weirder. This scene immediately made the Spider Knight feel a biting chill all over his body. Suddenly, the ground under Stefana's feet exploded, and the huge reaction force pushed her whole body, like an arrow from the string, shooting straight at the opponent. The injured Demon Spider Knight was about to turn around and dodge, but the severe pain in the wound on his abdomen slowed him down. A pair of blade arms stabbed into the opponent's chest at the same time. One knife hit the heart, the other hit the lungs. Both were fatal injuries. The Spider Knight's well-made knight armor was like tissue paper in front of the extremely sharp blade arm, which was easily pierced through. With a little force, Stefania lifted the Demon Spider Knight, who was over 1.9 meters tall, off the ground, looking at the other person's face with a bright smile. He said, Goddess Rose? No. I only obey my master now. The dying Spider Knight had a look of confusion in his painful eyes. I saw Richard walking out of the dense forest at the right time and giving Stefana a very appreciative look. If it weren't for Stefana's two fatal backstabs, if he chose to fight head-on, although he could eliminate the three opponents, it would never be as easy as it is now. However, Richard did not stop what he was doing, but continued to use the slowness and weakness spells, in conjunction with his hatred, to kill the remaining three spiders one by one. In a short while, they were all killed by the hatred. Richard called up the panel and took a look. He was prompted 3 times in a row. Gain 4386 energy points. Easily get more than 12,000 energy points. Good. Huh? Crystal is still sleeping? Since absorbing the soul of the high-level Spider-Woman Shadra, Crystal has been extremely lethargic and seems to have entered a period of rapid growth. Richard had a feeling that the crystal would soon fall asleep again and transform into the next stage of maturity. He didn't know what new surprises the mature crystal would bring him. Wake up, Crystal. There's a feast coming, Richard said to Crystal in his mind. Dad, what's wrong? Richard seemed to be able to imagine the sleepy look of the other party from Crystal's voice. It's time for a feast. Hey, it smells so good. It's my favorite spider. Thank you, Dad. Crystal, who was still yawning, immediately became energetic and said in surprise. Suddenly, a crystal spider the size of a fist quickly crawled out from Richard's arms and rushed straight towards the corpses of the 3 demon spiders. Several strands of pure soul energy slowly poured into Richard's spiritual sea, transforming Richard's qualifications bit by bit. Since his mental power reached the limit of the 3rd level wizard apprentice, Richard only used the streams of mental power transmitted from the crystal to accelerate the recovery of his own mental power. What he valued most was the trace of pure soul energy. You can constantly improve your qualifications. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. Ultimately, he believes that quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. As the crystal crawled into the bodies of 3 members of the Spider Knights, Dynamic pictures came from the crystal and appeared in Richard's mind. Among them, what impressed Richard the most were the scenes shared by the three of them. In a huge and empty hall, there stood a heavily armed spider knight, which seemed to be a gathering before setting off to the secret realm of Normandy. Sitting on the majestic platform in the center is a mature and beautiful woman with 4 arms, who seems to be the matriarch of a night elf family. The body that only covers the vital parts is extremely white and plump, full of endless temptation. But his whole body exuded a strange force field, showing a sense of majesty. These two contradictory, but perfectly intertwined special temperaments make all the night elves crazy. A senior spider girl knelt on one knee and listened respectfully to her mistress's instructions. Then, the mistress spent a huge price to seal the power of the senior spider woman. At the same time, the senior spider woman accepted a secret order and led hundreds of magic spider knights to teleport into the Norman secret realm in batches. Combined with the memory images of the 3 spider knights, Richard could almost clearly figure out the outline of the entire incident. However, there was one thing that still puzzled Richard. Judging from the memory scenes, this spider woman named Dorothy is definitely the same as Shadra, a high-level spider woman who has reached the level of a first-level wizard. But as far as I know, the Norman secret realm has strict access restrictions. Therefore, he still couldn't figure out why this high-level spider woman could enter the Norman secret realm. In addition, Richard made a major discovery. He knew the key secret of how the night elves could locate each other. It turned out that the companion demon spider of this high-level spider woman named Dorothy had actually evolved a trace of the bloodline of the Crypt Demon Spider King during her promotion some time ago. This not only greatly improves the opponent's strength, but also possesses a natural and strange ability. This is an ability that allows one to clearly sense other crypt spiders within a certain range. In the same way, ordinary Crypt Demon spiders can also sense the Crypt Demon Spider with the blood of the Crypt Demon Spider King. Huh? This only seems to show that the Crypt spiders can communicate with each other. Another important point. Every Demon Spider Knight has a natural sense for his companion monster. One link after another. Therefore, the random teleportation mechanism of the Norman secret realm is meaningless to the Spider Knights led by Dolores. Richard also knew that at present, the senior spider girl named Dolores should be located at the supply point of the 3 major colleges, which was the daily supply point closest to the exit. She personally sits there, and her main purpose is to cut off all the wizard apprentices from the 3 major wizard academies and escape from the secret realm. Therefore, the other party can be said to have cut off the hope of all wizard apprentices to return to their stronghold. This made Richard frown, because this means that even if he successfully finds Senior Meluo, if he wants to take Senior Meluo out of the secret realm, he will inevitably have a big battle with Dolores. Only by defeating, or at least repelling the opponent, can it be possible to leave the Norman secret realm. However, the opponent's unfathomable strength made Richard feel terrified. Facing these well-trained spider knights, Richard felt that he could deal with 3 at most, even counting Stefana. If they were to fight head-on, the 2 of them would be roughly equivalent to a 5-person team from the other side. But now in the entire Norman secret realm, hundreds of spider knights are coming from the other side. After thinking about it, Richard decided not to consider this issue yet. His goal at the moment is very clear. That is, he needs to find Senior Meluo as soon as possible. If he has enough energy, he also wants to save Ophelia and Andrea. After the meeting, Gildas arrived at the temporary residence of the more than 100 elite apprentices in the stronghold not long after. The temporary residence is divided into 3 areas according to the college to which the apprentice belongs, corresponding to different colleges. The area of Guru's Academy is the largest. The area of Ignis School is the smallest. And the Ring of North is located in the middle of the 2. This also represents the current status of the 3 major necromancer academies. Gildarts walked slowly into the room where his offspring were. He saw 4 wizard apprentices of the extreme level chatting in his offspring's room. Among the 4, there was a young apprentice who looked quite similar to him, with a handsome face and short chestnut hair. The other party is his direct heir and proud disciple, Wizard Gildas. The 4 of them saw Gildas appearing at the door and immediately bowed respectfully. Gildas smiled and nodded. Have you all been notified? Yes, Father. Wizard Derek has just informed us that he will select the 23 strongest wizard apprentices to enter the Norman secret realm. But as far as I know, it seems that among the current 100 people, there are only 19 wizard apprentices who have reached the ultimate level of apprenticeship. The man who answered him was none other than his son Donetto. Gildas was very satisfied with the son he had with his maid. He was not only talented but also thoughtful. In the future, He will definitely become the pillar force of the entire Kalana family. That's right. So 19 people including you will be selected directly. And the remaining 4 places will need to be selected from the remaining 81 apprentices. I saw Gildas taking out the low-level witchcraft, Mismanto orb, from his arms. There were 5 orbs in total. After thinking about it, he kept 1 for himself, and gave the remaining 4 to Donato. Donato. This is the Mismantle orb. It has the function of locating each other. The closer the distance, the brighter the light. You can share it with everyone. By the way, have you found the remaining teammate? Of course. Father. This apprentice is named Robert Soto from the Igris school, and is also my good friend. Donato patted a short young man, with a sinister face beside him and said, We have explored 2 ruins together before. His strength is very good. Now, he has reached the limit of a wizard apprentice. If we include him, we have 4 people here. When Gildarts heard that the other party was an apprentice of the Ignis school, he was stunned at first. He was very curious why Donato found a student of the Ignis school to join his team. However, when he heard the other person's surname was Soto, he suddenly became thoughtful. Hello, dear Mentor Gildas. I would like to say hello to you on behalf of my grandfather, Lil Soto. Robert bowed. Lil Soto. Of course Gildas knew. Not only did he know it, but he was also familiar with it. When he was young, the 2 of them had explored the ruins together several times, and he had even saved the other person's life once. He didn't expect that the other person's grandson was so old. Originally, he had some doubts. There was an Ignis school student in the team, and it seemed inconvenient to do things. However, if it is a Soto child, then there is no need to worry. The Soto family is a relatively powerful family in the Ignis school. There are 3 official wizards in the family, which can be said to be a large family. Among them is a clan elder who is over 150 years old. He is a senior first-level wizard and his strength is close to that of a top-level wizard. For Robert, the wizard Gildas in front of him was an important friend of his family. So, when he received Donato's invitation half an hour ago, he agreed to Donato's invitation without hesitation. Except for my own family reasons. According to his grandfather, Wizard Gildas is relatively young and has a good chance of becoming a second-level wizard. In addition, the other party's family is also the Kalana family, a powerful old wizard family. Its overall strength is even higher than that of the Soto family. Gildas waved his hand and tapped Donato's forehead. Immediately, the other party received the information about Richard's facial features transmitted by Gildarts in his mind. Just listen to Gildas say, Donato. If you see this person in the secret realm, it is best to capture him alive and bring him to me. However, you have to be careful. The opponent may not be weak. Joachim has already died in his hands. Gildas warned. Being able to kill Joachim, a loser, doesn't mean anything. As long as he is not an official wizard, he will never be my opponent. Don't worry. Father, Donato Kalana said confidently. He is not arrogant, but has absolute confidence in his own strength. The 3 wizard apprentices at the extreme level nearby were also listening to the conversation between Gildarts and his son with great curiosity. I don't know who he is, but he is so unlucky that he was targeted by them. Donato accidentally saw the curious expressions of the 3 people and said, Father, these 3 are trustworthy partners. I believe they are willing to help you with this small favor. Gildarts thought about it and decided that the search would be faster with more people. So he nodded and waved his hand. Suddenly, Richard's face appeared in the minds of the 3 people. Dear Wizard Gildas, are we going to capture this kid alive? Robert glanced indifferently. In his mind, Richard was also wearing the apprentice robe of the Ignis school. This guy seems to have killed 2 of my father's disciples in succession. So we want to find him and ask him about the matter clearly. It's a coincidence that the other party happens to be from the Ignis school like you. Robert, is it inconvenient for you to take action? Donato answered Robert's question first. Robert thought for a moment, and seemed to have a slight impression of this apprentice named Richard. If he only had a slight impression, it proved that the other party was not important. He immediately said, of course. No problem. First of all, it was just a matter of capturing them alive, not killing the students sent by my classmates. Secondly, within the secret realm, you can often do things your way. After all, Wizard Gildas was the one he and his family wanted to be friends with. What's more, this time the clone of Wizard Gildas was personally leading the team, so it was even more impossible for him to refute the commander's face. Chapter 164 Intermittent Tracking Technique. 2 hours later. Stronghold Hall. 22 wizard apprentices from the 3 major academies, who plan to enter the Norman secret realm, are now gearing up in the hall, waiting for the arrival of Commander Gildas, the wizard. I saw 2 middle-aged men, with almost identical faces, suddenly walking into the hall. If it weren't for the height difference of nearly half a head between the two, it would be impossible to tell them apart from their appearance alone. Suddenly, a pin drop could be heard in the hall. All 22 apprentices stopped whispering and looked at the strange scene before them. The shorter one, with an extremely powerful aura, was obviously the official wizard Gildarts. As for the other tall Gildarts wizard, judging only by his aura, he seemed to be slightly below a formal wizard, but also seemed to have exceeded the limit of a wizard apprentice. This is the clone of Gildas, and the body used to create the clone comes from an extremely rare chief of the Dark Werewolf tribe. The body of this Dark Werewolf chief not only has the transformation ability of an ordinary Dark Werewolf, but also has higher shadow resistance and more innate abilities. This body's resistance to shadow witchcraft has reached a terrifying level. It can be said that ordinary 0-level shadow witchcraft applied to this body will probably only cause a few scratches on his skin and the loss of a few hairs. Even the first level of shadow witchcraft can only cause slight injuries to this body. In addition, since Gildas obtained this body, he has gone a step further and carried out careful physical transformation on it. Gildas considered the clone mainly to cooperate with the main body in fighting, so he further strengthened the attack power of the clone. He reshaped and implanted the demon-breaking blade, a sharp blade made of the rare metal demon iron, into the pair of indestructible claws of the Dark Werewolf chief. For ordinary elemental shields, it has a terrifying special effect that can be penetrated in one hit. In addition, the 2 talents of the Dark Werewolf chief are clumsy and frenzy. Gildas really couldn't think of any enemy in the Norman secret realm that could defeat him. Is it an indigenous monster in the core area of the secret realm that has reached the level of a first-level wizard? Still, after Gildas thought for a while, he smiled slightly. What's more, he also has an ultimate trump card. He believes that even if he encounters an opponent with official wizard strength, he can retreat calmly. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face, and he said in a low voice, "Let's go." "As you command, Lord Gildarts." I saw his clone leading the way, followed closely by 22 elite wizard apprentices fully armed. A group of people stepped into the teleportation array one by one. With a wave of Gildart's right hand, the huge teleportation array burst out with a dazzling blue light. In an instant, a total of 23 people, including his clone, disappeared without a trace. Stefana looked at Richard with curiosity, and took out a pendant from her arms. It was shaped like a kingfisher, completely green, and made of a complete piece of peridot. Peridot is considered a precious gem among ordinary people, but in the eyes of wizards, it is as ordinary as gold dinar. But the original owner of this kingfisher pendant meant something extraordinary to Richard. Some time ago, his relationship with his senior sister Mei Luo was developing rapidly, and this kingfisher pendant was a gift from Mei Luo. For Richard, it has a special meaning. He lightly touched the kingfisher pendant and released a tracking spell. A flash of light appeared on the kingfisher pendant, as if the kingfisher made of turquoise peridot suddenly came to life, floating in the air out of thin air, and slowly flew towards the left. Richard was overjoyed. The tracking technique works. Richard's tracking skills came from the 3 Spider Knights. He combined the memories of the 3 and deduced all the witchcraft runes and witchcraft models of the tracking skills, and reached the entry level. You know, most Spider Knights were elites among ordinary Night Elf warriors before becoming official Spider Knights. Most of these elites have been given the title of Shadow Stalkers and are good at archery, tracking, and combat. Richard finally knew why they were nicknamed Shadow Stalkers. It is precisely because of this famous tracking technique. Suddenly, the kingfisher pendant stopped and buzzed in the air, and Richard stretched out his hand in confusion. The kingfisher pendant immediately lost its strange luster and fell into Richard's hand. Hey! It was obviously responsive at first, but after a while, it couldn't be traced anymore. It's strange. Cast a tracking spell again. Fail. Richard did not believe in evil, and used the tracking technique 3 times in a row. Fail. Fail. Success. The kingfisher pendant regained its strange luster again, floated in midair, and continued to fly slowly forward. However, after a while, the tracking technique failed again. The kingfisher pendant fell into Richard's hands again. This made Richard frown, and thought to himself, could it be that his control level of tracking skills is too low? Bring up the inspiration panel. Enna, Witchcraft, Column Displays, Tracking, Entry 3%. It was discovered that the host is practicing the zero-level witchcraft tracking technique. Yes/no? Consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing the zero-level witchcraft tracking technique? Without hesitation, Richard dragged the slider to 10,000 and selected yes. There was a sudden spin, and Richard's soul was dragged into the dream, possessed by an illusory figure, and began to practice the tracking technique again and again. After hundreds or thousands of times, Richard's soul returns to its original form. Call up the inspiration panel again and see that the witchcraft column shows tracking Grandmaster 23%. Although it did not reach the limit, it was obviously enough, and Richard did not spend any more energy points to improve the tracking technique. Instead, facing the Kingfisher pendant, he once again used the master level tracking technique. Sure enough, it was much easier to perform this time, and the brilliance on the Kingfisher pendant was more intense. Richard and Stepina followed the Kingfisher pendant and moved forward. But within a few minutes, the Kingfisher pendant suddenly vibrated again, and after a burst of light, it fell weakly into Richard's palm. This made Richard puzzled for a moment. If the tracking technique was intermittent before, it was because my level of control was too low. But now that my tracking skill control level has reached the master level, surpassing most Shadow Stalkers, there is no reason why this kind of tracking skill is intermittent. Moreover, if the tracking failed from the beginning, it means that Senior Mei Luo may have encountered misfortune. But now, at least the tracking technique was successful for a short period of time. It seems that there is only one possibility. First of all, there is a high probability that the person being tracked is alive. This made Richard feel certain. Secondly, the person being tracked should currently be in a relatively special location, which has a shielding effect on witchcraft from time to time. Richard concentrated on thinking. If he couldn't locate accurately, he wouldn't be able to find Senior Sister Mei Luo in the first place. I used the tracking technique several times again, but this time, there was no response at all. This gave Richard a headache. However, Richard had memorized the direction in which the tracking technique had led when it was first successful. At the moment, it seems that I can only search in this direction, and then use tracking skills from time to try my luck. On the other hand, Mei Luo and Ophelia were walking in and out of the small hidden witch formation, collecting some edible plant fruits, and planned to fight a protracted war in this area. After all, in terms of strength, since Mei Luo is relatively weak, even if they join forces, they can hardly defeat a spider knight in a head-on battle. Therefore, after the two of them discussed it, they decided to stay here for a while to see the situation. In this case, the water source at the waterfall is not a problem, but the food is still a problem. The last time Ophelia returned to the daily supplies point, she wanted to buy some food, salt, and other daily necessities. However, she never expected that the supply point would be attacked, and her purchasing plan naturally fell through. The food that Mei Luo carried was all used up during the escape, but there was still a little salt and other seasonings. Therefore, the food problem has become the first problem that the two of them solve. However, collecting food is definitely not difficult for the two wizard apprentices. It is just a little troublesome, and requires multiple trips back and forth to collect or hunt. At this time, if Richard were present, he would surely suddenly realize it. It turned out that Senior Mei Luo was coming in and out of the small hidden witch formation, which was why his tracking technique was intermittent. In the dense forest near the core area of the Norman's secret realm, a gray-robed man wearing a hood, and whose face could not be seen, appeared out of thin air. He carefully observed his surroundings. After a few seconds, his expression became much more relaxed. He killed a blind thornback snake with a casual shadow shock. You know, the spiny snake is a very difficult monster. Normally, a second-level wizard apprentice would be troubled if they encountered this. But now, he was killed easily. Hidden under the hood is a sinister face. Judging from the face, this is the extremely powerful wizard apprentice named Robert from the Ignis School. The team he joined this time was the Ring of North team, which was invited by his good friend Donato, and had Gildarts' clone as the captain. It can be regarded as the largest team among the first batch of 23 people to enter. At the same time, due to the existence of Gildarts' clone, it is also the strongest team. Robert took out the orb from his arms, and then quickly moved forward a certain distance in different directions. He discovered that as he moved directly in front of him and to the left and behind him, the light of the orb would become slightly stronger. Obviously, there must be other members of the team in these two directions. This made him look happy. It seemed that the things that the wizard Gildarts gave them were also useful in the secret realm. The holder of the orb can quickly determine the approximate location of other orb holders in the secret realm. However, what made him hesitate for a while was that the orbs in both directions were now sensitive. Which side should he go to meet first? At this time, a slight sound of weapons clashing came from the dense forest not far away. Robert thought for a moment, and then sped towards the source of the sound. As the sound became clearer and clearer, he began to gradually reduce his speed and move forward silently. Through the gaps in the dense vegetation, a man and a woman, two students wearing apprentice robes of the Ignis school, were struggling to fend off a spider knight and his companion spider. If it weren't for the male apprentice's contracted creature, the swamp spiny SHL turtle, which withstood most of the damage, the two of them would have been defeated long ago. But judging from the cat-and-mouse smile on the spider knight's face, it was obvious that he was doing it with ease. There seemed to be only one demon spider knight. But out of caution, Robert circled around and checked again. Make sure there is only one person on the other side. Immediately, Robert waved his hand and whispered a rapid incantation. He saw the soil on the ground in front of him rolling, and a huge clay creature with a height of more than 2.5 meters was constructed. This clay creature looks exactly like a human being. It is an extremely difficult zero-level witchcraft among earth-based witchcraft to summon a clay troll. At this moment, the demon spider knight also immediately sensed the powerful elemental energy fluctuations coming from the dense forest on his side, and his face changed immediately. Suddenly, a huge clay troll broke through the dense vegetation, took long steps, and rushed towards him. Dong dong dong. The momentum is extremely powerful. The spider knight's expression changed drastically. The two apprentices, a man and a woman, looked happy and thought to themselves, saved. Immediately, the two also stepped up their offensive, striving to hold back the companion demon spider. Slowness, weakness technique, fear spell, shadow shock, earth stabbing spell. Robert cast 5 0-level witchcraft spells in succession. The spider knight's movements became slower and slower. After being hit by Robert's fear spell, he was finally hit in the chest by a shadow shock and let out a scream. But it's not over yet. I saw more than 10 continuous sharp stabs that made the spider knight unable to avoid it, and he withstood this powerful witchcraft blow. Immediately, he was hit by several ground thorns in succession. Severely injured, he lay on the ground and could hardly move. His abdomen and thighs were stabbed by sharp ground thorns, and large holes the size of fists were poked out, and blood was flowing. At this time, the clay troll rushed forward without hesitation and punched hard, ending the battle. The two apprentices of the Ignis school, a man and a woman, were breathing heavily at this time, with expressions of joy on their faces. They thought they were dead this time, but they didn't expect to survive. But when the two of them saw Robert walking out of the dense forest, the male apprentice's expression changed drastically after seeing each other's face. Robert the Earth Demon. You are Robert the Earth Demon. I should have thought of it earlier. When the female apprentice saw her boyfriend's frightened expression, she looked puzzled. Didn't the other party save her and her boyfriend? How to pay it back? Robert stared at the female apprentice with his snake-like eyes and said sullenly, "She is really good looking. As a thank you, should you two pay some price?" The beautiful female apprentice also noticed something was wrong and said immediately, "We don't have many magic stones to thank you. We only have 400 to 500 magic stones in total. If it's not enough, we have more to collect here." Robert shook his head and said, "Stop. How can my one shot be so cheap? Come here and accompany me once, and let this matter be over. Otherwise, I will break all the bones in your boyfriend's body." And then when the female apprentice heard this, she felt humiliated. But the other party's powerful mental power fluctuations, and the momentum of defeating the Spider Knight in 3 strikes, and 5 divided by 2 made her unable to resist. If you refuse, the other party will really do such a thing. Sasha, run! The male apprentice shouted with determination after obviously experiencing a period of inner struggle. Shut up. The huge clay troll was not slow at all. It quickly grabbed the male apprentice with both hands and lifted him up high. Chapter 165 Blood-Striped Clay Troll. As the clay troll's 2 big hands squeezed, the male apprentice screamed, "Stop! I'll accompany you." The beautiful female apprentice said helplessly. Seeing the humiliation of the other party, Robert couldn't help but lick his tongue excitedly. As one of the few extremely powerful apprentices of the Ignis school, he has been working abroad all year round, and he is very familiar with women. But most of them are ordinary women like ladies. Robert hasn't played with an apprentice-level woman for a long time. And now the Norman secret realm is almost a lawless place. No matter what he does, he can blame the night elves for it. This couldn't help but make him so happy that he could do whatever he wanted. A quarter of an hour later, the beautiful female apprentice was left alone crying in the grass, while Robert left with satisfaction. Before leaving, he followed the agreement and let the female apprentice's boyfriend go. The two of them immediately hugged each other and cried. At the beginning, because the tracking technique was effective, Richard and Stefana, with Richard in front and Stefana behind, shuttled through the dense forest in a special two-person team. Under the cover of dense vegetation, the two people maintained a distance of tens of meters apart. This distance was carefully calculated by Richard. It was not easy to be detected by the enemy, and it happened to be the limit of Richard's perception. However, as the tracking technology later failed and Stephanie also knew the direction the two were heading this time, Richard thought for a moment and decided that the two should exchange positions. Change to Stephanie in front and Richard in the back. Because, if the enemy encountered is a night elf, then Stephanie will do the same as last time and pretend to be nice to the opponent. Then Richard will suddenly launch an attack to attract the opponent's attention. Then, Stefana launched a fatal backstab behind the night elf. The entire battle rhythm would be like the previous battle. The two of them could easily deal with a night elf's three-person team. If the person she meets is a wizard apprentice, Stefana's current body, which is derived from the Spiderwoman, looks extremely graceful and charming, and is also very charming to male apprentices. Basically, with a few words, the other party can reveal all the information they know to Stefana like a bamboo tube pouring beans. But if Richard is around, Stefana's charm will not be as effective. Being a single woman obviously has a bonus to charm. Robert, feeling refreshed, took out the orb again and redetermined his position. This time, there were still multiple directions to choose from. But after thinking it over for a while, he decided to move towards his left rear. Robert has a habit. Once he encounters something or a choice that makes him hesitate, he will follow his intuition. This time, he felt that the left rear would bring him good luck. Sure enough, half an hour later, he met a graceful girl coming towards him. The girl has a curvy figure, a beautiful face, and her clothes are as gauze-like, exuding a strong temptation. However, the girl in front of him gave him a very different feeling. He felt that her body seemed particularly sweet and attractive, and he really wanted to hold her in his arms. Normally speaking, he had just finished one time, and he should have entered the save time now. But now, his heart was ready to stir again. Stefana was shocked when she saw the hooded man in front of her. She felt keenly that the wizard apprentice in front of her did not seem to be an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice. The other person's evil eyes exuded a naked desire for her. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations in mental power, it seems to have reached a level close to that of his master Richard. You must know that your master is the limit of a third-level wizard apprentice. This shows that the wizard apprentice in front of him is at least a top wizard apprentice. And maybe like Richard, he is an extremely powerful apprentice. Beautiful lady, I am from the rescue team of the 3 major academies in the stronghold. I now force you to assist me in rescuing the wizard apprentices from the 3 major academies, Robert said politely, looking like a gentleman aristocrat. This forced recruitment is an order from the stronghold's top leader, the Grand Wizard Graf. Robert quickly took out a parchment from his arms and took it back again without opening it for Stefana to take a closer look. Although he wished he could pin the other person down now, if he could make the other person obedient, it would obviously give him a greater sense of accomplishment. Hey, are you a member of the rescue team from the base? Then you must be a strong man at the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. Stephanie was shocked in her heart, but she remained calm on the surface and praised the other party in a delicate voice. Uh-huh. A third-level wizard apprentice? If it's an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice, he might not last 10 seconds under my hands. Beautiful lady, which academy are you from? I am from the Ignis School, and my name is Robert Soto. Robert stepped forward, ready to hold Stefana's white and tender hand and kiss her hand. This is actually quite rude behavior, because, even in the chaotic aristocracy, if the woman does not take the initiative to extend her hand, it is absolutely inappropriate for a man to take the woman's hand and kiss her hand when they meet for the first time. And Richard had long heard the movement ahead. At this time, he was quietly walking behind a hidden tree to observe Robert. Judging from the breath perception, the opponent's strength reached the limit of a third-level wizard apprentice. And Richard couldn't help but look serious, because this made what he said, that he was from the Stronghold rescue team, basically true. But this doesn't mean that Richard is willing to listen to each other's orders. Both Stepina and himself. Richard knows better than anyone in the secret realm the current strength of the Night Elves. If the guy in front of him forced him and Stefania to fight the Night Elves to the death, then his purpose of entering the Norman secret realm, to rescue his senior sister Melu, would be completely impossible to achieve. Stefana twisted slightly and avoided the other party's pull. Richard secretly thought it was bad, because no first-level wizard apprentice can easily dodge the actions of a third-level wizard apprentice. Although Stepana occupies the body of Shadra, a high-level Spiderwoman, the fluctuations in her mental power are only those of a first-level wizard. Sure enough, the other party's expression changed, and he immediately said alertly, "You are not a first-level wizard apprentice. Who are you?" After speaking, Robert immediately cast a dark element shield on himself, quickly retreated, and began to chant a spell to summon the clay troll. Stefana also realized at this time that her dodge just now seemed to have unintentionally exposed her true strength, and she suddenly felt quite annoyed. At that time, she just thought that she didn't want to take advantage of the other party. But now that I think about it, I am afraid that the body of this high-level spider girl is already dirty. I shouldn't worry so much at all. I should give priority to extracting the other party's information. Suddenly, a huge green witch formation appeared on the ground directly in front of Stefana, and a huge clay troll with a height of 2.5 meters emerged from the ground as the soil fluctuated violently. Upon seeing this, Richard sighed deeply, transformed the mimic wristband into a skull mask, covered his face, and at the same time, he quickly began to summon hatred. The reason for wearing the mask is that Richard didn't want to be seen by others killing the wizard apprentice in the secret realm. After all, he still had to keep up appearances. The three major schools of undead wizards were as close as a family in the Norman secret realm, fighting together against the underground race. What's more, his opponent Robert this time also has a special identity. He is from the Stronghold, and is officially sent by the three major colleges to enter the secret realm of Norman to perform a rescue mission. Just when Robert was about to order the clay troll to capture Stephanie, he felt a strong witchcraft fluctuation coming from the dense forest on the right, and immediately deployed the clay troll to the right, when Abomination, who was half a head taller than the clay troll, broke through the dense vegetation and rushed straight towards Robert. Robert's expression changed drastically. I couldn't help but blurt out, "Hate! How can it be hate?" Robert has been in the third-level wizard apprenticeship stage for 7 or 8 years, and is familiar with the methods of the three major undead wizard academies, and even many white wizard academies. He knew very well that summoning Abomination, a very famous witchcraft in the North Ring, required the strength of a first-level wizard to perform it. When the clay troll saw a monster even bigger than himself charging towards him, he immediately roared and rushed towards the Abomination without hesitation. Boom! The two behemoths collided hard together. Under normal circumstances, due to the reaction force, both of them would lose their balance. But the clay troll's arms turned into two earth-type pythons, entangled around the Abomination's arms, and the two behemoths immediately struggled together. In a short period of time, it seems that they are evenly matched. This couldn't help but make Robert very confused. He was very clear about the combat effectiveness of his clay troll. Under normal circumstances, when encountering an Abomination, he should be suppressed by the Abomination. But now it seems that although he is slightly at a disadvantage, they are basically evenly matched. This, choo-choo-choo. Suddenly, 3 sharp sounds broke through the air. When the sound of breaking air reached Robert's ears, 3 light blue arrows formed a triangle and arrived a few meters in front of Robert almost simultaneously. Too fast. The ghost of Robert appears. The light yellow light of the short staff in his hand flashed, and several earth yellow mysterious runes flashed on Robert's body. In an instant, a thick armor made of clay covered Robert's body. This is Robert's most important life-saving means, which comes from the instant Earth-type 0-level witchcraft stone armor in his cane. Duo! 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 3 extremely dull sounds were heard. The tail wings of the 3 light blue vulture tail arrows were still trembling, and most of the arrows had penetrated deeply into Robert's stone armor thanks to the blessing of the 2 wind-based witch formations of the griffin wings. Robert, who was protected by both stone armor and shield, couldn't help but have a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. That's right. The 3 arrows had penetrated his 2 defensive level 0 witchcrafts, and the arrowheads had pierced Robert's skin, although only a little bit. But it was an injury after all. The most important thing is that Robert's internal organs were injured due to the super impact of the 3 eagle tail arrows. However, Richard, who was not far away, was not satisfied with the result. He thought to himself, "It's a pity. He didn't expect that the opponent had earth magic that was very effective in resisting arrow attacks. If it were just an ordinary dark element shield, the multiple shots he had just used with all his strength, plus the bonuses of the griffin wings and griffin tail arrows, should have broken the shield in one blow, and the opponent would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. But when Stefana saw that her master Richard started to take action without any scruples, she immediately no longer hesitated. The next second, her white and tender arms turned into dark and shiny blade arms, exuding a cold light. The ground beneath her feet exploded instantly, and she quickly attacked Robert. This set off alarm bells in Robert's heart. Spider Girl. And she's a spider girl with 2 arms. What's going on in this Norman secret realm? Why are the monsters coming out more terrifying than the last? Robert had lost his fighting spirit at this point, and wanted to run away. Especially after he cast 2 0-level witchcrafts, slowness and weakness, on Stefana one after another. Because of Stefana's body's super high dark element resistance, it had almost no effect. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Obviously, Robert's confidence had collapsed. He retreated quickly, and no longer wanted to fight. He even ignored the clay troll he summoned. However, it was not so easy to escape at this time. A black mist suddenly appeared above his head, and disappeared instantly. Immediately, Robert's speed slowed down greatly, and the next second, he was entangled by Stefana and could no longer walk. Robert's face turned pale, and immediately showed a fierce look. He pulled out a dagger and cut off the little finger of his left hand, followed by a very short spell. A large stream of blood flowed out from the incision on the little finger of his left hand, including the severed finger, shooting directly at the clay troll. The blood instantly divided into 7 streams in the air and poured into the clay troll's ears, nose, mouth, and eyes respectively. The severed finger was directly swallowed by the clay troll. The next second, the clay troll's body was covered with strange blood-colored lines. Its body size surged to about 2.8 meters, and its combat power also skyrocketed, from being defeated by Abomination and being beaten down. Now it's almost the other way around. With just a few punches, Abomination was knocked back and quickly moved towards Robert's position. Richard could tell at a glance that Robert was planning to unite with the summoned clay trolls and hold on to the idea of waiting for help. In Robert's mind, as long as he holds on a little longer, he believes that other teammates holding the orbs will come towards him. This seems to be his only way to survive now. A smile appeared on Richard's lips, and he thought to himself, not only do you have secret techniques, I have them too, and it's a good opportunity to test them through actual combat. I saw him taking out a blood amber from his arms and quickly exerting its power. Power of blood amber. A 0-level witchcraft. Uses the power of blood in blood amber to make the contracted creature enter a bloodthirsty and violent state, which lasts for 3 minutes. It takes 1 blood amber to perform the spell. The higher the quality of the blood amber, the better the effect. This is one of the trophies that Richard gained from Joachim. This is the first time it has been used in actual combat. As Richard's rapid spell sounded, the blood-red liquid in the amber was instantly extracted, divided into 3 streams, and shot directly at the hatred. When the blood-colored liquid merged into Abomination's body, in an instant, Abomination, who was originally only 2.7 meters tall, became like a roasted lobster. His body size further increased, and his height jumped to 3 meters. Chapter 166 Gift from Robert. The Abomination once again rushed to the side of the blood-veined clay troll, and swung the giant iron axe and chain in his hands at lightning speed, immediately chopping the blood-veined clay troll to the point of screaming in pain, and once again gained the upper hand. This made Robert stunned. The power of blood amber. The secret technique of the North Ring. Stop. The master from the Ring of North over there. Donato from the Ring of North and I are good friends. Robert shouted loudly towards the woods where Richard was hiding. Apparently, Robert thought that the opponent he was fighting against was a master from the Ring of North, because whether it is the power of blood amber or the summoning of Abomination, they are both very representative witchcraft of the Ring of North, and Donato is very famous among the wizard apprentices in the Ring of North. Me and the good fortune of North Ring. What interrupted his speech was a guiding arrow from Richard, as Robert was fending off Stephanie's attack. Most of his defensive magic had been consumed at this moment, because he had been distracted to resist Stefana's attack. He could no longer dodge Richard's arrow with an uncertain movement trajectory. A flash of blue light passed by as fast as lightning, and a thumb-thick hole instantly appeared at the Adam's apple on Robert's neck. The arrow was so fast that it directly penetrated Robert's neck. making him unable to speak the second half of his sentence. Robert fell to the ground with a look of resignation. When he died, his eyes were wide open, and he obviously refused to die in peace. A scroll slipped out of his hand. It obviously contained some powerful witchcraft, but he didn't have time to use it. With Robert's death, the blood-veined clay troll instantly lost its activity and turned into ordinary soil, and then gradually solidified and turned into a small mound of earth. A mark symbol that exuded strong energy fluctuations was instantly stained on both Richard and Stephina. This made Richard frown. The energy intensity of this symbol seemed to be stronger than the tracking marks of the apprentices he had killed before. This shows that the wizard who casts the tracking mark on the person in front of him is quite powerful. Obviously, this is not a good thing. However, he is now in the Norman secret realm, and the power of the secret realm also blocks the spread of the tracking mark. Therefore, he and Stephina are currently in the secret realm, safe and sound. However, things become more troublesome after leaving the secret realm. After all, there is only one stand-in doll left on him now, and he and Stephina have received 2 marks in total. Richard put away the mask transformed by the mimicry wristband and walked out of the jungle. Stephanie saw her master Richard walking out of the jungle with a worried look on his face, and then looked at the marks on his body. She knew that he must have caused big trouble. She immediately put away her sword arm, stepped forward and apologized. "I'm sorry, Master. It's me. Careless." Richard waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. The other party obviously has bad intentions towards you. Which also means that as long as you resist, your strength will be exposed sooner or later. Also, next time you encounter someone harassing someone like this, don't hesitate to strike first." After a pause, Richard added with a serious face. Seeing that Richard's words were quite humorous, Stephina couldn't help but smile, feeling sweet in her heart. Richard's words made her feel that although the two of them were currently master and slave, as the master, Richard did not treat her as a simple tool, but would consider her feelings. As an extremely pure soul energy came, Richard's whole body couldn't help but tremble with pleasure. After Richard calmed down for a while, this excitement was dozens of times better than the refreshing feeling of betel nuts and cigarettes. Richard began to carefully look at the memory pictures in his mind about the enemy that had just been transmitted from the crystal. Robert Soto, nicknamed Blood Devil. Hiss. Of course Richard had heard of this guy. This guy is also one of the famous wizard apprentices in the Ignis school. Although Richard doesn't stay in the school very much, he has heard people talk about him several times. The 3rd level wizard apprentice of which school is closest in strength to a formal wizard. The quasi-wizard seat of the school. Hey! He is actually the most valued heir of the wizard family Soto family. When he saw this, Richard couldn't help but frown, which made his originally planned guaranteed plan likely to fail. Originally, if things didn't work out, he could sign a contract with the school and be promoted to an official wizard. But looking at it now, this line has suddenly become extremely bumpy, even impossible, because the Soto family is deeply entangled in the Ignis school. Unless the 2nd level great wizard speaks in person, or with tutor Celis alone, the other family will definitely prevent Richard from signing a contract with the school, and will also do it afterwards. Revenge. However, when Richard saw the next picture, his face was filled with shock and joy, and his original sad expression was gone. This guy actually knows the apprentice chapter of the top-secret death bone meditation method of the Ignis school. This is undoubtedly great news for Richard. The purpose of Richard signing a contract with the school was nothing more than to obtain another copy of the 1st level or apprentice edition of the advanced meditation method, so as to meet the requirement of breaking the limit 3/3. Richard once again recalled the content of the Dead Bone Meditation Apprentice chapter in his mind, and after making sure that he had memorized it firmly, he couldn't help but feel elated. This means that he can use breaking limits on the incomplete Rodrigo meditation technique at any time to obtain an advanced meditation technique at the level of a 1st level wizard. However, now is obviously not the right time and place. Richard continued to look at the next picture. Groove. Gildas's clone actually entered the secret realm. When Richard saw that slightly familiar face appear again in Robert's memory, he cried out that something was wrong. Sure enough, the wizard Gildas, the mentor of Jenna and Joachim, actually sent his clone into the secret realm of Norman this time. Although the euphemistic name is to rescue the trapped wizard apprentices from the 3 major colleges, a considerable part of the purpose is definitely to find Richard. This made Richard frown again. Continue to look through the memory screen. Huh? There is such a treasure. Based on the scene in Robert's memory, Richard found the Miss Manto orb from the arms of his corpse. Not good. Richard, who was holding the orb, immediately realized that this orb was actually a tracking mark in disguise. As long as you hold this item, other orb holders can more clearly determine your location. Stefana looked at Richard's expression of joy and frown, and couldn't help but worry. Master, is this person we killed very troublesome? It's very troublesome. But it's a good kill. Richard was stunned and immediately said to Stefana with a smile. If it weren't for Stefana, the other party probably wouldn't have fought with her. Obviously, if a battle did not break out, he would not be able to unexpectedly obtain the death bone meditation technique, thereby completing the last piece of the puzzle for Rodrigo's meditation technique to break the limit. At first, Stefana was a little worried when she heard Richard say it was very troublesome. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, she smiled like a flower. It feels really good to have the full support of my master. Just when Richard was about to imitate last time and stuff the pearl into the mouth of a bird, he suddenly thought of a better idea. Maybe it can also weaken the opponent's strength, since he is now in the core area of the secret realm. Richard has encountered many powerful monsters many times. The aura of several monsters among them made him feel frightened. They must be powerful monsters bred in the secret realm, with the strength of a first-level wizard. The strength of individuals born naturally in the secret realm is not limited by the rules of the secret realm. Therefore, from this perspective, the most powerful people in the Norman secrets are neither Dolos, the leader of the Night Elves, the senior spider lady, nor the clone of Gildarts, but a small number of super powerful wizards who have reached the level of first level. Monster. Richard just thought of a way. I saw him stuffing the Miss Manto orb into the mouth of a jungle python. Then, he threw the 7-8 meter long giant python at the door of the lair of a golden-scaled lizard that had reached the level of a formal wizard. Sure enough, just as the trembling giant python was about to escape, it was bitten into 2 pieces by a bloody mouth that came out of the hole. And then it was swallowed like a spicy stick. Stefana, who was still watching Richard's actions with curiosity, suddenly realized it now, and couldn't help but applaud her master's insidiousness. Obviously, when the other members of Robert's team tracked the Miss Manto orb all the way here, only 2 situations will happen. One is that Robert is accidentally swallowed by the golden-scaled lizard, and they are arrogant and want to do it. Teammates seek revenge, and a war breaks out. The other is to run away directly after seeing this golden-scaled lizard. If it's the former, then it's enough for the other members of Robert's team to drink a bottle, because the golden-scaled lizard is very powerful in combat. It is extremely tricky. For example, its innate witchcraft crystal shines, and it uses the light golden rhombus-shaped armor on its body to deliver a dazzling blow that temporarily blinds all surrounding enemies. Coupled with its ultra-high elemental resistance and ultra-fast attack speed, ordinary wizards will feel extremely headaches when encountering it. After dealing with the Miss Mantle orb, Richard continued to let Stefana lead the way. Just like before, the two kept a distance of several dozen meters, and continued to move forward in the direction where Meluo was originally detected. Soon, Richard found a safe cave, and immediately decided to break the limits of Rodrigo's meditation method first, with Abomination and Stefana placing double guards at the secret cave entrance. Richard called up the inspiration panel in the cave, and couldn't wait to focus his consciousness on the incomplete Rodrigo meditation method. Ding! The host's understanding of Rodrigo's meditation method, apprentice, has reached its limit. Now, the host can perform the following operations. You can only choose one. 1. Break the limit. 2. Innovation. 3. Optimization. Note, innovation will add a new wizardry. Richard once again focused his awareness on choosing one to break the limit. Detecting limit-breaking conditions. 1. The current meditation method apprentice chapter, or the first level of control, has reached the limit, and this condition is met. 2. For reference, if the number of meditation method apprentices, or the first level meets 3/3, this condition is met. 2. The energy points are met. It is estimated that between 98,347 and 115,671 points are needed. This condition is met. All the conditions for breaking the limit are met. Do you want to start breaking the limit? Richard felt excited in his heart. Opportunity and hard work allowed him to meet the limit-breaking conditions of Rodrigo's meditation method so quickly. It was really unexpected for him. He said silently in his heart, "Yes." In an instant, Richard's soul was pulled into the dream space. This time he came to a simple and spacious study room. He was possessed by a vague figure wearing a hood and sitting at the desk. On the large dark red desk, there were several thumb-sized candles burning, and 3 books shining with a dark gray light. which immediately attracted Richard's full attention. The 3 books are the Advanced Meditation Method of Ignis, the Meditation of the Dead Bones from Robert, the Advanced Meditation Method of the Ring of North, the Meditation of Hatred from Joachim, and the last one, the Gurus from Yukon, the Academy's Advanced Meditation Method, Spirit Body Meditation Method. At this time, there was a distant voice calling softly deep in Richard's heart, seeming to want him to open the first Dead Bone Meditation Method to study first, since everyone can only practice one meditation method at a time. Once the official wizard breaks through, it can no longer be changed. Therefore, although Richard got the last 2 meditation methods early, he did not study them before that. In the dream space, there is no such restriction at all. Driven by his heart, Richard naturally turned to the front page of the Dead Bone Meditation Method. The title page briefly introduced the founder of this meditation method, and the progress of each improvement and revision. Richard nodded. Every advanced meditation book contains the hard work of great wizards, and even higher-level wizards, as well as the joint improvement of many latecomers. Turning to the second page, I saw that the first witchcraft rune was a figure that looked like 5 from the front with a vertical line in the middle. This figure is a 3-dimensional figure, and you need to outline this figure in your mind. The outline, if inaccurate, will quickly dissipate, because Richard has the experience of Rodrigo's meditation method and is driven by massive inspiration. His learning efficiency is like a rocket taking off. I don't know how long it took before Richard completed the practice of the Dead Bone Meditation Method. Next, there is the Hate Meditation Method. Turn to the first page. It seems that several years later, Richard completed the second book, The Practice of Hate Meditation. Richard excitedly opened the third and final book on spiritual meditation. After a long time, Richard finally completed the practice of 3 meditation methods. In an instant, Richard followed his inner voice and closed his eyes. Suddenly, Richard felt that his thoughts were like a boat in a storm, sailing in the vast ocean of inspiration. Countless thoughts and ideas explode in my mind. This feeling is like the feeling of the sharp taste buds exploding on the tip of your tongue after eating a ton of popping candy. It seems that the next level of Rodrigo's meditation method can be deduced this way, and that can also be deduced. There are too many directions in his mind that can be broken through. This made Richard a little confused about which direction and angle to choose to make a breakthrough in his meditation method. Chapter 167, Meditation Method Breaks Limits. Richard took a deep breath, calmed his agitated emotions, and started thinking again. He had a vague premonition that his current choice was closely related to the innate witchcraft that would be triggered when he was promoted to a formal wizard in the future. Therefore, he first ruled out those breakthrough paths that would most likely trigger only one innate witchcraft. Although one of these options might be very powerful, it was still not safe enough. Richard understood that even the one-punch man in the cartoons of his previous life could often kill and maim his opponents with just one strike. But the bald cape man also has a premise. That is, his defense is actually super high. All enemies he encounters cannot cause effective damage to him, no matter what kind of attacks they perform. What does this mean? This shows the importance of defense. Therefore, Richard screened out all the breakthrough paths that could generate 2 innate witchcrafts one by one, and gave up all the breakthrough paths that were likely to trigger only one innate witchcraft. Immediately, Richard began to think carefully again. For example, some breakthrough paths are to specifically enhance attack power, but he feels that both of the 2 innate witchcrafts tend to be attack-type innate witchcrafts, and there is no essential difference between them and the previous high-power attack-type innate witchcraft. After a little thought, Richard shook his head and gave up on everything. And those 2 innate witchcrafts were all defensive types. Richard obviously didn't want to become a turtle SHL wizard, so he immediately excluded all these breakthrough paths. In this case, there are actually not many choices left. Only a dozen or so. The rest of both attack and defense, but with different emphasis on attack and defense. The first way to break through is to overstrengthen the attack. Although offense is the best defense, Richard believes that when he is besieged, a good defensive innate witchcraft is likely to make him survive. So he thought about it. He quickly gave up this offensive-oriented breakthrough path. The next breakthrough path is to be too defensive. The next breakthrough path, although it is both offensive and defensive, but the offensive talent is too obvious and is easier to be resisted by the opponent. Richard still shook his head. Article 4. Finally, after a long time, Richard, who was thinking hard, straightened his face, made up his mind, and chose a breakthrough path. A breakthrough path that was both offensive and defensive and had no obvious weaknesses. After choosing the breakthrough idea for the next level of Rodrigo's meditation method, Richard adjusted his breathing, closed his eyes, and concentrated in his mind. The massive inspiration collided with countless sparks of thinking. Suddenly, the extremely proficient first-level witchcraft model, which had already been functioning mentally, became brilliant. I saw that based on all 7 witchcraft runes in the first layer of witchcraft model, brand new witchcraft runes are being generated at this moment. This feeling was very strange. Richard felt as if he was building a house. The first floor had been built before, and now he was starting to build the second floor on this basis. The first newly generated second-level witchcraft rune has an extremely complicated shape, similar to the shape of, with a vertical 3-dimensional figure added in the middle. The outline is at least several times more difficult than the previous 7th witchcraft rune on the first layer. Magic runes? Fortunately, this was in a dream, and Richard instinctively sketched the exact shape of the first rune of the second layer between the 2 first-layer witchcraft runes. Then, with the help of a huge amount of inspiration, Richard, who was in a state of mind explosion, quickly constructed a second complex witchcraft rune, the third one, until the 6th one. After the most complex 6th witchcraft rune was constructed, all 6 runes shone brightly in an instant, as if 6 children holding hands, closely forming a ring model slightly smaller than the first layer. When this ring is perfectly inlaid on the first layer, a double-layered circular cake-like overall model is instantly constructed. At this point, the second level of Rodrigo's meditation method has successfully broken through the limit. There was a sudden spin, and Richard's soul returned to his original body. At this time, the prompt on the inspiration panel also came simultaneously. The Rodrigo meditation method, apprentice chapter, successfully broke the limit and consumed a total of 113,982 energy points. Please name the newly generated meditation method? Seeing the scene in front of him, Richard was overjoyed. If he wasn't still in the secret realm of Norman, he would have wanted to yell and vent his emotions. After much effort, he finally broke the monopoly of advanced meditation methods in the wizarding world by chance. Using Rodrigo's meditation method, apprentice, as the iron pot, and the first layer of the other 3 advanced meditation methods as firewood, I finally cooked an advanced meditation method that suited me. But how to name it? This question immediately stumped Richard. The main reason is that Richard has never considered this issue. He originally wanted to name it directly the Rodrigo meditation method, first level wizard. But think about it. This innovative version of mine is definitely very different from the original Rodrigo meditation method. And even the style is completely different. Therefore, Richard thought, would it be appropriate to name it after Rodrigo? However, after some thought, Richard decided to name it after Rodrigo, but added 2 words in the middle, and named the newly generated meditation method Rodrigo's variation meditation method. After all, I evolved and innovated based on Rodrigo's meditation method. Don't forget the well digger when drinking water. New meditation method named successfully. The new meditation method after breaking the limit. Rodrigo's variation meditation method. Richard's current progress is 1% of entry level. However, as soon as Richard practiced for a while, he had a hunch. First, if he chose to continue to improve, he would soon break through to the official wizard level with the new meditation method. And he would also be eliminated within a certain period of time, expelled from the secret realm. Second, he already had a clear premonition that after his breakthrough, 2 innate witchcrafts would be generated. He already knew this when he chose the breakthrough path. However, what he can clearly feel at the moment is that the innate witchcraft regarding the attack direction is most likely to be a spiritual impact of the first level witchcraft of the spiritual system. As for the other defensive innate witchcraft, it is still not very clear. I only know that it is a first level defensive witchcraft of the shadows system. Which specific first level witchcraft it is will only be known after the breakthrough is successful. When you are promoted to a formal wizard, the triggering of the generation of 2 innate witchcraft requires 2 conditions to be met with a small probability. One is the first level of the advanced meditation method, or the apprentice chapter. The control level needs to reach the master level and above. The other second condition is that the higher the control level of 2 or more witchcraft that are highly compatible with the meditation method, the better. The first condition alone is enough to stop 90% of the third level wizard apprentices, not to mention the more difficult second condition. But for Richard, these difficulties do not exist at all, because Richard has already practiced meditation and witchcraft to the highest level through the inspiration panel. However, after Richard stood stunned for a moment, he murmured to himself, why do I vaguely feel that I still have a third talent for witchcraft? Richard had never heard of triggering the generation of 3 innate witchcraft spells when he was promoted to an official wizard. Moreover, the premonition about this third talent of witchcraft is very vague. He himself does not know what type of witchcraft this third talent will be, and which type of witchcraft it is. Innate witchcraft means instant first-level witchcraft, and super low mental energy consumption. From this perspective, it is easy to explain why a first-level wizard and a wizard apprentice have two completely different combat powers. A wizard's apprentice needs at least 2 to 3 defenses to level 0 witchcraft to resist the first-level witchcraft that a formal wizard casts instantly. Obviously, even if the wizard apprentice can survive the first blow, when the second and third blows from the official wizard follow one after another, what can the wizard apprentice do to resist? There was no other option except to escape. Gildas's clone was currently resting in a hidden forest. Several hours have passed, and according to the scheduled plan, there is only one team member named Stefan Moon who has rushed to meet him. However, through the orb in his hand, he could feel that other team members were quickly converging towards them, because the two of them were standing still. The light of the Miss Manta orb in their hands was getting brighter and brighter. Obviously, this situation shows that there are other orb holders rushing towards them at the moment. But they don't know whether the other party is one person or two. As for the situation of 3 people, Gildarts never thought he would be able to gather all the players. For him, as long as 2 team members can join him, he could almost walk sideways in the Norman secret realm. Except for a very few enemies. As the orb in his hand became brighter and brighter, suddenly, there was a faint sound of explosions, and the sound of branches breaking from the dense forest in front of him. Not good. Gildarts reacted instantly. Although the team members were at the extreme level of third-level wizard apprentices, they were still weak in his eyes. But they would never be so careless. Such a commotion was caused near the core area of the Norman secret territory. It is highly likely that the person is being hunted and is so reckless. Gildas immediately stood up, waved his right hand, and the two of them quickly sneaked towards the direction of the sound. One after the other, through the mottled shade of the trees. A young man with short chestnut hair was seen running wildly. From time to time, he would throw alchemy bombs towards the rear, causing violent explosions to block the pursuers from behind. And he himself was rolling in an extremely embarrassed manner, dodging the sudden arrows coming from behind. It's Harley Rubio. Stefan was sharp-eyed and recognized at a glance that the other party was his familiar teammate Harley. Just as he was about to rush forward to support, he was stopped by Gildarts. Don't worry. Let's take a look at the situation of the enemies behind first, Gildas said solemnly. Although he had already judged from the few arrows just now that the opponent was most likely the Spider Knight of the Night Elves. Sure enough, a few seconds later, several Night Elves wrapped in fully armed knight armor sprang out from the dense forest behind, holding longbows in their hands, and kept approaching the apprentice named Harley. 1, 2 and 5. There are 5 Spider Knights in total, plus the accompanying spider. Is Harley poking a hornet's nest? Stefan gasped in shock. The 5 Spider Knights? Even if they go together with the clone of Gildas the Wizard, they will probably have to go through a hard fight. Fortunately, I was stopped by the Wizard Gildarts just now. Otherwise, if I rushed forward rashly, I would probably join the fleeing army and flee in panic. Stefan felt scared at this moment. Gildarts frowned slightly when he saw it. There were a little more than 5 Spider Knights. It seemed that he would have to put in a little more effort. He turned to Stefan and said, "You attack from the side," mainly using scrolls and alchemy bombs to attract the opponent's attention. In 3 seconds, I will launch an attack from the rear. Then, you two will just delay the other party and prevent them from escaping. Since Gildas was not very familiar with these 2 people, the task assigned was relatively easy. Even before the fight started, he was sure that the opponent would be defeated by him. Is this the strength and confidence of a formal wizard? Hearing the wizard Gildarts in front of him speaking as if the other party was like cattle or sheep to be slaughtered at will, Stefan was extremely impressed and agreed immediately. The next second, Stefan followed the order and quickly executed it. When he looked back at Gildarts' position again, he found that the original hiding place was already empty at this moment, which shows how fast Gildarts was. Stefan tore open a powerful scroll, and in an instant, a black beam of light as thick as the mouth of a bowl shot out, instantly severely injuring a Spider Knight. Then, he threw out several alchemical bombs in succession, which frightened and angered the chasing Spider Knights, and they were immediately in a panic. Harley, the team member who was escaping from the front, instantly brightened up and looked overjoyed. He felt as if he had narrowly escaped death, when Harley was just teleported to the Norman secret realm. He was glad that there were no enemies around. But when he moved closer to his teammates according to the guidance of the orb, his good luck left him. About half an hour ago, he was discovered by the Spider Knights from the Night Elf side. And there were 5 of them. This made Harley have no desire to fight at all. And he ran away like crazy. If he hadn't exchanged enough combat potions and alchemy bombs in the Stronghold's secret warehouse before coming, this time would have been a disaster. But there were dangers along the way, and the various potions and bombs exchanged for thousands of magic stones were almost exhausted. When the explosion dissipated, the Spider Knights who came back to their senses took a look and found that only one person had attacked them. And they immediately became furious. It seemed that he was quite embarrassed and angry at his actions, as if he had just faced a formidable enemy. So he immediately formed a battle formation that was originally in a circle to prepare for defense. Quickly spread out, and all 4 of them pressed on. Just as the Spider Knight at the far end was about to raise his bow and shoot, suddenly, a strong wind came from behind. He just felt something was wrong and was about to turn around to check. But he only heard a pft and a severe cramp in his abdomen. When he lowered his head, he saw a thick and extremely sharp claw running through his body from his lower back to his abdomen. What made him unbelievable was that the fine patterned knight armor he wore didn't seem to have any defensive effect. In the hands of this extremely sharp claw, it was like a piece of tissue paper, torn apart in an instant, accompanied by a scream from him. The next second, there was a hiss sound. His entire body was torn in half from top to bottom. Chapter 168: The Powerful Strength of the Werewolf Clone. The Spider Knight's scream before his death immediately alerted his other companions to look back, and they saw this horrific scene on the spot. Suddenly, the remaining Spider Knights had shocked and disbelieving expressions on their faces, because they know deeply how much power is required to cause such an effect of tearing the human body apart. First of all, the Demon Spider Knight's physical strength is very high. Secondly, his body is protected by sophisticated knight armor. It is really difficult for them to imagine how a physically weak human wizard apprentice could possibly burst out with such tremendous power. But then, when they got a clear view of the figure, they understood why this happened. I saw a ferocious black werewolf that was at least 2 meters tall and with thick hair. At this moment, he was standing in an upright position behind the recently deceased Demon Spider Knight. A pair of thick and sharp werewolf claws were still bleeding to the ground, with bright red blood. It seems to be swearing a strong demeanor, but its dark green eyes and protruding canine teeth give others the impression that it is more ferocious than majestic. When Gildas's ruthless eyes swept across the remaining Spider Knights, they immediately felt as if a bucket of ice water was poured from head to toe, and their whole bodies were chilled. Elvish, retreat quickly. Go back and report to the leader, and find the suspected official wizard fighting force. A Spider Knight looked seriously and immediately made arrangements. Elf, can you guys leave? Gildart's werewolf clone spoke in Elvish. Suddenly, the remaining Demon Spider Knights looked as if they had seen a ghost. How can you speak Elvish? A Spider Knight was so surprised that his tongue was tied. But what he was waiting for was not the answer from the werewolf clone, but an instant witchcraft clumsiness. Gildart's werewolf clone waved his wolf claws, and a ball of dark green mist appeared out of thin air above the head of the Spider Knight who asked the question, and instantly disappeared. The Spider Knight suddenly felt as if his limbs were bound by heavy shackles, and his movement and attacks were greatly affected. After the spell was completed, the werewolf clone immediately rushed towards the Spider Knight with lightning speed, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Seeing this, several other Spider Knights hurriedly rescued them. But Stefan and Harley were not vegetarians either, especially after the scene where the 2 of them saw Gildart's werewolf clone tearing apart the Spider Knight with his bare hands. They became even more enthusiastic about fighting, and their blood was brimming with blood. Stefan always kept in mind Gildart's previous instructions for him and Harley to hold each other back. Harley had been chased by these Demon Spider Knights all the way before, and he was already filled with resentment now that he had the opportunity to fight back. He of course used witchcraft with all his might. Suddenly, the slowness spell, the weakness spell, and even the shadow curse were cast by the 2 of them like raindrops and released on several other Spider Knights. Although the 2 of them did not directly perform offensive 0-level witchcraft, the various witchcraft they chose to perform made the rescuer Spider Knight even more uncomfortable. As a result, the rescue that was originally too late was now completely hopeless. When Gildart's werewolf clone rushed in front of the Spider Knight, who had been hit by the clumsy technique, the Spider Knight's face turned stern, and suddenly a huge companion spider rushed over from behind the werewolf clone. If the werewolf clone ignores him and attacks indirectly, then obviously, his accompanying demon spider will also give the opponent a fatal blow. Trade injury for injury. This is the decision of the Spider Knight. This decision cannot be said to be ruthless. But this time he picked the wrong opponent. Because this time his opponent is the clone of a formal wizard. For a formal wizard, he has experienced almost no less than 100 battles. And Gildas can be considered a leader among first-level wizards. The ferocious-looking werewolf suddenly showed an admiring look at the Spider Knight. But in the next second, his size suddenly increased. And his height exceeded 2.5 meters. Claw storm. Accompanied by a terrifying wolf howl. The werewolf's claws, which were originally extremely sharp, suddenly grew 10 centimeters longer. At the same time, the werewolf clone began to spin like a top. This greatly horrified the demon Spider Knight and his companion demon spider on the opposite side. Because all they saw were sharp claws that were so fast that they leapt after images. The strong wind that hit their faces in an instant cut and cracked their skin. They wanted to avoid it. But it was too late. A sound of tearing leather sounded continuously. When everyone came to their senses again, they saw that the Spider Knight and his companion spider had been cut into fist-sized pieces by the super-speed werewolf claws. They were piled up with a strong smell of blood. On the ground, there were 2 piles of rotten meat, one behind the other. After using his ultimate move, the werewolf clone fell silent for a while and stood calmly, motionless. This made the remaining 2 Spider Knights look frightened on their faces. Although they are the elite of the Night Elves, they are still timid when facing enemies whose combat power far exceeds theirs. It can be said that they have completely lost the courage to continue fighting. Gildarts was actually not as relaxed as he appeared. The blow just now could be said to have been carried out with almost all his strength. With the blessing of the werewolf clone's natural witchcraft and frenzy, he used one of his unique skills, Clawstorm, which also consumed a lot of his physical and mental energy. It's just that he didn't show any signs of it. As a seasoned official wizard, he knows the importance of momentum in battle. Not only can it attack enemies, but it can also inspire teammates. But after Gildas used his ultimate move, the sight of him standing there without blushing or panting was quite unfathomable in the eyes of everyone. Stefan and Harley, on the other hand, were in awe of Gildas's strength. At this moment, they were beating up a drowned dog like a chicken, and kept causing trouble for the Spider Knight, throwing out 0-level witchcraft and scrolls one after another. Gildas's werewolf clone, after adjusting its breath for a few seconds, was like a wind in a cloud, killing all the remaining 2 Spider Knights and several companion spiders who had long lost their fighting spirit. Your Highness Dolores will avenge us. The last Spider Knight who died seemed to be a squad leader. His last words made Gildas frown. He knew what the word Your Highness represented in the Night Elves, and coupled with the obviously feminine name Dorothy, the answer became a bit obvious. It seems that there is a high probability that the Dark Knight party is led by a high-level Spider-Woman and enters the Norman secret realm. As an official wizard, Gildas certainly knew that the strength of the high-level Spider-Woman far exceeded the upper limit of the rules of the Norman secret realm. It's just that we don't know yet what kind of secret technique the other party used to enter the secret realm. Gildas shook his head and stopped speculating on this question. After returning to his human form, he rested aside. Stefan and Harley, on the other hand, began to clean up the battlefield dutifully and search for trophies. But they could not find any valuable trophies among the corpses that had been cut into pieces of rotten flesh. Because, even if it existed originally, it was now cut to pieces by the claws of the werewolf clone. The 2 of them glanced at Gildas sitting aside from time to time, their eyes full of awe. They knew that there was a huge gap in combat power between themselves and official wizards, but they did not expect that a mere clone of Gildarts, whose strength was suppressed under the rules of the Norman secret realm, could be so terrifying. If the opponent were them, they thought about it and realized that they might not be much better than the Spider Knights just now. Gildas took out the Miss Manto orb in his arms and tested the brightness in different directions. Now, the orb was sensitive in both directions, one forward and one backward. Obviously, this means that the 2 remaining members of his team are in almost completely opposite directions. However, after hearing what the demon Spider Knight said about Dorothy before his death, he became a little worried about his offspring, Donato. After thinking about it, Gildarts decided to take Stefan and Harley and speed forward first. Although he didn't know whether the person holding the orb in front of him was Robert or his son Donato. It was too passive to stay and wait now. What if Donato encounters the Knight Elite led by Dolos? This picture was so beautiful that he didn't dare to think about it. Sometimes, caring leads to chaos. What Gildas didn't know was that the direction the 3 of them were traveling at great speed was not the direction of Donato, but the direction of the golden-scaled lizard's cave. Norman secret. The former daily supply point of the 3 major colleges is located in the largest wooden house. A beautiful woman with a seductive face and a graceful figure was sitting at the top, listening to the report of a spider knight. If Richard were present, he would definitely be surprised that this beauty's appearance is so similar to Stefana's current body. However, if you look carefully, you will find that the beauty in front of you has maroon hair and a waistline. The face should also be slimmer. Your Highness Dolores, the losses of our spider knights have been rising sharply since half a day ago. Currently, the 15th Squadron and the 21st Squadron have lost contact, and the 3 search teams have also lost contact. Judging from the feedback from several of our teams just now, they all encountered extremely powerful wizard apprentices. I guess it was the human wizards on the surface who launched a counterattack and sent many powerful human wizard apprentices to the Norman secret realm. A handsome-looking leader of the Spider Knights was bowing slightly and reporting respectfully beside Dolos. Dolores, on the other hand, tapped her fingers on the armrest of the chair very rhythmically. Ta-ta. Tap-ta. The white fingers can tap out a very powerful rhythm, which is a pleasing sight. Oh! The 15th squad and the 21st squad should be composed of 5 people. Right? We can destroy them. It seems that the enemies that appear this time are indeed a bit tricky. Portia, go and kill them. The missing location is marked on the map. Dolores raised her slender fingers and pointed at a huge topographic map of the Norman secret land on the table in front of her. As the Night Elves have been running the Norman secret realm for many years, they naturally have a more detailed map than the human wizards on the surface. After marking several places where the Spider Knight squad and the search team disappeared, Portia was immediately stunned. If the several points in front of you are connected together, it will almost be a straight line. Your Highness Dolores. Portia seemed to have guessed something, but she still said in disbelief. Portia, mark the time when they disappeared. Dolores' beautiful eyes stared at the map with interest and continued. After Portia finished marking, the entire pattern became extremely obvious, and only a huge arrow was marked on the map. The direction in which the number becomes larger is the direction in which the opponent moves, and Portia now uses an arrow to indicate it. From this point of view, the opponent's movement direction is slightly lower than the core area of Norman's secret realm. From east to west, it seems that the human wizards on the surface have set a very interesting opponent this time. Dolos smiled coquettishly. In the eyes of Dolores and Portia, it was obvious that the disappearance of these groups of members of the Demon Spider Knights was caused by the same person or the same team. Otherwise these points would not have happened to form a straight line. However, if Richard and Gildarts were present, they would suddenly realize that this was clearly a patchwork of the 2 people's routes. In other words, a small section was Richard's route, and the remaining large section was the route taken by Gildarts and the other 2. Since Dolores took office here, she has encountered several organized counterattacks from wizard apprentices in the secret realm. Except for the first time when Dolores was interested in taking action and killed a troublesome human wizard apprentice. In the remaining few battles, she didn't even have the desire to take action. Originally, she planned to hunt the black-scaled dragon beast tomorrow. The black-scaled dragon beast is a dragonborn creature that has been extinct in the outside world for a long time. It is said that it has a trace of the blood of the ancient black dragon. Some time ago, a shadow stalker discovered it in a secret cave in the core area of the secret realm. Trace. After several days of continuous searching by the Demon Spider Knights, they have basically determined its range of activities. The second task assigned by the mistress was to extract the blood essence of the Black Scale Earth Dragon Beast. Because the Black Scale Earth Dragon Beast is a dragon, its combat power far exceeds that of ordinary monsters, and its strength is even stronger than that of a high-level Spider-Woman. If the mistress hadn't given her a special item, even Dolores wouldn't have much confidence that she could kill the Black-Scaled Earth Dragon Beast within the rules of the Norman secret realm. But now it seems that the hunting operation will have to be postponed for a few more days. I must first eliminate these little mice that sneaked into Norman's secret territory. I saw Dolores slowly getting up, revealing her beautiful body covered by a few strands of gauze, and said, Portia, I will leave it to you to defend this place. I took the 1st, 3rd, 9th and 12th ones with me. Team up. Go there and take a look. Yes, Your Highness Dolores. Portia will fight until the last moment. Portia, wearing exquisite knight armor with a serious face, did a dark knight noble salute. Chapter 169 Final Encounter. Although they are both members of the same team, Donato is in completely opposite situations to Robert. Not long after Donato entered the secret realm of Norman, he happened to meet a dozen wizard apprentices, who were hiding in a hidden cave in fear. If he had not been teleported to a nearby location and sensed a faint energy fluctuation and noticed that there was an illusionary witch formation nearby, he might not have discovered this group of people. Donetto was proficient in the low-level wizard formation and immediately made contact with the wizard apprentices inside. When Donato appeared in front of a group of wizard apprentices with the ultimate strength of a wizard apprentice, it seemed that the many wizard apprentices present found a backbone in an instant. Among the group of wizard apprentices, there happened to be several second and third level wizard apprentices from the Ring of North. These people either knew Donato, or at least heard about Donato's reputation. So, after some introductions by these people, the eyes of the remaining people looked at Donato with bright eyes. Especially when Donato informed everyone that the 3 major colleges had sent elite rescue teams into the Norman secret realm. The morale of the people who were originally depressed instantly rose. It's like a drowning person finding a life-saving straw. It's no wonder that before Donato appeared, their number was several times greater than now. Under the leadership of several other apprentices who were extremely powerful, they launched a counterattack against the material supply point with full confidence at the beginning. But the result was frustrating. Not only did they not succeed, but they were killed in a huge defeat. Continuous defeats. The most powerful apprentices were also killed by the masters of the Spider Knights. The ordinary wizard apprentices also suffered heavy casualties and fled for their lives. Currently, almost all of the 12 people are injured and their morale is low. Otherwise they would not have hidden in a cave, relying on a temporary small illusion magic formation to survive. After chatting with these wizard apprentices for a while, Donetto roughly understood the situation in the secret territory of Norman. And he knew that the key to rescuing the wizard apprentices trapped in the secret realm was to open a passage to the exit. This was also the purpose of the previous battles. There were also masters among the trapped apprentices. They knew clearly that in order to escape, they had to break through the Night Elves' blockade. But they couldn't defeat them. The most troublesome thing about opening up this channel at the moment is that it is said that there is a Spider-Woman with unfathomable strength stationed in the supply point. Donato frowned slightly when he heard several wizard apprentices say the 4 words advanced Spider-Woman. Although Donato is arrogant, he is not an idiot. He is not arrogant enough to think that he can defeat a high-level Spider-Woman on his own. Especially when he heard that Georgie also died in the hands of the other party. He suddenly frowned. Although Georgie's strength is slightly inferior to him, he is still a master at the extreme level of apprentice, only slightly lower than him. Therefore, he knew that the only one who had the strength to fight against the enemy in the secret realm was the werewolf clone of his father Gildarts. It seems that in order to complete the rescue mission, it is necessary to have a battle with this senior Spider-Woman. To defeat or even kill the opponent, he must first meet up with his father and inform him of the relevant situation. So, Donato led the 12 people and moved forward according to the guidance of the orb. But something strange happened. After traveling a certain distance, Donato found that as he traveled, the light of the orb became brighter at first, and then became increasingly dimmer. This means that the teammate holding the orb is moving away from you. This is obviously inconsistent with the original plan. Suddenly, he couldn't help but become suspicious. Could it be that the orb in his hand was a fake? After all, does Miss Mantra Orb have any effect in the secret territory of Norman? Still unknown. They just conducted a simple test before setting off. So it is very possible that it will no longer be accurate after being interfered by unknown reasons in the secret realm. If this is the case, it will be troublesome. When he thought of this, Donato gave up his original plan of meeting his father immediately. Instead, under the guidance of several North Ring wizard apprentices, Donetto led this group of wizard apprentices to search for other survivors nearby. Because several people told him that there were many small teams of broken-up wizard apprentices nearby. Donetto estimated that with his strength and the dozen wizard apprentices, as long as he did not encounter a group of more than 5 demonic Spider Knights, he would be safe. If he can gather some more people, he will be able to fight even if he encounters the demon Spider Knights with more than 10 people. Therefore, he now plans to gather another group of surviving wizard apprentices nearby before going to find his father, which will make the journey safer. After all, the purpose of their rescue mission is to rescue as many apprentices from the 3 major colleges as possible. And because he has not yet reunited with his teammates, he would be safer and more beneficial to the next plan if he searches for and gathers some apprentices first. Of course, in addition to this, there is also a small reason that many wizard apprentices became more enthusiastic about Donato when he took a random shot and solved a few blind monsters along the way. In particular, there were several pretty female apprentices who had been in constant panic these past few days. Now they saw the seniors sent by the 3 major colleges to support them. And they were handsome and powerful. They immediately looked at Donato, with eyes filled with excitement. Worshipped. I'm afraid that Donato can choose and satisfy his original desires at will just by hooking his fingers. This greatly satisfied Donato's vanity. When walking out of the cave, Richard glanced at the energy point value on the inspiration panel, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. There were only more than 30,000 energy points left. He didn't know to what extent he could improve his meditation method if he used it to improve it. The new meditation method will obviously be a goal-consuming big money, and this conclusion can be drawn by referring to Rodrigo's meditation method, Apprentice Edition. At that time, the meditation method consumed the most energy points among all zero-level witchcraft. However, the reason why Richard did not choose to immediately improve his control over the new meditation method was not because of insufficient energy points. But he cannot choose to improve now. Once he slightly improves the mutation meditation method, he may break through to the official wizard level on the spot at any time. I will be squeezed out by the rules of the Norman secret realm, and be kicked out of the secret realm forcibly but slowly. This was inconsistent with his original intention of coming to Norman's secret land. After all, his primary purpose in coming to the secret realm was to rescue Senior Meluo and his 2 few friends. Now that no one has been found, he has been promoted to an official wizard and left. He cannot do this kind of thing. So far, he has not encountered any enemies beyond his ability to deal with them. So Richard is not in a hurry to break through now. At this moment, Richard took Stefana and continued to rush in the direction where Senior Meluo was detected before. However, along the way, a picture appeared in Richard's mind from time to time. In the picture, there was an extremely huge abominable body. It's just that the shape of this abomination is a little different from ordinary abominations. The belly seems to be fatter, and there is a long vertical gap stitched together in the middle of the belly. It seems that this strange-looking abomination is somehow related to his new meditation method. Pictures pop up in my mind from time to time. Several of the pictures showed Abomination looking up to the sky and roaring. Suddenly, the vertical gap in his fat belly suddenly opened. And then dozens of creatures in a spiritual state quickly emerged from it. Like thousands of troops, sweeping across all directions. When Richard took a closer look at the shapes of these spirits, he couldn't help but be surprised. Almost all of them were resentful spirits. There are even some very rare cases where the leaders are actually evil spirits. You must know that wraiths are extremely difficult to deal with. Physical attacks are ineffective, and witchcraft attacks also require highly targeted witchcraft to quickly kill them. From the perspective of combat effectiveness, a wraith is at least as good as a level 2A wizard apprentice, might be as strong as a 3rd level wizard apprentice. The evil spirits are even more terrible. However, the next scene talks about how to transform the abomination in order to obtain this strange-looking undead summoned object called the Wraith Abomination. This made Richard stop and think deeply. Seeing the master who stopped suddenly, Stefana couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, did you find something?" Richard shook his head and said, "No, I just have some insights. Just wait a moment." After a while, Richard basically understood how to make this resentful spirit hateful. The first thing is to have a ready-made abomination, or a huge body that meets the conditions, which Richard has already satisfied. With the mutated summoning rod, Richard now has ready-made hatred on hand. The second issue to be solved is the collection of spirits, which is more troublesome. It is necessary to set up a witch formation to collect resentful spirits. This witch formation is not difficult for Richard to understand, and it is not difficult to set up. The difficult part is that one needs to kill the enemies in the witch formation in order to collect and transform them. Moreover, the stronger the enemies killed, the stronger the resentful spirits collected and transformed. This made Richard frown. After all, it was quite difficult to kill the enemy within the scope of this specific witch formation. And if he wanted to have a good effect, he definitely couldn't find ordinary night elves to kill him. At least he had to kill them. Only by killing an existence like the Spider Knight. In this case, where to place the entire resentful spirit collecting witch formation, and how to lure the enemy are all things that need to be considered. An hour later, Richard and Stepina came to a waterfall. Looking at the waterfall in front of them, which was more than 100 meters deep, Richard looked doubtfully. Could it be that he was going to jump in and continue towards this waterfall after swimming? Direction forward. "Master, take a quick look here." Stefana greeted Richard from the side, seeming to have discovered something. Richard quickly came to Stephanie's side and looked along her slender fingers. He saw several footprints clearly visible, one of which was obviously smaller, and should be a woman's footprint. This made Richard quickly wonder if these were the footprints of his senior sister Meiluo. But the footprints on the side that were obviously larger than ordinary humans instantly gave Richard a bad premonition. Could it be that? Suddenly, a slender figure appeared out of thin air in the dense forest not far from the two of them. The subtle energy fluctuations immediately attracted the attention of Richard and Stephana. And Richard was stunned when he saw the other party's figure. She has long dark green hair. Isn't this Ophelia? I wanted to find Meiluo. But I didn't expect to find Ophelia first. Obviously, Ophelia didn't notice the two Richards who were hiding aside. After looking around, she prepared to walk eastward. Ophelia was stunned immediately, and turned around quickly. The next second, her face was full of surprise. Richard, why are you really here? I'm looking for you, Andrea, and someone else who is more important to me. Richard must not say that he came to see Meiluo. And he also wanted to see if he could help you too. Ophelia chuckled and said, the more important person? Isn't it called Mellow Norris? How do you know? Richard looked stunned, as if he had just lied and was exposed on the spot. Logically speaking, in my impression, Ophelia has a relatively cold personality and never cares about gossip. How did she know that I came to see Meiluo? Wait a minute. I'll show you a trick, Ophelia teased, seeing her suddenly disappearing again. Richard knew that there was obviously a small illusion witch formation or shielding witch formation that had been arranged in advance. The next second, Ophelia walked out leading a figure that was very familiar to Richard. The moment Meiluo saw Richard, she had mixed feelings. She couldn't control it anymore and quickly ran towards Richard. Meiluo rushed into Richard's arms and hugged him tightly. I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Looking at Meiluo hugging him tightly with excitement, Richard was stunned and patted her on the back gently. After a while, Meiluo remembered that there were other people around her and let go of Richard with an embarrassed look. However, the next moment, she saw the graceful, mature and beautiful Stephana, and her heart suddenly sounded alarm. And she asked nervously, Richard, who is this? Why don't you introduce me? This is Stephanie. She's mine. Richard didn't know how to explain the relationship between Stephanie and him. Hello. I am the Master's follower, Stephana Knight, Stephana said proactively with a smile. This immediately made Meiluo's expression change. And she said, Richard, you are so charming. You have found such an excellent follower so quickly. However, Ophelia on the side was thoughtful, as if she had heard the name Stephana somewhere. Richard smiled bitterly in his heart, knowing that Meiluo had misunderstood his relationship with Stephana, and said, Meiluo, you have misunderstood. After Richard briefly explained the cause and effect of the incident to Meiluo, Meiluo realized that she might have really misunderstood the relationship between Richard and Stephana. Moreover, Meiluo was actually very sympathetic to Stephana's experience. Hold the other person's hand. Apologize and comfort. This made Stephana surprised for a while. She thought that the Master's girlfriend would be a more powerful woman, but she didn't expect that she would be a little white flower. No wonder it's so lovable. If I were a man, I would probably also like this little woman who has eyes full of me. Are you going to keep chatting outside? Why don't you come in and sit and chat? Ophelia, who had been watching for a long time, finally couldn't help it anymore and teased a few people. Chapter 170 Vine House. When the four of them entered Ophelia and Meiluo's temporary resting place, Richard and Stephana couldn't help but be surprised by what they saw since it was their first time to enter. Because there is a magical witch formation outside. It is completely invisible from the outside. It is so exotic inside. However, the next second, Richard suddenly realized that this must have been done by Ophelia. After all, she had part of the elven blood. The furnishings and decorations throughout the rest area are filled with the concept of coexistence of elves and nature. I saw that in this small fantasy witch formation with a small area. Ophelia used her good plant manipulation to transform it into two exquisite green vine huts and a small yard. The fence around the yard is made of thorny vines that are tightly intertwined. It is as dense as a thick wall. I believe that even if the illusionary witchcraft array outside fails, this 2-meter-high thorny vine wall will still have a good effect. Concealment and protection. As the four people stepped forward, the thorn vine wall seemed to sense Ophelia's order and opened a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. After passing through, it quickly closed again, just like a living thing. After entering, the hut that greeted Richard and Stephana was also made entirely of vines. But it seemed to be quite different in type compared to the vines used as fences. The vines that built the hut did not have spikes, but had a slight thorn. It has a special fragrance of grass and trees, which has the effect of repelling insects. There are green leaves growing on the thin vines, under the infiltration of morning dew. The leaves are so green that they almost glow. This makes the two vine huts look like the residences of flower fairies in fairy tales. Between the two vine huts, there is an open-air courtyard, which is not only planted with a variety of colorful flowers, but also has several rattan chairs and a thick wooden pillar used as a table. The rattan chairs here are also made of green, still-growing vines, and can be changed in size and style at will. Unlike ordinary rattan chairs used by humans, the chair surfaces are made of cut vines, scraped off the outer skin and dried in the sun before being woven. The wooden pillar seems to have been the remnants of a piece of dead wood, with a diameter of 2 meters. I don't know if it died or broke accidentally, but it should be under the influence of Ophelia's natural witchcraft. Several buds have been sprouted from the small branches. There are some fruits placed on the wooden pillars. Each one has a moist surface and bright color, as if it has just been picked. It makes people want to take a bite. Richard thinks that the reason why it is so fresh is probably because Ophelia has used some kind of preservation method. Natural witchcraft. When Richard sat down, the green wicker chair automatically adjusted its size slightly, making Richard feel more comfortable. The height of the wicker chair also changed to the right position, allowing Richard to comfortably reach the wooden chair. Fruit on the pier. Since he found Marrow and Ophelia, Richard was in a great mood. He casually picked up a bright red fruit, put it in his mouth and took a bite. It's a little sour but very refreshing. Ophelia, your natural witchcraft is truly magical. My impression of natural witchcraft is still stuck on the plant battle team you summoned during the freshman qualifying match, Richard praised. Ophelia smiled softly. Actually, these are the normal uses of natural witchcraft. Only a relatively small part of natural witchcraft can be used in combat. During freshman qualifying, most of the magic I used was shadow-based witchcraft, such as mutated growth and so on. Richard believed deeply that elves are a race that loves peace and respects nature. So the purpose of many natural witchcraft is not to fight, but to live in better harmony with nature. Looking at the pleasing green all around, Richard couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. If there was such an elf girl working as a gardener in his own castle garden, it would definitely be very pleasing to the eye. But the reverie didn't last long before Richard was driven out of his mind. Mei Luo, didn't you say you won't enter the secret realm? Why did you come in suddenly this time? Richard never thought about this question and turned to ask Mei Luo. This was an accident. After we arrived at the stronghold, we followed. As Mei Luo spoke eloquently, Richard nodded from time to time. Mei Luo was really lucky this time. When she encountered the sudden attack of the demon spider knights, she immediately chose to run towards the depths of the Norman secret realm instead of heading towards the supply point, thus buying herself a chance of survival. When I encountered the spider knight for the second time, I was lucky enough to meet Ophelia's help, and I survived. Ophelia, thank you for your help to Mei Luo. Richard smiled at Ophelia. Richard, we are friends, aren't we? There's no need to say thank you. Besides, I feel very guilty about what happened to you last time. Poochie, the two of you, one feeling grateful, the other feeling guilty. It's really interesting. Mei Luo couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. This made Ophelia's face turn red. Her pointed ears trembled slightly, and she stopped talking in embarrassment. However, after a while, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Richard, how far has your strength reached now? After all, Richard was already at the peak of the first-level wizard apprentice when he competed with her in the freshman qualifying competition half a year ago. Now that she is already a second-level wizard apprentice, there is no way that Richard is still standing still. Although, judging from the surface perception, Richard is only the peak of the first-level wizard apprentice. I was promoted to the third-level wizard apprentice some time ago. Richard touched his nose and gradually released the breath-holding effect, staying at the level of a first-level, third-level wizard apprentice. Feeling the change in Richard's aura, Ophelia's big bright eyes stared at Richard blankly, and her bright red mouth opened into an O shape. You are improving too fast. In 1 year, she was promoted from the first-level wizard apprentice to the third-level wizard apprentice. Even though Ophelia had studied in 2 academies, she was well informed. But whether it was the Ring of North or the Ignis School, I have never heard of a wizard apprentice being promoted so quickly. Mei Luo was also looking at Richard dumbfounded. She remembered that half a month ago, she clearly remembered that Richard was only a second-level wizard apprentice. But we haven't seen each other for a few days, and he is already a third-level wizard apprentice? Only Stefana clearly knows how strong her master Richard is. At this time, she looked at the shocked expressions on the two women's faces and snickered to the side. However, to be honest, in recent days, even she has found it difficult to see through the strength of her master. It seems that the master's strength is getting stronger every day. Every time I thought this was the limit of my master's strength, it would be refreshed the next time there was a fierce battle. From this perspective, it seems that I have never seen or even heard of a perverted wizard apprentice like my master. However, logically speaking, the master's strength had already reached the limit of a wizard apprentice when he fought against the senior Spider-Woman Shadra a few days ago. I'm still working hard these days. Right? Stefana shook her head and shook this exaggerated idea out of her head. Probably not. Ahem, Richard coughed, bypassed the topic, and turned to introduce the deployment of the Night Elves and the 3 major academies in the Norman secret realm. This immediately made the two women excited, although they didn't know why Richard knew so much about the deployment of both sides. After all, it is understandable that Richard could understand the plans of the 3 major academies, but it is very puzzling that he is also so clear about the deployment of the Night Elves. However, before the two of them could ask questions, Richard took the initiative and said, "Mello, Ophelia, Stefana, and I will go to the original supply point later to open this passage out of the Norman secret realm." As soon as these words came out, Mero and Ophelia looked at each other. "Richard, just you and Stefana? Why don't you take Ophelia and me with you? There are more people. You also have helpers, right?" Meiluo looked at Richard and the couple with worry and a hint of suspicion. Stephanie glanced. Ophelia also said, "Richard, last time you asked Andrea and I to go first. I think I should go with you this time." Whether it was Ophelia or Meiluo, with their current strength, Richard knew very well that it would be difficult for him to do anything to help him. But if you take them both with you, you will need extra attention during the battle, which will become your weakness and weakness. If they are targeted by the enemy, not only will the two women be in crisis, but he himself will also be put into a passive position. So there is no way that Richard will take the two women with him. Richard has already had an initial idea. Not only can he open up the passage, but he can also take this opportunity to collect a wave of high-quality spiritual bodies to prepare for the abominable transformation he is about to embark on. Richard plans to storm the material supply points of the 3 former colleges that the Spider Knights are currently protecting, because only there will the opponent be forced to fight you within a specific area, so that your own witchcraft array for collecting resentful spirits can take effect. But if there is an encounter with the Spider Knights in the wild, even if the opponent is defeated, they will flee in all directions, making it impossible to collect the spirit body. Even if the senior spider Lady Dolores is still stationed at the supply point, she might be able to collect an evil spirit. Can't beat it? This point is almost non-existent. The key to Richard's plan is that once he has arranged the witchcraft array for collecting resentful spirits, he will choose to be directly promoted to an official wizard. Then he slaughtered the Night Elves with the strength of a formal wizard. So what if every member of the demonic Spider Knights is as good as a top 3rd level wizard apprentice? At that time, it can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. Even if the senior spider girl Dolores had some backup, after being promoted to a formal wizard, Richard, who had 2 talents in witchcraft, thought that he was more than 90% sure that he could defeat the opponent. Although he will be squeezed out of the Norman secret realm soon after his promotion, he will eliminate all enemies before being squeezed out of the secret realm. This clears the way for Mero, Ophelia, Andrea and other wizard apprentices to return home. After hearing the two women's requests, Richard straightened his face, shook his head and said, "You two are not strong enough. It would be too dangerous to go with me. I will leave a mark here. Once I succeed, I will tell you the news through the bone bird as soon as possible. By then, as long as you are a little careful on the road, you can leave the secret realm smoothly." "But why can Stefana go with you?" "But we can't." Meiluo's red lips murmured for a long time, and finally said the words she had been holding in her heart for a long time. "Giggle." Stefana burst out laughing, her whole body quivering with laughter. As an experienced woman, she could of course see that her master's pretty girlfriend was obviously jealous of her. This made Richard's face darken, and he immediately said, "Stop laughing. Stepina, show me a little, and remember not to use too powerful witchcraft to destroy this place." "As you command, Master." "Two ladies, as long as you think you can withstand my attack, I think Master will agree to let you go together." Stephanie bowed slightly to Richard, walked 2 steps forward, and took away the small basket of fruits on the thick wooden pier. Suddenly, One of her fair and tender arms instantly turned into a dark and sharp knife-like arm. The black blade arm lightly swept over the wooden pillar about 2 meters in diameter. Just like cutting tofu. A round piece of wood as thin as a cicada's wing was cut off without any hindrance in the process. Meluo saw Stefania's fair and tender hands instantly turned into terrifying knife-like arms. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't help but scream in fear. Ophelia, who was well aware of the hardness of the wooden pier, was even more shocked. The opponent had such a level of attack power with just a wave of his hand. She was afraid that the protection of the bloodthirsty demonic vine that she was proud of would probably be enough. He couldn't resist the opponent's several slashes. No wonder Richard was unwilling to bring him, and Meluo with him. In terms of strength, even this so-called follower was much stronger than they both expected. The strength of this follower seems to far exceed that of an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice. Because Ophelia has also come into contact with many third-level wizard apprentices. But none of them seem to be as good as the Stepina in front of her. After letting the two people clearly see the gap in strength, Richard paused and said, "Another reason why I don't want you to go is that as one of the few good friends of mine, you are my weakness and weakness. I don't want my weakness to be exposed in battle and be targeted by the enemy. Right?" These words made the two women, who were still vaguely unwilling, look at each other and stop insisting. That's right. Even if he can't help, Richard can't be distracted from taking care of them during the battle. If this is really the case, then you are not helping Richard, but actually harming him. After leaving behind a lot of combat potions and alchemy bombs, Richard and Stefana said goodbye to Mello and Ophelia, and quickly headed towards the location of the daily supply points of the 3 major colleges. But not long after, the two actually met a group of wizard apprentices led by Donetto in the dense forest. Chapter 171: The Inevitable Battle. Who is sneaking there? Stefana, who seemed to sense something, suddenly scolded. Because Richard and Stefana still used the method of marching in a 2-person team with Stefana in front and Richard in the back. Stefana in front was actually quite confused and surprised. If she hadn't keenly noticed that something was wrong with the scene in front of her and scolded her, she would not have expected that such a large group of wizard apprentices suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Underneath, her sensitivity is higher than that of most third-level wizard apprentices. A group of wizard apprentices not far away were extremely surprised that the graceful beauty could find them. They must know that they were covered by Donato's low-level witchcraft concealing cloak. Along the way, they have not been discovered even though they have entered the territory of many powerful monsters. How did the beautiful woman in front of me discover them? In fact, they relied on the concealing cloak to discover Stefana before she discovered them. But they didn't expect that Stefana's perception was so keen. They just planned to get a little closer and observe Stefana. But they were immediately noticed by Stefana. The concealing cloak has only one function, which is to hide the figure and aura of the user and all teammates within a few meters of him. As a low-level witchcraft, it only has this effect. You can imagine how powerful this concealing cloak is. This is also the reason why Stephanie was unable to discover the other party's wizard apprentices in advance. One of the leaders, a third-level wizard apprentice from the Ring of North, glanced at the extremely beautiful Stefana and stammered, "Which academy are you a wizard apprentice from? Why are you here alone?" "Humph. You don't care which college I'm from." Stefana rolled her eyes at the third-level wizard apprentice and said disdainfully, "You? I'm not qualified. So the rescue team members sent by the 3 major colleges must be qualified. Right?" the third-level wizard apprentice said with a red face. Donato had a smile on his face and slowly came forward from behind. Donato was still very interested in the graceful beauty, who could spot them through the covering cloak in front of him. This was much more attractive than the several female apprentices in the team. The moment Richard came out of Donetto, he immediately recalled the scene he had seen in Robert's memory before. I thought to myself, why did I suddenly meet this man? Donato, the son of Gildas. This is Donato, the official member of the rescue team. A North Ring wizard apprentice solemnly introduced. Donato bowed politely and said to Stefana, "Beautiful lady, I am a member of the rescue team sent by the 3 major colleges. Please tell us which college you are from. This is very important." "Damn, it's important. Do you think I can't see what you're thinking? Color embryo." Stefana cursed secretly in her mind. But the other party's question made Stefana not know how to answer appropriately for a moment. This was mainly because she didn't know what attitude her master Richard had towards the so-called official representative in front of him. Richard saw this, thought for a moment, used his mimicry wristband to conjure a mask and put it on, then walked up from behind to help Stephanie and said, We are wizard apprentices from the Ignis school, and we plan to go to the front to look for a friend of ours. Donetto originally thought that the graceful beauty in front of him was alone. But unexpectedly a companion suddenly appeared, which made him quite unhappy. Moreover, when Donetto saw Richard wearing a mask, he was filled with doubts. After all, which serious wizard apprentice would wear a mask? With a flash of his eyes, Donetto then turned to several wizard apprentices of the Ignis school in the crowd and asked, "These two people say that they are from your Ignis school. Have any of you seen these two people?" Several people shook their heads, expressing no impression, which made Donetto even more suspicious. It was a bit abrupt to ask the other party to take off the mask directly, but it seemed that he could test it. After thinking about it, Donetto said again, "I am Donetto, an official member of the rescue team of the 3 major colleges. Now it is a temporary sign that you two are with us. Go to the meeting point to meet the rescue team." When Richard asked the others in Donetto, he felt that the other party might not let them go easily. And that was indeed the case. After hearing what the other party said, Richard frowned even more. Although it was unclear whether Donetto had guessed his identity, or whether he really had such a recruitment order, it was obviously impossible for him to follow him to the rendezvous point. Because Richard knew very well that if he went to this so-called meeting point, he would encounter Gildart's werewolf clone. Although he was not afraid of him, a conflict was bound to break out at that time, which was inconsistent with his expected goal. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Donetto. The two of us have received a request for help from our friends, and we must go to rescue each other now." Richard declined politely. At this time, many wizard apprentices interrupted and said, "With just 2 of you, can you rescue me?" "Yes. It's better to come with us, and quickly meet up with the rescue team. Let's make plans after meeting. 2 people. If they meet a member of the Spider Knights, they will die. I really don't know what these 2 people are thinking. Perhaps you don't know yet, but the direction you are heading to is an area heavily guarded by the Night Elves. You'd better go with us." A very few of them tried to persuade Richard and Stepaina out of good intentions, but most of them looked on coldly, and even laughed at them for not overestimating their capabilities. Richard's refusal made Donetto further strengthen his suspicions, and said, "Your Excellency, can you take off your mask? Because I heard that there are Night Elves in the secret realm who dress up as our wizard apprentices to seduce and ambush them." Other people. As soon as these words came out, the wizard apprentices next to Donetto immediately looked horrified and glared at Richard and Stepaina. It seems that Richard and Stepaina have now been identified as spies of the Night Elves who have infiltrated their side. Richard didn't expect that Donetto would kill him directly. "Now, if you don't take off your mask, you will definitely be targeted by everyone." Richard sighed, exchanged a glance with Stephanie, and in an instant, the 2 of them quickly flew backwards. As Richard's experience and mental strength increased, he became more and more able to control his emotions. Basically, as long as he set a goal, he could move towards it step by step. So even at this point, Richard did not want to directly conflict with the other party. First, because as a member of the human race on the surface, he did not want to fight to the death with his own wizard apprentices in the secret territory of Norman surrounded by enemies. Secondly, Donetto is the son of Gildas, the official wizard who has entered the secret realm. To be honest, Richard does not want to have a head-on conflict with him, because after killing the opponent, he will inevitably face Gildas head-on. After all, the opponent is assigned by the 3 major colleges to rescue the many wizard apprentices trapped in the Norman secret realm. Even if he could use his increased strength when he was promoted to a formal wizard and be lucky enough to kill the opponent's clone, he would still be completely on the opposite side of the 3 major necromancers' academies. Want to kill the opponent secretly so that the 3 major colleges cannot investigate? This is absolutely impossible. Not to mention that it was only Gildart's werewolf clone that entered the secret realm. Once the werewolf clone died, the original body would definitely sense it or rely on some secret connection to directly identify himself as the murderer. Secondly, Gildas' werewolf clone was the commander of the rescue team of the 3 major colleges. If the commander was killed, Richard was almost certain that a second-level wizard would also intervene. As for the great power of the great wizard, even if Richard is promoted to an official wizard, he currently has no chance to compete with it. But who would have thought that Donetto would not let go and regarded Richard's retreat as fear? When he saw Richard and Stephanie retreating quickly, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, come on! These 2 people must be spies of the Night Elves." At this time, the official effect is reflected. After all, Donetto represents the rescue team and the official at this time. Most of the wizard apprentices began to chase Richard and Stefana. But only a few looked at each other on the spot, and did not catch up. Donato quickly took out a pair of low-level wizard war shackles that he had secretly prepared. They were shaped like a pair of shackles. At the same time, he quickly recited a short spell in his mouth, pointed the war shackles at Richard, and threw them forcefully. The shackles expanded rapidly in the air, emitting a dazzling purple light. The shadow at one end of the shackles shot towards Richard, while the other end shot towards Donato. Suddenly, Richard felt his whole body shake, as if his soul was trapped by something. No matter how he ran, he could not distance himself from Donato. Don't waste your efforts. These are low-level witchcraft war shackles. Even if a formal wizard wants to break free, it's not that easy. Not to mention you are just a wizard apprentice, Donato said with a proud smile. At this time, Donato was certain that even if the masked man opposite was not Richard, he was obviously a problematic figure. Otherwise, there would be no need for the other party to escape. Could it be that the other party was really a spy from the Night Elves? You know, this was just something I made up just now. It seems that I can earn a lot of points before meeting my father. Richard sighed deeply. It was impossible for him to be promoted to an official wizard here, because if he was promoted here, he might be squeezed out of the Norman secret realm before he could reach the supply point and defeat the Night Elves. So, he had no choice but to. Richard suddenly put back the mask he was wearing, revealing a delicate face. When Donato saw it, he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would get it without any effort and meet Richard, whom his father had asked him to capture alive. I was quite suspicious when I looked at the other party just now. It seems that my hunch is still very accurate. I couldn't help but feel happy. But Donato must not have thought that although he had never met Richard, the other party had already recognized him before he recognized him. Moreover, Richard's avoidance was not at all because he was afraid of him. Rather, Richard was still struggling in his heart at this moment. And he sighed deeply. Why are you forcing me? Especially you, Donato. Wouldn't it be better to keep your life alive? Richard's words immediately made all the wizard apprentices furious. Traitor! What did you say? Presumptuous! How did you speak to Donato? Stefana? Take a breath. Richard's face was as heavy as water. As you command? Master! As soon as she finished speaking, the ground under Stefana's feet suddenly exploded. In an instant, Stefana disappeared from the spot. The next second, when she reappeared, she was already behind a third-level wizard apprentice. Poochie! Stefanina's extremely sharp blade arms pierced the lungs and abdomen of the unfortunate wizard apprentice at the same time, making him lose his combat effectiveness on the spot. This is indeed a night elf spy. This is Spiderwoman. The 7 or 8 wizard apprentices who were chasing him suddenly screamed in terror. The shadow of the famous tree and the famous name of the Spider Girl have all been heard by wizard apprentices. This is a powerful fighting force that is comparable to that of a formal wizard. Donato's heart was also filled with alarm bells. He didn't expect that Richard was actually protected by a Spider Woman. However, the next second, he reacted and said, Why panic? This is in the Norman secret realm. Even Spider Woman can only use her apprentice's maximum strength. As soon as these words came out, the remaining people suddenly realized. Their frightened expressions suddenly became much better, and they became much more organized when dealing with Stefana's attack. At this moment, Donato's brain was quickly thinking of a question. Could it be that this Richard was really in collusion with the underground race? It looks like I might have caught a big fish this time. Richard frowned, and then waved the mutant summoning staff in his hand. And an extremely fat abomination that was more than 2.8 meters tall was immediately summoned by him. After looking around with a pair of hateful little eyes, they stared at Donato, stepped up his stubby legs, and rushed over with a dong dong dong. Every step he took made the ground around him shake slightly. The momentum is extremely fierce. Abomination. Sure enough, you killed that good-for-nothing Joachim. You also got his broken magical weapon. Donato's eyelids twitched violently, because he discovered that the abomination summoned by Richard was far more powerful than the abomination summoned by Joachim, and seemed to be infinitely close to the summoning level of a formal wizard. While Richard and Donato were clashing, Gilda's werewolf clone and 2 other team members came to the cave where the golden-scaled lizard was, as if sensing that something bad would happen if he continued to move forward. Gilda slowly stopped. Harley, on the other hand, continued to step forward carelessly, taking it for granted that it must be Robert inside. After all, this guy is famous for being lecherous. He has figured out the whole story in his head. It is most likely that Robert met a certain beautiful witch apprentice on the way to the meeting, and then the 2 of them had sex in the cave. when he thought that when he was teleported into the secret realm, he was almost killed by the Spider Knight. While Robert was enjoying his life here, Harley immediately felt bad and shouted angrily at the entrance of the cave. "Robert, you kid, get out of here quickly." Gildas stared intently at the deep cave not far away, with a trace of doubt and worry in his heart for no reason. Something is wrong, because the surroundings are too quiet. No, this seems to be the territory of a powerful monster. Chapter 172 just treated as waste. Gildarts was about to remind Hallie to retreat, but before he could open his mouth, a shocking roar was heard in the cave. The next second, a giant lizard monster with a body length of more than 20 meters and covered with fine golden scales quickly rushed out of the cave like a golden lightning. "It's a golden-scaled lizard. Run!" The opponent's speed was so fast that Gildas had no time to rescue him and could only sound a warning. Harley, who was closest to the cave, did not expect this scene to occur at all. His face instantly turned pale, and he was extremely frightened. It seemed that he was imprisoned by the strong aura of the golden-scaled lizard. Harley was frozen in place, unable to move a finger. "Ah!" A miserable scream was heard. Harley was like an upright hot stick. The golden-scaled lizard bit him instantly, breaking his spine with one bite. Then, with a big mouthful of blood, he raised his head and swallowed Harley whole with a gudong sound in the belly. Just as Gildas was encountering the golden-scaled lizard, his son Donato was also busy, fighting fiercely with Richard. Donato flew back rapidly, and with his right hand, he quickly pulled out a crooked pure white bone staff from his arms. The next second, he held the short bone staff and swung it forward. A huge green inverted pentagram array quickly lit up on the ground, and 3 humanoid creatures suddenly appeared in the witch array. I saw these 3 humanoid creatures. They were stooped and ugly in appearance, like rotting corpses. However, their limbs were strong and powerful, and they had a pair of extremely sharp claws. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes were staring at Richard, making people shudder. Ghoul. Richard couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was the first time he encountered this extremely famous undead monster, although it was his first time to fight this ghoul, as he was also a member of the undead. Richard knew the ghoul quite well. The ghoul's claws contained corpse poison and moved extremely quickly, mainly physical attacks such as a pair of sharp claws or mouth bites. And very few will have an innate witchcraft. But the 3 ghouls in front of me seem a bit special. The length of the sharp claws in their hands is much longer than the ordinary ghouls depicted in the illustrated book of undead creatures. The claws of these 3 zombies are estimated to be at least 30 centimeters long. A flash of light flashed in Richard's mind. Could it be that this is the clawed ghoul, a mutant form of ordinary ghouls? As for the claw ghoul, Richard tried hard to recall that the claw ghoul was almost exactly the same as the ordinary ghoul, except for the same super strong physical attack power. Ha! This is interesting. My hatred is mainly based on physical attacks, and so are the other party's ghouls. Is this a point-to-point attack? Richard thought to himself. Sure enough, as the fat abomination strode forward, the attention of the 3 clawed ghouls quickly shifted from Richard to the attacking behemoth. The 3 sharp-clawed ghouls showed no signs of weakness at this time, and charged fiercely at the huge abomination. Bang! Abomination directly used a giant iron axe to chop away a sharp-clawed ghoul, although this clawed ghoul blocked it in time with a pair of claws. The majestic power of hatred was definitely not something that its small body could stop. The claws on one of its hands were broken at the roots, but thanks to this block, he saved his life from the hateful blow. But the other 2 clawed ghouls, at the moment their companion was knocked away, quickly approached the fat abomination and scratched its body several times. Swish, swish, swish. In just a second or two, there were several long gashes several inches deep on Abomination's fat body. If it were a normal person, his internal organs would probably be taken out at this moment. Fortunately, Richard's Abomination was particularly fat. But at this time, white fat mixed with yellow pus was scratched out of its fat belly. Obviously, these wounds deeply stung Abomination and made it extremely angry. Roar! The huge chain ball swept across the area, and the 2 clawed ghouls were instantly knocked away several meters. However, the ghouls were also rough-skinned and fleshy undead creatures. Although they were damaged, they were not fatal. At this time, the clawed ghoul that had just been knocked away by the giant axe also rushed forward, waving its broken claws. Suddenly, the 2 sides were fighting together, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. It was hard to tell the difference, and it felt like they were evenly matched in a short period of time. You are really good. No wonder Joaquin died in your hands. But the game should be over here. Donato saw that his clawed ghouls could not do anything to Richard. His face changed, and he shouted fiercely, "The power of blood amber." Donato quickly took out a jade-like object that shone with blood-red light from his arms. And a short spell sounded. The next second, 3 streams of blood-red liquid rushed out from the blood in Donato's left hand, and shot quickly at the 3 clawed ghouls. Suddenly, the 3 clawed ghouls were surrounded by blood. Their original height of 1.9 meters soared to more than 2.2 meters. The claws they swung became faster and more powerful, and their attack speed was at least 30% faster. This time, the 3 sharp-clawed ghouls beat the abomination back step by step, roaring continuously. Admit defeat? Richard, as long as you are willing to surrender and tell the truth about your relationship with this Spider-Woman, I can guarantee your life. Seeing that he had a chance to win, Donato showed a smile on his lips and began to persuade him to surrender. Richard is here. Richard raised his eyebrows and ignored Donato's question. Instead, he also took out a piece of blood amber from his arms and used the power of blood amber faster than Donato. As a stream of blood-red liquid as thick as a baby's fist was poured into Abomination's body, Abomination's size suddenly increased sharply, and its attack speed increased greatly. Every slash seemed to be as powerful as breaking mountains and cracking rocks. This time, Richard's hatred suppressed Donato's 3 clawed ghouls. The power of blood amber. Donato looked at Richard in astonishment as he displayed the power of blood amber more skillfully than him. He was so surprised in his heart that he could not describe it in words. How do you know this witchcraft? This is one of the unique secrets of our North Ring. Richard rolled his eyes at Donato and said, "Don't you think you talk too much? And what makes you think I'm going to tell you the answer?" Just when Donato was choked with embarrassment by Richard's 2 words, Richard turned his head and shouted to Stefana from a distance, "Stefana, stop playing and resolve the battle quickly." Giggle. "Obey, Master." Stefana immediately flew back and quickly performed a witchcraft. A huge green lighting inverse pentagram, which array appeared under her feet. The next second, a man-faced demon spider the size of a bull was summoned. Stefana jumped up, stood gently on the back of the man-faced demon spider, and silently said, "Combined?" Amidst the stunned expressions of all the wizard apprentices, the graceful Stefana slowly sank into the body of the man-faced demon spider from the back. 1 person and 1 spider actually merged together. When Donato saw this scene, he was also extremely surprised. For the first time, he felt that this battle was a little out of his control. The original confidence of victory began to waver a little at this time. After merging, Stefana's blade arms changed from 2 to 4, and her movement speed increased again. It was so fast that she couldn't even see the figure. She only saw a black shadow flashing past, and it was already more than 10 meters away. Swish, swish, swish. Even though the 2 third-level wizard apprentices held up the dark element shield, they could only support it for a second. In the second, they were instantly broken by the rapidly swinging sword arms. When others took a closer look again, they found that the 2 men were suddenly broken at the waist, and their organs were mixed with blood and flowed all over the floor. Ah! Hiss! The chopping speed of Stefana's blade arm was so fast that neither of them even felt pain when they were cut in half. But a second later, when his upper body slid down from the incision on his waist, he finally reacted and immediately let out a miserable howl. In fact, this is already the result of Stefana's mercy. Show mercy? That's right. This is because Stephanie kept her breath as Richard requested. Otherwise, this extremely sharp blade would not have chopped horizontally, but from top to bottom, and the 2 wizard apprentices would have been chopped into 2 symmetrical halves by Stephanie. The 3rd-level wizard apprentice's vitality is extremely strong. Even if he suffers such a fatal injury, he can still hold on for a few minutes. At this moment, he is wailing on the ground, holding his lower body with both hands, trying to piece himself back together. This bloody and tragic scene greatly damaged the morale of the remaining 4 wizard apprentices. Among them was a female 2nd-level wizard apprentice from the Ring of North, who was wearing a hunting suit and had a convex figure. Her originally innocent face was almost distorted with fear at this moment. It seemed that she could not bear the terrifying pressure. Her legs kept shaking, and there was a faint feeling. A wet line ran from the crotch to the heel. A foul smell came. Stephanie gave her a look of disdain and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When she appeared again, the female apprentice's limbs had been cut off, turned into a human pig, and planted in the same place. This made the remaining 3 people unable to bear the pressure of being killed one by one, and they collapsed and shouted, "Donato, please save us! Save us!" Donato was also frowning at this moment, feeling quite troubled. This Richard's strength was just that. But the strength of this Spider Girl was just a little too strong. But he had to save him. If Spider Girl successfully killed these 3 people, she and Richard would form a siege on him. Extremely disadvantageous. Therefore, Donato quickly took out a scroll from his arms, and tore it open in the direction of the 3 wizard apprentices. In an instant, 3 white bone shields appeared out of thin air on the surface of the 3 of them. Bone shield. Level 1 witchcraft bone shield. When the 3 of them saw this, they couldn't help shouting that the bone shield was a first-level witchcraft, and its defense against physical attacks was particularly high. This made the expressions of the 3 people relax instantly, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. There are quite a lot of good stuff. Richard knew at a glance that Donato was using a group bone shield scroll. This thing is so hard to buy even with magic stones, as expected of a descendant of an official wizard. However, Richard immediately seized the opportunity of Donato's distraction to cast the scroll and shouted 2 words to Stefana: "Combined attack." Since your official wizard level protection scroll has been used on someone else, who else will I kill if I don't kill you? Stefana immediately turned her cold eyes to Donato. The next second, the soil exploded, revealing a depression half a meter deep. Suddenly, Donato's heart was filled with alarm bells. Secretly thinking that something was wrong, Richard continued to perform witchcraft, and in less than half a second, he used slowness and weakness on Donato. Because Richard's control over these 2 0-level witchcraft had already reached the limit, the casting time of each witchcraft only takes 0.2 seconds. All of a sudden, Donato suddenly felt weak, and his movements were extremely slow. He reacted instantly, within half a second of taking out the potion. He was hit by the slowness and weakness spells in succession. This shocked him. This casting speed is too fast. But this was not over yet. After performing the technique, Richard quickly performed the shadow dance. I saw that Richard's whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of gray and dark gauze in an instant. He moved as fast as a ghost. Extremely swift. He pulled out the Ice Guardian in his right hand, and held the knight, who transformed into a mimic wristband, in his left hand. The long sword, with a moving speed no less than that of Stefana, rushed towards Donato with 2 swords in hand. When Richard and Stephanie were about to touch Donato, Donato finally took out a scroll from his arms in time, tore it with force. A black light flashed, and a black spherical force field rose around him, block all their attacks. But before Donato could take a breath, he discovered that the energy of this black spherical force field was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally rich black energy is now gradually fading and turning into gray. How could you have such a high attack power? Donato's eyes bulged when he saw it. This is the first-level witchcraft scroll Sketcher's shield. No wonder Donato was so surprised. The defensive first-level witchcraft was actually broken by 2 wizard apprentices in just 7 or 8 seconds. No one would believe it. What Donato didn't know was that Richard's 2 swords were continuously performing high-frequency vibrations at this moment, coupled with the extremely fast swinging of the 4-blade arms after Stefana and the human-faced demon spider merged. The attacks he endured were almost no less than those of a formal wizard. No wonder this black spherical force field deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Donato's soul was filled with fear, and he quickly took out a bottle of unknown potion from his arms and drank it wildly. Suddenly, a rich red light flashed from his body again. This made Richard frown and thought to himself, the descendants of the wizard family have too many good things. Snapped. Sketcher's shield broken. Below is the red shield. Donato's face was filled with horror. He ran away while shouting, "Stop! Richard! This is a misunderstanding." Richard ignored it completely, and instead increased the intensity of his chopping. High-frequency vibration. Cross-cut. Stefana also cooperated very well, and swung out the 4-blade arms at the same time. Snapped. The red shield is broken. Sizzle. Donato only felt a chill in his waist. When he lowered his head, he saw a thin line of blood appearing on his abdomen. After a while, he found that he was lying on the ground, but his legs were still standing where the incision was. There was blood pouring out. In an instant, he realized what had happened and let out a terrifying wail in disbelief. Ah! It turned out that the tacit cooperation between Richard and Stefana just now not only directly broke the red shield, but Richard's cross-cut attack also cut off Donato's waist. Ignoring Donato's wailing, Richard thought for a moment before swinging his sword again. Swish. He neatly cut Donato's hand tendons to prevent him from taking out anything more from his arms. At this moment, the 3 wizard apprentices, who were protected by the first-level defense to Witchcraft Bone Shield, were huddled tightly together, shivering, like a nest of quails in the cold winter. Even with the protection of the bone shield, the 3 of them felt a chill running straight to their foreheads at this moment. After more than 10 seconds, a battle ended without any suspense. At the feet of Donato, who only had half of his body left, Richard began to draw up the witchcraft formation for collecting vengeful spirits. Seeing Richard's meticulous movements, Donato couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and said with difficulty, "What are you doing?" "Draw a witchcraft formation," Richard said calmly without raising his head. "What are you going to do with us?" Donato raised his head with difficulty and looked at the graceful Stepanna, who was dragging the bodies of several apprentices who had helped him in the hunt but were killed in return, and threw them casually beside him. Looking at the appearance of these people, they are all half dead and only half breathing. "I just want to use the waste. Otherwise it would be too wasteful," Richard said still calmly, looking at the miserable and dying faces of the wizard apprentices who were besieging them with him. Donato couldn't help but shuddered. "You don't really want to kill us, do you, Richard? I tell you, this matter is really a misunderstanding. Let's stop here. Right? I can swear and sign a contract. You believe me?" Seeing that Richard continued to draw the witchcraft formation unmoved, Donato's face became more and more frightened. "Li Cha, you still have time to stop now. If you want to kill us, you will die too. Do you know who my father is?" The sullen Donato saw that begging for mercy was in vain, and he immediately became anxious. "Your father is Gildarts, right?" Richard replied casually to Donato while describing the witch formation accurately. "How did you know?" Donato's eyes widened. Only then did he realize that the direction of the whole thing from the beginning was already beyond his expectation. "I knew it from the beginning. And it was precisely because I knew it that I wanted to avoid you. Otherwise, do you think that with your strength, you are qualified for me to avoid you?" Richard asked rhetorically. Donato felt infinite regret in his heart at this moment. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that the other party already knew his true identity. Moreover, he mistook Richard's concession as cowardice, pursued him all the way, and even used low-level witchcraft war shackles, making it impossible for Richard to avoid him. "I really regret it. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in the world." Seeing Richard standing up, Donato knew that this meant that the witch formation had been drawn, and his face turned pale on the spot. Richard looked deeply at several people again. The next second, a giant black palm struck down hard. Just hearing a crack sound, the 8 or 9 people in the witch formation who were seriously injured and dying suddenly had their muscles and bones broken and turned into meat cakes. They could no longer die. In an instant, for tracking marks of different colors were imprinted on the bodies of Richard and Stepanna. However, Richard didn't care about this. He had already anticipated this result when he started. "It's okay. Okay. I control my strength pretty well. I almost destroyed the witch formation I just drew." Richard took a look at the magic circle on the ground and found that the patterns were still intact. So he whispered the spell to control the evil spirits to collect the magic circle. The next second, within the witchcraft formation where the resentful spirits were gathered, red light burst out, and 7 or 8 souls with ferocious faces, extremely unwilling to die, were pulled out from the corpses, and were quickly sucked into a small black double body. In the water bottle, Richard nodded with satisfaction. The first wave of resentful spirits was collected successfully. "Master, what should we do with the few fish that have escaped the net?" Stephanie said in a tender voice. "Otherwise, we should kill them all. We can still make use of the waste." "Ha ha ha." Stephana glanced at the wizard apprentices, who were watching their battle from a distance, but did not dare to intervene. Richard thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's just knock him out." Richard believed that he was not a murderous person. He felt that there was no need to be so cruel to the wizard apprentices, who did not listen to Donato's call from the beginning and came together to kill him and Stepanna. Yet he was worried that some of these people would tip off Gildas or leak some information to the 3 major colleges. Richard felt that at most he could cast a forgetting spell on them. Although the sequelae of this amnesia technique may be a bit big, it will damage the hippocampus in the medial temporal lobe of the brain, causing a person's wizarding qualifications to decline. But it's better than dying. Who makes them love to watch the excitement? There is always a price to pay for watching the fun. In an instant, Stefana, who was executing Richard's order, was like a tornado, quickly sweeping towards the few people watching in the distance. No. Run! Run away! Split up and run! Several people's faces turned blank for an instant. They panicked and began to flee in all directions. I couldn't help but regret for a while. Why did I come to see the fun? In the end, none of the apprentices could successfully escape from Stefana's clutches. They were knocked unconscious one by one and then brought back, after Richard cast the forgetting technique on each of them. He and Stepina quickly packed up the loot and left the scene. When they woke up again, several people looked around for a while, with confused expressions on their faces. They looked at each other for a long time before asking each other, "Where am I? Yeah. Why am I here? What just happened? I remember I was hiding in a cave before." After a while, an apprentice wizard exclaimed, "Why has the power of my magic decreased so much?" "Me too. Oh my god." Chapter 173 Strategy. Unfortunately, Richard, who had already gone away, could no longer hear what these people were saying. He and Stefana, at this time, had already rushed to the original material trading point at full speed, which should be regarded as the base camp of the Spider Knight. Moreover, the two of them tried their best to avoid the Night Elves' patrols along the way to avoid fighting, and thus achieve the purpose of hiding their traces. After the two arrived at a hidden place near the transaction point, Richard took out the only remaining substitute doll from his arms, and after a low spell, he transferred all 4 tracking marks on his body to the substitute doll. Afterwards, Richard carved the witchcraft formation for the transformation of resentful spirits on the ground. Relying on smooth movements and skillful skills, he completed the complex witchcraft formation in a short time. Richard stood up and carefully checked the formation pattern. After confirming that it was correct, he took out a transparent crystal ball from his arms, whispered a spell in his mouth, and began to transfer the witchcraft formation of vengeful spirits into the blank crystal ball. After a flash of dazzling red light, the rubbing was completed. Then, Richard performed another strange spell, and the crystal ball flashed with white light, and it seemed that some strange energy was also integrated into the crystal ball. After the spell was completed, Richard took the stand-in doll, the crystal ball with the resentful spirit transformation circle imprinted on it, and the Miss Manto orb obtained from Donato, a total of 3 items, and handed them over. Gave it to Stefana. After Stephanie took the 3 items with a look of surprise, Richard whispered something in her ear. Immediately, Stefana nodded with her beautiful eyes. After asking Richard a few questions, Stefana looked at Richard with admiration and complimented. "Master, I just discovered now that although you are already very powerful, your wisdom is better than your strength. Stop complimenting me. Stepana, do you have any questions about this plan? If not, then you should set off early and enter the Night Elf base camp." "Yes, my master." Stefana bowed slightly and said a lady's salute to Richard. Just when Stefana was about to leave, she suddenly stopped. After thinking for a moment, she turned around and said, "Master, I think I should change my clothes. The effect will be better." The next second, Stefana took off her clothes directly in front of Richard without any care, and slowly put on a black tulle, turning in front of Richard in the classic style of a high-end Spider-Woman. "Lock up. Master, do you think this outfit is more like the daily attire of a high-end Spider-Woman?" Stefana said softly. This immediately made Richard feel overwhelmed. His eyes were stunned, and he did not dare to look directly at the rough ways ahead. "This one does look more like it." Richard glanced at it from the corner of his eye and nodded quickly. "Hurry up and set off." Richard quickly waved his hand to signal Stefana to leave quickly. Giggle. Seeing the unnatural expression on Richard's face, Stefana laughed sweetly, and then walked towards the raw material supply point outside the dense forest, which was now the base camp of the Spider Knights. The overall structure of the supply point is a simple gathering place, surrounded by wooden fences, forming an irregular circle. Of course, the fence here is more of a symbolic meaning, used to protect some animals or something. The rail defense relies more on the witch formation carved in advance in the supply point. But since being raided by the Night Elves, these defensive witch formations have been almost completely destroyed. In the camp, there are 7 or 8 wooden houses lined up, most of which are built along the inside of the fence. They sell different daily supplies, such as food shops, shops supplying common surgical materials, etc. Under the protection of these wooden houses, the tall wooden house located in the center of the camp was the residence of the person in charge of the original supply point. Now, It has become the residence of Dolores and Portia, the leader of the Spider Knights. And when Stefana Pinting's graceful figure appeared at the gate of the camp, several Spider Knights, who were on guard, were suddenly stunned and looked at each other in disbelief at the high-ranking Spider-Woman who suddenly appeared in front of them. Obviously, Her Highness Dolores led a group of people out not long ago. So what about this lord? However, the face seems a bit familiar. It seems to be Her Highness Shadra? Stefana smiled sweetly. Why? Don't you even recognize me? These words instantly stirred up the spirit of several Spider Knights, imprinting them in their blood. The Night Elves' long-standing sense of superiority and inferiority made them immediately bend down and salute. One of the Spider Knights said nervously, "Are you Your Highness Shadra? I'm very sorry that I couldn't salute you immediately. We really didn't know that you were also sent into the Norman secret realm by the mistress." Stefana waved her hand to show that she didn't mind this trivial matter, and then asked, "Where is Dolores?" Lord Erdelos just led 4 detachments of Spider Knights out. The highest commander in the camp now is Lord Portia. The Spider Knight replied respectfully, "Well, take me to see Portia immediately," Stephanie said impatiently on purpose. "As you command, Your Highness Shadra. Please come with me." The Spider Knight immediately turned around and led the way, while Stefana followed behind him with a nonchalant expression, observing the arrangement of the entire camp's defense forces. I saw that in the entire camp, including patrols, guards, and secret sentries, there should be no less than 50 Spider Knights here. In addition to what the Spider Knight just said, Dolores has already taken some people away. From this point of view, the number of Spider Knights in the entire supply point should have exceeded 70. No wonder none of the wizard apprentices from the 3 major academies in the Norman secret territory have been able to break through the blockade and pass back the message. Richard, who was hiding in a nearby hiding place, was currently playing with the short, curved bone staff that originally belonged to Donato. This bone staff, only half a meter in length, was officially called the meandering bone staff. Just now, Richard had used purifying water to completely wipe out all the breath on the winding bone staff. So now there is no need to worry about being tracked or anything. Winding bone staff, a top-level witchcraft item. When the holder casts the 0-level witchcraft of summoning ghouls, the ordinary ghouls summoned will mutate into claw ghouls. At the same time, the number of ghouls summoned will increase by 1. After seeing the contents of the explanation of the witch formation, Richard suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Donato could summon 3 mutated clawed ghouls and fight against his own hatred. It turned out that it was with this weapon, Winding Bone Staff. Originally, he thought that Donato, like him, had improved his control over the 0-level witchcraft of summoning ghouls to the master or extreme level. It seems that I still overestimated him. After playing with the Winding Bone Staff, a top-level witchcraft prop, for a while, Richard took out a pair of low-level witchcraft war shackles that looked like iron shackles. He observed them carefully and marveled at them. What an ingenious idea. I can actually think of using the power of the witch formation to restrain the enemy from moving. It was the first time that Richard obtained a low-level magical weapon, and it was a rare auxiliary magical weapon. The mutated summoning staff obtained before was a damaged low-level magical weapon. So strictly speaking, it did not have the power that a low-level magical weapon should have. However, when he thought of the word auxiliary, Richard picked up a low-level magic weapon in the shape of a cloak from the side. The light black gauze-shaped cloak was the cloak with hidden functions that Donato and the wizard apprentices used in the beginning. After reading the explanation of the magic circle on the concealing cloak, Richard realized that it was definitely a bit of luck for Stefana to find the other party. It stands to reason that unless there is a huge difference in strength, it is almost impossible to spot the person covered by the concealing cloak 10 meters away. Among these 3 items, the last covering cloak was the one that Richard valued most, because the effect of this low-level magic weapon is really great. It can not only hide the body shape and aura of the user and all teammates within 5 meters. Moreover, Richard had just tested it and found that the concealing cloak could cover up a considerable portion of the energy fluctuations caused by witchcraft. For Richard, this special effect of the concealing cloak can be applied in the next plan. Now, with the low-level witchcraft of the concealing cloak, it can be said that the success rate of Richard's plan will be greatly improved. Because this time, Richard transformed the souls of Donato and the wizard apprentices who besieged him into resentful spirits. So Richard did not call out the sleeping crystal this time. From time to time, Richard would observe the secret sentry of the Spider Knight near the camp. Sure enough, not long after, these secret sentries seemed to retreat. It seems that Stefana has already begun to implement his plan. In this case, I have to take action on my own side. Richard immediately waved the mutant summoning staff in his hand, and a huge green inverted pentagram wizard formation appeared under his feet. An abomination that was over 2 meters tall and extremely fat was immediately summoned out. Hatred looked around with a pair of squinting little eyes, but he couldn't find any enemies around. Those confused little eyes seemed to say, "Hey, then why did the master summon me?" Looking down, he saw Richard handing it a test tube with a bubbling purple liquid. Richard smiled and said, "Drink it. And when you wake up again, you will become stronger." Out of trust in Richard, Hatred picked up the test tube, sniffed it, and poured it into his mouth. After clicking his mouth, he felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, the world was spinning, and he fell down. After a while, Abomination lying on the ground was snoring loudly. Richard controlled the mimicry wristband and transformed it into a silver scalpel. Based on the memory in his mind, he carefully reviewed the transformation process of the vengeful abomination. The next second, a sharp scalpel cut open Hatred's fat belly. Near the golden lizard cave, Gildas's werewolf clone, now all green and purple, stumbled and escaped from the golden-scaled lizard in an unusually embarrassed manner. And he also understood that for some unknown reason, Robert should have been swallowed by the golden-scaled lizard before, causing the Miss Manto orb to be in the belly of the golden-scaled lizard. Therefore, when the three of them held the orb and followed them all the way, not only did they return without success, but one of them was killed. This made Gildas very angry. Damn beast. It's not that he can't fight the golden-scaled lizard, but the mission he currently shoulders prevents him from using his trump card to have a big battle with the golden-scaled lizard. Because once Gildas uses his trump card, his strength will soar to the level of a formal wizard. And then, he will be restricted by the rules of the Norman Secret Realm. He will soon be teleported out of the Norman Secret Realm, which will then lead to the confession of the Grand Wizard Graf. The rescue mission failed. Therefore, Gildas can only endure it for now. Suddenly, his mind was shaken, and a haze enveloped his heart. Immediately, Gildas looked up to the northeast of the Norman Secret Realm. He sensed the tracking mark on his child, Donato, being triggered. This means one of his most valued heirs was killed. This means that a wizard with great potential in the future of the Colonna family was directly strangled in the cradle. This made Gildas' already angry heart feel like a volcano about to erupt, almost out of control. The clenched fists were loosened and clenched again. After taking a deep breath, Gildas secretly swore in his heart, "Donato, no matter who kills you, I will avenge you." By now, the seeds of hatred had already spread in Gildart's heart. As for the rescue mission, I can only say I'm sorry. Donato is dead. You mediocre people trapped in the secret realm. Even if you rescue them, what's the point? As if thinking of something, Gildas took out the Miss Manto orb in his arms, sensed it carefully, and found that the orb had a tendency to gradually dim. Gildas immediately understood that this meant that the person who killed Donato would most likely also take away the orb on his body. Then, Gildarts walked around and sensed carefully again, and found that the person holding the Donato orb and the person shown by the tracking mark were almost in the same position. Now, Gildarts was basically certain that the other party must be in this direction. As for why Gildas is so cautious, we have to mention Richard. If it hadn't been for the 1,000-mile pursuit of birds, which left such a deep impression on Gildas, Gildas wouldn't be so cautious this time. He only dared to confirm the murderer after making repeated judgments twice. Position. Now that he had determined the opponent's position, Gildas turned his head and said to Stefan, "Let's go." After saying that, Gildas rushed out without looking back. Stefan was about to say something, but he gave up after mumbling a few times, sighed, and quickly followed. Chapter 174 Attacking Stefana. When Stefanina, transformed into a high-level Spider-Woman, walked slowly into the large wooden house in the camp, the shock she brought to the magic spider knights inside the house was no less than that to those at the door. Portia, who was still sitting carelessly, opened her eyes in surprise, ejected from the large seat, and said with a slight stutter, "Your Highness Shadra, why are you here too? Please take a seat." Portia immediately bowed and gave up his seat. You know, he hadn't even warmed up to sitting in this seat just now. Before, this seat was reserved for Her Highness Dolores. "Oh, can't I come to the Norman Secret Realm?" Stefana glanced at Portia with her beautiful eyes. "Of course not. What I mean is that Your Highness Dolores has come this time. I didn't expect that the Great Mistress would send you in again. This makes our strength even more powerful." Portia answered cautiously. As the deputy leader of the Spider Knights. He is the highest-ranking male Night Elf among the Spider Knights in the Norman secret realm. But in front of the senior Spider-Woman, you still need to be careful and not offend her with words. In particular, Her Highness Shadra was moody and would get into a fight if she disagreed. By the way, your mission here should be for the blood essence of the black-scaled earth dragon beast. Right? Her Highness Dolores has just led her people away. In addition to cleaning up the small insects said by the humans on the surface. They are also looking for the blood essence of the black-scaled earth dragon beast. Portia figured out the purpose of Her Majesty Shadra in front of her being sent into the secret realm of Norman by her mistress. After all, at present, humans are completely unable to make any waves. They have killed at least hundreds of wizard apprentices, and the rest fled in panic as soon as they saw them, and were killed out of fear. So if there is no new mission, the only possible mission for His Highness Shadra to enter the secret realm is to help kill the black-scaled earth dragon beast and obtain its blood essence. Portia, do I need to report to you my purpose of entering the secret realm? Stefana pretended to be angry, staring at Portia with her beautiful eyes. Instantly, beads of sweat formed on Portia's forehead, and she said with a hint of panic, No. I'm sorry, Your Highness Shadra. Please forgive my stupid language. Under the pressure of his blood, Portia gave up the right to further explain and directly admitted that it was a problem with his own language expression. This made Stefana feel relieved. Sure enough, the inside of the Night Elf was exactly as the Master said. The Night Elves have always been a matriarchal society. Apart from the superior matron, the powerful senior Spider women have the greatest say. And these men are all servants. No matter how outstanding he is still a high-level servant. Portia, remember your identity. Go. Call back the outermost secret sentries. And then strengthen the number of patrols. I see that the patrols outside the camp only have 3 people in each team. This is not enough. Let's change it to 5. Also, let the Spider Knights in the camp prepare for battle. It is estimated that the enemy will attack in less than half a day. Stephanie flicked her crystal-clear fingertips and spoke nonchalantly. After hearing these words, Portia immediately frowned and thought to herself. Could it be that a strong enemy wants to attack here? But the human wizard apprentices have already been completely defeated by us. Immediately, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he seemed to have thought of something, and asked, Dear Your Highness Shadra, could it be said that a powerful enemy is coming? Is support from the human wizards on the surface coming? No wonder the mistress has sent you here too. Portia once again perfectly figured out the cause and effect of the whole thing. After getting a satisfactory self-explanation, he immediately turned to several Spider Knights around him and shouted, Immediately follow the order of His Highness Shadra. Recall the outermost hidden sentry has completely reduced its patrol range. Also, increase the number of patrol teams outside the camp to 5. Remind everyone in the camp to prepare for battle. A series of orders were immediately issued by Portia. What Portia didn't expect at this moment was that Her Highness Shadra had only a body left in front of her. And within it, the soul of a sinister female human apprentice had already been replaced. What's more, the suggestions put forward by His Highness Shadra were all to strengthen his own protection. Therefore, Portia had never doubted the authenticity of His Highness Shadra in front of him. You said His Highness Shadra is a spy? How can this be? Even though her appearance may be fake, the order Her Highness Shadra just issued was for the good of the Spider Knights. And she also revealed the top secret news that a powerful enemy is about to come. From every point of view, Her Highness Shadra cannot be a spy. Portia, I'm a little tired. Arrange a room for me. After saying that, Stephanie stood up and stretched her slender waist slightly, looking a little tired. Of course, Your Highness Shadra. Please come with me. Portia answered immediately, and then guided Stefana to a luxuriously decorated room to rest. The moment the door closed, a sarcastic smile appeared on Stephanie's lips. Be prepared. You will soon face the revenge of a wizard father who has just suffered the pain of losing his son. Portia, who walked out of Her Highness Shadra's room, frowned. He was thinking about whether to inform Her Highness Dolores immediately about the news of Her Highness Shadra's arrival, or he would report back after Her Highness Dolores comes back. It stands to reason that Her Highness Dolores is still the highest commander in the secret territory of Norman, appointed by the mistress. After thinking about it, Portia felt that it was still necessary to report to Her Highness Dolores in time. So, Portia waved to a Spider Knight guarding the corridor and said, Go. Find Her Highness Dolores, and report to her the news about Her Highness Shadra's arrival. Also, report what His Highness Shadra just said. The surface human wizard apprentices may attack the camp in half a day. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Portia. The Spider Knight bowed slightly, said a knight salute, and quickly turned around and left the camp. At this time, Dolores, protected by several teams of Spider Knights, came all the way to the west of the Norman secret realm. Soon after, they found the traces left by the three Gildas. Ms. Dolores, your judgment is absolutely correct. There are indeed signs of human wizard apprentice activities here. Also, judging from the distance between the footprints left behind, the opponent is quite powerful. A captain of the demon Spider Knights reported respectfully to Doroshi. Then catch up and kill them. My warriors, Dolores signaled. Yes, Your Highness Dolores. Several Spider Knights immediately accelerated their speed and quickly moved forward according to the footprints. Soon, they arrived near the golden-scaled lizard's cave, and what they saw was an extremely messy scene. In front of me, I saw large trees with a diameter of no less than 1 meter falling to the ground. The ground was turned upside down, and potholes several meters deep appeared one after another. It seemed that a war had broken out here. The more the Spider Knights observed, the more frightened they became, because to cause this level of destructive power is no longer something they are capable of. Immediately, several people looked at each other and quickly returned to the main unit to report. Your Highness Dolores, I might ask you to go and check it out in person. Our soldiers found traces left after the battle. It seems that the strength of both warring parties is very strong. A Spider Knight reported respectfully. Oh, this is quite interesting. Dolores raised her eyebrows and said with interest when she heard this. So, under the protection of many Spider Knights, Dolores came to the battlefield ahead, looking at the crisscrossed and devastated ground in front of her. Dolores was also shocked. However, after she carefully inspected it, she suddenly took a few steps forward and pulled out a pale golden scale caught in the cracks of the tree. The scales are about the same size as ordinary coins, but they are not round, but have a peculiar raised diamond shape, and the raised points are extremely sharp. After looking through the scales for a while, Dolores stared blankly at the deep cave not far away. Go on. Don't get close to the cave ahead. Inside is the lair of the high-level monster. The golden scale lizard? Dolores said with a solemn expression. Yes, sir. Your Highness Dolores. A captain of the demon Spider Knights immediately called upon the others and passed the order down layer by layer. Dolores didn't want to hastily fight a monster that rivaled an official wizard in the secret territory of Norman, because it was unnecessary. It seems that the little mice he wants to clean up will most likely be buried in the belly of the lizard. It's a trip for nothing. However, now that we are here, this place is not far from the secret cave of the Black Scale Earth Dragon Beast. So let's go and complete the task assigned by the mistress. Gather everyone and go to the secret cave. As you command, Your Highness Dolores. A group of more than 20 people from the Demon Spider Knights immediately turned around and headed to the hidden cave to hunt the black-scaled Earth Dragon Beast. At this time, Gildarts was taking Stefan, and the two of them quickly headed to the direction pointed by the orb and the tracking mark. As they passed a valley, a voice sounded in the distance. Wizard Gildarts? Then, two young wizard apprentices walked out from the dense woods not far away. There is a man and a woman. The man has brown hair and is handsome. The woman is beautiful and has wavy blonde hair that falls casually down to her shoulders. Gildas's eyes narrowed, and he had an impression of these two people. These two wizard apprentices from Guru's Academy were assigned to Deflection Magnet, and they were also members of the 23-person rescue team. Unexpectedly, the two of them successfully gathered together, and when I thought about my strongest team, from the planned gathering of 5 people, now it has become like the other party, with only 2 people left alone. This made him feel depressed for no reason. It's really Wizard Gildas. That's great. The female apprentice's eyes lit up, and she said in a clear voice, Wizard Gildas, we found dozens of apprentices from various colleges who were trapped in the secret realm. We didn't know how to relocate them. I didn't expect that I was so lucky to meet you. When Gildas heard this, he felt a little happy. He happened to be tracking Donato's murderer, but he had too few people available. Glancing at Stefan, there was just such a subordinate at the moment. If we bring this group of people along, we will have enough manpower. So, Gildas asked, is it nearby? Yes, Wizard Gildarts. In a hidden valley a few miles away. The lush vegetation concealed the entrance to the valley, allowing them to survive. Gildas nodded and said, okay then. Just take them all over. After a while, a group of wizard apprentices, who were supporting each other and having low morale appeared in Gilda's sight. This made Gildarts frown. Many people were injured, and he casually sensed that there were not many level 3 wizard apprentices. What's the use of having these guys? He was afraid that if they were sent out, they would just be serving food. However, when he scanned carefully again, he barely found a few wizard apprentices with resolute faces. Although they were not top-notch in terms of strength, they at least had a calm mind. So he nodded slightly. Not all of them were useless. There were still 1 or 2 that could be used. This is the commander of the rescue team, Wizard Gildas. The person here this time is the clone of Wizard Gildas, the blonde female apprentice introduced respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 wizard apprentices immediately focused their attention on Gildas, and immediately saluted respectfully. Thanks to Wizard Gildarts. This made Gildarts' expression ease a little. Stefan, treat the injured apprentice. After a while, we will set off to clear the way home, since the direction Gildas is currently traveling is exactly the direction of the original supply point. Everyone does not doubt that he is there. Moreover, as the supreme commander of the rescue team, Gildas would most likely not have any wizard apprentices who would dare to question him even if he pointed in a random direction. And his words quickly aroused the enthusiasm of the wizard apprentices. Suddenly, many people began to look happy and started whispering, "It's great. I can finally go back. Yeah. I knew the academy didn't give up on us. I didn't expect that the rescue team would send a clone of the official wizard here. What a big deal." Among the group of apprentices, only a few had doubts. Among them was Andrea, who was quietly wiping the knight's sword in his hand. He had witnessed the strength of the demon spider knights and the senior spider women, and he survived the counterattack by chance. He did not believe that relying on a formal wizard's clone and 3 extremely powerful apprentices could break through the blockade of the spider knights. Or, at least he thought, the chance was not high. But obviously, he couldn't say any objection now, or remind this strange wizard, because this will undoubtedly be considered as pouring cold water on everyone, and may even be considered as provoking the pressure of official wizards. So, going with the crowd is the best option. Soon after, the group of people, led by Gildas, headed all the way towards the original supply point. Chapter 175 Black Dragon Blood. At this time, Richard was carefully transforming the disgusting fat abdominal cavity. The process of transformation is quite difficult, requiring delicate knife skills and skilled witchcraft drawing skills. It cannot destroy the original strong defense of the abomination's abdomen, but at the same time, it must also achieve the purpose of allowing the abhorrence to control and release the resentful spirits independently. Therefore, the entire transformation process is still very time-consuming and laborious. I saw that with a huge body of hatred as the center, Richard had drawn several witchcraft formations with different functions around it. At this moment, they were emitting light of different colors, and they were quite beautiful when intertwined. Half an hour later, Richard wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, feeling quite accomplished. At present, most of the renovation progress has been completed and everything is going smoothly. Among them, the inspiration panel has played a powerful role in assisting. Relying on the inspiration panel, Richard singled out some of the resentful spirit abomination transformation processes that he was not familiar with before, practiced them repeatedly in the dream space, and quickly improved. Only in this way can it be operated so smoothly. In addition, the shielding cloak also played an excellent role, almost perfectly concealing the energy fluctuations here. Just now, a few little beasts with cute faces walked in here by mistake, which made Richard laugh and cry. The cover-up was too perfect, but it turned out to be bad. Even the animals with keen senses did not notice the abnormality here. When Richard recited the spell and moved the 8 vengeful spirits in the black bottle with both ears to the abdomen of the abomination that had been transformed, the entire transformation process of the vengeful spirit abhorrence was basically completed. At this moment, deep in the belly of hatred, there is a small space engraved with a complicated witch formation, which confines all the resentful spirits, even evil spirits, that are contained in it now and in the future. The next step is actual combat testing. See if Abomination can freely control the release and recall of the wraiths. Not long after Dolores and his party entered the hidden cave, a spider knight who was exploring ahead came to report again. Your Highness Dorothy, we found traces of the black-scaled earth dragon beast not far ahead. The spider knight reported the report respectfully, and at the same time, he pointed ahead. Dolores' face immediately lit up with joy, and she walked forward to take a look. She saw a huge footprint on the ground not far away. catching her eye. The footprint is about half a meter wide, about 1 meter long, and 20 to 30 centimeters deep. Although this footprint is huge, what is more distinctive is that there are only 3 sharp toes on the entire foot. This is a relatively obvious feature. For example, humans have 5 toes and no claws. It can be said that there is a huge difference. At this time, the team leader of the demon spider knight squatted down, crushed a piece of hard soil with his fingers, smelled the smell carefully with his nose, and carefully observed the lines left by the huge soles. Then turned to report to Dorothy. Your Highness Dolores, she must be a black-scaled dragon beast. Furthermore, this footprint is relatively clear, and the smell left behind is relatively strong. According to my judgment, it is the footprint left about 2 hours ago. Dolores nodded. She still believed in the judgment of this team leader, who was good at tracking. She said, "Go! Send everyone up and expand the search area." After discovering the target, reported immediately. The black-scaled dragon beast is not something you can deal with. Also, go check nearby to see if there are any human wizard apprentices. I need some live bait. Dolores paused and then said, "The effect of using the flesh and blood of intelligent creatures to lure black-scaled earth dragon beasts will be much better than the flesh and blood of ordinary beasts." "Yes, Your Highness Dolores." The team leader waved his hand, and the spider knights behind him quickly divided into 3 teams. Among them, 2 teams went forward to search for the specific location of the black-scale earth dragon beast, and the other team ran in the direction they came from. It seemed that this group of people was going to hunt down human wizard apprentices. After a while, the spider knight, who was responsible for the search, came to report again. "Your Highness Dolores, we followed the footprints and searched all the way until we found a deep cave a few miles ahead. We could faintly hear the roar of beasts coming from it." "Well done, my warriors," Dolores praised. But she didn't expect the spider knights to lock the position of the black-scaled earth dragon beast so quickly. It was much shorter than she expected. Following the guidance of several spider knights, Dolores came to an open space not far from the cave and carefully observed the environment. I saw the skeletons of many large animals scattered around the entrance of the cave in an unusually messy manner. Judging from the sheer size of the remaining skeletons, these dead animals were probably quite powerful monsters. The monster skeleton that Dolores could quickly identify was the iron-jawed lizard. Its wide iron jaw was in the middle of the skeleton, which was a very obvious feature. However, these powerful monsters were now used as daily nourishment by the black-scaled earth dragon beast in the cave. After checking the surrounding environment, Dolores had a rough plan in mind. But, immediately, she frowned again and said, "Why? Haven't you caught the bait I wanted?" "Your Highness Dolores, I will send more people right away." The captain of the demon spider knight on the side replied nervously. "No need. Since you haven't found your person, then you can go ahead." Dolores smiled evilly. In an instant, the captain of the demon spider knights felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and his whole body was trembling. "Your Highness," just as he was stammering and trying to beg for mercy, the noise of several humans came from the back of the team. This is undoubtedly the most beautiful sound in the ears of Captain Demon Spider Knight. "Oh, it seems you are lucky today." Dolores glanced at him unhappily. The captain of the Demon Spider Knight quickly wiped the fine beads of sweat on his head, and at the same time, he looked back curiously. They saw 5 Demon Spider Knights wearing sophisticated knight armor, escorting 3 bound human wizard apprentices. Walking towards them, the 3 human apprentices, 2 men and 1 woman, were all young, and their expressions at this moment were extremely frightening. "Hey! Not bad. I actually caught 3 live baits. Bring my package here." Doros spread her hands and gestured to the spider knight beside her. After a while, Dolores took the black package handed over respectfully by a spider knight and took out 3 bottles of light green potion. "This is a potion of weakness. Strip them naked and spread the potion evenly on these 3 people." "As you command, Your Highness Dolores." Several spider knights quickly stepped forward and tore off the 3 people's robes in an instant. "Ah! Stop! Damn night elves! Just kill them if you want. Why humiliate us?" The 3 human wizard apprentices, who were captured alive, thought they would be tortured. But they didn't expect. "Noisy! The bait must have the awareness of the bait. Cut out their tongues and break their tendons and hamstrings." Doro waved his hand expressionlessly. "Ah!" Following several shrill screams, the 3 naked human wizard apprentices were held by the spider knights like dead dogs and dragged to the center of the open space ahead. Then, Several demon spider knights followed Dolores' orders, and evenly applied the weakness potion on the 3 human apprentices. I saw 3 human apprentices with frightened eyes and trembling bodies. They seemed to be trying to resist, but their limbs had their tendons severed, and were completely unable to move at this time. Like a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Waiting for the butcher's knife to come. At this time, a demon spider knight came running up from the back and said, "Your Highness Dolores, Lord Portia has something important to report." Her Royal Highness Shadra came to the camp. At the same time, she also brought news that within half a day, human wizard apprentices would attack the camp. What? Shadra? Dolores' first reaction when she heard the news was just like Portia's. She was confused. I have never heard of the mistress talking about it. Will she continue to send high-level spider women into the Norman secret realm? Moreover, there has been no news from Shadra since she invaded the surface with her mistress half a year ago. It is said that she was killed by a human wizard. And some said she was seriously injured. Even if the mistress wants to send a high-level spider girl in again, it is possible to send someone else. But the possibility of sending Shadra can be said to be extremely low. It feels like something is wrong with Shadra's appearance this time. However, Dolores shook her head slightly. Now is not the time to think about this problem. All preparations for hunting the black-scaled earth dragon beast are now ready. The top priority now is to successfully complete the task of collecting the blood essence of the black-scaled earth dragon beast entrusted by the mistress. Afterwards, I went back to the camp to see what was going on with Shadra, who suddenly appeared. So, after making up her mind, Dolores began to recite a long spell. Around the open space, there was a huge witch formation faintly visible, shining with a light red. Soon after, the pale red light of this huge witch formation gradually began to shrink as Dolores' spell ended, until it completely disappeared. From the appearance, this ground is the same as other places, and there is no clue that a giant witch formation has been deployed here. After everything was ready, Dorothy's face calmed down and she ordered, "Everyone get ready." "Ready, Your Highness Dolores." I saw Dolores waving her delicate hand, and a black whirlwind blew towards the 3 poor people who had been smeared with the weak potion. Immediately, this whirlwind was mixed with the unique smell of the weak potion and floated into the cave not far ahead. After a while, as if attracted by the unique fragrance of the debilitating potion, a low roar came from the cave, and the noise became louder and louder. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps of a huge creature were heard. A few seconds later, a giant creature with a body length of more than 20 meters, surrounded by black scales, and with a row of triangular bone spurs growing from the top of the head along the spine to the tail, walked out of the cave. If Richard were present, he would definitely find that this creature called the black-scaled pterodramon looks a bit like a ceratopsian from the previous Jurassic era. But its appearance is also significantly different from that of the ceratopsian. That is, its black scales are particularly eye-catching. The black-scaled earth dragon beast obviously saw the live bait emitting a fragrant smell in the center of the clearing. In addition to the unique scent of the weakness potion, there was also the smell of its favorite intelligent creature. This made him unable to restrain his appetite, and in an instant, he rushed out quickly with an astonishing momentum. At this time, the 3 apprentices lying on the ground unable to move knew that their previous belief that the night elves were going to torture them to extract information was completely wrong. These damn, despicable, shameless night elves actually used them as bait. Not in every tragedy, a hero will step forward. As the black-scaled earth dragon beast's bloody mouth opened and closed, a human apprentice was torn into large pieces of flesh and blood by the sharp teeth, and was swallowed directly, devouring it. The remaining 2 wizard apprentices trembled in fear as they watched this bloody scene. After a while, the 3 ill-fated human apprentices were devoured by the black-scaled earth dragon beast. At this time, the black-scaled earth dragon beast, which was enjoying the meal, also noticed something was wrong, because it felt that its head was a little dizzy. Even with a low IQ, he realized at this moment that there seemed to be something wrong with the delicious food he had just eaten. But before it had time to think about it, it further noticed that its limbs were extremely heavy, and all its strength seemed to begin to drain away rapidly. Suddenly, Dolores was heard holding a black mirror and shouting, "Great Goddess Rose, please grant me the power of nightmare." The originally dark mirror in her hand suddenly emitted a burst of rich green light, and the next second, a green light beam as thick as the mouth of a bowl shone directly on the black-scaled earth dragon beast. In an instant, the huge body of the black-scaled earth dragon beast froze in place as if frozen. "Quick! Activate the origin blood-draining witch array." 8 demon spider knights were seen rushing towards the black-scaled earth dragon beast, and pierced the black-scaled earth dragon beast's neck, the insides of its limbs, and both sides of its chest with a specially made dragon-breaking blade. As the Mitsubishi cone-shaped dragon-breaking blade was pulled out, in an instant, red blood spurted out from the wound like spring water. After a large amount of blood gushes out, strangely, it does not drip to the ground, but floats about 10 centimeters above the ground. The giant magic formation originally arranged around, at this moment, began to slowly start up with the injection of huge amounts of blood. What is surprising is that the black-scaled earth dragon beast, which was so severely injured, seems to be unaware at this moment, still standing frozen on the spot, motionless. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ends, the next second, the black-scaled earth dragon beast seemed to have just come to life and let out a roar. Unfortunately, it was hit by a weakening potion and had 8 wounds all over its body to bleed. The current black-scaled earth dragon beast's strength has long been reduced. He was soon strangled by the swarming demon spider knights with thick chains. And as the bloody light of the giant witch formation grew stronger and stronger, the roar of the black-scaled earth dragon beast gradually turned into a mournful cry. After a while, the 4 extremely thick thighs of the black-scaled earth dragon beast were no longer able to support its own weight, and it fell to the ground with a bang. The blood trapped in the center of the giant magic circle has now turned into a huge blood ball with a diameter of at least 2 meters. At the same time, there is still a small amount of blood, which is continuing to flow out from the wound of the black-scaled dragon beast and merge into the huge blood cell. Dolores began to recite a complicated incantation. Following the ups and downs of the incantation, the huge blood ball in the center of the giant circle began to beat like a living heart. With each beat, the color of the blood cells becomes brighter and thicker, and at the same time, some unnecessary impurities and water are discharged. Gradually, the blood cells, which were the size of a water tank, condensed into the size of a human head, take a step further and become the size of a fist. Finally, after 3 times of refining, it solidified into a drop-shaped crystal the size of a fingernail. Red and black. Black Dragon Origin Blood. Chapter 176. The battle begins. Dolores looked at the bloody and weird scene in front of her, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, revealing an extremely happy smile. As Dolores stretched out her white palm, she saw this drop of dark red origin blood crystal exuding strong energy fluctuations, slowly floating in front of Dolores. Finally, the source blood crystal fell on her open palm. Dolores immediately took out a small black wooden box, carefully stored the source blood crystal, and stuffed it into her chest. No one knew what material the black wooden box was made of, but it had extremely strong isolation properties. As soon as the black dragon blood crystal was put in and covered, the strong energy fluctuations disappeared without a trace. This black wooden box and the mirror that had just played a huge role were gifts from the mistress. It seems that before Dorothy entered the Norman secret realm, the mistress behind her had already arranged a series of preparations. Let's go! Return to camp. After completing the mission, Dolores was obviously in a much better mood, which made the captain of the demon spider knight beside him let out a long sigh of relief. The live bait hadn't arrived just now, but when Her Highness Dolores asked to take it himself, the captain of the demon spider knight was really frightened. Looking at the miserable condition of these 3 human wizard apprentices, the captain of the demon spider knight shuddered in his heart. He immediately shook his head. Even though they were enemies, they were also intelligent creatures, and Her Highness Dorothy's methods against them were too cruel. However, Her Highness Dolores is extremely cruel to her own people, let alone the humans on the surface. These 3 human wizard apprentices can only blame their bad luck. At this moment, Dolores was wondering why Shadra, whom she had not seen for half a year, suddenly appeared in the Norman secret realm? Is it really the mistress's order? This made her unable to guess the reason for a moment. However, I believe that soon, when I return to the camp, the answer will naturally be revealed. So, Dolores shouted, speed up and march quickly. Suddenly, a group of more than 20 people rushed towards the camp. Gildarts led this group of wizard apprentices and advanced all the way, and soon they arrived near the original material trading point. The various powerful monsters that appeared along the way were no match for the 3 extremely powerful apprentices who joined forces to kill them. This made the wizard apprentices, who had been trapped for a long time, very excited, and their morale was further boosted. They all felt that soon, under the leadership of the rescue team, they would be able to successfully break through the Night Elves' defense line and leave the Norman secret realm to return to the academy. However, along the way, Gildas had some doubts in his heart. Because whether it was the orb or the guidance of the tracking mark, the direction I was traveling in was too consistent with the direction of the original material trading point. This is the current headquarters of the Demon Spider Knights. He had already confirmed this from the mouths of many wizard apprentices. Could it be that it was the Night Elves Spider Knights who killed Donato? After all, he once thought that the murderer was Richard, who made him chase the bird thousands of miles away. Half an hour later, Gildart stood on a hillside near the original trading point. After stopping and observing for a long time, Gildas finally confirmed that the person with the orb and the tracking mark must be in the camp in front of him. Then the murderer is obviously very clear. It must be the Night Elf. That's not bad. He could avenge Donato and also complete the rescue mission arranged by the Grand Wizard Graf. It was the best of both worlds. But, after confirming again the defensive strength of the Spider Knight inside the original trading point, Gildas couldn't help but frown. The opponent's defense is surprisingly tight. It seemed that he had already expected that an enemy would attack. Normally, the defense density would never be so high. This is quite tricky. If you choose to attack by force, the chance of winning will never exceed 30%. And this still takes into account the situation when your own combat power is fully activated. It seems that we need to plan carefully. If it doesn't work, we will have to sacrifice some people. So, after thinking for a moment, Gildas brought 3 members of the apprentices extreme level to the group of wizard apprentices and said, "Ahead is the last obstacle. As long as we can get over it, everyone can leave the secret realm safely. However, the strength of the night elves guarding the camp is very strong. We need someone to take the initiative and try to lure some demon spider knights over." This is a way that Gildas just thought of temporarily, which is to weaken part of the opponent's defense in the early stage, and then attack with all his troops. However, as soon as Gildas finished speaking, all the wizard apprentices below looked at each other, and no one responded. No wonder. From the perspective of the wizard apprentices, they believed that if they met the rescue team, they could successfully leave the Norman secret realm with the help of the rescue team. Who could have imagined that he would have to serve as bait and go through a bloody battle, as it involves his own vital interests? A wizard apprentice immediately spoke boldly. "Here, Wizard Gildarts, we only have a small number of people. Why don't we gather some people before attacking?" This is a 3rd-level wizard apprentice from Guru's Academy, seemingly giving advice tactfully. After seeing someone asking for advice, another wizard apprentice immediately spoke up and said, "Yes, Wizard Gildas. There should be other members of the rescue team in the secret area. If you can find a way to bring them all together, the whole battle should be much more secure." "Right? Yes, Wizard Gildas. Our strength is really far behind the Spider Knight. Even if we attack with all our strength, it won't have much effect." Gradually, a group of people started chatting away. This made Gildas frown. His face became increasingly ugly, and he felt depressed and irritable. His genius son Donato died, but these cowardly losers are still alive. It's really unfair. Stefan on the side took a look at Wizard Gildas's face and immediately scolded. "Quiet! As the supreme commander of the 3 major academies in the secret territory of Normandy, Wizard Gildas has absolute rights over the deployment of personnel. Yeah, it's almost impossible to summon all the members of the rescue team." The 2 extreme-level apprentices from Guru's Academy also helped. Under the persuasion of the 3, many wizard apprentices had to accept the fact that they were about to take part in a bloody battle. After all, if you don't participate, there will be absolutely no chance of leaving the Norman secret realm. If you participate, at least there is a glimmer of hope to get out. However, since no one took the initiative to respond, the original decoy tactics were cancelled, and were now changed to sneak attacks. In order to improve morale and make up for the lack of combat effectiveness of many wizard apprentices, Gildas ordered the 3 team members to distribute the combat potions and alchemy bombs as much as possible. Since the quantities of potions and alchemy bombs that the 3 of them brought into the Norman secret realm were limited, each wizard apprentice could only receive 1 bottle of combat potion and 1 alchemy bomb. This is already the largest allocation so far. It was better than nothing, but it did boost morale. These combat potions and alchemy bombs all came from the stronghold's secret vault, and were considered good things. After everything is ready, the first wave of battle begins. Under the unexpected attack, the wizard apprentices used more to defeat fewer, and combined with the astonishingly powerful alchemy bombs, they actually achieved a good result. On the spot, more than 20 of them successfully killed 4 or 5 demon spider knights. This made Gildas nod. It seemed that these wizard apprentices were not as bad as he expected. In fact, those who can still persist in the secret territory despite the Night Elves' continuous manhunt for several days are mostly not mediocre, and basically always have 1 or 2 killer moves at their disposal. However, under normal circumstances, apprentices are reluctant to use it. Of course, it may be that there are relatively serious side effects after using it. Secondly, facing Gildarts' strength, the apprentices also considered that this was the finishing touch, and as long as they won, they could return smoothly. Therefore, at this time, the apprentices also used all their strength. But soon, after the Spider Knights quickly reacted, a steady stream of Spider Knights gathered from the camp and surrounding areas, and the entire battle began to reverse. However, under the surprise attack of 3 extreme-level wizard apprentices such as Stefan, the battle situation changed again. The apprentices relied on alchemy bombs and combat potions to barely maintain their front, barely able to withstand the attacks of the Spider Knights. Attack! I heard the screams of the Spider Knight coming from the camp gate, as well as the occasional violent explosions. A smile appeared on Stephanie's face, as if she had succeeded in her evil plan. It seems that Gildas should have arrived. And finally, he can start to implement the second step of his master's plan. I saw Stefana taking out a crystal ball from her body. This was the same crystal ball that Richard had used to imprint the witchcraft array for collecting resentful spirits and release an unknown witchcraft. While the Night Elf's attention was attracted by the battle at the gate, Stefana quickly recited a short spell. As the spell sounded, suddenly, the crystal ball burst into a dazzling red light, and a witch formation was projected on the ground. It instantly changed from the size of a fist to the size of a room, and then sank into the ground. The red light also quickly dimmed. At this time, if anyone observes carefully, they will find that the entire camp has been enveloped in a very faint blood light. Looking at the scene in front of her being completed smoothly, a satisfied smile appeared on Stefana's face. The second step of the plan is to find an opportunity to set up a witch formation in the camp. This task is completed. Next is the third step of the plan. At this time, there was a very rhythmic knock on Stefana's door. Dong dong. Dong dong. Your Highness Shadra. As expected, the enemy is here. Listening to this familiar voice, the person outside the door was none other than Portia. Creak. Stefana opened the door and looked at Portia with an admiring look on her face, and couldn't help but smile to herself. But Stefana still concealed herself well on the surface, imitating the Spider-Woman's usual arrogant look, and said in a calm tone, "Let's go, Portia. Let's go to greet the guests together and see what they are." "Yes, Your Highness Shadra." Portia bowed slightly. Then, he followed Stefana quickly towards the camp gate. At this moment, the battle at the entrance of the camp has heated up. Except for Gildas, who has not yet taken action, everyone else has basically gone all out. But currently, as the alchemy bombs are exhausted and the Spider Knights continue to join the battle, the balance of victory is tilting towards the Dark Knight's side. Gildas could also see that his apprentices had tried their best. If he doesn't take action, the entire battle will collapse in less than 5 minutes. Gildarts took a deep breath. Suddenly, the muscles all over his body suddenly swelled. His black hair grew rapidly, and his head changed even more dramatically. His upper and lower jaws protruded rapidly, and a pair of fangs grew longer and longer. The most striking thing was a pair of sharp teeth. Claws are growing out of the cracks in the fist bones. The claws, which were already extremely sharp, were now emitting bursts of strange metallic luster. This is the special effect achieved by the claws after being remodeled by Gildarts and implanted with a rare metal, magic iron, compared to ordinary elemental defense shields. It can be said that these claws have a terrifying special effect of penetrating them with one strike. Whoosh! A gust of black wind blew by, and the dark werewolf transformed by Gildas appeared more than 10 meters away. The next second, accompanied by the screams of a Spider Knight on the battlefield, a ferocious werewolf claw pierced out of his chest, holding a still beating heart in the middle of the claws. Snapped. My heart was crushed. Blood and heart fragments are flying all over the sky. This cruel scene immediately produced 2 completely different effects. The Spider Knights all turned pale and fearful. The struggling wizard apprentices seem to have seen hope, and their morale has been boosted. It's Wizard Gildarts. Well, I finally took action. Everyone, hold on. The situation of the war will change soon. That's right. Everyone, try harder. The other party will no longer be able to do it. Gildas' performance has just begun at this time. Suddenly, His tall and strong werewolf body flashed and quickly appeared beside another spider knight. After the opponent barely blocked it twice, before the other spider knights could rescue him, Gildarts clawed his fragile neck open again. In an instant, the blood from the aorta in the neck shot out several meters away. The trachea and Adam's apple were torn together. I saw that the originally handsome face of the demon spider knight was now ferociously twisted. Red from holding back, his eyes were bulging, and he was covering his neck with his hands, as if he wanted to stop the bleeding or block the air leak. But it was all in vain. The next second, despair appeared in his eyes, and he collapsed to the ground. This made several captains of the Spider Knights suddenly change their expressions and shouted hurriedly, "Quick! Triangle position!" So, when Stefana and Portia came to the camp gate, this was what they saw. A tall black werewolf, with a height of more than 2 meters, like a black whirlwind, slaughtered wantonly in his own camp, treating the Spider Knights as if they were nothing. As for the Spider Knights, all of them had cowardly looks on their faces, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This made Portia's face turn pale, and he was extremely angry. This bunch of rubbish. Let yourself look long in front of His Highness Shadra. When Stefana came out, Gildas was obviously taken aback by the unusually obvious tracking mark on her body. The next second, he stopped, turned his head, and fixed his eyes on the graceful Stephanie. Shadra the Spider-Woman? Chapter 177. 3 Parties Gathering. Huh? Stefana didn't expect that Gildas in front of her actually recognized Shadra's appearance. It seems that Gildarts might have contributed to Shadra's serious injury. However, what Stefana didn't expect at all was that after she looked around the battlefield, she actually saw a familiar face. Andrea from the Ignis School. This was a friend she had met not long after she came to Ignis School a year ago. The key is that Andrea is not only her friend, but also the friend of the owner Richard. Moreover, I heard Master Richard mention in casual conversation that Ophelia, Andrea, and a few others were among his few good friends in the Ignis School. This made her feel terrible. Stepina took a casual glance now, and immediately judged that Andrea's current strength was only the best among the second-level wizard apprentices. I saw that he was in a fierce battle with a Spider Knight. With the help of 2 other wizard apprentices, he was able to withstand the attack of the Spider Knight. But because he had been fighting head-on with the Spider Knight at the front, the fine knight armor on his body had been broken a lot, and the bright red blood was slowly seeping out through the broken parts. In other words, when Andrea fights an enemy that is far more powerful than him, he may be seriously injured or even die at any time. Moreover, Stefana also thought of a problem. Another high-level Spider-Woman, Dolores, has not returned yet. If Dolos leads another 20 or so Spider Knights back to the camp, and if Gildas doesn't have any powerful backup, the dozens of wizard apprentices from the 3 major academies in front of them will only be defeated. There are no eggs left behind when the nest is overturned. Therefore, if Andrea does not leave now, Dolores will definitely not be able to leave when she returns to the camp. There is a high probability that he will die here. Thinking of this, Stefana felt annoyed. Gildarts was such a fool. He dared to confront us head-on with such a small number of people. However, the matter had come to this, and she had to find a way to notify Andrea so that he could find an opportunity to withdraw as soon as possible. Just when Stefana was distracted thinking about Andrea, Gildas stared at her with bright eyes and said, "Shadra, it was you who killed Donato." Gildas's low and slightly angry voice brought Stefana's mind back to the scene again. In an instant, a flash of inspiration flashed in Stefana's mind, and she seemed to have thought of a way to remind Andrea naturally. "Ha-ha. Oh ha-ha. I remembered it. And I said that the wizard apprentice looked so familiar. It turns out to be Gildas, your heir." Stephanie deliberately provoked Gildarts' sensitive nerves after the loss of his son, because her method was on Gildarts. "It's a pity. He kept begging for mercy before he died, hoping that I could spare his life," Stefana said with added jealousy. "Shadra, shut up." After Gildarts transformed into a werewolf, the proportion of rationality in his brain was much smaller than before. Suffer death. Now, being stimulated by Stefana's deliberate words. Within a few words, Gildas's eyes were red, and he was furious. The next second, before Stephanie could say anything else, Gildarts rushed towards Stephanie like a black whirlwind. "Protect your Highness Shadra." Portia took a step forward, passed Stephanie by a body length, held the sword and shield in a defensive posture, and shouted. At the same time, several Spider Knights who were guarding her immediately blocked Stefana in a tacit understanding. Boom! I saw a demon Spider Knight who was defending at the front. He was hit by a ferocious shoulder from the side by Gildarts, and was directly knocked away. Whirlwind claw strike. At the same time, Gildarts roared angrily, and swung out several claws in succession like lightning, sending all the Spider Knights blocking him flying. Seeing that the other party was so powerful, Portia narrowed her eyes, held her breath, and waited solemnly. Clang! Gildas's modified werewolf claws and Portia's elegant long sword, which was not extraordinary, collided fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere in an instant, and the sound caused pain to the eardrums of everyone around them. Ding 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 ding. Clang! As the deputy leader of the Spider Knights, Portia's strength is extremely close to the level of a formal wizard. He is considered to be the top combat power of the entire Night Elves, second only to the Spider-Woman. The Spider Knight, who was knocked away from the side, stood up and quickly unleashed several debuff type 0 level witchcraft on Gildas's werewolf clone, such as slowness, weakness, shadow curse, etc. But since the Night Elves are also mainly good at shadow witchcraft, these shadow witchcraft hitting the body of the werewolf chief with extremely high shadow resistance is like scratching an itch. Apart from knocking off a few wolf hairs from Gildas, it had almost no effect. This made several Spider Knights look horrified. However, Portia was able to fight Gildas so inextricably, which made Stefana's eyes light up. However, Stefana immediately realized that it was not possible to continue like this. Portia had to be defeated or defeated quickly, so that she could take action naturally, and then pretend to be defeated, so as to find an opportunity to tell Andrea to let him go quickly. So, Stefana continued to sarcastically say, Gildas, do you have this much strength? It seems that your idea of avenging your heir is a little too naive. Ha ha. Gildas was already angry that he couldn't quickly take down the Spider Knight in front of him. But now, he was ridiculed by Stefana again. And he suddenly roared, Frenzy! In an instant, Gildarts unleashed a unique move, and the size of his werewolf clone skyrocketed again, with muscles all over his body, and his attack speed and movement speed increased by at least 30%. Clumsy technique. A cloud of instant gray mist suddenly seeped into Portia's body, causing him to freeze for a moment, unable to raise his shield to resist Gilda's sharp claw slash. Instead, Gildart's powerful and heavy claw hit the armor on the chest, and he immediately flew away more than 10 meters. Portia's face turned gloomy for a while. Although his chest armor was extremely strong, it was obvious that he was severely injured by this heavy blow in the middle of his chest. However, this was exactly what Stephanie wanted. The next second, Stefana waved her hands lightly, transforming into a pair of extremely sharp blade arms, and fought fiercely with Gildas. It has to be said that Gildas in a frantic state is indeed superior to her in terms of strength. Stefana didn't even have to pretend to be invincible before she was knocked away by Gildart's ferocious claw combos. However, under Stefana's deliberate control, she flew directly towards Andrea, who was fighting in the rear. Andrea was startled when she saw a cloud of fragrant wind coming towards her, and the next second, she was knocked away. When Portia saw that Prince Shadra was knocked away by Gildarts, he was shocked and immediately intercepted Gildarts, who wanted to finish him off, although he did not think that His Highness Shadra, as a high-ranking Spider-Woman, would really be defeated so quickly. But as for him, the first priority was to protect the safety of His Highnesses. When Stefana and Andrea rolled into a ball, taking advantage of the opportunity to be knocked away, Stefana quickly said in Andrea's ear, Quickly move. Danger? I'm Stepina. Andrea, who originally thought that she would definitely die if the Spider-Woman got close to her, heard the words spoken by the strange Spider-Woman in front of her. Her pupils tightened, and she had an expression of disbelief on her face. As a high-level Spider-Woman, the opponent's strength far exceeds hers, so she has no reason to play tricks on her. Moreover, the name Stefana, who has disappeared for nearly half a year, undoubtedly greatly strengthens her credibility. Suddenly, Andrea's eyes became clear as she wanted to understand. When Stefana stood up, she deliberately hit Andrea with another elbow, knocking her back 7 or 8 meters, causing a large dent in the fine knight's plate armor on her chest. Although the Spider Knight who rushed to help felt a little strange why Her Highness the Spider Girl didn't use her sword arm and struck with her elbow instead. But seeing such a powerful elbow strike, she thought it was due to her fighting habits and immediately did not doubt him. At this time, Andrea had been knocked flying to the vicinity of the dense forest. As long as he jumped, he could enter the dense forest and hide. After being reminded by Stephanie, he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to return to the battlefield again. A few seconds later, when Stefana looked around again, she found that there was no trace of Andrea at all. Immediately, she felt relieved, and she was finally out of danger. However, when she looked down, she saw the first scars on her beautiful body after her resurrection. Although the scar was very shallow, it was still unacceptable for Stefana, who loves beauty. So, Stephana waved her sword arm hatefully, quickly came to Portia, who was almost unable to resist, and helped him block many attacks. After a while, the situation was maintained at a delicate balance, facing the joint efforts of Portia and Stefana. Even Gildas, who activated the madness technique, was unable to do anything to them at once. But frenzy has a time limit. If Gildart still cannot take down the two men in another 3 minutes, he will have no choice but to retreat. However, Gildart has one last trick up his sleeve. He was hesitating whether to use it or not, because when Stefana and Portia appeared, a sorcerer's apprentice sent him a message, saying that the Spider-Woman in front of him was not the Spider-Woman they had encountered before when they fought back. This immediately shocked Gildas. It was not that he had not suspected that the wizard apprentices were dazzled and mistaken for the wrong person. But when I think about it carefully, I feel that this possibility is very low. Although the Spider-Women all look equally beautiful, their hair color, clothing, face shape, and temperament are all slightly different. The wizard apprentices can still tell them apart. This also means that in addition to the Spider-Woman Shadra, there is another Spider-Woman here in the Norman secret realm. The Night Mistress is really courageous. Although I don't know what method was used to suppress the strength. They actually sent 2 Spider-Girls in. So, Gildarts is waiting. After all the opponents have gathered, just use that trick to sweep them away completely. Not only can he avenge his son's death, but he can also open up a way back. As for why he has not used it for a long time, it is because once that move is used, not only will it have relatively large sequelae, but regardless of victory or defeat, he will be teleported out of the Norman secret realm. Therefore, Gildarts only has one chance to take action, and he wants to win in one fight. At this time, Richard had obviously noticed the sound of fighting near the camp gate. After observing from a distance, he frowned when he found that he did not see the Spider-Woman Dorothy. Could it be that Dolores is still sitting in the camp? Richard shook his head, feeling that this possibility was not high. There was a high probability that the other party had gone out. Otherwise, even if she was not interested in taking action herself, Dolores should at least come out to see the situation. But when Richard saw the knight's armor and that familiar face, he was stunned. Andrea? The next second, he had a headache. Andrea was one of his few friends, so he couldn't just ignore her. However, after a while, Richard saw the scene of Stefana and Andrea bumping into each other, and immediately, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I actually forgot that Stephanie knew Andrea before him. She recognized Andrea from a distance, and Stefana had obviously already thought of a way. Sure enough, Andrea, who was knocked into the air, rolled over without anyone paying attention and entered the dense forest on the side. This gave Richard a false alarm. Immediately, he put on his protective cloak, quietly climbed over the fence, walked calmly into the camp from the other direction, and soon came to the room where Stefana placed the crystal ball. Along the way, since the Spider Knights in the camp were almost all depleted, Richard was able to do this easily after avoiding a few guards. After looking around, his guess was confirmed. Sure enough, Dolores must have gone out and was not in the camp. Based on his own sense of the crystal ball, Richard soon found the crystal ball that he asked Stephanie to bring in advance in a hidden drawer under the desk. Looking at the crystal ball that had successfully released a rubbing witch formation, Richard couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Stefana is still very efficient. Now, Richard just needs to stand aside and watch what happens. Normally speaking, facing the siege from Stefana and the deputy captain of the Spider Knights, it would be great for Gildas to remain undefeated. There are only 3 possibilities. The first is that Gildas was killed before the senior spider Lady Dolores returned to the camp. The second is that Gildas persists until Dolores returns to the camp. In that case, even if Dolores has doubts about Shadra played by Stefana, she will wait until Gildas is defeated or killed before discussing. Richard didn't believe it yet. Facing the combination of so many Spider Knights and 2 Spider Women, even if Gildas was the official wizard himself, he would probably be furious if he resisted. Not to mention that the one who entered the Norman secret realm this time was just one of his clones. And the last situation is when Gildart shows off his might and beats Stefana and all the Spider Knights to a complete defeat. In that case, he would need to secretly send out the newly transformed resentful spirit Abomination to take action. while Richard was concentrating on his thoughts. Dolores and his team of more than 20 people were rushing toward the camp like a fast-moving black snake. Chapter 178 Fierce Collision. Richard's original plan was to first kill Gildas's werewolf clone with the help of the Night Elves. In this case, one major advantage is that it avoids any difficult tracking marks. Or in other words, if there is some mysterious connection between Gildas's original self and his clone, he is not a murderer and is not afraid of being targeted by the other party. Secondly, this time Gildas is representing the 3 major colleges and entering the secret realm of Norman as the commander of the rescue team. He represents the official. If he dies in his own hands, there will be endless troubles. If he is investigated, he will have no excuse. Therefore, letting Gildas die at the hands of the Night Elves is the best outcome for him. Andrea was in the dense forest at this time, dodging the lush vines and branches while rushing out quickly. But what he didn't realize was that just now, a team of more than 20 people passed by him quickly. Hey! There seems to be a little mouse next to it. This is interesting. Dolores, who had already heard the fierce fighting at the gate of the camp not far away, was obviously more concerned about the fighting there. As for the little mouse, you too, go and try to catch them alive. Dolores casually ordered 2 spider knights. As you command, Your Highness Dolores. Immediately, the 2 demon spider knights left the main force and quickly galloped towards Andrea. His gaze returned to the camp gate. With the joint efforts of Stefana and Portia, the Night Elves successfully resisted Gildas' attack, making their record useless. But Stephanie was very dissatisfied with the current situation, because Master Richard had explained that the third step of the plan was to let Gildarts die at the hands of the Night Elves. I originally thought that with so many Spider Knights on the Night Elves side, and with his help on the side, they would have an absolute advantage. But I didn't expect that Gildarts would be so difficult to deal with. Even though he and Portia, the deputy leader of the Spider Knights, joined forces, they were unable to defeat the opponent. But he couldn't summon the human-faced demon spider, which had already turned into a zombie. After all, the inverse pentagram which formation during the summoning was too eye-catching. Obviously, this was equivalent to announcing to all the demon spider knights present that there was something wrong with him. The Spider-Woman. Because the spiders of the Spider Girls are all companion monsters. No Spider Girl would turn her closest companion monster into a zombie. Otherwise, when combined, the combat effectiveness can be improved again. Maybe we can capture Gildarts. Just when Stephanie was at a loss, a burst of charming laughter quickly spread from far to near, coming from the dense forest. TSK. TSK. It seems we have a guest. Hey, isn't this Shadra? Why? I haven't seen you for half a year, and you only have so little strength left. You can't even take down a werewolf. As soon as he finished speaking, a charming woman with a hot figure, wearing only a black tulle to cover her vital parts, walked out of the dense forest under the protection of more than 20 Spider Knights. At this time, most of the sorcerer apprentices' faces instantly turned pale, because this new group of Spider Knights were surrounding them from behind. The current scene is like they have been made dumplings. There are a large number of Spider Knights in front and behind. They could only resist with all their might in the beginning, but now they might not even be able to save their lives. They will be wiped out by the Night Elves here. Many wizard apprentices feel desperate. However, just when Stefana wanted to reply to Dolores, the werewolf transformed by Gildas struck with a powerful claw attack, knocking both Stefana and Portia away. At the same time, a unique hoarse voice came from the werewolf's mouth. Very good. It looks like you are finally here. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. These inexplicable words immediately stunned Dolores, Stefana and Portia. The next second, a painful roar sounded, and Gildart's face was ferocious. He covered his chest with his claws, as if he couldn't bear some kind of pain, and seemed to prevent something from erupting from his body. What is shocking is that the already very tall and strong werewolf body has once again undergone a huge change. The already knotted muscles now swelled up like inflated balloons. The black hair on the back of its neck began to turn white, and its 2 sharp claws grew even bigger, becoming the size of a palm leaf fan. Ouch! If it were the werewolf clone of Gildas before, it would still feel more like a human being, but now it feels more like a beast. This is because Gildarts used his trump card and released the soul of a dark werewolf chieftain who had been transformed by a very special secret technique and whose dark soul was sealed in his werewolf clone. Only when the dark soul is released can this werewolf body display its true fighting power. However, the release of the dark soul has a strict time limit. If the time is too long, it will compete with his clone for control of the body. It would be fine if the werewolf clone is next to the original body. I can suppress him at any time. But in a secret realm, I can only rely on Gildas' soul to control this. Secondly, the werewolf clone who has unlocked the dark soul has reached the level of a formal wizard. Therefore, this battle must be fought quickly. Due to the rules of the secret realm, he will be forcibly teleported out of the secret realm after a certain period of time. When Gildarts raised his head again, his blood-red eyes were frightening, and a terrifying pressure swept across the entire place. What kind of secret technique is this? Is this the official strength of a wizard? Portia looked in disbelief and turned to look at the two senior spider women beside him. Now, he is no longer a match for Gildarts. Now we can only wait and see whether the two spider girls have any trump card. Gildarts' second transformation instantly triggered cheers from the survivors of the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Gildarts the Wizard. Gildarts the Wizard. The tsunami-like cheers expressed their roller coaster mood. Ever since Dorothy led more than 20 demon spider knights to surround them, their hearts had been falling into the abyss. But they did not expect that the wizard Gildarts would turn the tide so quickly and reverse the situation almost instantly. Richard, who was wearing a protective cloak, was observing the changes in the field from a distance from the window in the room. Seeing this magical second transformation of Gildas, I couldn't help but marvel. I thought that Gildas would be doomed once Dolores arrived. But no one expected that Gildarts actually had a trump card. It turned out that the various methods of a real wizard should not be underestimated. Even in this situation, he still had the power to turn the tables. I just don't know if Dolores has any backup plan. Dolores, don't let me down. Giggle. Dear Dolores, didn't you just say that my strength is not good? Sister, I am indeed not good. It depends on whether my sister can defeat the opponent. I hope your strength is as sharp as your words. My sister is very much looking forward to your performance. Gildart's sudden transformation gave Stephanie the opportunity to give Dolores a good beating. It seemed that she was angry with Shadra in Stefana's incarnation. Or perhaps Dolores was going to kill Gildas to prove her strength. Dolores looked solemn and let out an extremely sharp, high-pitched cry. Suddenly, there was a sound of trees snapping in the dense forest, as if a huge monster was about to rush out. The next second, a giant demon spider with a height of 3 meters and a body length of more than 5 meters rushed out. Its jointed limbs were like knives and extremely sharp. There was an obvious golden symbol above the spider's mouthparts, which should represent its ultimate strength. The noble Spider King bloodline. Hiss. The giant spider's chelicerae rubbed against each other, making a sound similar to the friction of leather. Suddenly, a large group of demon spiders surrounded him from all directions, some of which were the Spider Knight's companions, and some of which were native spider monsters around him. They all seemed to have been summoned by the giant demon spider with the blood of the Spider King, and came to help in the battle. And this wasn't over yet. Dolores jumped onto the back of the giant demon spider with a slight leap. This familiar scene made Richard guess that the other party was going to use one of the killer moves of the advanced Spider-Woman. The fusion. The combination breaks the seal. Following Dorothy's scolding, she slowly began to sink into the giant spider's body from the back of the spider. Sure enough, it was a combination technique. Moreover, after the fusion, it seemed that some kind of restriction was broken. After the fusion, Dorothy emitted an aura that clearly exceeded the limit of a third-level wizard apprentice, and seemed to be no less powerful than Gildarts in the second stage of transformation. Seeing this scene, Richard was immediately speechless. Are the rules and restrictions of this Norman secret realm gone? Doesn't it mean that we can't exceed the apprentice limit? But for 2 consecutive times, their strength has reached the level of an official wizard. It seems that the current battle situation is not easy to draw a conclusion. With the fusion of the Spider Girl Dolores, all the wizard apprentices present were stunned, and their hearts tightened again. Dolos didn't say anything nonsense. She moved incredibly fast. A black shadow flashed past, and she was already more than 10 meters away. Blade Storm. Dolores' 4 extremely sharp blade arms swung out a dense web of knives, cutting the air at high speed to form a web of knives, and quickly killed the werewolf transformed by Gildas. Claw Combo. Neither of them used innate witchcraft. According to Richard's guess, it was probably because both sides had strong resistance to the shadow element. But both sides should be the best at shadow witchcraft. Therefore, the 2 sides have been fighting until now. And it looks like 2 super powerful monsters fighting in melee combat. Every move brings blood. The force is strong and heavy, and extremely ferocious. A larger black shadow and another smaller black shadow are like 2 weightless black fogs, wandering rapidly in the field. Once they intersect, a series of sparks will fly. Anytime there is a collision, the 4 exaggerated blade arms and the equally exaggerated werewolf claws the size of cattail leaf fans will produce a harsh sound of gold and iron clashing. Once there is a fight, there will be more than 10 fights every second, regardless of whether they were the Spider Knights, Wizard Apprentices, or Spiders summoned by the Spider King to help out. They all had their muscles and bones broken if they were rubbed by any black mist. Several Wizard Apprentices were unable to dodge and were torn into several pieces in an instant, without even having time to scream. A few seconds later, 2 more Spider Knights were unable to dodge, and their heads were missing. Richard glanced at the crystal ball beside him, and saw groups of transparent white spirits pouring in like moths to a flame. These are the souls of the recently deceased, both Spider Knights and Wizard Apprentices. If there is a wizard who practices pupil magic, he will find out after careful observation that transparent souls are restrained by the power of the wizard formation from the dead bodies, and pulled directly into the crystal ball. Richard has moved the overflowing souls in the crystal ball into the black bottle with 2 ears twice in a row. It is estimated that the third move will have to be carried out soon. His gaze returned to the outside of the camp gate. The fierce battle between Dolores and Gildas was extremely draining of physical and mental energy. Clang! After a deafening hard fight, both of them were immediately sent flying. After landing, the sound of vigorous breathing came like a bellows. Gildas had many wounds all over his body, and dark red blood was slowly oozing out. And Dolores obviously didn't take advantage. And even from the appearance point of view, she seemed to be at a disadvantage, because one of her hind limbs was neatly cut off. The chitin SHL on the surface of the huge body also had many torn areas, and at this moment, light green liquid was gurgling. Obviously, the two are evenly matched and neither can do anything to the other. Ironically, those who suffered heavy casualties were the Spider Knights, human wizard apprentices, and the spider monsters who were helping out. Gildarts felt the secret realm's increasingly strong exclusionary force. His expression changed, and he said, "Dolores, you must have felt the power of the secret realm squeezing us out. If we continue to fight, we will both be teleported out. As long as you let me kill Shadra, I can choose to leave the Norman secret realm immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 7 or 8 wizard apprentices, including Stefan and 3 other apprentices, all changed their expressions instantly. They did not expect that Gildas, the commander of the rescue team, would be so disregardful of the overall situation, and said such words came out. Because once Gildas leaves the Norman secret realm, they will definitely die. But Gildas had already thought clearly at this moment. Even if the rescue mission failed, it would not matter to him. After he goes out, he can immediately report the situation in the Norman secret realm to the Grand Wizard Graf. There are many masters in the 3 major undead wizard academies, and he is far from the only master who practices the clone technique or the sealing technique. Just send someone in for rescue. But if he misses this opportunity, the possibility of meeting Shadra next time is extremely slim. This also means that the revenge of killing his son will linger in his throat every night, and even give him nightmares, which will affect the probability of hitting the 2nd level wizard. That's why he said such words. Dolores' reaction, on the other hand, was quite amusing. She looked at the group of silent wizard apprentices, then glanced at Stefana's incarnation of Shadra, and said with a sweet smile, "Giggle. Sister, did you hear that? Do you want me to agree?" Chapter 179, Hatred of Resentful Spirits. However, before Stefana could answer Dolores' question, Gildas frowned, as if he noticed something was wrong. The next second, Gildas suddenly turned his head and looked at the large wooden house in the center of the camp. His blood-red eyes were staring blankly at the room where Richard was. Li Chao frowned and secretly exclaimed, "It's bad." Under the concealing cloak, he had the special breath-containing effect, and the distance was so far away that even a formal wizard would have no chance of discovering himself in the big wooden house. Well, there is only one answer. Gildarts' second transformation at this time should have some kind of eye technique. He and Dorothy had just been fighting fiercely, and his mind was completely focused on Dorothy, so he did not notice the magic circle that he asked Stefania to set up in advance. But now the fighting has stopped. Obviously, Gildas immediately noticed something was wrong. Without hesitation, Richard quickly called up the inspiration panel in his mind. It was discovered that the host is practicing Rodrigo's mutation meditation method. Yes/no? Consume energy to gain inspiration for practicing Rodrigo's mutation meditation method? Richard dragged the slide bar directly to the far right and selected yes. Immediately use all the energy points to improve the control level of the mutation meditation method. In an instant, Richard entered the dream space, and the surrounding environment seemed to be a replica of the large wooden house in the camp at this time. Richard was seen possessing a black-robed man whose face could not be seen clearly. He stood in the middle of the big wooden house and began to chant an unknown spell. At the same time, he simultaneously outlined all the witchcraft runes involved in Rodrigo's variant meditation method in his mind. The first witchcraft rune involves a powerful spiritual witchcraft. It seems to be an upgraded version of the original secondary spiritual impact of Rodrigo's secret meditation technique, which is a formal first-level witchcraft spiritual impact. With the help of massive inspiration, the first innate witchcraft gradually took shape and became clearer and clearer. It was the first-level spiritual witchcraft mental shock. Mental impact consumes 2 points of mental power to release a concentrated mental power to attack the enemy, which cannot be defended by the physical level. Is this the advantage of innate witchcraft? Such a powerful spiritual first-level witchcraft consumes only 2 points of mental power, which seems to be only 1/5 of the normal consumption. It consumes much less mental power than a zero-level witchcraft shadow grip. No wonder the combat power of a formal wizard far exceeds the limit of a third-level wizard apprentice. So scary. Immediately afterwards, the next thing that involves is a defensive type of innate witchcraft, with various inspirations from defensive zero-level witchcraft such as dark element shield, bone armor, and skeleton armor. A new type of innate witchcraft fills my mind. Combined with the mutation meditation method, it will burst out. Suddenly, a ferocious knight's armor in black appeared in Richard's mind. The most eye-catching part of the bone armor is the head. The faceplate of the one-piece helmet is shaped like a black skull, and there is a circle of more than 10 sharp black bone spurs around the back of the head, which is extremely ferocious and ferocious. The shape of the black bone armor is very unique, with sharp bone spurs on the joints all over the body. Different from the original skeleton armor, its surface is no longer white as before, but has a thin layer of dark elements flowing on its surface. Energy. Therefore, the overall appearance of the bone armor is a dark black, which is like a knight's armor painted with a layer of black metallic paint. Richard had never seen or heard of this first-level witchcraft in the Shadow system, so he didn't know what to call this witchcraft. However, the next second, an idea flashed in his mind, and a few words appeared in his mind. Magic armor. It's called magic armor, and it looks like a devil's armor. The magic armor technique consumes 3 points of mental power and condenses the power of dark elements and the power of bones to form a black bone armor, which has extremely strong physical and witchcraft dual defense. The last innate witchcraft involved seems to be about the summons of the undead. And the difference from the first 2 innate witchcraft is that this innate witchcraft has always been in a state of continuous gestation. However, driven by massive inspiration, the gestation process was instantly accelerated. Richard's mind at this moment was filled with all kinds of thoughts and ideas. From the hate meditation method. Think of hate. Through the spiritual meditation method, we can associate with the spiritual body. From the bone meditation method, think of the skeleton. Various inspirations intertwined in Richard's mind. Hey! It turns out that the hatred of the vengeful spirits is not the end. It turns out that it can be further upgraded and transformed. Dorothy, you night elves are so cruel that you even spare the souls of your own subordinates. Gildas glanced at Dolores with deep fear. Dolores was immediately confused when she heard this. Gildarts, explain it clearly. You don't even spare the souls of your own subordinates? What do you mean? Gildas glanced at Dolores suspiciously, as if he was judging the authenticity of her expression. You really don't know? That must be this man's masterpiece. Gildas shifted his gaze to Stefana's incarnation. Shadra? Wouldn't you just ask Shadra? In an instant, the 2 dark werewolves and the high-level Spiderwoman, both of whom were formal wizards, turned their attention to Shadra, the incarnation of Stefana. Although the 2 of them just stared at each other, it still brought an extremely heavy invisible pressure to Stefana. It seems that as long as I give a bad answer, both sides will usher in an earth-shattering joint attack. However, it was obviously impossible for Stephanie to tell the truth. Stefana adjusted her nervous mood and said, as smoothly as possible, Gildarts, are you trying to sow discord between me and Dolores? A strange smile appeared on Gilda's terrifying werewolf face. This is interesting. We have arranged the race spirit transformation array in advance, but no one dares to admit it, since none of it belongs to you. Let me destroy it. The next second, a thick shadow arrow shot directly from Gilda's huge claws to the large wooden house in the center of the camp. Boom! Stefana's face turned pale, and she secretly said, Oops. Will the master be okay? She knew too well how powerful Gildarts was after his second transformation. He had already reached the level of a formal wizard. As a violent explosion sounded, the center of the camp was filled with dust, and everyone could not see what was going on inside. But strangely, a dull drumming sound came from the place of the explosion. Dong dong dong. This immediately made Gildarts, who had been looking smug, look solemn, as if he sensed that there was something extraordinary inside. After a few seconds, the smoke dissipated. I saw a huge abomination that was more than 3.5 meters tall, holding a giant iron axe in one hand and a hammer ball in the other, walking towards everyone with a ferocious face. Hiss. This made everyone take a breath. This classic appearance, height, size, and aura all indicate that the monster in front of us is a genuine high-level abomination. Not some stitched monster. It is a high-level abomination that has reached the level of a formal wizard. Advanced hate. Gildas, this is clearly your trick. Dolores immediately reacted, and she almost fell into Gildas's conspiracy. Shouted, Advanced Abomination is the Ring of North of the Necromancer Academy. The iconic summon. Although she had not fought many battles with the surface necromancers, she knew that they were fighting against the three major necromancer academies, Gulas Academy, Ring of Noth, and Ignis School. Dolores was familiar with the three academies' signature witchcraft and typical undead summoning objects. It seems that there is a high probability that there is another official wizard of the Ring of North hiding here, secretly cooperating with Gildas. I just almost fell into Gildas's trick and allowed Gildas to kill Shadra. Gildas was taking advantage of the competitive mentality between her and Shadra. If I had just allowed Gildarts to kill Shadra, I was afraid that it would be my turn to suffer next. Dolores, who had figured out Gildas's entire sinister plan, turned pale in an instant. Despicable human wizards always like to play tricks, Dolores said, gritting her teeth. Then she waved her little hand, and except for the dozen or so spider knights, who continued to surround the few remaining wizard apprentices, the others immediately surrounded the sudden appearance of the abomination. Sister, I almost fell into the trap of a human wizard, and I sincerely apologize to you, Dolores said to Stefana with a rare soft face. I am responsible for dealing with this treacherous wizard Gildas, and this abomination and the master behind it will have to work hard for you. Sister, don't worry. There are so many spider knights here. No matter how strong the opponent is, sooner or later the ants will bite the elephant to death, Dolores said confidently. Perhaps because she felt that Shadra was seriously injured, Dolores sent almost 50 spider knights to help out. Stefana was stunned for a moment. What kind of drama is Dolores acting in? I just thought I was going to be attacked by 2 official wizard-level combat forces. But now this scene, I really can't understand it. Although she couldn't understand it, it didn't affect Stefana's agreement. Of course. No problem, dear Dolores. Just follow your plan. Gildas glanced at the sudden appearance of high-level hatred with a confused look on his face, then at Dolores, and carefully chewed on what Dolores had just said. Immediately, he seemed to understand something. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a roar was heard, like a thunder in the center of the camp. The next second, a half-meter-long vertical crack suddenly appeared on the fat belly of the advanced abomination. Swish, swish, swish. At least 70 or 80 vengeful spirits with ferocious and unwilling faces, like thick white mist, quickly rushed toward the demon spider knights, who surrounded the senior abominations. There are too many wraiths and they move too fast. If it weren't for instant witchcraft, there would be no time to cast it, and physical attacks are even more ineffective. In an instant, except for a very few demon spider knights, who reacted quickly enough and escaped by chance. The other 40 or so demon spider knights were all penetrated by 1 or 2 vengeful spirits, and a silent fight instantly began inside their bodies. So much so that these spider knights fell to the ground one after another, trembling all over. In just a few seconds, some of them became motionless, and transparent spirits were torn out from the corpses and flew at high speed towards the large wooden house, where only the ruins were left. It seems that the powerful shadow arrow struck by Gildas just now destroyed the concealment of the witch formation. So the entire process of extracting the soul from the corpse was clearly visible to everyone. This weird scene made everyone at the scene take a breath. The resentful spirit explodes. What a vicious method. Who are you? Gildarts looked towards the damaged wooden house with a serious look. I thought that these resentful spirits just wanted to occupy the body, but I didn't expect that once they couldn't take it within a short time, these resentful spirits would choose to self-destruct, thus severely damaging the soul of the main body. and both sides would suffer. This cruel method made Gildas look solemn. Moreover, as a teacher of the Ring of North, I am quite familiar with advanced abominations, but most of the general high-level abominations follow a balanced approach. For example, acid spitters or bile spitters, who are good at both melee and ranged attacks, have strong melee abilities, and can also spit acid or bile for ranged attacks. Or it's a high-level abomination, the Butcher Abomination, which is completely biased towards melee combat. Gildarts had also heard of an extremely rare and powerful high-level abomination called the Plague Abomination, which required a formal wizard to inject all kinds of extremely horrible plague protozoa or pathogens into the abomination. Once successful, every strike of the Plague Abomination in battle would continuously spread the plague. But this was really the first time he had heard of and seen this advanced abomination that could release resentful spirits. Moreover, in terms of lethality, it is stronger than the Plague Abomination. Although the Plague Abomination is strong in group battles, it still needs time to spread the plague, making the enemies very weak after being infected by the plague. It is not as violent as this abomination that can clear the field directly. Therefore, Gildas's eyes showed uncontrollable curiosity. Who is the owner of this hateful beast? At least in the Ring of North, I had never heard of this person. And Dolores looked at the Spider Knights, who were almost dead and injured, and the anger in her eyes could kill the hatred dozens of times. You know, these Spider Knights are the elite among Night Elf warriors. The mistress appointed her as the person in charge and led the 200 demon Spider Knights into the Norman secret realm to carry out the scheduled mission. Only 5 people died in the previous 3 days, and the result was the killing of more than 300 surface human wizard apprentices. But today, just now, a total of 40 or 50 demon Spider Knights were killed on the spot in an instant. As the deputy leader of the Spider Knights, Portia's face turned pale. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief and said, "It's over. It's over now." As the deputy leader of the Spider Knights, such a heavy battle loss not only means that the deputy leader's position is no longer guaranteed, but he will also be severely punished after returning. But after calming down, Dolores also looked suspicious at this time, because now she can see that Gildas doesn't seem to be acting. But he really doesn't know who the owner of this high-level abomination is. Suddenly, an extremely powerful mental shock wave suddenly erupted with the big wooden house as the origin. The power was comparable to a cloud bomb, stirring up layers of shock waves that spread to all directions in an instant, forming circles of violent ripples in the air, although they were separated by more than 100 meters. Under the influence of the shock wave, the remaining wizard apprentices and Spider Knights all had splitting headaches and almost rolled on the ground. At this time, Gildart's werewolf clone also frowned into a big shape. I don't know if it was affected by the shock wave or if I guessed something. Just listen to Gildas thinking secretly. Such mental fluctuations. How can this be? Could it be? Chapter 180 Promotion. Official Wizard. That's right. Just now, Richard had been successfully promoted to a formal wizard, and this power instantly made him a little intoxicated. This feeling of being filled with power throughout your body is so good. It seemed as if there was endless power surging in his body. At this moment, every cell in his body is still cheering, shouting, and evolving. The ultimate promotion from a third-level wizard apprentice to a formal wizard is not just a promotion. It is completely different from being promoted from a first-level wizard apprentice to a second or third-level wizard apprentice. To be precise, this time is a process of leaping to a higher level of life. No wonder so many third-level wizard apprentices are trying to squeeze into the official wizard's door even if they have sharpened their heads. Richard called up the inspiration panel and saw that after his promotion, the panel had also been slightly adjusted. At the top of the Witchcraft column, there is a second-level classification called First-Level Witchcraft. Clicking in and taking a look, under Rodrigo's mutation meditation method, 3 new first-level witchcraft were clearly visible. Obviously, these were the innate witchcraft he had just obtained after being promoted to an official wizard. The first talent witchcraft is Psychic Shock Extreme. Psychic Impact. Instantly consume 3 points of mental power to attack the opponent's sea of consciousness, causing dizziness, coma, and even death. The stronger the opponent's mental power, the lighter the damage will be, which is determined by the difference in mental power between the two parties. The second talent witchcraft is Magic Armor Extreme. Magic Armor. Consume 3 points of mental power to condense the power of dark elements and white bones to form a black bone armor, which has extremely strong physical and witchcraft dual defense. The third talent witchcraft is Soul Link Extreme. Soul Link. 50% of the damage suffered by the caster will be shared by his undead summons. If there are multiple undead summons, you need to select one as the main summon. Once activated, this effect lasts until the summon ends. The 3 innate witchcraft are naturally at the extreme level. All the special effects of the original meditation method have disappeared. For example, the secondary spiritual impact is gone. But there is an additional talent, witchcraft spiritual impact. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as existing in a higher level form. It's a pity that 2 very practical special effects, advanced energy saving spell casting and breath concentration, are no longer available. However, you can't have your cake and eat it too. After all, magic armor and soul link are more powerful in comparison. Moreover, the shielding cloak that Richard obtained from Donetto this time is even better than the breath-containing special effect of the original Rodrigo meditation method in terms of effect. After all, as a low-level witchcraft, its only function is to specialize in the ability of concealment. Obviously, the effect is outstanding. Hey, is this faint feeling of repulsion the power of the rules of the Norman secret realm? Richard carefully felt the squeezing feeling on his body in the surrounding space, which seemed to be trying to exclude him from the secret realm. He silently estimated in his mind that he would be forcibly teleported out of the Norman secret realm in half an hour at most. Therefore, I must remove all obstacles within half an hour. When Richard, who was wearing a ferocious black knight's armor and his face was covered, walked out of the big wooden house, everyone was shocked. Only Stefana breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. The master was finally promoted successfully. Who are you? You were promoted to an official wizard in the secret territory of Normandy? Gildart's green eyes stared at the man in black armor in front of him. As soon as Gildas finished speaking, Dolores was shocked. Portia was shocked. Shadra, Stefania's incarnation, was also forced to pretend to be shocked. The wizard apprentices and spider knights around were even more stunned. Dolores couldn't help blurting out, "What? Gildarts, you said this guy just successfully became a formal wizard in the camp?" Dolores felt like she had seen a ghost. "I have only been out for half a day, and after I come back, my base camp has become a place for others to get promoted?" However, in the face of everyone's surprise and Gildas' questions, the man in black armor remained silent. The next second, the evil spirit strode towards everyone with a boom 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 and suddenly launched an attack. Judging from the target that the evil spirit was staring at, it was Gildarts. Unfortunately, the huge abomination attracted everyone's attention. What no one noticed was that there was a ripple in the air without warning, and it seemed that there was a group of transparent and invisible energy shooting directly at Gildarts from the black-armored man. This energy moves as fast as lightning. In an instant, before the resentful spirit could abhor it, it attacked Gildas's werewolf clone fiercely. Boo! In an instant, Gildarts felt as if his eardrum was pierced and his headache was splitting. It was as if he was hit hard on the head with a sledgehammer. And the body of the dark werewolf chief, with its steel-like muscles, seemed to have no blocking effect. The dark werewolf's near immunity to dark elemental energy attacks does not play any defensive role at all. This attack seems to be directed at the brain, at the soul. This is exactly Richard's innate witchcraft spiritual shock. Richard's mental shock instantly made Gildas feel like he was in pain. It was not because Gildas was weak, but because Richard's attack was too subtle and his timing was too good. Everyone around looked at Gildas in stunned silence, covering his head with his hands in pain, and shouted in fear. What kind of witchcraft is this? It's too weird. It seems to be some kind of spiritual witchcraft, and this scene happened too fast. When Abomination rushed in front of Gildas and swung the giant iron axe, he planned to beat up the drowned dog. When he gave Gildas a fatal blow, 2 pairs of sharp dark blade arms stretched out from the side and held him. He slashed with hatred from the resentful spirit. It was Dolores who took action and saved Gildas' life. At first, when Dorothy saw the evil spirit attacking Gildarts, she felt secretly delighted. But when he saw that Gildas was about to die in someone else's hands, he immediately realized that this would be very detrimental to him. After Gildas died, he was the next target. Therefore, Dolores, who was originally Gildas's enemy, is now full of fear of this mysterious black-armored man. Just now, his summoned creature erupted with a terrifying wraith, instantly killing dozens of spider knights. Now, it hit Gildas, who had been fighting fiercely with him for a long time. In agony with one blow, Dolores already had a bad feeling in her heart. Therefore, she took action to block the fatal blow of the resentful spirit's hatred. Immediately, Richard frowned at this. The two people who were originally hostile to each other were afraid that they would join forces to deal with him. In this case, it will take a lot of effort. But Richard was not afraid. This situation had already been considered by him. And it was one of the reactions of his opponent that he had long expected. After all, Gildas is not an easy person. And he quickly recovered while Dolores took action to help him resist. He also guessed the witchcraft the opponent had just used, which was most likely a first-level spiritual witchcraft spiritual impact. Damn it! You actually attacked me. No matter who you are. You are dead. Gildas squeezed out these words almost through his teeth. In the next second, Gildas bypassed the huge abomination and headed straight towards Richard. Gildas' werewolf clone lowered his body and adopted a rare running posture of using both hands and feet. Like a real giant black wolf, it attacked Richard like lightning. However, less than a second later, suddenly, an iron chain quickly wrapped around Gildas' waist and dragged him back to the original place. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was a normal-sized arm on the back of the Wraith abomination. It accurately threw out the chain in its hand and wrapped it around Gildas' waist. But now, Abomination immediately turned around. And he was so flexible that he didn't look like a fat man at all. With two thick arms, he wielded a giant iron axe and a hammer ball respectively, and struck Gildas like lightning. Facing such an attack, Gildas curled up the corners of his mouth. Although the dark werewolf is slightly inferior to the abomination in terms of strength, its attack speed is much faster. Such a slow attack. Hee. Just as he was sneering and planning to avoid it calmly, his face suddenly turned ferocious again. He covered his head with his claws and let out a shrill scream. It turned out that Richard was in the right position, and once again cooperated with the hatred of the resentful spirit, giving Gildarts a mental shock. Boom! Gildart's current state, although he is the second stage of the dark werewolf transformation, has rough skin and thick flesh, an amazing defense power. But this blow, which was hated by the resentful spirits, was like a rock-shattering blow. The skin was torn open and flesh and blood flew everywhere. In an instant, it flew more than 10 meters, knocking and killing several spider knights. Especially the giant hammer hit, which dented the dark werewolf's sternum. However, the resentful spirit hates itself and feels uncomfortable. The price of the blow it just made was that it had to give up its defense in the direction of Dolos, and let its back bear the vicious chops of Dolos's 4 blade arms. I saw at least a dozen more blood marks on his back. Each blood mark would be fatal to an ordinary person. But the resentful spirit hated it, relying on the normal arms on its back to wave weapons and block the attacks on its vital points, and withstood more than 10 ordinary chops. Seeing Gildas being knocked away, and wondering whether he was alive or dead, Dolores felt the sadness of death for the first time in her heart. Hatred turned his head, glanced at Dolores with his small blood-red eyes, and smiled. Seeing this smile, Dolores felt a chill in her heart, and she immediately put herself on high alert to defend against the possible revenge of the resentful spirit. It seems that with Richard's promotion, the IQ of the vengeful spirits has also increased a lot. The next second, Abomination didn't care about Dolos at all and continued to rush towards Gildas, who was knocked away. Its goal is very clear. It seems to be trying to get injured, but also to kill the werewolf first. At this time, Gildas, who was seriously injured, stood up unsteadily. He no longer thought about revenge for his heir Donato. I don't even think about whether it's a shameful thing. I just want to leave Norman's secret realm as soon as possible. Keep your werewolf clone. After all, if the clone is killed, the original body will also be seriously injured. Gildas had a premonition that if he continued to fight, his werewolf clone would stay here forever. Ouch! Gildas roared with unwillingness, began to relax his body, and fully catered to the rejection of Norman's secret realm. In an instant, Gildas's body began to gradually become blurry, showing a faint transparency. Oh no! This guy is trying to escape, Richard said secretly, with this familiar feeling of spatial repulsion. Richard instantly realized what Gildas was up to. But isn't it a bit late to escape now? It seems that I have to thank your son for the gift. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to keep him. Under the skull mask, Richard showed a strange smile. Without any delay, his right hand took out a pair of iron shackles from his arms, and threw them directly towards Gildas in the air. Following the short spell, the shackles rapidly expanded in midair, and at the same time a dazzling purple light bloomed. The shadow of one end of the shackles quickly shot towards Richard, and the other end shot towards Gildas, passing the two people through. This way they are closely related. When Gildas saw the iron shackles, his eyes widened And he blurted out, "War shackles. How could it be in your hands? So you killed Donato? But on you?" Gildas's confused eyes wandered back and forth between Hajia and Stefana. Gildart's originally blurry figure was imprisoned by the special effects of the war shackles, and was pulled back to the Norman secret realm again. And his body became gradually clearer. The vengeful spirit smiled hideously and ferociously, raised the giant iron axe in his hand high up, and swung it down heavily. Gildas, who was seriously injured, watched helplessly as the giant axe fell. But he could no longer resist it. Hiss! In an instant, the dark werewolf was neatly split into 2 even halves from top to bottom, and the filth and blood in its body also poured all over its face with disgust. However, Abomination opened his mouth and smiled, not caring about the dirt and blood on his body. Instead, he happily licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. This bloody and terrifying scene excited all the surrounding wizard apprentices. Wizard Gildas's clone is actually dead. This. What should we do next? Stefan had never thought of this situation before, and his mind went blank. This is worse than the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, a tracking mark that was much stronger than before instantly rose from Gildas's body and shot directly at Abomination and Richard. This made Richard frown. Sure enough, the tracking mark passed down by the official wizard after his death, and the tracking mark imprinted on the ordinary wizard apprentice are completely different concepts. Even if he still has a stand-in doll, he can't transfer the tracking mark passed on to him after the death of the official wizard. How can it be so strong? Damn it! Dolores had no desire to fight anymore in her eyes at this time. The next second, she quickly turned around and ran towards the dense forest. Richard was stunned. He didn't expect Dolores to run away like this. But that would be fine if it were somewhere else. This is in the Norman secret realm. If I let you escape, I don't know how many more wizard apprentices will die in your hands. Especially since Senior Sister Meluo and others are still in the secret realm. So it is absolutely impossible to keep you. Psychic shock.